This guy is completely dazed, waking up to see his younger self staring right back at him. What on earth is happening? Could it be a reincarnation? As Mechie Nam struggles to wrap his head around this bizarre situation, loud knocking and frantic shouting come from outside. Mephisin Ham, are you even still a man? What are you doing hiding in the bathroom? Come on, open the door. There are only 100 days left until the final exams. Is this how you want to represent your family? Final exams. If that is the case, Mephi Nam must have gone back 300 years in time. He is racking his brain, but can he figure out why he has come back to life? Outside the door, the owner of that urgent voice is getting more and more impatient. She even threatens that if Mephi Nam does not come out soon, she will call for help to break the door down. Talk about strong-willed. Before the staff even arrives, she manages to shove the heavy door open and rushes in. The force is so strong that when the door swings wide, she accidentally knocks Mike Smafis Nam straight to the ground, landing in a seriously embarrassing position. Instinctively, Mexi Nam raises his arms to break his fall. But instead, he ends up grabbing two rather inappropriate parts of her anatomy. He can't believe his luck coming back to life and landing in this kind of situation. That girl must be the class president, Toto. Once she realizes where Mephi Nam's hands are, she completely loses it. She jumps up, kicks him, and starts screaming at him non-stop. Mephi Nam, you filthy pervert. How dare you pretend you do not know me? What do you think you are doing? Come on. This was just an accident. Mexi Nam yelled. His current body is so weak that he can't even summon his protective aura, leaving him to take all of Toto's hits. She keeps pummeling him until he is seeing stars before finally stopping. Mephi Nam, what the hell are you doing? Why did not you open the door when I knocked? It is not like you are heartbroken or anything. Do you really need to sulk like this? Hearing her say that makes Mephi Nam even more dumbfounded. He tries to dig into his memories. And indeed, Missy Nam had just gone through a breakup, but he can't remember who he was heartbroken over. Just as he thinks this, Toto blurts out the answer. I really do not get what is so great about Lalojrim Vi Zing that makes you so lovesick. Mexi Nam gasps inwardly. A face he thought he had forgotten flashes in his mind. Lum V Yaxing is the childhood friend he secretly loved all the way until before college. Suddenly, memories come rushing back, and he jumps up, rushing to open the door. If that is the case, this must be the Ngulan Ho Hotel, the place where all his misfortunes began. On Valentine's Day 300 years ago, Mepsi Nam was all set to confess his feelings to Lum V Zing right here. But instead, he saw Lum Vakai's Vine kissing Tronjungi B Then under the hotel's archway. He locked himself in the bathroom, desperate for a moment of calm. But in the end, I could not hold back and ask Lam Vudong, only to find out she told Zhang Shen. Zhang, that scumbag, always looks at me with disgust and even stalks me. Being the pretentious guy he is, Zhang Shen had his goons teach Mac Nam a lesson as a warning. They called it a warning, but they were brutal. He was left seriously injured, crawling on the ground like a dog. But it was not just his body that was hurt. Mac Nam's heart took a serious hit too. Even during the high school entrance exam, he could not perform well, leaving his family utterly disappointed, to the point where he thought about just ending it all. However, Mac Nam was later saved by his master, Antin Guai Tin, which led him down the path of cultivation. From there, he also encountered a soulmate, the true love of his life. Mac Nam was surprised that the class president cared about him so much, but he was in no mood to think about that now. There were still many things to take care of. He needed to get out of here first. The two of them left the restroom, but as soon as they hit the first floor, they heard the staff shouting in chaos. Oh no. In the VIP room, someone's about to lose their life. Is there a doctor here? Come help out. Mac Nam heard this and, without a hint of concern, was ready to leave, thinking this was none of his business. But out of nowhere, his arm was grabbed by Tuftu. She did not know anything about medicine, but she still wanted to see if she could help. The two of them arrived at the VIP room, where a crowd was gathering around the door. After a while, the doctor finally showed up, but Tatu was still poking her head around, making Mac Nam anxious. Class president, have you seen enough? The doctor is here. Let us go back. Tiu had no intention of leaving yet and was sighing dramatically. Mac Nam, look at that elderly couple. They are so pitiful. Mac Nam came out ready to celebrate Valentine's Day, but it ended up being a farewell. Inside the room, the old lady lay on a stretcher while the doctor was using a defibrillator on her heart. But things did not look good. The people gathered around were lamenting similar things to what Tuto had just said. Out of curiosity, Mac Nam turned to see what was happening. To his shock, he noticed spiritual energy swirling around the old man. What the heck? He accidentally stumbled upon a fake cultivator. The old man's energy was too weak. But out of respect for a fellow practitioner, Mac Nam decided to step in and help him one last time. The old lady was still alive. From a cultivation perspective, there was still a chance to assist her. Let us say he was trying to bring some genuine compassion into a world filled with hardship. Nam stepped forward. She is not dead yet, he announced, only to get scolded by the doctor. What is this noise? Where did this kid come from? This is not a place for you to speak up. Nam ignored him and headed straight for the stretcher. The doctor continued to yell after him that all the signs indicated the old lady had already passed. Nam charging in like that was just causing unnecessary chaos. Titi outside was really worried, wondering what kind of crazy things Nam had taken today to be babbling nonsense and causing a scene now. Nam stood before the old woman, using the tips of his fingers to press against her third eye. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy he had was not strong enough, only allowing him to revive 6 acupoints, 3 souls and 7 spirits, 12 cold mysteries, 3 upper warm acupoints. Nam murmured. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief at Nam's actions. He stammered, T13 ghost hands. It can really save her. Please. Young man. You have to save my wife, the family of the deceased. How can you let a student take such risks? I understand your current state, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. The doctor beside them seemed very annoyed. But at this moment, both the old man and Nam ignored his words. Nam had finished his work. He used his spiritual energy in place of acupuncture to pierce the 6 acupoints, hoping to save the old woman who was still clinging to life. However, after he was done, she still had not woken up, making him a bit anxious. I hope I do not have to pump more spiritual energy into her. The problem is that the spiritual energy can only be transferred mouth to mouth. And Nam did not want to lose his first kiss like that. So he tried a different approach. He asked for a few silver needles. And the old man eagerly urged the doctor beside him to hand them over. Where would a modern doctor get silver needles for emergency treatment? But he did have sterile suturing needles, not knowing what Nam could do with it. The doctor reluctantly handed him the needle. Nam took it and jabbed it straight into the old woman's forehead, causing the doctor to panic. Is that the Taiye divine needle? The old man was even more astonished. The doctor, not being a cultivator, of course, had no idea what the Taiye divine needle was and thought the old man was just rambling, letting a student run wild with a corpse. Naturally, the state of someone who just lost their spouse would be terrible. But the doctor felt that if this continued, the old woman would die without ever closing her eyes. The onlookers outside completely agreed with him, believing Nam was being reckless and messing around with the body of the deceased. However, he really did bring her back. After that ultimate technique of the Taiye divine needle, her vital signs returned, but using that technique drained him greatly. Sweat poured down his face. Suddenly, the old woman tilted her head and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was left speechless in shock. This included the doctor who had just tried to save her, because it was clear that the old woman's heart had stopped beating just moments ago. Moreover, she was saved by a student with a sewing needle. What is so shocking about that? I told you she was still alive. Now she is okay. Nam sighed in relief and said. The old woman's condition stabilized quickly, and her husband was so overjoyed that tears filled his eyes. They had just thought they were separated by life and death, and now they could be reunited. It was an overwhelming joy. Then, the old man turned to Nam and said, Brother, I can't find the words to thank you for your great kindness. From now on, your story will be our Yevon family story as well. Don't be so formal. It was just a little help, you replied. No way. The old man continued. Brother, you saved my wife's life. Oh man. Her blood got all over your shirt. Hearing this, Nam finally noticed the stains on his shirt. Just then, Toto stepped out from the crowd. She was clearly puzzled, wondering when Nam had become so skilled, even using acupuncture techniques so effortlessly. It is no big deal. If you want, I can teach you. But first, I need to wash off this blood. Toto hurried after him. But as soon as they reached the restroom, a bodyguard blocked their way. Hech said this was the Yun family's working area, and outsiders were not allowed. If he knew Nam was the one who had just saved the Yevon family's mistress, he would not be acting so tough. Toto wanted to argue with him, but Nam cut in. Let us just get out of here. Toto was even more surprised to see Nam not even trying to assert his rights. It was like he had transformed into a completely different person in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a luxury car pulled up in front of the hotel. An older man with a scar got out, followed by a young couple. As soon as the hotel staff saw them, they bowed their heads respectfully to greet them. Eng is here. The distant employees whispered among themselves. The scarred man was Hung, the manager of all underworld activities in Than Thun. The two following him were Tam and the Yevon family's young lady, renowned throughout Jiangzi. Where are the others? Hung suddenly asked a random question that left the hotel staff confused. What do you mean? Where are they? He instinctively answered, only to be met with a sharp slap from Heng. Where are the elders of the Yan family? They are in the VIP room. Are you all good? The hotel employee swallowed hard and quickly led the old man to the VIP room, while assuring him that the two were doing just fine. After that, who had been so aggressive in front of others, had to respectfully step aside to let the young couple pass. Meanwhile, Nam was seeing Toto off to the bus, not forgetting to thank her for her concern. After Toto reminded him to study for Zhang Hong, the bus took off, and as he watched it disappear from view, Nam could not help but sigh. He still could not believe he had been reborn 300 years in the past and could reunite with his family. Nam pulled out his phone and called his grandfather. "Grandpa, it has been a while. How have you been?" The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. "Hello, is that you? Little Nam, didn't you just call yesterday?" As he spoke, Nam's grandfather coughed a little. How could he possibly understand the feelings of this grandson? For him, they had just talked last night. But for Nam, it had been a full 300 years. Seeing Nam silent, Grandpa started to worry. Thinking his grandson might not have enough money to spend, he hurriedly denied it. "Grandpa, I was just planning to visit you in a few days. Is Mom and my little sister doing okay?" "Everyone's doing great. I just left home a few days ago." "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Nam could not really explain. He was not even sure how to. He just said he missed home too much. Then he urged Grandpa to get some rest, promising they would chat in person when he visited soon. After hanging up, Nam felt heavy-hearted. He had not been able to spend time with his family before, but this time, he had to find a way to make it up to them. But to make it up, he needed strength. Time was running out. He had to start training right away. The spiritual energy in the city was too thin, so Nam had no choice but to take a taxi out to the suburbs. The car stopped by a river, right at the source. This was a perfect spot because water is the source of all life. Down there, the water must still hold some spiritual energy from the heavens, the moon, and the sun. Nam settled down by the riverbank and began his training. The path to immortality begins with gathering spiritual energy. Only by collecting it can one cultivate true power. But right now, the spiritual energy on Earth was nearly depleted. And that was the biggest problem. He needed a proper technique. Just as Nam thought about this, he suddenly discovered two strange energies within him. One was a dragon, and the other was the six-path scroll. The six-path scroll is the highest level technique in this world, which includes the reincarnation of the six paths. However, in the scroll, the 5 paths were missing, leaving only the heavenly path, which itself was incomplete. Nam flipped through the pages of the scroll and soon found the reason behind this. It turned out that because the six-path scroll reincarnated with him, it had shattered into 10 parts, scattered in different places. Nevertheless, Nam felt joy, knowing that this supreme technique had protected him during his reincarnation. At the same time, he set a goal to collect the remaining pieces to create a complete 6-path scroll. After that, relying on the incomplete heavenly path, Nam began to diligently train. The next morning, as dawn broke, his training was complete. Nam was ready to meet a certain girl, to connect with her at the prestigious university. So now, he should also head to the library to prepare for the upcoming high school entrance exam. Just as Nam was about to stand up, he heard someone singing loudly. "Stop right there. You can escape." Instinctively, Nam turned around and saw a young girl jumping off the main road into the riverside area, running straight toward him. But right behind her, a car was speeding, and someone inside was poking their head out, gun in hand, ready to fire. Just as the girl ran past Nam, the shooter pulled the trigger, hitting her right in the back. But it did not stop there. After she fell, the gunman locked eyes with Nam, who was standing frozen nearby. "Consider yourself unlucky you saw something you should not have." Nam felt like fate was really against him, especially since it was just the crack of dawn, and he was already getting his heart racing. The moment the first shot rang out, Nam dropped to the ground in a flash. After training, his speed had truly skyrocketed. He even managed to dodge the bullet. While crouching down, Nam quickly snatched up a small stone. He took aim and flicked it with precision. The stone shot off like a bullet, hitting the guy with glasses right in the forehead. Luckily, Nam had trained last night, boosting both his agility and strength. If it were not for his impressive skills after just crossing over, he would have been the one dead this time. That last move was incredibly powerful, but it drained a lot of his energy in an instant. Nam looked down at the ground. The girl who had just been shot was lying right in front of him, seemingly still breathing weakly. Not only did she have that bullet wound, but there were also many other injuries on her body. Nam could hardly fathom what she had gone through. But just looking at her, she did not seem to be in bad shape. The proof was the stunning curves she had, which were quite eye-catching. Just as Nam was staring, she suddenly opened her eyes and weakly reached out to him for help. At that moment, Nam quickly averted his gaze and coughed a few times. "Help her, of course. I am helping her by checking her wounds. It is not like I am some perv." Talk about misinterpretation. Thankfully, there were no bloodstains on her chest, indicating the bullet had not penetrated her. He helped her sit up straight and examined her back for injuries. The bullet was lodged deep in her flesh, making it difficult to deal with. He could only use spiritual energy to push it out from the front. Nam had to use a technique called Heavenly Heart Finger. Although he looked like a shameless guy taking advantage of a girl, it actually worked to push the bullet out of her body. Nam also took the opportunity to stop her bleeding, and then laid her back down, warning her not to move too much for a while. After finishing all that, he decided to leave. Nam and this girl were just two strangers meeting for the first time. He had already done so much. It was better to let her handle the rest on her own. Watching Nam walk away without looking back, the girl seemed quite surprised, then started murmuring, "This guy is so strange. He just leaves a stunning beauty like me behind. But he took advantage of me, and then thinks he can just walk away. No way." Leaving the Vensong area, Nam headed to the library. Upon entering, he could not help but think of the Heavenly Earth Library, where he had met his demise before. The grudge with the prince was truly unforgettable. Nam silently vowed that once he had enough power, he would return to the heavenly realm to settle the score. A gentleman avenges his blood debt 10 years later. For now, he should focus on reviewing some knowledge to prepare for the upcoming exam. However, just as Nam picked up a book, something strange happened. The knowledge from that book began to flow into his mind automatically. It is said that the Six Realms book contains the wisdom of all things. Who knew it could have such an effect? Truly extraordinary. With this incredible ability, Mac could save a ton of time. He strolled around the library, running his fingers along the spines of books to absorb knowledge from them. Then, Mac unexpectedly ran into Vice Principal Nam, who also happened to be Lam Vudong's mother. He politely greeted her, and she responded in kind. "Little Nam, why are you the only one here? It is not class time right now. Given your relationship with my daughter, you could be just called me. Isn't Vudong staying with you? How could she be with her grandma?" Mac replied, feeling nauseated at the very thought of Lam Vudong. What kind of trick is she pulling this time? Claiming she is with her grandma. She is becoming more and more stubborn. "I will call her later and tell her to come back right away," Aunt Dam mumbled. Mac thought she was there looking for her daughter, but it turned out she was planning a graduation ceremony for the 12th graders before college entrance exams. Since she had a day off, she came to find some books related to the event. Mac exclaimed, "The books you need are on the 6th shelf. 4th floor, volumes 11 and 12. Those two cover a ton of meaningful activities for students." Aunt Dam was momentarily stunned by Mac's extraordinary memory. Once she found the books, she invited him over for dinner at her place. Even though Mac did not want to see Lam Vudong again, he could not bear to upset Aunt Dam, who treated him like her own son in his previous life. They headed to Aunt Dam's house together. She even made some of Mac's favorite dishes to pamper him. Before long, Lam Vudong returned home too. As soon as she opened the door, she shot Mac a glare and asked, "Mac, how can you show your face here for dinner? And you have picked up the snitching habit too." Nice job." Mac had question marks floating over his head. "I am telling Aunt Dam." "Stop pretending," Lam Vudong yelled. "I had plans tonight with my friends to go out for dinner and karak. It is your fault that my mom dragged me back home. I did not ask your mom to call. Besides, those friends of yours are not exactly good company." Mac shrugged. "Sure. Mac, you are the only good one around." Right. Lam Vudong wanted to hurl more insults, but Aunt Dam had already started serving dinner. She told her mom that she had plans to go shopping with her friends, but Aunt Dam, being a strict teacher, insisted that Lam Vudong sit and eat first before going anywhere. Plus, after dinner, Mac had to accompany her back home before 10 p.m. Before Lam Vudong could protest, Mac jumped in and said he needed to study for school tomorrow, and since Lam Vudong had her friends around, she did not really need him. However, Aunt Dam was still uneasy. In front of her daughter, referred to her friends as a bunch of troublemakers, which made Lam Vudong furious. "Little Nam, if you do not help Aunt Dam at school, do not even think about going anywhere." After his mom dropped that bombshell, Lam Vudong was furious but still had to drag Nam along because he wanted to get outside. He had not even had a chance to grab a bite. As soon as they reached the door, a fancy car was already parked there. Sitting in the back seat was So-san, waving for Lam Vudong to hurry up and get in. The guy in the front seat, as soon as he spotted Nam, could not resist throwing some shade. "Vudong, who is this construction worker?" "Nam, you should join us tonight." Lam Vudong turned to him, irritated, and snapped back. The moment So-san heard Nam's name, he broke into a mocking grin and purposely raised his voice. "Vudong? No way. Is he the guy you dumped who went and cried in the bathroom? Haha. Have you two made up?" "What do you mean I dumped him? When did I ever hang out with someone like him?" Lam Vudong shot back, annoyed. "If this got back to Truong Boy then, how am I supposed to explain that to him?" "Our beautiful Vudong does not need to explain anything. Just looking at you, It is clear you could never be with that construction dude. Just like Guy Dam said, Lam Wudong's friends are a mixed bag. They were all over Mac Nam, throwing shade left and right, each saying something more annoying than the last. Too bad their jabs did not faze Mac Nam one bit. If he were not trying to be nice to Jai Dam by sticking with Lam Wudong, he would have had these punks crying out for mercy by now. What a bunch of wannabes. The car was parked right in front of Lam Wudong's house, with only one spot left. The rich kid in the driver's seat kicked Mac Nam out of the back seat. But the guys in the back saw this and started to make a scene. They were making a fuss about him being a hick, claiming his ragged clothes would dirty their car. Mac Nam silently scoffed. Just a bunch of rich kids in their flashy ride thinking they could look down on him. Wait until his powers come back. Even walking would be faster than these guys in their car. Plus, with their awful attitude, Mac Nam was not about to follow them anymore. So he told Lam Wudong to go have fun without him. Just make sure to be back by 10 p.m. like her mom said. But Lam Wudong was not having it. Her mom had insisted she let Mac Nam tag along if he did not go. What if her mom called to check up on them later? She would be grounded for sure. So Lam Wudong decided she would not go either. But those guys were not taking no for an answer. So they finally switched to a more friendly tone to invite Mac Nam into the car. Inside, the wannabe tough guy was loud, and Lam Wudong had her fair share of people, either rich or brainy. Even Truong Chuan Boy had a crush on Wudong. What could a poor kid like him possibly do to compete with them? But Mac Nam firmly stated, I am not interested in him. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket buzzed like crazy. Seeing an unknown number pop up on the screen, Mac Nam was puzzled. Who could it be? That person did not just call once but a whopping 7 times, which only made him more curious. Could this be someone from his past? After thinking it over, Mac Nam finally decided. Alright. If they call one more time, I will answer. Their car gradually drove out of the city, zooming along a winding mountain road. After a while, they all stopped at a place quite far from the city. Everyone got out of the car and moved inside. The atmosphere here was loud and lively, filled with super expensive cars gathering, people chatting and laughing with excitement. A thought suddenly crossed Manhwa Nam's mind. Was not this a place for illegal street racing? This was not a dining or shopping spot. He looked at the bustling crowd and smirked coldly, thinking these rich kids had completely lost it. Coming to a place like this, suddenly, a guy known as Tachite stepped into the crowd, excitedly saying, Tonight, we are going to spice things up. My cousin brought me here a few times. Every month, there is a race, and for just 1,000. You can earn back multiples. Don't worry. I have got connections, so no risks of losing. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Mac Nam, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What is it? Want to join in on the fun? If you are short on cash, I can cover you. Respect for your guts to hang with us if you win. It is your... If you lose, no need to pay me back. Hearing this, a few people nearby rushed over, surrounding Tachite, exclaiming, Dude, that is awesome. But hey, do not underestimate who Tachite's dad is. He owns 2 or 3 big hotels, so cash is no biggie for him. Feeling proud, he shouted, We have not even started yet. Let us hit the showroom and grab a drink. There is everything you can think of in there. And if you have got the cash, you can buy anything. A curious guy close by asked, What kind of cars are you talking about? Tachite casually threw his arm around the guy's shoulder, grinning. We have got cars that'll ruin a guy's virginity. Want one? Just give me a few minutes, and I will hook you up. At that moment, Missy Nam's phone rang again. It was the same number. This time, he picked up. The voice on the other end hurriedly said, Hello. Finally got through. Is this Matri Nam? He replied, sounding puzzled. Yeah, that is. What is it? The caller responded. Do you remember the old lady you saved at the Lan Ho restaurant? I'm her son. In Long Thing. I came by last time. But you had already left. The guy from the Yin family spoke with excitement. I really want to meet you and thank you for saving my mom. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, my mom has been vomiting since you helped her. We have seen many doctors, but nothing works. At this, Mexinam felt a twinge of concern. He had used a special technique to save her life, but without proper energy circulation, she was bound to face some aftereffects. He hesitated for a moment before answering. The old lady's condition is due to my oversight, but do not worry. When I save someone, I see it through. Here's the plan. I am currently at Bin Sezen, a bit far from the city, but I will be free after 10. Come pick me up, in the VIP room. Tachite lounged back, sipping a drink with a smug smile. Thinking, bro kid? Acting like he has got $1 million, sitting next to him. Another guy raised an eyebrow, glancing out the window. What is he doing on the phone? Acting all busy. Is he afraid we will make him pay for the drinks? Tachite shrugged, took a sip of his drink, and replied nonchalantly, Just let him be. The door swings open, and a guy walks in with a tray of drinks. Spotting him, he immediately asks, "What time does the first race start today? And who has a better chance?" He smirks knowingly and replies, "There is someone pretty promising tonight. It is definitely them." While everyone is chatting, a dude bursts in through the door. The guy with a death wish starts making fun of him right away. "Look who is back. Time to drink up tonight. This might just be the best booze you will ever have." He then pulls out a wad of cash and turns to the person beside him. "I am ready to go big tonight." The guy laughs triumphantly, saying, "I am betting 50 grand on number 6. If it wins, we are looking at 10 times that." He shrugs it off and casually slips the betting slip into the cleavage of a girl nearby, his eyes filled with possessiveness and disdain. "Winning tonight depends on whether your assets can bring me luck." She blushes, trying to act offended, her tone dripping with sarcasm. So annoying, this teasing makes him lose his cool. He grabs the girl's hand and drags her away. "Come on, let us take a stroll." They walk off. But no one's curious because everyone knows what they are up to. One guy. "Hey, do not go getting caught on the front page now." The two head over to the parking lot, by a big tree, getting lost in each other without a care in the world. After a passionate kiss, she blushes fiercely and says, "Let us get in the car." He grips her shoulders tightly, a smug grin on his face. Can't he wait any longer? She feels the heat rising and shyly interrupts. "We can't do it here." Just as she speaks, his fingers unexpectedly brush against her plump lips, his tone loaded with innuendo. "I love that sweet mouth of yours." Then he pushes her down, letting her play beneath him. His face shows pure bliss. Unable to suppress soft moans, he accidentally bumps into a nearby luxury car, causing it to honk loudly. The owner, Wong, storms over, shouting, "Damn it, do not touch my car." Just when things were heating up, they get interrupted. He quickly pulls up his pants, barking back, "Get lost, you fat jerk." Wong, a tipsy, spots her kneeling and leers. "Looks like we have a little beauty here. You follow me, and I can guarantee you will have way more fun than with this punk. Satisfaction in bed and out, you name it." He steps closer, licking his lips, hungry for a taste. Wong's actions make her uncomfortable, eyes tightly shut, face scrunched up, seeing his girl being harassed. The guy with a death wish blows a gasket, ready to throw a punch. "You think you can mess with my girl?" Furious, he lunges at Wong, throwing punches and kicks without holding back. "I will beat you to a pulp." Wounded and scared, Wong stumbles back, but he won't let him escape and chases after him. Spotting Mithier, Wong hiding behind a car, he kicks the side mirror off the luxury ride and yells, "You think you can hide?" Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Wong steps out, shouting, "You little brat. You are willing to fight me over a lassie girl. Do you even know who I am?" Just wait. The brat did not care at all. Picked up the rearview mirror to act tough. Still dared to be disrespectful. "If you do not hurry and scram, I will take you down." Hearing this, the boss freaked out, turned tail and ran without looking back. He watched, his tone dripping with annoyance. What a total bummer. A moment later, the VIP room door burst open, and in stepped the icy face of the young master. Furious, he slammed the car mirror down on the table, so mad that the wreck of a car was still acting like it was something special. I curiously asked, "Hey, what is it? You are back so soon. It is not like you got kicked out or anything." He leaned on the table, smugly replied, "Not kicked out. But your grandpa over there just got cozy with Xiaozhen, and they are already undressing." Suddenly, a chubby guy came over to stir up trouble, daring to touch Xiaozhen right in front of me. I gave him a good beating. Vivine chimed in. "The hero saves the beauty." The guy next to him laughed. "Can T blame him for being a little pervy? Look at Xiaozhen today. She is just too gorgeous," he said, noticing a bunch of people sneaking glances our way. Hearing the compliment, Xiaozhen hugged the arm of the brat and leaned in closer. However, Ving looked worried and asked, "With you acting like this, is not the car owner going to come after you?" He shrugged, totally unfazed, and replied, "Relax. That car's over 20 years old, older than us. Who drives a wreck like that? Our buddy here has way more cash than they do." With that, the brat pointed toward the bar, grinning. "That is my friend Dizong. Not just the owner but a race car driver too. This is his turf, so no worries." He rallied everyone up. "In a bit, we are racing, let us go for 2 laps. One of the rich kids cheered. Sounds awesome. But unlike the excitement of the rich brats, Vivong looked pretty hesitant. "Isn't he racing dangerous?" Hearing her ask that, Miffy Nam turned to remind her. "It is definitely dangerous. I can let you go." The brat got mad and stomped his foot. "Hey, do not be such a buzzkill. Whether Xiaomi goes or not has nothing to do with you." Xiaozhen chimed in. "Don't he be like that. We were not planning on dragging you along. The one we called is Viz Wang. You have got no cash, no car, and still want to hang with us. That is pretty pathetic. The brat then snapped at Vizing. Seriously. Do not bring anyone else next time and ruin my mood. Are you in or out? Offended by his words. She shot a look at her friend, filled with disappointment. Thinking. Mephi Nam. You are being insulted for being broke and having no future. With nobody backing him up. He did not even defend himself. What a coward. Why did I even bring him along? Ving sighed. Just go ahead. I will hang back a bit longer. Mexi Nam did not show any reaction. Just nodded and said. All right. Call Aunt Dumb and let her know I will be there shortly. But the brat yelled. What the heck are you talking about? Do you think you are a big shot or something? Mexi Nam shot an annoyed glance at that rude guy. Thinking. These losers are such a pain. But whatever. He kept jumping around. Viving did not want to lose face, so she urged. Mephi Nam. Just head home. I will try calling my mom. This time. He did not argue and simply agreed. Okay, I will go first. I have got stuff to do. But Mephi Nam's attitude still did not sit well with the brat, who kept that sneering tone, pretending to be busy now. Watch your step. Busy guy did not trip. He was not in the mood to stay long. Immediately stood up coldly, thinking to himself, not worth my time. I can just visit Granny Ann sooner. Just then, the VIP room door suddenly got kicked open from the outside. As Wang's crew stormed in with their tough looks. The guy could only sigh. Realizing there was no escape now, trouble had arrived at his doorstep. Lin Bao pointed at the guy in black and shouted. Wang, is this punk the one? He replied angrily. Yeah, that is him. At that moment, the expressions of the guy in black and Xiao Shan changed drastically. He felt a wave of anxiety rise within him. This chubby guy brought so many people, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. Old Wang chuckled triumphantly, his voice dripping with mockery. Hey. Little punk, were not you just acting tough? Why so pam? Though a bit shaken, the guy in black still had some fight left. What? You touched my girlfriend, and I am just supposed to sit back. Don't he think you are the only one with backup? Wang was furious that some kid dared to talk back to him in his own territory, seeing things spiral further out of control. The guy stepped up, positioning himself in front of Wu Dong as if to protect her. He might not be able to handle this mess, but he had promised to back her up, and he was not about to go back on his word. Hearing the commotion, Brother Yang rushed in from outside to mediate. Hey, what is going on? They are all my friends. Chill out. How about this? I will cover the costs. And I apologize to you guys. Is that okay? Lin Bao shot a glance back at him, grinning slyly. Old Yang, it is not that I do not appreciate you. But today, we have to follow our boss's orders. Then, Wang lunged forward and landed a solid punch on the guy in black's face, sending him stumbling and crashing down. Xiao Shan rushed over, asking, are you okay? Spotting a nasty bruise on her boyfriend's cheek, she looked up and yelled, do you idiots know who his dad is? How dare you hit him? Furious, he shot back. That punch was a mercy. The car he wrecked today was my first big break. Usually, I would not even let him drive it. Brother Yang did not want to step on any toes or escalate things, so he tried to negotiate. Look, that car is really important. How about this? We will take care of the repairs completely and even bring in a master to bless it for good luck in business. But his words only fueled Wang's anger, who flat out refused to negotiate. I got plenty of cash. You think I need you to fix my car? You think I am doing this for some chick? I am taking care of this right here. Right now. Hey. Grab this girl and get her in my car. Brother Yang kept trying to calm the situation. No need for all this. Boss Wang, if you want, I've got plenty of beautiful models for you to choose from. They are just kids. There is no need for it to go this far. Old Wang interrupted. Kids, my foot. I see we are doing just fine here. Get lost. Lin Bao stepped closer to Brother Yang, speaking softly. Old Yang, do not worry about this. These are VIPs of our big brother. When I first got here, Big Bro told me to make sure Wang is happy. Just hearing the name of this ruthless god, Ding's face showed 3 parts shock and 7 parts fear. Big Bro is here. Luma nodded. That is right. Today Big Bro has invited 3 special guests, one of whom is our boss, the king. Over here, Exo-san knows just how powerful the guy they call Big Bro is. She can't help but feel anxious. Is not he the underground king of this area? If you mess with him, you are done for. The girl with the phone pulled it out and said, if you guys keep this up, I will call the cops. Tichi chimed in. Yeah, call the cops. Suddenly, the useless girl Vi Zhang spoke up. Right. We already called the police. So do not do anything stupid. Watching her friend act without thinking, Mithai Nam could only feel frustrated. How did I end up liking someone so foolish? At that moment, Boss Viting's eyes were glued to Vi Ving's petite frame. And he thought, I only wanted one girl earlier. But now I want both. Lum did not need to ask twice. He immediately ordered his crew to charge forward and grab them. It was only then that Metfazvi finally spoke up, pointing directly at the thugs approaching them. Stop right there. You can't take her. I promised her mom I would get her home. The two thugs approached, looking at Meki Nam with confusion. Thinking, is this kid really trying to play tough? He is tough. Even the rich kids were intimidated by his words and actions. This guy is really looking for trouble. He thinks he can just walk away from this unscathed. Ving, worried, hid behind McNam and whispered, What are you doing? The police will be here soon. You should run. Lum's face was cold, but he grinned with amusement. Kid, you really think you can be a hero? But do not worry. I won't take your life today. Just because you said that, Maxi Nam replied, almost exactly the same way. Well, I am saying the same thing. I will spare your life. Hearing this, one of the thugs could not hold back any longer and charged straight at Mevefi Nam. His friend flinched, fearing he would be knocked out, and covered his face. As the fist flew towards him, Mexi Nam not only stood firm but did not even flinch, his eyes locked in fierce focus. He countered with a punch that sent the thug flying back, crashing hard into the wall, while the other thugs rushed over in panic. Luinga, how's it going? He stammered, looking shaky. That kid is tough. You guys be careful. The other two thugs' rage flared up, their eyes narrowing at Mefi Nam. Damn it. But before they could make a move, each one received a punch to the face, so fast they did not know what hit them. After taking care of the two tough guys, Messi Nam turns Lo Vang's crew, shouting, And you guys over there. He cursed while charging at him, his mouth spewing insults. Then, with a swift kick, Messi Nam sent a fierce blow straight to Lao Vanung's face, knocking him out cold. Lum, seeing his boss get hit, felt a mix of fear and worry, sweat trickling down his face as he yelled, All right, kid. If you are so tough, stay here while I go call Big Bro. After that, Lambao rallied his crew, urging them to grab the boss and retreat quickly. The whole gang scrambled to regroup immediately. Tucha stood aside, his face stiffening, thinking to himself, how could this laborer fight so well? We have been messing with him all night. Both Sao San and Wudong felt like they were in a dream. What just happened was unbelievable. It should be Manam lying on the ground. Right. When did he learn martial arts? While everyone was at a loss, Manam turned around and said, You all go ahead. Wudong, worried for him, advised, Do not push yourself anymore. Let us just leave now. We can hop in the car and go right away. But Manam insisted, You guys go ahead. I will be fine. If we do not deal with this now, it could get messy later. Suddenly, Tucha shouted, We can leave now. They are coming too fast. From inside, they saw a strange vehicle rushing towards them. Sao San huddled behind him, trembling, saying, What do we do? I am so scared. Talich blamed everything on Manam, saying it was all his fault. Not ours. Even the little girl, Wudong, chimed in to criticize him, saying, Yeah, Manam, why did you make them change their plans? Those harsh words made him feel incredibly frustrated. With a contemptuous tone, he said, You guys are pathetic. Just get lost and let me handle this. The rich kids did not say another word and hurriedly left through a different route. But Wudong turned back before going, scolding him. Don't you know how to talk? You are the one who got us into this mess. You should fix it. Goodbye. Just after Lam Bao left, he quickly returned with a heavy-hitting thug, the kind who smokes and looks tough. He announced, I heard some kid came to my territory causing trouble. Who's it? Get out here. The door swung open, and Ma Nam stepped out, his gaze sharp and his voice dripping with arrogance. I am right here. He walked straight up to the thug, his expression icy. The man was indeed a real gangster. The thug raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Kid, so you do know some martial arts, but do not think you can take on all of us. Manam calmly replied, I am not looking to kill anyone right now. Let us just end this here tonight. The thug laughed derisively, calling him weak. He pointed to a nearby motorcycle and said, You see that red-hot exhaust? Stick your face in it for 10 minutes, and I will let you go. Manam coldly replied, I do not have time to waste talking to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, landing a punch square in the thug's gut. The thug staggered backward, crashing into a car, his whole body shaking from the pain. Blood poured from his nose and mouth, staining his chin red. His eyes turned wild, like a cornered beast, roaring in fury. Daring to strike me? You really want to die? No matter how skilled you are, can you outrun a car? Before he finished, the thug spun around and lunged for the sports car parked by the road. The impact was so violent that the car shook violently. The thug yanked the steering wheel hard, flooring the gas pedal. The car roared to life like a raging beast, charging straight for Manam. He yelled frantically from inside the car. I am going to kill you today. It is not just one life. I can pay you off with 300 or 400 grand later. The car rode like a wild beast, barreling straight toward Man Nam, headlights blazing like a spotlight, the terrifying speed causing the ground to shake. Yet, Man Nam stood his ground, completely unfazed. Just as the tires were only a few steps away from him, the screeching sound of brakes echoed, creating a spine-chilling noise against the pavement. Everyone around held their breath, hearts pounding as if they might leap from their chests. The onlookers turning pale. Oh no, was that it? Where did that kid go? Could he have been dragged under the car and crushed to death? But as the dust began to settle, the sight before them left everyone speechless. Man Nam stood there, calm as a mountain, one foot firmly planted on the front of the car. The car's front was sunk into a deep ditch. The windshield shattered like a spider's web. The Lambeau crowd was equally stunned. Wait, am I seeing this right? I mean, could he be the bodyguard hired by those rich folks? A bodyguard is not supposed to be that strong. Someone whispered. I heard that the assassins on the hit list practice some ancient techniques. Their power is absolutely terrifying. Do you think this kid looks like one? An assassin? Someone next to him retorted. Voice trembling. No way. But the aura around him definitely has the mark of a master. I have heard of this kind of terrifying power before from Eving Jia. Back then I did not believe it. So it is real after all. Man Nam paid no mind to the murmurs around him. He kicked hard, delivering a blow like lightning, flipping the car over, its wheels pointing skyward. Not stopping there, he spun around and unleashed a second kick. The car, weighing tons, was sent rolling toward the edge of the cliff, half of it precariously hanging over. Man Nam stepped forward, one foot crushing the vehicle with authority. Right now, if he lets go, that car is going headfirst into the abyss. Inside, the big boss was sweating bullets. Cold sweat poured down like a shower. Voice trembling. Bro. I mean, big boss. Please do not move your foot. We can talk this out. We can work it out. The crowd outside stood frozen, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and excitement. Oh my. What kind of monster is this? Is he a special forces soldier? A girl screamed, face in her hands, her voice dreamy. He is so handsome. I do not care if he is a monster or not. I am totally into him. Man Nam leaned down, his gaze sharp, repeating every word like a blade cutting through. You are gonna pay 300,000 or 400,000. Got it. The big boss panicked and shouted back, words tumbling out hurriedly. Big boss. You misunderstood. I meant the brakes failed. Man Nam did not bother listening. His tone? You are still paying 300,000 or 400,000. Not daring to ponder further, the big boss immediately yelled. I will. Big boss. This car almost hurt you. Of course. I will compensate. I have to pay? Then he shouted to his lackeys. Lamba blow. Get over here. Hand over all the cash you have on your cards. Lamba blow. In a pen. Hurried over to Man Nam. Shaking, he pulled out 2 cards. Cold sweat trickling down his temples. B. The payments for tonight. One is over 200,000. And the other is over 400,000. Inside the car, the big boss was screaming like a madman. Give this 400,000 card to him. Damn it. You scared my big boss tonight. This little money will help calm him down. Lumbo quickly presented the cards with both hands. Stammering. Big boss. Please take this card. The password is 6/8. You can withdraw anytime. Nam grabbed the money with a chilling voice. This is just enough to keep me from killing you temporarily. But how long you stay alive in Vietnam depends on you. With that, he kicked hard, and the car lost its balance, plunging straight into the deep abyss. Inside, the gang leader screamed in despair. Damn it. We got the money. But someone save me. Lam's face turned pale as he shouted frantically. You guys, hurry down and save the boss. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger, and roared. You all, get up there and kill him. The thugs echoed his rage, shouting. He dared to hurt the boss. Kill him. Faced with that attitude, Nam frowned slightly, his tone. You guys still want to stop me? This is not something money can solve. Lam gritted his teeth and snapped back. You hurt the boss and still want to get away with it. Just when the tension was as tight as a guitar string, a convoy of luxurious supercars suddenly roared into view, their headlights cutting through the darkness of the hillside. The car doors swung open, and a man stepped out with an aura that froze everyone in place. Lam's group stood there, mouths agape at his Hung. Lam was overjoyed, feeling like a savior had arrived, and quickly exclaimed, Hung, you came at the perfect time. We are in deep trouble. You have to help us. But Hung frowned, his voice stern and cold. What are you all doing? Don't you know this is a law-abiding society? Hearing this, Lam felt a pang of guilt and quickly softened his tone. Hung, we really did not hurt anyone. We just wanted to scare this kid a bit. He injured many of my brothers, and even pushed the boss down the hill. Kan Hung ignored the thugs and walked straight up to the young man, scrutinizing him.
Hey.
Are you Nam? The young man nodded calmly.
Yep.
That is. Hearing this, Lam asked curiously. Hung. You know this brat? Just waiting for that. Kan Hung immediately exploded in anger, slapping Lam hard. Are you blind or something? You even dared to mess with Nam. Damn it. Go over there and apologize to him right now. Lam was taken aback, his face turning pale. Stuttering. He is your guy. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately bent down, his voice trembling. You are a gentleman, I am just a petty thug. Please forgive me this once. I swear I did not see the mountain. Nam just gave a cold nod and turned to Kan Hung. You are from the Yen family. Right. Kan Hung quickly bowed his head, speaking respectfully. That is right, I am Kan Hung. You should call me Hung. You saved the old lady last time and then disappeared. Tonight, I am here to personally take you to the Yen family. After saying that, he asked, are you free right now? Can you come with me? Nam nodded but glanced back at the thugs. But I do not know about their boss. Kan Hung replied seriously. Those guys. I will give you a satisfactory answer when I get back. As he spoke, he personally opened the door of the supercar. Come on. Get in the car with me. Nam nodded and casually stepped into the vehicle. All right. Just a bunch of losers. As the car door slammed shut, the convoy sped off quickly, leaving Lam's group standing there in stunned silence. Sweat pouring down as if they had just come out of a shower, only one thought remained in their minds. Damn it, thank goodness I did not take action back then. Otherwise, who knows what kind of backstory this Mefi Nam has that could make the infamous family send someone to pick him up. The convoy winds through the mountain roads, finally turning into a grand gate, revealing a lavish villa before Mefi Nam, its golden lights illuminating the intricate architectural details. He raised an eyebrow, quietly amazed this dragon motif from the 12 zodiac signs. And the horse-themed architecture is listed as a national treasure. Even this Njai leather vehicle is no ordinary ride. No wonder a guy like Sadun Hung has to play the sidekick to the head of Even Jaya. Sim Hung ushered Mefi Nam inside, then smiled and asked,
Wait.
Mefi Nam, can you wait in the lobby for a bit? Mexi Nam replied flatly. I'm only waiting until midnight. I have got things to do tomorrow. Mexi Nam replied flatly. Fine. You go ahead and let Yen La know I am here. I will hold tight. With that, he turned and walked deeper into the villa, leaving Mexi Nam alone. At this moment, Mexi Nam noticed a display cabinet showcasing treasures in the main hall. He thought to himself, with so many gemstones on display, not a single one seems to possess any spiritual energy. Just as he was examining closely, a bright voice interrupted. Hey, do you know anything about gemstones? As she spoke, she shook her head dismissively, clearly mocking his knowledge of her family's gems. From the stairs, a young lady appeared in a pink nightgown, her face showing clear annoyance. Mexi Nam turned around and calmly replied, I know a little. The girl glanced at him and, half-jokingly, said, You are not modest at all. Are you? You must be Mexi Nam. I am Yen then. Mexi Nam nodded and greeted her. Nice to meet you. You are the one who brought me to check on the patient. Then flashed a cheeky smile with a teasing glint in her eyes. She said, Why are you in such a hurry? Just wait a little longer. The master's examining my grandma. Hearing this, Mexi Nam's expression darkened slightly. He thought, what master could be better than a god-level doctor? This is such a waste of time. Upon hearing that, Mexi Nam's expression turned serious. The clock was ticking down to midnight. Just then, footsteps echoed. The auntie spotted someone approaching and exclaimed, Dad. The man walked up, soothingly saying, Dantai, go rest. It is fine, there is a master checking on the family. Then he turned to greet the guest. Mefi Nam. Thank you for waiting. I am Yen Longthing, and I appreciate you saving my mother. The two shook hands, and Mefi Nam calmly said, No need to be formal. It is what I am here for. Let us go see the patient. Longthing smiled appreciatively. Truly a healer like a mother. Wanting to check on the patient right away, let us go. He gestured and led the way, inviting him to follow. Mexi Nam walked towards the back courtyard, where the architecture was completely different from the front. Glancing around, he thought, I can't believe this villa has transformed into a courtyard. With money, you can do anything. Arriving at Ian Funan's room, he found quite a few people gathered around her bed. When Meki Nam entered with Longthing, the Grandmaster's secretary, Atron, chimed in with a smirk. Temporary guest. Is this kid you brought, the legendary acupuncture master? What a joke. Another secretary scoffed. What a time we live in. Long has not even grown up and is already out here fooling people. Hearing this, Secretary Tron picked up on the vibe. Today, if he meets our master, it will be an eye-opener for him. Everyone had something to say. Their disdain was palpable. Those scumbags, even if they witnessed our master's skills, would not be able to learn a thing. Mephinam felt a surge of irritation, his brows furrowing, his voice icy as he snapped. You all shut it. Don't you realize the patient needs peace? What is this racket doing here? He stepped closer to the bed, observing Lady Yine's condition. She lay there, her body trembling uncontrollably. A flash of realization hit Mephinam. She had been poisoned. Standing aside, his gaze intense, he could not stop the whirlwind of questions in his mind, wondering who could have done this. At that moment, Master Ken's firm voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. After my examination, it is clear Lady Yan has been poisoned. Have you caught anyone suspicious yet? The atmosphere in the room thickened as Lady Yannian's expression turned fierce, a mix of anger and anxiety evident on her face. I have sent bodyguards to investigate. We will have news soon. Master Kin, can you cure this poison? Master Kin replied decisively, his voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry. With me here, there is no poison I can neutralize. Just follow my instructions, and this toxin will be fully resolved. As he spoke, the old man's gaze shifted slightly, his tone dropping, tinged with a hint of reluctance. However, many of the herbs needed are quite rare. Before he could finish, Lady Yan interjected sharply, her voice authoritative. Master Kin, about the costs? You do not need to worry. Just focus on saving my wife. Upon hearing this, Master Ken's demeanor instantly brightened, the wariness vanishing, replaced by a cheerful smile. Then I will use the best herbs, and I promise she will be completely healthy within a month. He turned to his assistant, his voice serious. Bring my medicine box here. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed as a figure rushed in. A slender silhouette appeared, and the assistant stood there speechless. A swift kick tore through the air, striking the assistant Tron and shattering the medicine box, shards clattering to the ground. It turned out this female assassin was Ulgusa, the one Mechi Nam had saved the other day. Her gaze sweeping across the room, she asked sharply, You want to save her? Have you even consulted me? Lady Yemen's face flushed with anger. Tra Hung. What the hell are you doing? That is the medicine for my wife. The air in the room became tense as Chi Dan Hung stepped forward, and trying to block Lu Sa, his voice booming. You are being outrageous. You are jeopardizing Lady Yan's treatment. Can you handle the consequences? Without a word, she merely glanced at him and sprang into action. Her fist slammed into Sa Hung's chest like a sledgehammer. He flew backward, crashing into the wall, dust swirling around him. Blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. He gasped for breath, struggling through the pain. This strength. She is not just any assistant. Bodyguards. Get in here and subdue her. Immediately, 2 bodyguards in black burst through the door, guns drawn, shouting. Don't move. Lu turned, her eyes glinting with a chilling fierceness. The 2 bodyguards did not hesitate, pulling the triggers as 2 bullets tore through the air. But with a swift sidestep, she evaded them effortlessly. At that moment, provocative motion, Lu Sa removed her glasses, revealing a malevolent gleam in her eyes. She raised her hand, and the broken glass flew out at lightning speed. They burst right through the 2 bodyguards, blood splattering everywhere, their lifeless bodies crashing to the floor, warm blood spraying across the room. The master's eyes blazed with fury, his blood boiling. He stepped forward, booming like thunder. A mere little brat, daring to be rude in front of me. Elder Yan immediately clasped his hands together, his voice pleading. Master, if you save Yan today, I promise there will be rewards. He scoffed coldly, his aura rising like a storm. Do not worry, Elder Yan. It is just a little kid. I will take her down right here. Right after that, the old man's body trembled with a rhythm. Internal energy surged forth, whipping up strong winds that made his silver hair dance, the house shaking beneath him. The overwhelming presence left Elder Yan in awe, his eyes filled with hope. This powerful energy. The master truly is a grandmaster of Kai. The master took a deep breath. His foot stomped down with a crack. His body soared like an eagle, diving straight down. His hands moved with force. 2 powerful blasts like thunder erupted, blinding light making everyone squint. The force was terrifying. The thick stone wall behind him shattered into huge chunks, dust swirling everywhere. Yet, the female assassin stood there, unfazed, not a scratch on her. She tilted her head to dodge the attack. The corner of her lips curled into a cold smile. Come on. These moves are just the same few tricks. So disappointing. The master gritted his teeth, hissing through clenched jaws. Dealing with someone with these few moves is enough. If you want to talk big, wait until you break my Kai first. Luxia scoffed, her long hand slowly pulling out a hairpin, the metallic gleam cold and sharp. Just a little Kai left. I will break it for you to see. She swung her hand, throwing the hairpin like a shooting star, slicing through the air. Caught off guard, the hairpin lodged deep into the master's shoulder. His whole body shook, his energy instantly paralyzed, dissipating like a pop balloon. Blood dripped weakly. I can't believe I lost today to a hairpin. At this sight, Elder Yan, cold sweat pouring down like rain, his heart racing wildly. Has the master admitted defeat? Watching from the side, the man frowned, a familiar feeling creeping in. This secretary looks a bit familiar. At that moment, Luxi also spotted him, her gaze flickering with shock. Why is he here? What is he doing here? No matter. The mission comes first. With no one to stop her, her killing intent surged, stepping closer to Mess Yan's bed. Just then, Long Thing rushed out to block her path, arms wide open. Speaking rapidly. You are an assassin. How much did they pay you? Just stop and tell me who sent you. I will give you 10 times the amount. If not, you will offend the entire Yan family today, and I will make you pay 10 times later. Luxia shot him a glance. Her eyes emotionless. Killing one person is the same as killing two. Since you have already crossed the Yan family, if you refuse to back down, then let us make it a double kill. With that, a small knife glimmered in her hand, then flew like a flash, embedding itself straight into Long Thing's chest. He stumbled back, blood gushing from his mouth, panic in his eyes, with only one thought left. Oh no. I can to stop her, and now I have made her angry. Luke steps forward, drawing a gleaming knife, aiming straight at Madame Yan's chest. Just a few more steps. But a calm voice rings out, making her freeze in place. My patient. No one is allowed to harm her. The whole room goes tense. Secretary Tran suddenly shouts, Kid. What the hell are you doing? Shut your mouth. Are you trying to get us all killed? You worthless scum. The old master frowns, sighing disdainfully. You really do not know the stakes. Do you? What is happening right now is serious, so stop flexing. Luix subtly examines the knife, her gaze wavering for a moment, her voice dropping. You have no idea what is going on. The young man furrows his brow, looking closer. This face. This body. It can't be. Elder Yin quickly steps in to advise. Little brother. Thank you. But she is at least an tier assassin. Do not waste your life on this. It is not your fight. But the young man is unfazed, his eyes locked on Liu Xa, his voice heavy. If you leave now, I won't stop you. The air thickens. No one dares to speak further. Secretary Tran asserts. This guy clearly wants to die. Just then, Tao Shen, Liu's partner, bursts in, covered in blood, clearly just dealt with the bodyguards outside. He looks at Li, who hesitates, and asks loudly, What is going on? Why are not you making a move? She replies softly, clearly on alert. This kid's not ordinary. We need to be careful. Tao Shen chuckles dismissively, pulling out a gun and stepping forward. You are backing down. A little punk like you thinks you can scare me. The instant he raises the gun, the young man quietly picks up a shard from the ground. His wrist flicks, and the shard flies like a bolt of lightning. It embeds itself deep into Tao Shen's hand, blood splattering everywhere, and the gun clatters to the floor. He screams in pain. You little brat. Is that all you can do? Attack from behind. The young man steps forward, his voice low and menacing. Attack from behind. You think you deserve to say that? Get out of my way. He stomps down hard, shaking the floor violently. Water ripples spread out like a spider's web, an invisible pressure engulfing the room, weighing down everything in its reach. And Tao Shen both step back, their expressions turning serious. The water on the ground spreads wider, curling like giant snakes, forcing the two assassins against the wall. With nowhere to retreat, the young man stands tall in the center of the room, his gazy, his voice booming with deadly intent. This is your line between life and death. Cross it, and you will die. The air thickens. Even breaths become heavy. Long Thing swallows hard, his face pale, stammering. Macnam. Macnam. This is a bit too dramatic. The ground is soaked. In another corner, Elder Yin stands frozen, eyes wide with shock and admiration, his voice pleading earnestly. The young man looks at him, calmly replying, No need for all that, with me here. They won't touch my patient. Then his gaze shifts to the two assassins, sharp as a blade. If you do not make a move, they won't come after you. A chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. And all she could think was, we can take this kid on. We have to abandon our mission. Without hesitating for another second, she spun on her heel, feeling the weight of the situation today. We have run into a master. Tio clenched his fists so tightly that the veins bulged, but in the end, he had to swallow his anger and turn away, with a low, frustrated grunt. He muttered, This kid is definitely a martial arts prodigy. Even two-rank assassins like us do not stand a chance. I am dropping this mission. Just after the two assassins left, the tension in the air snapped. Vanti rushed in, panic written all over her face. Is everyone okay? Was there an earthquake? Long Thing quickly reassured his daughter. No earthquake. Just some trouble that Macnam has already dealt with. Vanti's eyes widened, still in shock. Dealt with? But I saw Secretary Zhang running out with a man covered in blood. Longthang nodded slightly. His voice calm but his eyes still held worry. It is. Do not worry. As things began to settle down, MacNam said nothing more, quietly taking a seat by the hospital bed. His hands were steady, radiating an unusual calm. Each tiny needle was expertly inserted into the acupuncture points of the old lady, precise enough to make anyone hold their breath. Behind him, the master's face was dark. And finally, he lowered his voice. Almost apologetic. MacNam, I was rude earlier, with you here treating the old lady. I won't embarrass myself any further. I will take my leave. With that, he left in silence, and no one bothered to pay attention to the man who only knew how to brag. Dantai, still feeling uneasy, stepped closer, her voice filled with suspicion. If that is the case, why did MacNam let them go? They won't come back. Right, MacNam did not look up, his tone as cold as a winter breeze. Why should I keep them here? Vanti glanced at him, refusing to back down. Her eyes filled with doubt. You are strong enough to let them go. You are not in cahoots with them. Are you, this time, MacNam? Turning to look at her, his gaze deep and sorrowful. Do you really think I need to be in cahoots with them? You really do not know anything. Longthang glanced at the deep puddle on the floor, then at the indifferent demeanor of the young man before him, feeling a shiver down his spine. This guy definitely comes from a martial arts background. How could he afford to make enemies? Thantai was still too naive, worried his daughter might say something foolish. Longthang quickly intervened. MacNam, sir, my daughter does not understand. Please do not hold it against her. Vanti rushed over to apologize. If it were not for MacNam, we would not have made it through this tough spot. The smart Yun family quickly caught on to the change in attitude, bowing their heads. Yep. I got a bit carried away earlier. MacNam. MacNam did not hold a grudge, just smiled faintly in response. No second chances though. Longthang quickly reminded his daughter. Dantai, make sure to properly apologize to Ms. Mac later. Dantai lowered her head, avoiding eye contact, though she still felt a bit uneasy. She finally murmured. Yep, sir. After a long effort to save her, Lady Yen finally woke up. The room instantly filled with joy and emotion. Danti was the first to rush in, her voice trembling yet filled with delight. Grandma, you are finally awake. With the purpose of his visit fulfilled, MacNam did not want to linger. He gently adjusted his shirt. Speaking calmly, the patient is no longer a concern. I will be taking my leave now. But Yen immediately stepped forward to stop him, his eyes sincere yet slightly worried. Master Nam, why the rush? I still have a few words I want to say to you. Shall we head to the study to chat? He glanced at the clock on his phone, considered for a moment, then slowly replied. All right, I can spare an hour. Hearing this, Yen's face broke into a gentle smile. He immediately gestured invitingly. Very well. Metsi Trinet, please follow me. Just as he was about to step out the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind. Dantai, do not forget to follow and serve Mappa Citrenan Nen. Van froze. Annoyance clearly etched on her face. She did not want to, but still had to silently follow, her heart boiling with frustration. The scene shifted to the study. The quiet atmosphere, the wooden decor mixed with a faint aroma of tea created a pleasant sensation. Vanti stood in front of the table, her hands skillfully performing each tea-making motion, looking very practiced. Unlike her earlier reluctance, her face began to relax, focused to the point where her features harmonized with the delicate wisps of tea smoke. After a meticulous 7749-step process, a cup of pure tea was finally presented. Vanti gently raised her hand, her tone polite but hard to hide her coldness. MC Trinet, please enjoy the tea. Mefi Nam, without any pretenses, took the cup and downed it in one go. This simple act made Miss Ayn even more uncomfortable, as she silently judged. Just a brute with strength. Does not even understand the tea culture. And he drank it all. Just then, Yin spoke, breaking the silence. MC Trinet, did those two assassins reach the shadow energy realm today? Can you tell if they are anything special? Mexinam tilted his head and casually asked. What is the shadow energy realm? Ian paused. Chuckling awkwardly, he thought to himself. He does not even know about the internal energy realm. Without hiding, he slowly explained. It is the classification system of ancient martial arts for practitioners. The first realm is the practitioners of the family lineage, possessing the internal energy realm. He suddenly became serious. The second realm is the practitioners of the hidden lineage, possessing the shadow energy realm, which is quite formidable. The third realm is the practitioner who reaches the transformation energy realm. But those experts are usually the elders of the ancient martial arts families. Upon hearing this, Matinam pondered, his gaze lost in thought, realizing they categorize realms differently than what his master taught him. Remembering Whis, he thought to himself, if she is indeed at the shadow energy realm, then the ancient martial arts family is not worth mentioning. While Meki Nam was still deep in thought, Yin suddenly placed an exquisite box on the table. speaking solemnly. Master, I can't thank you enough for all your help these past few days. Please accept this token of my gratitude. Inside the box is an exquisite diamond watch, along with a key. He smiled and explained. This watch was a gift from a comrade long ago. And this key is for a house near your school. That way, you won't have to worry about commuting anymore. I hope you accept it. Macnam did not refuse. He simply nodded calmly and took both items. This gift was just perfect for me, so I will gladly accept it. His words ignited a warm flush in his chest, making it hard to hold back his emotions. Now, you are really not holding back, are you? Do you know how valuable this watch is? The way my niece is acting up. Old Yan is getting really mad. You should not be so rude. The atmosphere in the study turned tense. She stood frozen, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet her eyes sparkled with defiance. At that moment, Macnam merely smirked slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. His tone calm yet layered with sarcasm. Looks like this watch is worth a fortune. Since you have saved me time on my studies, I will make sure to give you a little of my time in return. I will brew some potions and gift you a few later. Hearing this, Old Yan was so happy he clasped his hands together, his eyes shining with excitement. Thank you, Macnam. But the kid just crossed her arms, irritated, and scoffed. Potions. Sounds impressive, but they are just some vitamin pills. We are not short on those. You know. Macnam turned his head, his icy gaze sweeping over her, his voice dripping with disdain. Potions. Do I really need to brew those? With that, a look of utter boredom crossed Macnam's face. He sighed, his tone turning cold as he said, This conversation is not going anywhere. I have said enough. It is time to go. Goodbye. He stood up decisively. Old Yan rushed forward, worry etched on his face, awkwardly smiling as he explained. Master, I am sorry. The kid is young and does not understand. I will make sure to teach her properly. He then turned and called out loudly. Someone. Escort Mer. Back home. A person quickly stepped in, bowing in response. Yep. Old Yan. That night, Yan's family sent Macnam back to his apartment. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he froze, narrowing his eyes slightly, a glint of wariness flashing in his gaze. Why was the light in his house still on? He wanted to see which thief had the guts to break in. He quickly made his way to the door. But as soon as he opened it, the blaring music and the raucous laughter of the rich kids Vi Zong brought along hit him like a ton of bricks. He felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you all here? Spotting him, Vi Zong rushed over with a smile that seemed a bit too eager to please. Mephi Nam, you are back. But Mephi Nam ignored her completely, his face as cold as ice. He strode straight into the living room, each step heavy, radiating discomfort like a storm about to erupt. Without saying a word, Mephi Nam walked over to the power outlet and yanked the plug out forcefully. Suddenly, the whole room fell into silence. The music stopped, and the rich kids looked at each other in shock, their expressions as if they could not comprehend what had just happened. Tichite was the first to break the silence, raising his voice. Who turned it off? Turn it back on now. But just as he finished his sentence, his eyes locked onto Mephi Nam's imposing figure standing in the middle of the room. His gaze as cold as a blade. It made him shiver involuntarily, his voice dropping. So it is just the laborer. Oh no. It is Mephi Nam who is back. At that moment, Mephi Nam's anger erupted like a volcano, his voice hoarse, each word slicing through the air like a sharp knife. Why are you all in my house? Vi Ying hurriedly spoke up. We were just worried about you. That is why we waited here for you. Suddenly her tone turned accusatory. You come back so late and immediately take it out on us. You really have no conscience. Hearing this, Tichite chimed in, his voice dripping with provocation. Exactly. Are not you supposed to be tough? Can you take on special forces? What are you so cool about? If it were not for Vioxing's face, would I even come to your shabby little house? As soon as he finished speaking, Mephi Nam's gaze swept across the room. The sofa stained with alcohol, red marks soaked into the cushions. On the floor, cigarette butts were scattered, some still smoldering. His eyes darkened, a fire igniting within him. Finally, a voice as cold as ice rang out, powerful like thunder. My house does not welcome you. Get out. The group was shouted at by Mephi Nam. But instead of being scared, their tone remained sweetly contemptuous. Tichite sneered, the corners of his mouth curling in mockery. Oh wow. Taking down two little punks, and you are puffing up like a peacock, another guy said. Irritated. You think you are something. I came to your dump of a house out of respect for you. At the same time, Vi Ying quickly interjected, her voice laced with annoyance. Mephi Nam. You need to understand, this is my house. If it is not welcoming, it is me who should not be welcoming you. Hearing that, Mephi Nam paused for a moment, a fleeting memory flickering in his mind. She did not remind him, nor did she recall that during high school, he had lived in that rundown house. And now it was just right to move out. Without saying a word, Mephi Nam turned and walked straight into his bedroom. A few minutes later, The sound of wheels and glasses dragging across the floor echoed as he stepped out with a cold expression, pulling a large suitcase. Stopping in front of Viz Wang, his voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. "This is just the key to your house." With that said, Mepsi Nam did not look back. Turning and heading straight for the door, V Wang called after him in a panic. "Wait, where are you going at this hour?" Mepsi Nam did not stop. His cold reply made the atmosphere in the room drop. "Not your concern." Your response left Vek Izang speechless, saying it was not his concern if my mom asks. "One did it just turn into the night I kick you out." But you kept walking, not even bothering to look back or reply. V Wang clenched his fists, his voice dripping with anger. "Guys like you do not need to be so petty. Do you? We waited for you to come back because we consider you a friend." Upon hearing this, Mexi Nam stopped and tilted his head, a cold smirk creeping on his lips. "You want to be my friend? You are not even close." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from behind. "Stop right there." Mexi Nam turned around, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Behind him stood Dessa-san, her face flushed with anger. In a cold tone, he asked, "What is it now?" She yelled, "Of course there is something. It is about how you are training that Lun Biao kid at the racetrack." Mexi Nam raised an eyebrow, then casually turned away, his voice light as a breeze. "If you want to say thank you, you do not need to." Hearing that, Asi-san's face turned beet red, and she shouted, "Are you crazy? Why should we thank you?" She rushed over, wrapping her arms around Suchi. Her eyes filled with reproach. Her voice was sharp as she continued, "You clearly know martial arts. If you can fight like that, why did not you jump in earlier? Just look at what those thugs did to my Suchi." She kept rambling on, her words growing harsher. "Mac Nam, what are you planning? Why did you make us rush like this? You left all your stuff back there. If you do not want to help, then do not. Do you even deserve our respect? You have to apologize to us today." Hearing this, Mac Nam's previously cold face darkened. His breath became heavy, and his eyes flashed with irritation. He clenched his lips, his voice low and cutting. "If that is what you think, then how about this?" Mac Nam's tone turned icy. "Let me pack you all up and take you back to the police station." Upon hearing that, the sly girl froze, a chill running down her spine. V could not take it anymore and blurted out, "Enough already. Mephi Nam. They are all my friends." Without a word, Maxi Nam turned to open the door, his tall silhouette radiating a chilling indifference as he prepared to leave. He left behind a sharp warning. "Take good care of your friends. Next time I want to go easy on them." V hurriedly called out, "Mephi Nam. Wait." She rushed after him, but when she reached the ground floor, that boy's figure had vanished. V stood there panting, her face a mix of frustration and worry. What is wrong with him? Is he really that narrow-minded? With such a hot temper? If he left home, where could he possibly go? The next morning, Maxi Nam stood silently at the bus station, hands in his pockets, his gaze distant. After a while, the familiar bus rolled up just like any other day. As he boarded, a sweet voice called out from behind him, "Mephi Nam. Are you heading to school too?" He turned around to find it was his teacher, Ing Yuen, taking the same bus to school. Her bright face was lit up with a radiant smile. Arriving at school early today, definitely worth celebrating. Mepsi Nam felt a bit awkward, gave a slight nod, and said, "Good morning, homeroom teacher." Just as the bus started to roll, a sudden jolt made the driver slam on the brakes. This threw Ungan off balance, sending her tumbling right into Mephi Nam's arms. In that fleeting moment, a gentle fragrance wafted by, and the soft touch of her body against him made Mephi Nam's heart race. He felt bashful but could not deny the thrill surging within him. Ing Yan quickly regained her composure, stepping away from him, turning her face aside. Her voice flustered, "Sorry about that, I lost my balance." Mexi Nam smiled politely, offering her his seat. There is a spot here. Please sit down. I will move to the back." Ning Yan nodded slightly, her grateful smile brightening up. "Thank you." Just as she sat down, Mexi Nam noticed a guy behind them sneaking glances, his eyes filled with ill intent directed at Engin An. She seemed to catch on too, clutching her bag tightly, her body tense. While the thug frowned, muttering to himself, "Better back off. She is more alert than I thought." Ing An pulled her bag closer, her eyes glinting with caution as she felt the predator's gaze lingering on her from behind. Even the homeroom teacher seemed to have picked up on it. Staying alert, the thug lost focus, his face darkening as he whispered an expletive under his breath. His eyes scanned around until they landed on a plump woman standing nearby. She seemed to have dozed off while standing, her handbag dangling loosely from her shoulder. His eyes glinted with a sinister intent. It was definitely her. He inched closer, quietly approaching his target. But just as he was about to make his move, a clear, commanding voice rang out, "Sister, wake up, check your purse." The chubby woman jolted awake, still trying to grasp what was happening when the robber snapped angrily, "You filthy woman." The fat lady, furious, pointed a finger at him and shouted back. What do you have in your hand? Show me. Are you trying to steal my money? The robber grinned menacingly, enunciating each word. What I have in my hand is none of your business. Before he could finish, An quickly turned and shouted for everyone to hear. Everyone. Be careful. He is a pickpocket. He just tried to steal our stuff. Her words exploded like a bomb, causing everyone in the vehicle to turn their attention to the robber. The atmosphere grew chaotic as the car sped up, racing down the street. Bao Tai turned around, furious, shouting, Kid, you dare to steal from me. Grab him and take him to the police station. Cornered, the robber's eyes blazed with rage, and suddenly he pulled out a shiny knife, yelling, Who the hell is calling the cops? Come at me. Cold gleam of the knife under the car lights froze everyone in the vehicle. Nobody dared to move. Old lady, I am robbing you. So what? You think I won? Take your bag, you fat hat. The chubby lady trembled, stammering as she pleaded, quickly unzipping her bag. I swear, look in my bag. Besides the wallet you stole, there is nothing valuable in there. The robber yelled back, his tone harsh. Shut up and hand over the bag. Don't think I do not know how much your bag is worth? Stop pretending to be poor. An's face turned pale with anger, stepping forward and shouting. You are going too far. Not only are you stealing, but you also need to give that bag back. If not, we will call the police. An gritted her teeth, cursing loudly. You are despicable. The thief instantly shifted the knife, his face twisted, screaming like a madman. You filthy woman. Dressed like that and still trying to play the hero. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Go die. As soon as he finished, he charged forward like a cornered beast. The cold blade sliced through the air, striking the cheek of the girl N, leaving a long trail of bright red blood. Chaos erupted in the vehicle. Screams filled the air. Blood. Get out of the way. Amid the panic, the thief demanded the driver open the door, then jumped out, clutching the stolen goods. Ming Nam could not hold back any longer. His face hardened. Teeth gritted as he cursed. You worthless scum. Ming Nam clenched his jaw, legs coiling like springs before he launched himself through the car window. He landed on his toes and without missing a beat, sprinted towards the thief. Ahead, the thief glanced back, a sinister grin creeping across his lips, his eyes gleaming with arrogance as he mocked. You are not catching up to me, fool. Ming Nam shouted furiously. Then go die. Suddenly, he kicked a rock off the roadside. The rock flew like a bullet, hurtling straight ahead. A heavy thud echoed as it slammed into the thief's ankle, the impact causing blood to spray everywhere. The thief collapsed, clutching his knee in agony, eyes wide with terror. What the hell is happening? Before he could recover, a car barreled towards him, braking hard but too late, the crash resounding ominously. The thief's body was tossed violently, sprawled in a pool of blood. Unconscious, Ming Nam stepped forward, bent down, and retrieved the bag from his hand, his gaze cold. He swept over the blood-soaked figure and muttered in a low voice. If you had not swung that knife, maybe I would let you go. With that, Ming Nam turned, clutching the bag as he headed back to the car. Just as he set foot on the step, the loud voice of the annoying aunt pierced through. What? I have to go to the hospital with her. If I go to the hospital with her, you think I am paying for it? My money's mixed up now. If she had not been so chatty, I would not have to replace my expensive bag. Those venomous words darkened Ming Nam's face, his eyes turning icy as he shot a sharp glance at her. Suddenly, another bystander exclaimed excitedly, He's back. Great job. And he got the bag back. Before anyone could say more, the aunt lunged forward, snatching the bag from Ming Nam's hand with a brutal yank. Not bothering with the ungrateful woman, he quickly moved towards Ejin, who lay unconscious, his face tense, eyes filled with concern over the long bloodied wound on her body. On this side, the aunt examined her bag, suddenly screaming at the top of her lungs. You little thief, I am missing 10,000 yuan. Furious, she rushed over, grabbing Ming Nam by the collar, her face flushed with rage. While squeezing his shirt, she screeched, I clearly had 13,000. How is there only 3,000 left? I wanted to thank you, but you are even more detestable. Thief. Her insults cut deep, like throwing gasoline on a fire. Ming Nam's eyes darkened, and he yanked his hand away in frustration. A hard slap sent the aunt's face flying to the side, and he coldly spat out a single word, sharp as a knife. Bitch. She clutched her cheek, shrieking in anger. You scumbag. You steal from me and hit me too. Do you know who I am? I have never feared anyone. The words barely left her lips when Ming Nam struck again, delivering a fierce slap that echoed like thunder across the cabin, sending her head snapping to the side. The hefty auntie's cheeks puffed up, crimson like a pair of ripe tomatoes, her wails cutting through the air. Help. Someone. Steal from me. This thief even robs others. Someone save me. Shut your mouth, old hag. The shout boomed like thunder, followed instantly by a kick that struck her belly like a hammer. That hefty body was sent flying out the window, spinning in the air before crashing down onto the street, a humiliating pile of flesh. From the ground, the fat aunt's desperate screams continued. I did not steal. I lost my money and got attacked. Inside the vehicle, Masi Nam stood by the window, his cold gaze piercing down, his voice deep and resonant like fire. You are going to hell along with that thief. No one dared to breathe loudly. The air thickened with silence, eyes fixated on Masi Nam, a mix of horror and awe reflecting in their expressions. At that moment, Ing En stirred slightly. Her dazed eyes wandered around, confused about what was happening. His voice was warm and soothing. Don't worry. I am taking you to the hospital. That unexpected gesture made Ing Han's heart flutter. They both stepped out of the car, Masi Nam walking and whispering, no need to stress. There is a hospital nearby. Just a moment later, they arrived, and Ing En was quickly wheeled into the emergency room by a nurse. Meanwhile, Masi Nam stood in the hospital corridor, his gaze silent and contemplative, knowing that even if the wounds healed, they would surely leave unsightly scars. Looks like I need to start training hard now. Masi Nam clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes as he turned and left the hospital, striding forward with purpose. He headed straight to a traditional medicine shop just 2 blocks away. Stepping inside, the pungent smell of herbs hit him like a wave, and Masi Nam scanned the room before approaching the counter. He pulled out a piece of paper and succinctly said, Boss, I need you to gather these herbs for me. The shop owner took the prescription from Masi Nam's hands. After reading it over, he raised an eyebrow. Curiosity pick. Good. Are you messing with me? What are these names? The owner adjusted his glasses to scrutinize the paper more closely, then said, there are 2 herbs on this list, but the others? Never heard of them. Masi Nam tensed up, incredulously asking, you do not have these herbs at your shop? The shopkeeper frowned, annoyance creeping into his voice. Not only do we not have them, but no other traditional medicine shop does either. I have seen countless herbs in my time. You must be pulling my leg. Just leave. But Masi Nam stood firm, his tone steady. Just because you have not seen them does not mean they do not exist. How about this? Let me check your stock, and I will pay a bit extra if I find what I need. Hearing this, the shop owner's eyes widened in anger. Do you think my traditional medicine shop is a joke? If every customer came in here, would I even dare to serve anyone? Masi Nam remained calm, a slight smile on his lips, confidently replying, actually, I know a bit about traditional medicine too. The herbs I have are just different from yours, but as long as I can smell the medicine, I can figure out what the herbs do. If you do not believe me, feel free to check. Old Long paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, pulling out a small jar of powder. All right. If you can smell what this powder does, I will let you in to look around. Masi Nam took it, held the jar to his nose, inhaled deeply with his eyes closed in thought, then calmly said, 16 different scents combined probably mean it is for inflammation and pain relief. The shop owner's eyes went wide, jaw dropped in disbelief. Your nose is that sharp? Good. Did you grow up in traditional medicine? What is your name? As Masi Nam walked in, he replied, I guess you could say that. I'm a Nam. There is not much time left, so I need to start searching. Inside the pharmacy, his sharp eyes scanned everywhere, hands opening each cabinet one by one, while his keen nose sniffed the rich herbal scents. Suddenly, the shop owner's voice rang out from behind. Little Nam, I still have a garden out back with some rare herbs. Do you want to check it out? Hearing this, Masi Nam lit up. Take me there now. So he followed Lu Lozeng through the back door, revealing a lush green garden filled with rare herbs. Masi Nam looked around, thinking it seemed to be just over 200 square meters. But there were a ton of herbs growing here. His gaze stopped at a small flower bush, and he exclaimed in surprise, You even grow to mentha and ton. The herbs here are quite diverse. The shop owner raised an eyebrow, proudly asking, Is that enough for you? Masi Nam nodded eagerly. Yeah. I just need a bit of the herbal essence and a furnace. Masi Nam was led into the kitchen, carefully selecting the freshly picked herbs, tossing them into a copper pot, then lighting a fire. The flames flickered, reflecting off his calm and focused face. Every move he made was precise enough to leave Luo Longing speechless, thinking he only knew how to differentiate herbs. But it turns out he also knew how to brew medicine without missing a beat. As if sensing that gaze, Masi Nam stepped back, his voice calm. I still need to brew this medicine for a while, so do not mind me. Hearing this, Old Luong raised an eyebrow, his tone skeptical. For that long? Well, fine then. Before leaving, he glanced back at the boy's focused expression one more time, feeling a rush of excitement in his heart. If he can control the flame like that, maybe traditional medicine has a chance to rise again. Finally, the medicine was ready. Masi Nam wiped the sweat off his brow, walked up to the counter, and asked, All done. How much do I owe you? Old Luong. No need to pay? Nam smiled gently, pulled a delicate vial from his sleeve, and handed it to him. Since it is like this, let us consider it fate. I am giving you this vial. It is for scar removal. With that, he turned to leave, his figure gradually disappearing at the door of the shop, before heading back to the hospital to find Yu Huan. As soon as he stepped into the hospital lobby, Nam spotted a familiar figure. Yu Dong. Arms crossed, waiting, with a hostile glare upon seeing him. She said, Nam, you finally decided to show your face. If you had not, I would be called the cops. Nam raised an eyebrow, his tone curious. What are you doing here? I came here with my mom. Yu Dong gritted her teeth, taking a step closer. And you? What is your deal? You have not gone home or to school. Are you trying to gain sympathy from my mom or something? Nam brushed her off, his voice indifferent. You have misunderstood. I have things to do. Yu Dong laughed, then shook her keys in front of him. I am not misunderstanding. What things do you have? Anyway, I do not care. Just hurry up and move back home. Nam's voice dropped, tinged with exhaustion. I have found a place near the school. I am not going back. Yu Dong scoffed, her tone mocking. You found a place. With what money? If you are not under my roof, that is already a win. Why are you trying to live like this? Nam tilted his head, his gaze turning icy, deciding not to say much more to her. I need to visit Ms. But Yu Dong raised a hand to block him, her voice firm. You can't go in. The principal is having a discussion with Ms. She wants to leave the school. Stunned for a moment, Nam spun around, his eyes blazing with fire. What did you just say? Without hesitation, he charged towards the door and slammed it open. Inside, the vice principal was sitting across from another teacher, the air thick with tension. The vice principal turned around, surprise flashing in his eyes. Nam, what are you doing here? He hesitated a moment, his gaze darting between the people present, then replied softly. Vice principal. Teacher. The vice principal sighed, a hint of reproach in his voice. Nam, why did not you knock before coming in? But he did not bring up that reminder. Nam's eyes were fixed on Yu Huan, who was sitting quietly by the bed. His voice dropped. I heard and wants to leave the school. It seems urgent. The teacher next to him immediately reacted with irritation. Scolding. Urgent or not. That is not how you do things. We adults are discussing important matters. You need to leave. It is quite rude. Nam spun around, his gaze sharp, his voice cutting like a knife. Politeness. The patient needs to rest. Don't you teachers know that? Wait for and to recover. Then discuss everything once she is back at school. For a moment, the teacher was left speechless, his face flushed with anger. Unable to utter another word, Aunt Nam interjected seriously, her eyes full of warning. Little Nam, do not act like you do not know the hierarchy here. They are trying to convince Mems and to go back to school. But Nam calmly replied, each word firm. Aunt Nam, leave this to me. Within 3 days. And will definitely return to school. The teacher standing nearby chuckled derisively, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What a knave little one, Aunt Nam sighed, turning to Yu Han, her tone softening. All right. Take some time to calm down. We will come back a bit later. With that, she left, and Nam followed suit. The vice principal remarked, I will be with you, teacher. While the other teacher left after throwing in a reassuring comment. Relax. We will help you handle everything else. Wishing you a speedy recovery. But Yu Han remained silent, looking downcast, stepping into the hallway. Aunt Nam, cautioning. And's emotional state is fragile right now. She only trusts you. Try to stay close for a few days. And if anything happens, call me immediately. Got it. Nam nodded vigorously. I got. Once everyone had left, Nam stepped back inside, his gaze gentle, his footsteps soft as if afraid to disturb a wounded soul. But before he could say anything, Yu Han spoke up, her voice trembling and choked with emotion. Nam, please do not encourage her anymore. Her face is ruined. She can't return to school. It will scare the students. Her voice faltered, filled with deep pain. Even talking felt agonizing, with so many stitches. There must be scars. She has become ugly now. Yu Han shivered, her insecurities tightening around her heart, her voice fading. I can't even look in the mirror. I can't tell my family. And I can efface my mom's friends. But contrary to that despair, Nam smiled softly, determination lighting up his eyes. His voice strong yet warm. I can help get rid of the scars on your face. Yu Han asked weakly. Are you talking about surgery? I know. I thought about it too, after I recover. But Nam just smiled confidently. My skills are top-notch. Surgery won't be a problem. He pulled out a small vial from his pocket, offering it to her. Here. Try this. Yu Han looked skeptically at the vial. Confused, so Nam explained. Not only will the wounds heal quickly, But the scars will disappear too, just like before. Yuhan's eyes lit up slightly, her voice trembling. Really? Nam smiled and nodded. Of course. Why would I lie to you? As long as you keep using this, your skin will be back to normal. Yuhan nodded, her voice filled with trust. I believe you. Please help me apply it. Without hesitation, Nam gently moved closer to carefully help his teacher. As the bandage was removed, a large scar appeared, causing Yuhan to falter, tears welling up. It looks so bad. I can't even bear to look at myself. Nam shook his head, his tone gentle, as he carefully applied the ointment to her face. Not all. With my ointment, your face will be as stunning as it was before. Yuhan closed her eyes lightly, sighed. All right. You have had a long day too. Take a break first. Nam watched her drift off to sleep, thinking to himself, once she wakes up, she will see the results. A few hours later, a piercing scream filled the air as Yuhan rushed to the mirror, her hands trembling as they touched her cheek. I really recovered. This is not a dream. Right. She hurried outside, her face glowing. Nam. It is amazing. He was startled, unable to comprehend. What happened? Yuhan cheerfully replied. Her face had recovered. Thank you. Nam. Now she wanted to go back to school. But before she could finish her sentence, suddenly her whole body jolted. A sharp pain shot through her stomach, making her tremble. What is happening? Why all of a sudden like this? Nam's voice was filled with concern. Does it always hurt like this when you win? Yuhan grimaced, struggling to reply. Yeah. Get it? So you must know how to fix it. Right. Nam nodded, his expression turning serious. This happens because the energy flow is blocked. It can be treated. But the method is a bit intimate between a guy and a girl. Hearing that, Yuhan fell silent for a few seconds, turning back to the bed, hiding her illness out of fear of the teacher. She understood that much. Yuhan lay down straight, her voice dropping but her gaze firm. Hurry up and do it. Nam blushed slightly, his throat felt dry. A mix of tension and a bit of excitement made him take a deep breath, his hands trembling as he began. At first, Yuhan tried to stay calm. But just a few minutes later, her breathing became chaotic, shifting from lying flat to on her side. Her hair fell over her flushed face. And all she could think was, that damn Nam. His hands are way too embarrassing. But it feels so good, not just pressing. His hands also glided along her soft curves, sometimes gently rubbing, sometimes swirling, sending tingles throughout her body. Those hands did not stop, moving from her shoulders down her back, then gliding over her waist. Nam's movements slowed, gradually swirling down to her ankles. Yuhan's voice unconsciously turned breathy, sounding soft like a whisper. I can't take it anymore. Please let me go. It is too much. Then a loud cry echoed, shaking the entire ward. The next day, Yuhan was discharged from the hospital, and she and Nam sat in a taxi heading back to school. When the car stopped at the gate, Yuhan stepped out, took a deep breath. Feeling refreshed, it felt great to be back at school. The students in the courtyard were stunned to see her. Is not that Sao? I heard she was hospitalized. How come she looks perfectly fine? Watching her slender figure walk away, their whispers grew louder. My goddess is finally back. What do you mean and got ruined? Isn't she looking even better than before? For real. She is still the stunning teacher at our high school. But who is that guy next to her? Why isn't getting out of the car with him? And so close too. Nam paused in front of the main building, looking around softly. I can't believe I am back at this school. While he was still in a daze, Yuhan's voice rang out, teasing him a bit. Nam. What are you doing standing there like a statue? I can't wait anymore. Hurry up and come in. Why are you just standing outside? He smiled and walked over, responding. Yep. Now that you are better, take it easy. Yuhan turned back, her cheeks suddenly flushed, her voice lowered. After the treatment, my stomach really does not hurt anymore. But... She hesitated, looking down, whispering just loud enough for Nam to hear. It feels a bit too much when your hand is placed in that area. But then a male voice interrupted from behind. Yuhan, is that really you? You are back. Yuhan turned to see it was Fanixu. Her expression turned displeased, and she replied curtly, her demeanor cold and different from before. Teacher Fan. Nam looked at him. A fragment of memory flashed in his mind. This guy's name was Fen Sung. In a past life, he was chasing after Yan. They did not exactly make a couple, but their relationship was not bad either. It is in tough times that you see who truly cares. I heard that just yesterday, Fimhan Sung was not even willing to lend 100 yuan. Meanwhile, he did not seem to care about that unpleasant attitude. He cheerfully said, Ing Yuan, what is it? You look great. Tonight, I am treating you to dinner to celebrate your discharge from the hospital. Ing An frowned slightly, cutting him off. No need. Teacher Fun. We are just colleagues. From now on, please call me Muse. Andy. Not everyone gets to call me Ying An. After saying that, She turned and walked away, leaving a stunned man standing there, stammering her name. Inguen. Inguen. Finsong stood frozen, his eyes burning with anger as he watched the two of them leave, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. How could I be stuck with a poor student like that? I swear. I will make her pay for this. Cutting to the classroom, Mexi Nam was sitting in his seat, his gaze distant as if he were lost in thought. Seeing his friend look so out of it, Tu gently nudged him, worry lacing her voice. Mefi Nam, are you okay? Still thinking about Levum Vi Zong. He slightly pursed his lips, his tone oddly calm yet chilling. I do not have any relationship with her. Tu did not press further, but her eyes lingered on his profile. Her cheeks heating up, his heart raced. That name, she looked just a bit delicate. But why did she seem so alluring when she was not smiling? But then, Titi bit her lip, shaking her head. I need to focus on studying. I have to get into a good university. No more distractions. Suddenly remembering she had something to announce, she stood up and walked straight to the front. Right. Almost forgot about that. Taking a deep breath, she boomed across the room. Hey everyone. Hold on before you all rush out. I have an announcement. The school has just informed us that in a few days, there will be a graduation ceremony for our 12th grade class. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted, cheers ringing out. Awesome. The noise grew louder, making Tuta a bit annoyed. Okay. Quiet down. Her voice sharpened. Our class's performance is really good, but we are missing some equipment for rehearsal. I need a few guys to come with me to the old classroom to get it. The space fell silent instantly. No one moved. A nervous boy muttered. The old classroom. That place is haunted. I am not going. Another student chimed in. Me neither. Let us just clean the bathrooms. At least there is no one there. It is too scary. Then another voice piped up skeptically. Haunted. Seriously. That old place has been abandoned for ages. They say it used to store some stuff. But sometimes you can hear crying from there at midnight. Tutu did not care. She tightened her grip, scanning the room with a cold glare. Who is coming with me? Stand up and let me know. The atmosphere was as quiet as a grave. Nobody dared to breathe. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Mefnam eagerly said, I will go with you. However, Tutu was not ready to let go yet. A sinister grin spread across her face as she glared down at the group of young men below, her voice icy cold. One of you has already taken the fall. But do not even think about running. Her words sent a chill down their spines, leaving them frozen in place. Faces pale as if they were about to face the guillotine, the group of 5 stepped into the courtyard of the old boarding house. Long abandoned, the atmosphere today felt strangely eerie. It was so silent that Takazu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Oh. We did not hear any cries this time. Mexi Nam stood still for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping across the dust-laden hallway. Focusing intently, in his mind, he reached one conclusion. He could not sense the presence of any vengeful spirits. Tigarta noticed his calm demeanor and could not help but ask, her voice filled with surprise. Mefi Nam, are not you scared? Look around. Let us just grab what we need and get out of here. Hearing this, Mefi Nam stepped forward, leaning slightly ahead. His expression was cold yet confident. The world has its protective energies. Even ghosts and monsters fear me. Tatu let out a soft laugh, curling her lip in disdain. You are full of it. Just then, the air suddenly chilled. Dark shadows swooped down from above. It was a swarm of large bees. The sound of their wings was terrifying, like knives slicing through the air. Maxinam looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why are there so many yellow jackets here? Atu quickly chimed in, maintaining her composure. It has been years since they abandoned this place for the sake of protecting the military branch. Upon hearing this, Methi Nam's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. But these were not ordinary yellow jackets. They were bred for fighting. An uneasy sensation washed over him, as if someone was about to uncover all his memories. Deep down, he felt uneasy. His younger sister had attended this school too. Unfortunately, he had been stung over a dozen times, his body swollen and unconscious, nearly losing his life. A surge of anger erupted within him, overshadowing his reason. Missy Nam gritted his teeth and strode toward the swarm, his voice sharp as steel. If I have stumbled upon this menace, then it is time to wipe them out. Tuti panicked, calling out after him. Mefi Nam, what are you doing? Come back. Yellow jackets can sting, but Mefi Nam did not even glance back. He followed the flight path of the swarm, leading him to a classroom deep within the building. There, an astonishing sight greeted him: a colossal beehive, sprawling across the old wall. As soon as they detected an intruder, the bees went berserk, charging out like a tornado. The deafening buzzing echoed, and swarms of them darted straight for Medif Nam. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was engulfed, with not a single inch left bare. Mefi Nam, Tepta rushed in, her scream piercing the chaos. Her eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before her. Tears mixed with snot streamed down her face as she fumbled for her phone, stammering in fear. Call the police.
Yep.
Call the police. Just then, a calm voice cut through the chaos. No need. Just step back a little. Tap froze, her heart racing wildly. Mephi Nam. You are still alive. Hurry. Get out of there. In just 3 seconds, a surge of energy erupted from Mephi Nam's body. A blazing golden light shooting up like flames from hell. The space trembled as his voice boomed, heavy and fierce to the extreme. These pests must be eradicated, every single last one of them. All the men were thrown to the ground, struggling in desperation before turning into dried husks. Toot stood frozen. The scene felt like a wild dream, making her doubt her own eyes. Toot gasped for breath, rushing forward, her heart racing after what she just witnessed. She almost shouted, Mephi Nam, are you okay? What happened to you? He stood there, silent, his gaze as sharp as a knife, focused intently on what he held in his hand, a large bee. Its wings tattered but still desperately trying to flutter. Mephi Nam's face was contemplative, his brows furrowed as if deep in thought, his voice gravelly and low, piercing through the silence. This is the queen. In that moment, Atu suddenly reached out with both hands, cupping Mephi Nam's face, shaking it side to side as if afraid to miss a single injury. She was astonished, her eyes scanning him all over, a mix of confusion and curiosity rising within her. How could he have no injuries at all? Mephi Nam forced a smile, his lips curling up awkwardly as he struggled to find a reasonable explanation. Actually, I smeared a special insect repellent on myself, so when the bees inhaled it, they all died. As he spoke, his fingers swiftly tucked the queen bee into his pocket, the movement so smooth that no one noticed a secret hidden in the shadows. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. The supervisor and another teacher rushed in, panic etched on their faces. What happened? Who got burned? Mephi Nam immediately turned around, flashing a smile as if nothing was wrong. We did not get burned. We have taken care of all the bees. Tu's eyes widened, trembling with shock. Mephi Nam. That was way too dangerous. Don't he ever do that again? Go back to class. He grinned, scratching his head, appearing so harmless that anyone would believe it.
Yep.
Madam, I want to do it again. We are heading back to class now. Even though they were back in the classroom, Mephi Nam's mind was still swirling with undercurrents. The sound of the bees created an illusion, making him wonder if he could train the bees to find the pieces of the ancient reincarnation puzzle. A joyful shout broke out, drawing everyone's attention to the podium. It was Mems. Mephi Nam looked up to see Engahan standing there, her slender figure and radiant face shining like sunlight after the rain. The entire class erupted in excitement. Our homeroom teacher. She is finally back. We are so happy. In the classroom, everyone was chattering, the atmosphere buzzing with energy. Look over there. Isn't our beauty and doing just fine? When did she get disfigured? That is just a rumor. Right. Only smart people talk like that. Ingi-an smiled, her voice clear yet slightly teasing. Students, I had a personal matter to attend to. We have not seen each other for a few days. Have you all been slacking off? A boy chimed in, sparking a wave of laughter. Teacher, we missed you so much while you were gone. Another student jumped in, feigning innocence but with a cheeky tone.
Yeah.
Teacher, I missed you so much I felt like I was going to burst. A curious boy asked, his eyes sparkling. Teacher, I heard you have been at the hospital these past few days. What really happened? Nyungwa-en gently shook her head, her gaze soft yet serious. You guys are still so young, and you are already gossiping. I have been busy at the hospital these past few days, so do not overthink things and focus on your studies. Just then, a male voice cut in with a teasing tone. Mephi Nam, your reputation really precedes you. I heard you went to the hospital to take care of the goddess, without even telling me. What is the deal between you two? Mephi Nam rolled his eyes, responding with an annoyed tone, slicing through the air like a knife. It is just a student-teacher relationship. Ingwa-en cleared her throat to regain control of the class, then cheerfully announced to everyone. I have applied to stay in the dorm, so if anything comes up at school, feel free to find me anytime. Then she turned to Mephi Nam, reminding him. After class, remember to come to the dorm to see me. He raised an eyebrow, sounding skeptical. For what? Ingwa-en's cheeks flushed a light pink, a shy smile spreading across her face. To continue playing around with you. In that moment, the entire class was struck by a wave of warmth. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room as everyone jumped up, eyes wide and mouths agape. What? Even a boy was silently crying. Oh my goddess. While the atmosphere was heating up, Mephi Nam remained indifferent, dismissing the invitation with a casual wave of his hand, his tone so calm it was almost suffocating. Not today. I can't make it. Let us go next Saturday. His words hit the class like a thunderclap. Whispers erupted into chaos. He actually turned down An's invitation. Someone seized the moment and shouted. Hey teacher. I am really good at fighting. I will take her on tonight. Another student retorted, "Dude, please. If you fight, the teacher will end up with a broken horn." Meanwhile, Nguyen bit her lip lightly, her gaze drifting away, but her voice surprisingly firm. "All right. I will be waiting for you." In that instant, the noise fell dead silent. No one could muster a word. Only the frantic beating of hearts echoed in everyone's chest. When the bell rang, shattering the tension, the whole class surged out, laughter and chatter filling the air once more. MC Nam slowly walked out of the school gates and spotted a familiar luxury car, waiting for him from afar. The door swung open, and Sineng, dressed in a sharp suit, stepped out, his demeanor respectful as he lowered his voice. "MC Nam, are you heading home? I happen to be passing by. Let me give you a ride." MC Nam, his deep-set eyes glinting with suspicion. "What is going on?" Atsuing immediately bowed his head, his voice soft as a whisper. "Well, I have a new entertainment venue opening tonight. I was wondering if you would be free to come and cut the ribbon." Sin Hung looked at MC Nam, his icy demeanor revealing traces of displeasure. "I am not available lately. I have time to hang out with you. But stuff like this, don't come to school anymore. I do not want to be bothered." The smile on Sin Hung's face remained, his tone sweet as honey. "Looks like I did not consider this thoroughly. Here's a platinum card for our new entertainment venue. If you decide to come, I will always welcome you warmly." A shiny silver card gleamed in his hand, presented to MC Nam. He glanced at it briefly, took it casually, and replied coolly, "If there is nothing else, I am heading home." Atsung bowed deeply, respectfully lowering his voice. "All right then. Farewell." MC Nam. MC Nam did not respond, simply turning to leave. At that moment, across the street, So-san and Viang stood frozen, their eyes glued to the scene, exchanging glances with each other. In her eye, filled with shock and suspicion, So-san squinted slightly, her lips trembling in disbelief at what she was seeing. She suddenly grabbed her friend's hand, her voice urgent. Viang, look over there. Isn't he that a guy?" Viang narrowed her eyes, her cold gaze darting toward the school gate, where a luxury sports car was parked. She nodded slightly, her lips pressed tight. "It really is him. Who else could it be? Why does everyone look so fierce?" So-san pouted her lips, her eyes brimming with doubt. "Who knows? It is hard to believe he mingles with people from that world. Isn't he supposed to be a great fighter? Maybe he is involved with those underground forces." Upon hearing this, Viang felt a horrifying thought flicker in her mind. Back at the racing scene, that guy took down so many people. Could it be a setup? She felt as if someone was squeezing her heart. If he is already acquainted with those people, could it be he called them to take out his enemies? While he stands out, Suzo-san lowered her voice, agreeing bitterly. "Exactly. He is definitely involved with those underground forces. Otherwise, how could he leave safely?" The two girls stood there, their eyes full of displeasure, fixated on the shadow of the guy as he walked away. Vivan clenched her fist tightly. Inside, she felt choked up. That guy. He is failing in school. How does he even deserve his parents? The more she thought about it, the more it hurt. Memories of her mother worrying about him, every kind word of advice, all turned into bitter regret. So all day he was with those thugs. Seeing her friend's gloomy face, Suzo-san quickly chimed in, her tone sharp. "Why even pay attention to people like that? It was hard for Trendrung Tunbai to invite you out. Are you really going to go home and change outfits?" But Vieving took a deep breath, composed herself, and coldly replied, "You go ahead. Tell Trung Tunbai I am sorry. I am just not in the mood." Suzo-san's eyes widened. "What? You are not going anymore?" She rushed over, frustrated. "What is wrong with you? Don't you like Trudong Tumbai? Why the sudden change of heart?" Viving shot back, her voice as sharp as a knife. "When did I ever say I liked Trong Tumbai? I was just saying that on a whim." She turned and walked away, her stepsy not bothering to look back. "Fine. I am not going. If you want to eat, go with them. I am going home." Her resolute attitude made So-san panic. "Wait for me." Ving. The scene shifted to the Exaho villa. Msi Nam glanced around at the dazzling surroundings and smirked slightly. "This villa. My father must be in here." As he pushed the door open, the interior made him squint slightly. The decor was exquisite, shining like a palace. Msi Nam thought to himself, "Looks like my dad put in some effort here. When I get the chance, I will brew him some medicine." Suddenly, the doorbell shattered the silence. Mexi Nam raised an eyebrow, a look of alertness crossing his face. He walked over to the surveillance screen, and a young girl appeared. She had a pretty face, smooth white skin, and a finely tailored butler outfit that hugged her slim figure. Her eyes sparkled with respect as she looked into the camera. The young master stepped out to open the door, and upon seeing you, her clear voice rang out. "You must be the young master." "Right." But the young master's indifferent gaze questioned, "What do you want?" The girl smiled sweetly, slightly bowing her head. Her voice soft and gentle. I am your caretaker. My name is Lan. If you do not mind, you can call me Lan T. The young master crossed his arms against the doorframe, his cold eyes sweeping over the girl in front of him. In a low voice, he replied, I do not need a caretaker. Lan hesitated for a moment, a flicker of worry flashing across her gentle face. She lowered her head, her voice softening. Young master, please do not worry. I have worked at Ien Jaya for many years and know how to follow the rules. I can take care of everything in your daily life. The young master remained resolute, his piercing gaze unwavering, each word heavy with meaning. It is not that I doubt your abilities. I just do not want anyone bothering me. Please go back and tell Ien Jai that I do not need you. Hearing this, Lan let out a soft sigh, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. She then pointed to a large box beside her. All right then, this is just some daily supplies. Once I drop these off, I will leave. This way, I can explain to Ien Jai without issue. The young master fell silent for a moment, then leaned aside and opened the door wider, his tone casual. Then come in. Once everything was neatly arranged, Lan turned around, flashing a polite smile. What I brought for you includes food and drinks, everything you could need, and even over a dozen sets of clothes. Not staying long. She bowed her head before stepping towards the door. Young master, I will take my leave now. If you need anything, just call me. The young master smirked faintly, his eyes showing a glimmer of joy, but his voice remained icy. No need. Thank you. As the door closed, the space returned to silence. The young master exhaled a long sigh, his shoulders relaxing. Finally, peace had returned. He stepped back into the living room, sat down on the sofa, and pulled out a shimmering robe that sparkled like it was inlaid with gold. The delicate wings fluttered gently, and his eyes lit up. The young master sat cross-legged, his eyes closing as he thought. This robe is no ordinary item. It will take a few days to reach the spirit realm. He settled into meditation, a thin aura emanating from his body, enveloping the robe like an invisible thread. The spiritual energy began to circulate, gradually merging with his body. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang incessantly, its screen flashing brightly. He reached for the phone, and before he could speak, the shrill voice of Ngong An blasted through the receiver like thunder. Mefi Nam. It has been days since you have been to school. Are you planning to rebel or something? The young master forced a smile, his tone trying to soften the tension. But, I got stung by a bee, and the wound has not healed yet. His excuse was clearly not convincing to Engi-an. Her voice grew increasingly sharp. Who are you trying to fool? You absolutely have to come tonight. It is the entire senior class's graduation ceremony. You can skip out. The young master was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing. Graduation ceremony. Ing-an replied stubbornly, her tone tinged with irritation. Yep. The vice principal personally arranged it. Faced with her unwavering attitude, the young master could only sigh in defeat. His voice lowered. Fine. I will be there on time. The next day, as he approached the entrance of the auditorium, the young master spotted his homeroom teacher waiting with her arms crossed. Her expression was one of clear annoyance, and her voice rang out full of reproach. The next day. Mac Nam. You are late again. Didn't you say you would be on time? Mac Nam took a subtle step, his pristine white suit accentuating his tall, striking figure and stunningly handsome face. The lights reflected off him, making every angle shine even brighter. He stopped in front of her, a confident smirk on his lips. After all, there is still a minute left. Ing-an paused for a moment, glancing at her watch. Realizing it really was not late, she puffed out her chest, frowning and muttering. Is this guy really just going to stroll in at the last second? With no excuse left to complain, she pouted and turned away, her voice dragging out in frustration. Come on. Hurry up. Everyone's already in the auditorium. Mac Nam shrugged and followed her. Inside the auditorium, twinkling lights illuminated the vast space. All the senior boys had gathered, buzzing with conversation. As he was looking for a seat, a familiar voice called out. Mac Nam. Over here. He turned to see Toto waving him over, and he quickly moved to sit next to her, instinctively reaching up to ruffle her soft hair. Saying gently, Thanks. Toto's face immediately flushed pink, her eyes darting towards him, her heart racing. He looked so handsome tonight. Definitely not the same guy from before. But before she could respond, Toto jumped in excitedly. By the way, I heard there is going to be a surprise at our coming-of-age ceremony tonight. Apparently, a music prodigy studying abroad is attending too. Someone who has held a dozen concerts back home. We are so lucky to hear him perform. Mac Nam just nodded, his gaze drifting, clearly not too invested. The ceremony kicked off with a heartfelt speech from the principal, reminiscing about the past and sharing hopes for the future. Next came a spectacular performance from the orchestra, blending beautifully with the choir's proud, melodious voices that echoed in the formal atmosphere. But for Mac Nam, it all felt dull, and he grimaced, thinking, this is so boring. I would rather be home practicing. Just then, A stunning female host stepped out, her voice ringing out with gravity. The next act is something everyone has been eagerly waiting for. Please welcome Yenthan T. As that name echoed, Mac Namjoon, his eyes widening in shock. Completely stunned, the audience erupted, cheers ringing out. The top beauty of our high school, the real rich girl. Finally, we get to see her perform on stage. The boys, some crying and laughing in excitement, could not believe she was only 15 and already in 12th grade, ranking at the top of their school. Truly, she must be heaven's favorite child. Meanwhile, camera shutters clicked away. No one expected she would be performing at the coming-of-age ceremony, so snap those photos. Under the stage lights, a graceful figure appeared. Yenthan T donned a sky-blue traditional outfit, the fabric flowing gently with her every step, cradling a gyukin in her arms. Her face cold yet breathtakingly beautiful. This look was completely different from the fiery girl Mac Nam had seen before. This image made his heart flutter, realizing the so-called rich girl was the one standing across the river. As Thantai stepped onto the stage, her eyes sparkling like autumn lakes, her soft yet clear voice broke the silence. The song I will play is titled Mech the Nu Tongue. She gracefully sits down, her traditional outfit flowing elegantly across the wooden floor, her delicate hands gently gliding over the strings. The first note rings out, pure and clear, like the sound of a babbling brook dancing over stones, as if the breeze is caressing the rice fields. The melody wraps around the hearts of the listeners, each note golden and sweet in their ears, plunging the entire auditorium into a soft dreamscape. In the audience, a few guests can't help but lean forward, their eyes sparkling as if they have discovered a hidden gem, whispering among themselves with a voice trembling from excitement. This song deserves a solid 9.8. This is pure musical talent right here. The audience is momentarily stunned. But then their eyes light up, and one stands up with enthusiasm, bursting with energy. No way. I can't believe I have discovered a musical genius. What is the name of this student? I've got to take her abroad. She belongs there. The person sitting nearby smirks, speaking in a calm but sharp tone. That guest is really interested in Yenthan T. He knows quite a few celebrities, and it seems Yenthan Tai is truly getting a chance for specialized training abroad. Another guest quickly jumps in, eyes filled with scheming. Exactly. Yen has already grown strong enough. With this introduction, in just a few years, she will outshine those superstars when she returns. Wudong nods slightly, smiling. With the title of a famous teacher and a prestigious school abroad, she will come back as a shining star. The final note lingers in the air like a wisp of smoke. Echoing softly, Dantai, holding her instrument, steps gracefully towards the stage. Bowing softly, the audience erupts in applause, the sound of admiration roaring ceaselessly. Up in the audience, a young man crosses his arms, his gaze cold, lips curling into a sarcastic smirk. What do these kids know about music? They are just enamored with Yenthan Tai's beauty. She gently plays her instrument as she slowly descends from the stage. Suddenly, a figure steps in front of her, smiling brightly, his voice dripping with arrogance. I am Tae. I know many real musical talents abroad. You should come study music with me. Tai's expression darkens, her tone icy and unwavering. No thanks. I only like classical music. I can't play anything else. Tae-chi. Her eyes widen in disbelief. What? Are you seriously planning to waste your musical talent? The East is a desert for music. You should learn Western music from me. The audience, hearing those words, collectively gasps, their faces falling, sharing a common thought. What kind of nonsense is this? You lived here until high school, and after just a decade abroad, you act like this? Vanti calmly replies. Her voice is sharp as a knife. I am not going abroad. Thanks for the offer. There are plenty of talented students here. You can choose from them. Taichi's face flushes with anger, his voice rising. How can you not understand? After all this time, I realize you are the only one qualified. He suddenly points at the audience, yelling directly at the young man. Are you really choosing a loser like him? The atmosphere froze. All eyes locked on Mephi Nam. His voice was low but icy. Get your hands off him. People have already said they do not want to follow you. So why are you still clinging on? Hearing that, Tuachi was livid, her face twisted with rage. You dare to challenge me? Do you even realize that only she has the right to stand on the world stage with me? Mexi Nam calmly stood up, and the chill radiating from him made the entire auditorium feel like it was being pressed down. His voice echoed, each word hitting everyone like a punch. Fine. Let me show you what real music is. Tuachi let out a mocking laugh, her derisive tone ringing through the hall. You want to take the stage? Mephi Nam confidently descended the steps. When he reached the edge of the stage, he looked up at Tiacher and said, his tone calm yet indifferent. I will borrow someone's instrument. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips, dripping with sarcasm. I would love to let you borrow mine, but is worth over 1 million. Are you out of your mind, Anti? Standing nearby, felt her heart race, anxiety gripping her. Nam had never dealt with music before. If he embarrassed himself up there, how would they handle it? She took a deep breath and stepped forward, trying to defuse the situation. You need to prepare your instrument for the performance. Next time, do not borrow it from anyone up on stage. Safsan crossed her arms, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Her voice loud enough for a few people to hear. Is this guy really trying to make a fool of himself? He could not even read a 5-second score next to her. Vivung frowned, her voice tinged with worry and reproach. Nam. What are you hesitating for? This is a talent show. Can't you act a bit more mature? When others insulted him, he got angry and caused a scene. No one offered their instrument, and he stood there, his expression full of defiance. Nam let out a faint, condescending smile and turned to walk toward a potted plant in the corner of the auditorium. He reached out and plucked a leaf, his gaze deep and contemplative, a smirk creeping onto his lips. All right, this leaf will do. He confidently stepped onto the stage, while the entire auditorium buzzed like a beehive. What is he trying to do? He just used a leaf and got on stage. He must be a total rookie. When he arrived, Nam leaned in and whispered something to the host. The girl's eyes lit up, her expression shifting to surprise before breaking into a dazzling smile. Her voice rang out through the mic, brimming with excitement. Before we dive into the next act, we have a student who has added a new performance. Please welcome this student to the stage. In the teacher's row, Ji-hum clenched her hands, her heart pounding, her face a mask of nerves. Nam was really going up there. Ju-zum frowned, her voice laced with concern. Is he really going up there to perform? What does he even plan to show? Below, T-Chot and So-san were practically bursting with laughter, barely able to contain themselves. He actually dares to take the stage. Let us just wait for him to embarrass himself. Ving, on the other hand, looked downcast, sighing heavily inside. Let him embarrass himself. It might help him grow up. She crossed her arms, her face showing disdain, muttering to herself. I really should not have come back to this old school. Things are really going downhill. Defy has jumped on stage to crash the party, and I am curious to see how he embarrasses himself. The host turns to the audience, smiles, and asks, what are you going to perform? Twai-tin casually replies, I want to play a tune. The girl tilts her head slightly and asks, where's your instrument? Twai-tin slowly raises his hand, revealing just a vibrant green leaf. His voice is so calm it leaves everyone speechless. This leaf is my instrument. Could you hold this jackfruit for me? Laughter erupts from all corners of the hall. Some are practically rolling on the floor laughing. His voice echoes everywhere. He is like a clown forced to perform by a monkey. And even the hunters are stifling their giggles. The disdain in their eyes is palpable. It is just a leaf, and he thinks he can perform with it. I tilt my head back and laugh loudly. The sound sharp and mocking. Who dares to perform with just a leaf? Defy does not say anything further. He simply lifts the delicate leaf to his lips. And in the next moment, the sound that comes out is ethereal. Like music from the heavens, the leaf quivers in the breeze. But his breath transforms it into a mystical stream. As sweet as honey and smooth as silk, the melody weaves its way into the hearts of the listeners, awakening the most profound emotions. The entire hall holds its breath, ears tuned, eyes widen, as if under a spell. They involuntarily whisper words of awe, like a gentle stream babbling, like the wind rustling through the bamboo, like swallows soaring through the cold. The heavenly sound lifting them up. The proud and arrogant one, am now frozen in place. His lips tremble, eyes wide with confusion. How is this possible? On stage, the young host's face reddens. Her breath is ragged, and that melody wraps around her like an enchantment, causing her to exclaim, what kind of divine tune is this? It is amazing. Her hands tremble. The jackfruit slips from her grasp. The hall vibrates with that sound. But then everything falls into absolute silence, as if waking from a divine dream. Flustered, she hurriedly picks up the jackfruit, stammering, Please continue. But Tai-tin has lowered the leaf, his voice calm. That is enough. My instrument is broken. She stares, quickly saying, let me help you pick another one. Tai-tin shakes his head. No need. With that, he walks away with a cold gaze, not once looking back. The audience erupts in chaos. Shouts of disbelief surge. Wait, it is not over yet. Dante, go. Come on, finish the rest. We have only heard half. This is such a great song. How can it just end here? Come back. But Nam paid no mind, calmly stepping down the stairs under the lights, leaving behind the anguished cries of hundreds. As soon as he reached the bottom, he saw Vi waiting there. She rushed towards him, eyes wide with disbelief. Nam. When did you learn to play a song like that? Nam looked at her, his voice as soft as the wind. I have always known. Those 3 words struck Vang like a sharp blade. sinking deep into her mind. She stood there, repeating unconsciously, "You have always known." Behind her, Diam and Ning En hurried down, Diam gasping in astonishment. Her eyes filled with wonder. This kid has such talent. It is truly unexpected. Han looked on with regret. What a shame. That is frustrating. Next time. I have to hear the whole thing. Meanwhile, Van At's face darkened, gripping his instrument tightly, his heart screaming, I must learn that song. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them. Teichi, the arrogant one who scorned everything, rushed in with his guitar, shoving people aside. Get out of my way. Diam immediately blocked him, her voice sharp. What do you think you are doing? Aren't you the one who discovered Maifi Nam's musical talent and wanted to be his teacher? Taj paused, his body trembling, eyes bloodshot, his voice choked with emotion. I did not mean to take him away. I want him to be my mentor. Finishing his sentence, he raised the expensive guitar and slammed it down hard. The sound of splintering wood echoed, fragments flying everywhere. Tachev howled like a wild animal. Everything I learned is useless. Then he collapsed before Mex Nam, gripping his legs tightly, tears streaming down. Mephi Nam, I was blind earlier. Please take me on as your disciple. I will work hard. Mexi Nam's voice was icy, his gaze sharp. Music requires talent, and you do not have it. His words struck like a dagger to the heart. Tachi fell silent, his lips quivering but unable to speak. His legs gave way, collapsing to the floor, his eyes vacant as if he had lost his entire world. Time moved on. The dazzling lights in the grand hall signaled the ball was about to begin. The music floated through the air, couples twirling hand in hand beneath the sparkling lights. Among the crowd, a classmate approached, excitedly calling out, Mephi Nam, you played so well. Are you planning to study music abroad? Mexi Nam smiled faintly and replied firmly, not all. But just then, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart, his pulse quickening as if a wild beast was glaring at him. Surrounded by too many people, it felt too inconvenient. With that thought, Mexi Nam turned to Han and said, Anne, I have something to do. I am heading back. Ying An looked surprised, furrowing her brow. What? You are not staying for the dance. Mexi Nam did not reply, just gave a slight nod before walking away, leaving behind the lively music and gentle laughter. Once outside in the courtyard, he paused, his eyes gleaming with caution, scanning every shadowy corner and whispering to himself, looks like the hiding skills are top-notch. Suddenly, a female voice called out from behind. Mephi Nam, why are you leaving? Mexi Nam clenched his fists, irritation bubbling up inside him. There was a dangerous presence nearby. Why is she following me out here? He turned around, his voice low and a bit icy. I have things to do. You should head back. Viavang stepped closer, her eyes ablaze with questions. You said you knew about the music all along. So why did not you tell me that before? Were you trying to hide it so you wanted to embarrass me? I was worried about you when you got on stage. Mexi Nam said nothing, just turned his back coldly and walked away. Vivian shouted, her voice filled with frustration. Now they think I knew everything from the start. They think I was in on it with you. And now you just run out here like it is no big deal. Don't he think knowing a bit of music makes you special? Mephi Nam hesitated, his shoulders tensing up, grinding out the name Lazon Viizing through gritted teeth. Her words left her speechless. It was the first time Viizing had seen him this angry. Mephi Nam took a step forward, his voice steely. Someone like you, a mere mortal, dares to question my life. Why should I explain myself to you? He held his head high, his gaze piercing through her. What I owe you, you do not need to repay. And what you can give me, do not come looking for it. From now on, we go our separate ways. With that, Mexi Nam turned and walked away decisively, blending into the darkness of the night, never looking back. Viavang stood there, trembling, her heart racing with self-recrimination. Mexi Nam dared to get angry with her. It seemed that becoming a pawn had changed him completely. Looks like we are not even from the same world. When you end up bleeding and broken, do not come crying to me. The sound of high heels clattered as two other classmates approached, their voices dripping with sarcasm. Ving, where's the music prodigy? Didn't you say he listens to you? If you told him to come back, he would definitely do it. So where is he? We were hoping to dance with him. Ving turned pale, a mix of embarrassment and rage flooding her. She spun around and screamed, what music prodigy? He is just a broke loser. She clenched her teeth, her voice filled with bitterness. That song. He probably stole it from somewhere. What talent are you talking about? Mephi Nam strode out of the school gate, his icy gaze sweeping in all directions, every movement radiating vigilance as the cool night breeze rustled the leaves. But he still felt an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. The sensation of being hunted lingered. He was still being followed. Taking his time, the guy wandered through the small paths of the schoolyard, each step like a careful exploration. After a while of observing, he slowly turned towards home, lost in thought. Lately, he had not caused any trouble with anyone. Could it be that shady guy who has been hanging around? But then, as the long road passed, not a single trace of danger approached. Not a breath could be felt. Even as he stepped through the gate, the tension still lingered in the air. He scanned the quiet alley with suspicion growing in his heart. Throughout the journey, he had been alert, but to his surprise, that guy had not made a move. Clearly, this guy was no amateur. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and locked it tight. His movements quick and smooth, like someone well-versed in facing danger. I really need to train hard. The feeling of that venomous snake lurking around is not good at all. After showering and changing clothes, he sat cross-legged on the chair, eyes gently closed, focusing on his breathing and channeling his energy. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Shattering the stillness of the room, he opened his eyes wide. Eyebrows furrowing, a sharp intensity flashing in his gaze. Who the heck is ringing the doorbell like that? When the door swung open, his indifferent expression suddenly froze, replaced by a look of surprised caution. Why is she here? Standing outside was none other than Defy. Dressed simply. Hair down, clutching a familiar music sheet tightly in her arms. Before he could stop her, she strode right inside, her voice fierce and determined. I am here to get the sheet music from you. He shrugged lightly, his tone as flat as water. I do not have any sheet music, and even if I did, you would not be able to play it. Defy raised an eyebrow, her eyes flashing with challenge as she said loudly. Why would not I be able to play? Just give me the sheet music already. I want the other half too, and I can pay for it. At this point, her tone softened, her gaze almost pleading. I am not asking for anything else. It is just, I really love this song. With that, Defy pulled out a black card. Here, I have got 300,000. I want to buy your song. If you do not give it to me, then I will just stay here. He sighed softly, his gazy. You won't be able to learn it. So let us not waste each other's time. Defy resolutely sat down on the chair, her voice firm. I have time. It is just a piece of sheet music after all. Do you really need to be this difficult? He sighed and shrugged in compromise. Fine. I will give you the sheet music. But if you can learn it, do not come looking for me again. Defy smiled slightly. But inside, she felt a dull disappointment. He was just like everyone else. As long as they got money, they would agree to anything. She thought he would be different. He did not reply, just silently observed her, his deep eyes unreadable. As he quickly scribbled out the sheet music on the paper, Defy took the paper from his hands, her voice full of confidence and pride. There is no sheet music I can play. The next morning, soft sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the face of the guy slumped on the sofa. As he slowly blinked awake and furrowed his brows, looking around the quiet living room, suddenly, the sound of running water from the bathroom broke the silence. Startling him, he turned his head in that direction. Through the fogged-up glass, he caught a glimpse of a girl moving gracefully, her soft features shimmering in the mist, enveloping the space in an ethereal haze. The corner of the gentleman's mouth curled up slightly, a sarcastic thought flickering in his mind. Truly no sense of decorum. Inside, Defy seemed completely indifferent to anyone else's existence, just letting herself relax in the warm water. The sound of water splashing mingled with her gentle humming, her voice carrying a hint of spontaneity, like a morning melody. Outside, the gentleman leaned back in his chair, a soft smile gracing his lips. His gaze calm yet profound. What was he doing calculating with a little kid? Just consider it a morning perk. Until another beautiful morning arrived. As the gentleman stepped onto the school grounds, he was greeted by an unusually lively scene, leaving him puzzled what was going on. The schoolyard was packed with people, the noise buzzing everywhere, excitement crackling in the air, with big buses lined up neatly, and students pulling luggage, creating a bustling atmosphere. He was momentarily stunned, not yet grasping the situation when a familiar voice called out from afar. Gentlemen, can you not arrive earlier for once? Hurry up and get on the bus. It is bus number 12 waiting for you. Ngura N called as she ran over, dragging him along before he could even react. The gentleman frowned and asked, Excuse me, where are we going? Ngura N turned her head, her eyes shining with reproach. Today. Of course. We are going to pay respects at the Confucius Temple. For the ceremony, I mentioned it so many times before. Did you even catch any of that? And where's your luggage? He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head innocently. I did not bring any. Ngura N sighed, her expression showing clear frustration. Get on the bus already. It is about to leave. We can talk when we get there. The bus quickly rolled away, blending into the flow of traffic on the main road. A few hours later, the convoy stopped at the outskirts of the city. From here, a winding road led them to the foot of the mountain. The Confucius Temple emerged before them, a majestic structure perched atop the great mountain, its towers shimmering in the warm sunlight, surrounded by lush green trees. The serene scenery felt like a world apart from the noisy chaos outside. Yet, contrasting that tranquility, a hint of unease tugged at Manam's heart. What was going on? Why did it feel like there was dark energy lurking here? Nguyen quickly gathered the students, her tone serious but tinged with a familiar gentleness. Nam. Go with the others to the dormitory first. Go rest in your room for a bit. She turned to the rest of the class, adding more instructions. Once you are settled in your rooms, head out to pick up your uniforms. And remember, do not put on your caps just yet. A teacher will help you with that later. Amid the bustling atmosphere, Inge Effin approached Meifi Nam, her voice softening as she leaned in. Meifi Nam. Let me take you to buy some personal supplies. Maxi Nam smiled, waving her off gently. Madam, I can handle getting my personal items. You go ahead and take care of your business first. Inge N paused for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, pulled a bank card from her pocket and handed it to him in a tone that was resolute yet caring. She insisted. This has some funds on it. You take it? He immediately shook his head, hiding his hands behind his back. Quickly responding, I have my own money. I can take yours. Inge Effen's gaze softened, a faint smile playing on her lips. When I was in Vietnam, I borrowed so much from you. Consider this a little repayment. I do not want to spend my students' money. With that, she stepped closer, the space between them shrinking to the point where her breath brushed against his neck, her soft hand gently placing the card on his shirt. The action was decisive yet carried an unspoken intimacy. Engi An leaned in, whispering just enough to catch his ear. The password is 521314. Remember to sign in. Before he could respond, a raucous laughter erupted from behind them. Mephi Nam. Are you really going to use her money to eat? What is the deal between you two? Nenge N placed her hands on her hips, her elegant brows knitting together as an annoyed tone rang out with authority. Hey, you little brats. How dare you eavesdrop on my secrets? The boys who had been cheering just moments ago turned pale, scattering like startled birds, but the teasing laughter and jabs still echoed behind them, mixed with the wind. Don't hit us. It is just 13-14. Right. Maxi Nam stood still, a sly smirk creeping onto his face. Inside, he could not help but chuckle. Her password was surprisingly easy to remember. Yet, that moment of relief did not last long. A chilling sensation shot down Meph Nam's spine, causing him to turn around abruptly. There stood Thanti, having appeared out of nowhere, her eyes sharp as a blade, silent yet filled with pressure. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, and the surrounding classmates exchanged glances. Sensing the tension between the two, whispers started circulating. What is Thanti doing talking to Max Nam? Mephi Nam blinked, breaking the silence. Is something wrong? Thanti did not answer immediately. She simply frowned, staring at him as if trying to penetrate his thoughts. Inside her mind, doubt surged like a tumultuous tide. What connection could he possibly have with an... The thought tightened Thanti's chest, a pang of anxiety gripping her. Her lips pressed together in confusion as her delicate brows furrowed, leaving her with a sense of bewilderment. Are you really that broke? Didn't I just give you 300 grand? How can you take money from N? This guy will do anything for cash. Seeing the girl go silent, Mac let out a soft sigh and turned to walk away. But his footsteps barely made a sound. Her icy voice cut through the air behind him. The score you gave me is impossible to play. You took my money and did not do your part. Did you? He stopped, turning to look back at her, his expression as calm as a still lake. I told you. You would not be able to play it. Thanti stiffened. Her lips quivered then clenched tight, as if trying to hold back a torrent of bitterness and frustration. That annoying guy is going to have to hand over the music score today, no matter what. From that moment on, she stuck to him like a shadow, wherever he went. She followed. Mac felt irritated, glancing sideways. Why are you trailing me? Thanti raised an eyebrow, shooting back without losing an ounce of confidence. Is this your house or what? A sigh of annoyance escaped him. Girls are such a hassle. Following the plan, Mac was led to the area for the ceremonial attire. He bowed his head in thanks, then grabbed the formal outfit. Heading to another room before entering, he carefully hung the outfit outside the door. Only then did Mac step inside to receive the ceremonial hat. But outside the door, Thanti squinted, watching closely. As the door closed, a cold smile crept onto her lips. Seizing the opportunity, she bent down to switch out Mac's shoes. Her movements were so quick that nobody noticed. Inside, she felt a surge of joy. Let us see if he still dares to scam her for money. Bad guys need to learn a lesson. The next morning, during the ceremony, hundreds of students donned their graduation gowns, caps on their heads, bowing respectfully before the majestic statue of Confucius. The atmosphere was so solemn that even the wind seemed to hold its breath. But in the crowd, one guy broke the silence. Damn it. I am starving. Julia pouted, complaining loudly enough for everyone to hear. When do we get to eat? And looked at the Confucius statue and mumbled under his breath. Another dead weight. If you really want to pay your respects, you might as well burn a few girls to serve him properly. Ming Lo, standing nearby, smirked. Go ahead and burn your precious stuff. You should join them. Just then, a sharp voice rang out like a whip cracking. Keep your voices down. Her icy glare locked onto the two of them. Silence. No talking. Patchouli just tilted his head back, laughing defiantly. Who cares about your class rules? This is not your business. Ming Lo immediately jumped in, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Exactly. Just manage your own class. Why are you so nosy? Mac, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of irritation. As a lifelong teacher, he despised those who disrespected authority. They were ruining the ceremony. Without wasting another second, he marched over and threw a punch at each of them. The two loudmouths who had been yapping just moments ago now lay flat on the ground, blood streaming from their noses, teeth scattered everywhere, knocked out cold, unclear if they could even breathe. Ingan, worried, quickly called for help. Hurry. Get someone to take them to the infirmary. Danti watched the entire scene unfold, and in her eyes, Mac was just a bully, a guy with a little martial arts skill who went around picking on others. But right now, he did not care. Coldly smiling as he ripped off the ceremonial outfit and strode straight into the woods, Danti was filled with suspicion, wondering what this guy was up to now. After walking for a while, Mac pulled out a queen bee to examine it. It is emitting a faint, eerie light. You furrow your brow, feeling the intensity of this reaction grow stronger. There is definitely a dark practitioner nearby. A wave of danger sweeps over your back, instinctively making you jump. Who is there? Seeing Danti makes your heart sink with unease. Damn it. You were just focused on the princess's reaction, and did not realize she was right behind you. You quickly hide what is in your hand behind your back, pretending nothing's wrong, and turn coldly to her, asking why she is following you. But to your surprise, she shoots back, asking what you are doing here. You show your irritation, saying, I have some business to attend to. You should head back. But before you can finish, a sharp arrow suddenly flies in from nowhere, and you quickly duck to avoid it. You whirl around, furious, having spotted your attacker. Without hesitation, you kick out a nearby sturdy tree. The force of the impact shakes the tree, causing it to topple. But there is no sign of anyone behind it. You grit your teeth, your chest swelling with rage, shouting, Show yourself? You coward. No sooner have the words left your mouth than a strange light flashes, and a sinister figure suddenly appears with a furious expression. The eerie glow envelops their body. You little brat. You have messed up my plans. Today is your death day. You smirk disdainfully. This guy wants to kill you and has lured you to a desolate place, just like those dark practitioners would do. You unleash a fierce aura, your presence overwhelming like a volcano ready to erupt, and you launch a powerful strike. However, the sinister figure does not fight back. Instead, they suddenly turn and flee in a panic. You immediately teleport after them, leaving Danti standing there stunned. Frustration wells up inside you. This sneaky Mephi Nam thinks he can just dash off into the woods. No way. I have to chase him down. You sprint like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance between you in the blink of an eye. Branches snapping beneath your feet with each stride. In an instant, you are right on top of him, delivering a kick that sends him crashing to the ground. The dark figure stumbles to his feet, filled with vengeance, declaring, If you want me dead, I will make sure you do not live to see another day. He pulls out a white mist, surrounding it with blood-red runes that swirl ominously, the light flickering like boiling blood. You narrow your eyes slightly, sensing the murderous intent rise as your instincts scream danger. The figure lets out a low growl, and the mist in his hands erupts with a dark, ominous energy, coiling around like a venomous snake. You merely raise an eyebrow, curling your lips into a smirk, your gaze icy as you dismiss him. The figure growls again, the white mist in his hands glowing brightly, dark energy surging like a tidal wave. In response to his ruthless attack, you simply smile coldly, then suddenly spin around and deliver a devastating kick straight to the figure's head. The ground shakes with a thunderous boom, shockwaves ripping through the air. Without pausing, you charge in like a whirlwind, throwing a flurry of punches. You pour all your strength into a devastating blow that could shatter mountains. Your fists raining down like a tempest. A brilliant golden light explodes, engulfing the dark mist. The white mist in his hands shatters under the impact. Before he can even recover, your powerful punch slams into his face. The energy bursts forth, obliterating his upper body, blood and debris scattering into the void. At that moment, MacNam let out a soft sigh, lightly rubbing his sore arm and grimacing. He waited for the flames to die down completely, then moved forward, feeling around for something. After a bit of rummaging, he pulled out a strange object, his eyes wide with curiosity, wondering what it could do. So he just took it. Once he was done, MacNam quickly made his way back. He had to return to school soon, or Missin would definitely worry. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the woods, Danti was sulking, sitting on the stone steps, fuming. Did MacNam hear that? She pulled out her phone to call for help, but being in the middle of the forest meant no signal. Danti angrily put her phone away, struggling to get up, but her lower body felt completely numb and would not budge. What is going on? Am I really going to die here? Is anyone out there? Damn you. Nam. Help me. Nam suddenly froze when he heard a scream shatter the silence in the woods. His brows knitted tightly, suspicion flickering in his eyes. That sound. Could it be that Thantai has not come back at all? The scene before him made him furrow his brow. Did not he tell her to return? Thantai was sitting on the ground, her face pale with panic. She jumped at the sound and turned around. Her eyes were brimming with tears. And then suddenly, all her fear erupted like a volcano. Damn you. Nam. Where have you been? Tiny fists rained down on his arm relentlessly, accompanied by her complaints. You are dead. You are so dead. You left me all alone here. Nam let out a soft sigh, cradling his sore arm, his voice lazy yet annoyed. All right. If you keep hitting me, I am out of here. Thanti huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. You left me here alone. Do you know how scared I was when I fell? If I hit you a little, what is the big deal? He sat down beside her, gently grasping her foot with his large hand, his tone dropping. But I found you. Did not. It was unclear what he did to make the little lady's face turn so red, bursting with emotions. But on the contrary, she was still sulking. Her right arm was broken. She could not use it, and had to rely on her left. Nam carefully held her small foot, his voice soft yet firm. Your ankle's dislocated. I will help you fix it. Just hold on. The pain hit her hard, making Thanti cry out. Take it easy. Are you trying to kill me? After realigning her bones, Nam calmly said. All right. Do not rush to move. Rest for a bit. We will head down the mountain together. But just then, Misty clutched her stomach and groaned. I am so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Nam glanced around helplessly. I will go look for something. As soon as he turned, her voice rang out, filled with panic. I want to go too. He snapped back, his tone heavy. You stay there. Do not move. I will be right back. Nam wandered through the woods, searching for something edible. Meanwhile, behind him, Thanti was restless, repeatedly calling out like a lost child. Hey, where are you? Come back. Not even a minute later, her voice echoed again. Did you find anything yet? He sighed, shaking his head. In just 10 minutes, she had called out over 20 times. This girl really had no chill. Just then, Nam's gaze froze, slight smile tugging at his lips as he spotted them bright red wild apple trees, glistening with ripe fruit ahead. He quickly picked a few wild apples and returned, saying little. He divided them between them, his tone cool yet decisive. I found some wild fruit. Eat this to stave off hunger first. Thanti perked up, her eyes lighting up with a hint of warmth. But in that moment, she noticed he was munching on a big, juicy apple while she only got a few small green ones. Still, Thanti took them and took a bite. But immediately, a bitter taste engulfed her mouth. She spit it out and exclaimed, What the heck? This is so gross. What are you eating? Yours is huge. Thanti reached out, hoping for a fruit, but Nam replied, What I am eating is not suitable for you. He turned away, his tone. You eat yours? And once you are done, we will leave. Furious, Thanti threw the few fruits she had in her hands away. Feeling wronged. What a cheapskate. Not even sharing one of these big ones. Nam glanced at her, thinking to himself, typical behavior of a spoiled princess. Without waiting any longer, he said flatly, If you are not hungry. Thanti tried to stand up, but her legs felt like jelly, lacking the strength to lift her. Taking a deep breath, Nam turned around and sat down in front of her. Get on. I will carry you. But this little princess had her pride. I do not need you to carry me. Hearing that, Nam did not push further, casually saying, If you want to walk on your own, we will have to sleep on the mountain tonight, wasting a lot of our time. Eventually, Thanti relented and climbed onto his back. As they walked for a while, with only one arm supporting her, there were moments of awkward movement. This made Thanti boil with anger. What are you touching? Where are your hands going? Nam did not hold back. My right hand is injured. I can support you properly. But Thanti would not buy it. She argued. Injured. There is not even a drop of blood. If you do not want to carry me, just let me down. He sighed warily, whispering, This is really hard work. Despite that, Nam pushed on, quickening his pace down the mountain. After a while, he noticed the princess on his back had suddenly gone unusually quiet, stirring a sense of worry. But when he looked back, he found Thanti had dozed off on his back without him realizing it. Nam pondered. So Neve, how can she fall asleep in a situation like this? Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing came from Thanti's jacket pocket. Hearing that, Nam furrowed his brows, a glint of excitement in his eyes. There is a signal here. Looks like the whole world is looking for us. The phone in his hand buzzed insistently, ringing like it was urging him. Nam frowned, his voice sharp. Wake up. Answer the phone. But all he got in response was a weak groan. Startled, he turned to see Thanti slumped, her body limp in his arms. Unconscious. What is happening? Her face was pale against his shoulder, her skin clammy with sweat. Miffy Nam leaned down to check, and suddenly shouted as he realized the severity of the situation. Damn it. How did she get poisoned? He scanned her body, deep in thought, unsure if it was a snake bite or if someone had targeted her. There is no time to hesitate. Mac runs into the forest like a bullet, his hands gliding through the branches, quickly picking the poisonous herbs he knows by heart. He thinks to himself, if he does not get the antidote now, she could die from poisoning. When he turns back, Danti is lying there, gasping like a candle about to go out. Gritting his teeth, he shoves a handful of herbs into her mouth, his voice cold yet urgent. If you want to live, you need to swallow this. The loud ringtone of his phone shatters the tense atmosphere, breaking the silence like a bull in a china shop. Mac grabs the phone, pressing it to his ear, and the voice on the other end explodes like fireworks. Urgent and frantic. Miss, where are you? Mac does not waste time chatting. He cuts. There is a signal here. I can use the capiche to locate. The voice on the other end hesitates for a moment before bursting into furious shouts. Who are you? Who the hell are you? But Mac is too stressed to respond. He tosses the phone aside. He bends down, his hands trembling with anxiety, and yanks Thantai's shirt, tossing it into a corner. In that moment, Mac's gaze freezes. On her pale skin at the waist, a small needle mark is starkly visible, surrounded by a dark, bruised area that looks like it is spreading into a deadly black patch. Mac takes a deep breath, a surge of light igniting around him, his spiritual energy erupting like divine fire, fierce and unyielding. His eyes glint with determination, knowing the poison is a fraction of what it could be. But he must save her immediately. Without hesitation, he cradles Danti, gently placing his hand on the poisoned area. There is no time to brew an antidote. He can only channel his energy directly to force the poison out. Mac lays his palm on her belly, infusing her with warmth, light radiating from his hand, seeping through her skin, gradually pushing the toxin out. Danti winces in pain, her body curling up, her voice weak and trembling. Slowly, her eyelids flutter, waking up amid the excruciating agony. Her vision still a bit hazy, but the first thing her eyes land on is Mac holding her tightly, his hand on her belly, and he is not even wearing a shirt. In that moment, her mind explodes with shock, rage, and embarrassment. And without thinking, Danti kicks out, landing a solid blow right to Mac's face. He collapses to the ground, his face pale, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, blood pouring from his mouth, his vision fading to black. This time, it might really be the end. Thantai's eyes widen, fear stabbing at her heart, making her instinctively shrink back. Without a second thought, she snatches the tattered shirt from the ground, wrapping it around herself for cover. Her heart races, breaths coming in quick bursts, her mind blank. Thanti chokes backwards. She does not have time to speak, her legs moving before her brain can catch up. She jumps up, turning her back to run in a panic. She screams, tears streaming down her face, shocked that Mac is the kind of person he is. Just moments later, the sound of a helicopter roars through the stillness, ripping apart the silence as it appears over the treetops. The swirling wind sends leaves flying like rain, and from above, a burly bodyguard shouts joyfully, "We found her. We found the miss." They rush to land and pick her up. But when the bodyguard sees her torn clothing and pale face, everyone turns a shen. A guy immediately chuckled as he shrugged off his vest and draped it over her shoulders. Worry etched across his face. "Miss, what is wrong? Are you okay? Is it just you?" Thanti did not answer. She could only cry silently, clutching the fabric that shielded her, her trembling lips barely whispering, "I want to go home." She was helped onto the helicopter, the whirring blades screaming, but could not drown out the suffocating silence that enveloped her. Thanti curled into her seat, her hands gripping her shirt tightly. Her vacant gaze stared out at the bleak sky through the window. Tears no longer fell, but panic still wrapped around her like an unshakable shadow. Two bodyguards sat across from each other, confusion plain on their faces. Yet no one dared to speak. The helicopter soared away, leaving behind the desolate woods, where a young man lay motionless on the blood-soaked ground, his fate unknown. Less than an hour later, the helicopter landed atop a building. Long Thing, with bloodshot eyes and a tense expression, rushed towards the aircraft as it touched down. When the pitiful figure of his daughter came into view, his heart felt like it was being squeezed. "Daughter, what is wrong?" At that moment, all the defenses he would held up during the journey crumbled. Vanta sobbed uncontrollably, burying her face against her father's chest, shaking and weeping without end. Long Thang's gaze darkened, a mix of panic and rage welling up inside him. Then he spun around to the bodyguard, growling like thunder. "What the hell happened? Get the doctor here now." The bodyguard stammered, hurriedly dialing the phone. Yep. "We need help." Elder Yen and his wife were waiting in the lobby, their faces pale as they saw their granddaughter being carried in. As soon as Thanti saw her grandparents, her weak legs flailed as she tried to rush towards them, tears streaming like a waterfall. Grandpa. Grandma. Just moments later, their private doctor rushed in, a medical kit clutched tightly in his hands. Quick, get the young lady inside. After a thorough examination, the doctor removed his mask, wiped the sweat from his brow, and spoke seriously. Miss has been poisoned. Taking a deep breath, he tried to stay calm, lowering his voice to explain. Elder Yen, do not worry. The poison is not life-threatening, but we still need to run further tests. Elder Yen slowly stepped in, his voice gentle, trying to reassure. It is good that it is not serious. Right. Is not Mevnam also missing? Huh. Just as the question hung in the air, the silence was abruptly pierced by a soft moan from the pristine white bed. Vantai lay there, her face pale, beads of sweat on her forehead, her lips trembling as she murmured in a daze. Dante. Elder Yen rushed over, wrapping his arms tightly around his trembling granddaughter, his hands shaking as he comforted her. It is. Long Thing, his heart sank, his brow furrowing at the sight. Combined with the torn clothes she had on earlier, the worst thoughts flooded his mind. Could it be Maki Nam? Suddenly, Elder Yen's voice rang out, low but powerful enough to silence the commotion. Everyone out. Don't disturb then Tice rest. All left quietly to the living room. Not a word spoken. Only the suffocating tension filling the room. Elder Yen pondered for a long time, his gaze deep and sorrowful, before slowly speaking. It is impossible. Mexi Nam is a man of integrity. He would never do something like this. Long Thing, his voice rose, his eyes flashing with intensity. He better not. Or else, before he could finish, the commanding voice of Yan Lao interrupted. Enough. Turn around. Servant. Come here. She softly replied and stepped to the door, knocking lightly 3 times before pushing it open. Miss, I am coming in. Ian Lofu Nun furrowed her brows tightly, her heart uneasy as if pricked by needles. After hesitating for a month, she suddenly stood up. I need to see for myself. Leaving the 2 men in the living room, the atmosphere thick with tension, Long Thing sat still, his eyes aflame, while Yinlo gently closed his eyes, thoughts swirling in his mind. After a long moment, the door swung open. Yumilofu Nun emerged, her expression drastically different from before. Long Thing immediately rushed over, breathless. What happened? She offered a light smile, her tone soothing. Don't worry. Everything is fine. Just a bit muddy. Probably a little too much excitement. Hearing this, both Long Thing and Yain La let out a collective sigh of relief. Then Mulo slowly spoke. If there is nothing more, everyone should rest. Let Thanti take her time to recover. The next morning, while Thanti was still sleeping, her breath steady, her brows slightly furrowed as if still haunted by nightmares. He had been sitting by the bed for some time, his dark eyes focused intently on her pale face, a feeling he could not quite name stirring within him. Suddenly, Thanti's lashes fluttered. She blinked a few times before groggily coming to. The first sight to greet her made her dizzy. Thanti instinctively sat up, her voice laced with surprise and a hint of caution. What are you doing here? Ing Yuan, slightly flustered, lowered her voice. Did you see Mephinam yesterday? Was he with you? Why has not he come back? Hearing this, Thanti's expression darkened instantly. She slowly lay back down, responding uncomfortably. You seem to care about him a lot. Did all your money go to waste? Ing En was taken aback, a look of shock crossing her face. What money? Right now. I am asking about Mephinam. Thanti suddenly exploded, sitting upright, her voice sharp. Now I am talking about money with you. And you are worried about so many students. You keep coming to my house. Is Mephinam that important to you? And froze, momentarily dazed, while heavy thoughts surged like a tidal wave within Thanti. How could a teacher be so shameless as to mingle with a student, especially someone like that Makshi Nam? Ing En took a deep breath, maintaining her composure, speaking slowly. I worry about every student of mine who goes missing. Moreover, during your time in the hospital, Messi Nam was the one who covered your expenses. I had to pay him back. Her words cut through Thanti's delusions like a knife. Her eyes widened, frozen in disbelief. At the Confucius temple, she was paying Mevaf Nam. Ing En nodded in affirmation, her gaze sincere. What did you think? He took care of all the fees. Thanti's body stiffened, her heart racing, a feeling of confusion spreading throughout her chest. Could she have misunderstood Mekshi Nam? But then, Ing En pressed again. Where is he? Anyway, Thanti looked up, her voice slightly strained. Don't worry. He knows martial arts. He will be fine. Ing En almost jumped up, her voice full of worry, the pitch rising. What martial arts? He is just a student. Knowing a few self-defense moves won't help. A missing person out in the wilderness. What if something unexpected happens? Just as she was about to reply, a deep voice resonated from behind. Ning En jumped, turning around with a voice tinged with hesitation and a hint of fear. It was Yuvan patriarch. His gaze was stern, his words punctuated with emphasis, reminding her to pay attention to her tone. We have already sent someone to search for him. Gi En fell silent, clenching her fists, bowing her head to ask for permission to leave. A powerful wave of anxiety surged within her. Mefi Nam. Where on earth have you gone? Inside. Yingia's voice echoed steadily throughout the room. Dantai. You are awake. Come down. Your uncle Didafeng is back. Just in time to help you with the poison. Dantai's eyes suddenly lit up, bubbling with joy. When did he come back? I need to see him. In the living room. Ingia sat with arms crossed, his gaze sharp like a knife. It was Uncle Didafeng, the colonel of the infantry, the pride of the entire clan. Danti rushed over, her face glowing with uncontainable happiness. Uncle Didafeng, how did you find time to come back? Didn't you say the military was super busy? The moment he saw his niece, the cold demeanor melted away, and he burst into laughter, his tone teasing. I heard you got poisoned. I took a break from my master to come check on the toxicity in you. I heard even Le gave up, after a brief exchange of questions. Dibafeng immediately began his examination, and as Dantia's shirt was lifted, his gaze suddenly darkened. A dark purple mark vividly visible around her slender waist. Didafeng froze, staring intensely at his niece. Then down at the poison mark, his expression a mix of shock and suspicion. This is... His gaze sharpened, his voice grave. Dantai. Do you realize this poison could have taken your life? She widened her eyes in shock, replying softly. Really? Dibafeng nodded slowly, then gently reassured her. But it is okay. A skilled person has already helped you. Right now there is just a little bit of poison left that has not been cleared out. Let me help you flush it out. Dantai furrowed her brow. Puzzled. Who helped me detoxify? Yanjia. Standing nearby, slowly spoke, his tone firm. When you came back, no one helped you detoxify. So it must have been Mekfafnam. That name struck her like a lightning bolt, and a wave of discomfort mixed with doubt surged within her. How could it be Mefi Nam? He is just a guy who takes advantage of opportunities. Didafeng leaned closer, lowering his voice, explaining each word. The poison in you was interrupted during removal. Whoever you saw when you woke up must be the one who helped you detox. Dantai was stunned. Hazy images from the forest flashed back like a slow-motion film, and she could not help but wonder. Could it really be Mefi Nam who helped me detox? She asked instinctively. But what if it is a bother? Dibafeng glanced at his niece, his voice suddenly serious. Even though I have reached a high level, helping others heal is when I am at my weakest. If you disturb me, the lightest outcome is severe injury and fainting. The worst is being counterattacked and dying on the spot, Yenge added, his tone heavy. Because of this, many martial arts families are reluctant to help others easily. His words pierced Thantai's heart like a knife, and at that moment, she slowly remembered Mifafnam's condition that day. Her face turned pale, her lips trembling. He seemed to have blood and collapsed back then. Thanti gasped in shock, her voice shaking. Dad. Mefi Nam. Did he really help me detox? Long sighed, his voice tinged with both reproach and pain. The mood of his child had been so agitated before. Dad did not even have time to say anything. The only reason we found you was because my Nam answered the phone and sent the location here. Once again, she was taken aback. He answered the phone. He called someone over. Long nodded, his voice slow and analytical. Dantai. You might be blaming my Nam. But if he really wanted to do something, why would he call for help? Besides, you did not. Danti interrupted, her voice nearly pleading. Then let us hurry and send someone to find him, Long replied calmly. We have already sent people to look for him. It is just that there is a stretch of road where we can't find him at all. Tears welled up in Thantai's eyes. Her heart felt like it was pierced by 1,000 needles. Turns out, they all believed my Nam was innocent. Only she thought he had ill intentions towards her. She clenched her fists and stood up abruptly. I have to go find him, Long called after her, his voice trembling. Dantai, you need to detox first. But she shook her head, determination shining in her eyes. I have to find Manam first. He can be in any trouble. Oh God, please protect him. The helicopter, carrying the security team, soared back towards Mount Kongming. Inside the cabin, Dantai leaned against the window, her face pale with anxiety. Olyan gently tilted his head to comfort her. Don't worry. We will definitely find him. The helicopter tilted its wings and quickly descended onto a clearing at the mountain's peak. As soon as the helicopter door opened, the wind whipped through, tussling everyone's hair and clothes. Danti dashed out, her small legs pouring all their strength into running down the path. She nearly screamed, her voice trembling. Yep. This is the path. Dantai led the security team into the vast forest. The winding trail beneath the dark canopy seemed to swallow every step. An hour later, They reached the spot where the incident happened the day before. Vantai stopped, her heart racing, scanning the ground until her eyes suddenly froze. Her voice trembled as she pointed at a dried bloodstain on the ground. Look, everyone. There is still clothing here. It is right here. Vanti knelt down, her fingers brushing against the dark red evidence, worry spreading across her face. Where is Manam? Why can't I see him anywhere? She looked up, her voice echoing through the silent forest. Manam. Manam. Where are you? The whole forest echoed with Thantai's cries. But only the cold wind whistling through the leaves replied, chilling her to the bone. Just then, a security guard shouted from the riverbank, "Look over here. There is a shoe." Everyone rushed toward him, and in the guard's hand was a muddy men's shoe. Thanti recognized it instantly as Manam's. Old Yen stepped forward, his eyes scanning the area for signs. Noting the flattened grass and long tracks in the mud, he spoke slowly. Looking at these marks, seems Manam was here drinking water. Thanti gasped, her eyes reddening. Drinking water here. Then why are there such long traces? Old Yen replied heavily. Because, perhaps he came here to drink water. A chill ran down Thanti's spine. Her whole body trembled. Her heart felt like it was being twisted sharply. The bodyguard lifted the shoe, his voice tense, revealing a stain of blood. He must have been injured a while ago, because the sole was punctured. That voice tore through the last defenses in Thantai's heart. Tears streamed down her face as she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth to stifle a sob. A wave of fear surged within her. So much blood. It is because I swapped shoes with him. Letting him carry me in those little shoes for so long, he must be in so much pain. Yet he did not say a word of complaint. Just when despair peaked, her phone rang in her hand. Breaking the silence, he answered, his voice low and a bit shaky. Hello. Really? After hanging up, he turned back, his eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope. The surveillance camera caught Mvav Nam arriving in the small town yesterday. We need to get there fast. In the small town at the foot of the mountain, Longthing glanced at the bodyguard beside him, asking which camera caught it. The guard, looking respectful, pointed ahead, saying, right there. It is the camera from a clinic. The clinic's door slowly opened, and two nurses, hearing the sound, turned to look at the entrance. Longtheng led Thantai and the bodyguards inside. The director calmly inquired, we have a camera from last night here. Can everyone confirm if that is Mesmei Nam? The two brothers looked at the monitor, their eyes glued to the screen. On the monitor, a Mephi Nam's figure flickered as he ran towards the door. Then, he banged on the clinic door with his hands, a desperate plea for help. Seeing this, Thantai covered her mouth, heartbroken, crying out, it is. A male doctor walked in, carrying a folder. Looking puzzled. Are you family of the patient named Mephi Nam? She rushed to his side, quickly responding, yep. What happened to Mexi Nam? Where is he? Why can't I see him? Is he seriously hurt? Please. Tell me. The doctor raised an eyebrow, sternly saying, please, do not panic. Longthing put a reassuring hand on Thantia's shoulder, softly reminding her. Don't panic. Listen to the doctor. He raised the folder, angrily scolding. Why did you let him come here alone? He ate some wild pears, which can cause allergic reactions. And then he suffered severe internal injuries. Hearing this, she clenched her fists, thinking to herself, was it the wild pear he ate yesterday? He must not have wanted me to eat his wild pear. And that is why he would not share it as poison. The doctor rubbed his temples, murmuring, but his arm is broken. Maybe he wanted to use the wild pear as anesthesia to ease the pain. Thanti gasped. What? How is his hand injured? When did he break a bone? The doctor pointed to his own right hand, indicating, his right hand is shattered, completely crushed. He knew better than to carry heavy things while his bones were broken. Especially in the rain, his entire arm was a wreck. She was devastated, wiping her tears away, crying out, Mephi Nam, I am sorry. Then, Thantai turned and dashed toward the monitor, saying, Mephi Nam, I did not know your bones were broken. I made you carry me. I am so sorry. She looked at Mephi Nam's figure on the surveillance screen, her voice rising. I want to apologize directly to him. I need to see where he went. Next, on the screen, the figure of Dr. Nam, the watermelon, appears, chasing MC Nam away. Thantai turns around, furious, and questions. Why did you kick him out? Dr. Nam scratches his head and replies. It is because he did not have any money. So I had to send him away. Thantai looks at him, shocked, thinking it was Mephi Nam's wallet. She grabs Dr. Nam by the collar, fuming. You are lying. That wallet clearly had 300,000 in it. Why did you kick him out? You jerk. He adjusts his glasses, struggling to explain. But he tried to enter the passcode multiple times. And it was all wrong. I did not take a single cent from him. Hearing this, a thought flashes through Thantai's mind. And her face turns bright red. Back at the Confucius temple, Nam had insisted on paying for the food. But out of anger, she changed the passcode on that wallet. With tears in her eyes, she cries out, "It is all my fault. I heard of." Dante collapses to the ground, lamenting. "Why did you kick him out? I will give you any amount of money you want. Why did you send him away?" She continues to weep, repeating her mistakes. Nam, please come back. It is all my fault. Long Thung stands quietly, observing Thai's distraught figure. He approaches softly, reassuring her. "Dantai, do not worry. Dad will send everyone to find Nam. He will be okay." She furrows her brow, insisting, "Dad, I am not going back to school. I have to find Nam. I want rest until he is back. I will search for him. If it takes a day or a month, I will find him." Long Thing, visibly worried, replies, "But you have not recovered from your poisoning, and you have exams in 2 months. You should go back to school and let me handle this." Dantai, determined, retorts, "I do not care. Even if I do not recover or take the exam, I have to find Nam first." He lowers his head, speechless, his face filled with concern. After a long pause, Long Thing gently ruffles her hair, reluctantly agreeing. "All right. Get up. I will help you look for him. We will search the entire city of Jiangdu, the whole province of Jiangnam. We will definitely find him." Dante wipes her tears and replies, "Yep. Let us go right now." On some street in Jiangdu, Nam holds his broken right arm. He gazes back at the street, deep in thought. Didn't they say N's area is really quiet? Where are all the thieves? If only I could snatch something back. Nam, lamenting. Money really makes the world go round. I am down to just a few coins and a dead phone. He looks at the phone in his hand, calculating. With all this stuff, the only thing worth anything is my phone. Inside a phone shop, the staff looks at him and says, "This phone is second-hand and water damaged. I can give you 200. He stares at the 2 bills in his hand, thinking it is too little but reluctantly accepting it. After leaving the shop, Nam glances at a clothing stall, thinking he should get a clean outfit first. He asks the vendor, "I will take this one. Do you guys have a restroom nearby?" He heard that and replied, "Clothes, pants, shoes. A total of 60 you want. You want to change clothes What about the restroom? Behind that stall is my house. Go change." Hearing this, Nam continued, "Sorry to bother you then." After a while, he came out in a new outfit and said, "Good." Just then, Nam was startled when he ran into Luso on the street. She was all smiles and greeted him. "Nam, I did not expect to see you so soon." She looked at him and said, "I have not introduced myself yet. My name is Lusa." Nam, hearing that, asked coldly, "Is something wrong?" Lusa pointed her thumb behind her and said, "I need to discuss something with you. It is not convenient here. Let us go to that restaurant." "My treat." He immediately agreed. "Sounds good." Inside a fancy restaurant, Nam and she sat across from each other at the table. Lusa looked over, very curious, and asked, "Why do not you ask what I need you for?" Nam picked up a piece of food and replied, "You will naturally tell me." Hearing this, Lusa looked at her glass of red wine and said, "I want to hide anything from you. I got a mission and agreed with my employer that 2 people would go. But my teammate can teammake it. So I want you to temporarily fill in." He raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You should find someone in your field." "Why me?" Lusa closed her eyes for a moment and helplessly replied, "You know me? Both of my recent missions were blown because of you. I can't show my face in the industry anymore. Plus the opponent is at least a master of transformation. My colleagues have already lost over 10 people. Nam asked, "What is your rank?" Lusa, with a bright smile, introduced, "My strength is just shadow energy." She leaned on the table and stood up, saying, "Do not worry. My employer has already planned to negotiate with the opponent. You do not need to do anything. I have got it all covered." Immediately after, Lusa raised a finger. Her face flushed as she made a condition. "If we get past this hurdle, I can give you $1 million. Nam was taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts after dealing with that evil cultivator. He broke his arm and would need money for treatment. This was also a chance to check out the transformation master of Earth. He looked straight at her and asked, "When do we set off?" Lusa happily replied, "Just a few days. I am waiting for my employer to arrive." Then, she lifted her glass of red wine and smiled brightly. "Cheers to our cooperation." Next, Nam took a bite and calmly made a request. "Pay me 200,000. Lusa's eyes widened in shock. Her face filled with disbelief as she looked at him. After finishing their meal, Mang Nam and Lusa stepped out of the restaurant. She glanced at him thoughtfully, curious to see what he would do with the money. Then, he looked at the sign of the alchemy shop and walked in, pointing at the items. This one, and that one too. Lusa was stunned watching the alchemy furnace and the herbs Mang Nam bought. She looked puzzled and could not help but ask, "Why are you buying so many herbs and an alchemy furnace?" He turned to her calmly and replied, "To refine some bone-mending pills." Lusa stroked her chin, wondering, "I have heard that martial arts families know how to make pills. Does Mang Nam know too?" Then, she was shocked to look at his arm and thought, "I did not know his arm was broken." Lusa furrows her brow, deep in thought. Mang Nam's arm is broken, how can he face a master of martial arts? Late at night, in a hotel room, the light is still on. Mang Nam sits cross-legged on the bed, intently watching the alchemy furnace working before him. He observes each stream of spiritual energy as it gathers to form a medicinal pill. Next, Mang Nam reaches for the pill inside the furnace. He gently places it in his mouth. Mang Nam crosses his legs again, closes his eyes, and focuses on absorbing the medicinal power he just ingested. A golden aura radiates, gently knitting his broken arm back together. Almost immediately, Mang Nam wakes up with a start. He reaches to touch his right elbow, saying, "All right." After that, Mang Nam slips his hand into his pocket. He glances at the 2 coins in his hand, saying, "These 2 coins, 1 yin and 1 yang, have fallen into the hands of a dark practitioner. Truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Let us see if I can refine and enhance them." Finally, Mang Nam closes his eyes, his entire body radiating golden spiritual energy as he cultivates. The next morning, sunlight beams through the window. A stream of spiritual energy, carrying the 2 coins, flies out. He raises 2 fingers to control the coins with his spiritual energy. But he can't help but think, compared to the wind and waves, these coins are much more suited for use. Just then, a voice calls from his room. "Mang Nam, let us go meet the client." Lusa and Mang Nam immediately leave the hotel, heading towards a white car parked outside. She hops into the car, grabs the steering wheel, and explains, "We definitely have to go to the port. It is Chua's family business. Their business has run into some trouble recently. Someone's targeting them, and they have scheduled a meeting with the other party several times. Today, they are probably coming to settle things." Lugusa glances sideways and adds, "Today, it is definitely not just the 2 of us. Just bear with it a bit since your arm is broken." Hearing this, Mang Nam looks straight ahead and nods in agreement. The white car speeds toward the port. Ludusa stops the car in front of a large villa, and he immediately gets out. She looks at Mang Nam and introduces, "Now we are going to meet our client, Chua Vin." Inside the villa, he sits on the sofa, seemingly waiting for someone. Chua Vin strokes his chin, appearing thoughtful as he gazes out toward the port. Just then, a bodyguard enters the room. He approaches, bowing respectfully, and says, "Young Master Chua, the people from the Shadow Organization have arrived," with a big smile. He replies, "Bring them in." The door opens, and Elsa leads Mang Nam inside. Chua Vin, all smiles, greets them warmly. "Miss, I have heard so much about you. It is great to finally meet." She points her thumb back and replies, "I really appreciate it. But I hope we are not late. This is my teammate, Mang Nam." Chua Vin eyes Mang Nam's cheap clothes and thinks disdainfully, "Where did this country bumpkin come from?" He chuckles awkwardly and says, "Well, I am entrusting my safety to you all today. Honestly, I was quite worried earlier. But now that you are here, I feel much more at ease." With that, Chua Vin turns to walk ahead. He smiled brightly and pointed towards the table, saying there were 12 people seated. Just then, the bodyguard pushed the door open, seriously calling out, "Master Chua, the Grandmaster must have arrived." Chua Vin's face turned bright red as he looked over there. He smiled warmly and said, "Grandmaster, I have heard so much about you. I have been waiting to see you all day. And finally, you have made it." The Grandmaster led 2 disciples inside. His lead disciple suggested, "Master Chua, since our master is personally here, the amount we discussed earlier should definitely go up a bit." With a humble expression, Chua Vin gestured inside, and Lusa replied, "Of course. Of course. With the Grandmaster personally involved, my 2 million is more than justified." "Grandmaster, please, take a seat." Lusa could not help but mutter under his breath, "I only get 3 million. And this guy wants 20 million for a so-called Grandmaster." The Grandmaster looked at the 2 of them, sitting on the sofa, and asked, "Who are these 2? He quickly introduced them with a smile. "These are renowned figures from the Underworld. I am, and this is Mang Nam." The old man glanced at the 2 of them and scoffed. "What Underworld? Just a bunch of wannabes with nothing but empty bravado. The Grandmaster looked over at Chua Vin beside him, coldly questioning. Master Chua, if I have agreed to help, why do we need this nonsense? A little girl and a broke student. Is Chua Vin really that easy to fool? Don't he let it be that I end up dead without even knowing how? Then, he quickly moved deeper inside the house. Hearing this, Chua Vin furrowed his brow but did not doubt it. Could it be that Lu Sa was just here to con him? After all, who knows if she is really Lu Sa? He bowed slightly and respectfully raised his teacup, saying, Grandmaster, please enjoy your tea. Lu Sa glanced at the old man and quietly introduced. This Grandmaster. I have heard of him. He's got some reputation in Jiangdu. I have heard he is already at the intermediate level, having trained in martial arts since childhood. The power behind his punches can shatter wood. MacNam thought to himself upon hearing this. What a joke. It is nothing impressive. Just then, a loud noise echoed everywhere. Outside the harbor, a boat was slowly docking. Chua Vin turned his head and said, Looks like we won't be enjoying our tea anymore. They have arrived. The Grandmaster calmly responded. It is all right. After I defeat the enemy, we can drink tea later. Lead the way. Hearing this, Chua Vin was taken aback but quickly agreed. Sure. Then, they all followed Chua Vin toward the beach. The leader stood on the boat with a toothpick in his mouth, shouting loudly. Finally here. He looked up confidently and declared, Today, you are in for a rough ride. He climbed down the rope ladder and said, Lao Chu, looks like you really fit the saying. A pig that can't run will end up getting slaughtered. Isn't the last time you got ripped off enough? This harbor is now ours. Chua Vin frowned, his face full of anger as he shouted, In your dreams. Today, I am inviting the Grandmaster here. So do not even think about coming back. Then, a figure jumped off the boat and landed swiftly. Nahatback landed on the speedboat where the leader was standing. He crossed his arms, proudly declaring, It has been many years since I have been to Jiangdu. Let us see who dares to call themselves a Grandmaster in front of me. Upon seeing Nahatback, Chua Vin's face showed undeniable shock. Then, he leaned in close and whispered to the master. Introducing, this is Dichi Nahatback, nearly 60 years old, a master of energy manipulation. Instantly, the old man's expression turned extremely serious. Next, Nahatback hopped onto the speedboat, gaining momentum to launch himself straight onto the sandy shore. In the blink of an eye, he appeared effortlessly before Zhu Ying and his crew. Baitbaki flashed a smile, coldly threatening. Who dares to disrespect Daichen Outbacks? Zhu Ying's chubby face was drenched in cold sweat as he nervously asked. Master Deech, are you really going to step in for him? Offending the Zhu family won't be easy for you. Binanka radiated a dark aura, questioning. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you deserve my respect? Unable to hold back any longer, Zhu Ying pointed a finger at him and commanded. Nahatback glanced over, a spark igniting in his mind. Then, he kicked hard, sending the waves crashing up and swirling around everyone. Neki exuded a low pressure, sneering. You really do not know your limits. Lu approached him, asking casually, How are you feeling? With an indifferent expression. He replied, She is no match for this guy. Zhu Ying, in a shouted, Master Chat, please, we need your help. Master Chat immediately clasped his hands together and shouted, You must be Master Deech. Let me show you how it is done. He placed a hand on his hip, releasing energy that spread out around him. Master Chat tightened his fists and charged at Nahatback. The two faced off, continuously using their energy against each other. Streams of blue light surged around them. As Nahatback gathered a powerful blue energy in his fist, Master Chat looked at his hand, cold sweat breaking out as he thought, This is bad. He quickly crossed his hands to block Nahatback's punch. Almost immediately, Master Chat was sent flying back a great distance. Seeing this scene, Zhu Ying could not believe his eyes and exclaimed, Oh my! What kind of power is this? Master Chat steadied himself, clutching his chest, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His disciples rushed over in panic, shouting, Master! He used his energy to stabilize Master Chat and exclaimed, I am healing you right now. Master Chat trembled all over, looking up at Nahatback and said, That was quite the move. Turns out you are from the Dragon Gate. Today, I admit defeat. Hearing this, he glanced at Zhu Ying beside him, noticing his pale, panicked expression and sneered. His whole body shook as he closed his eyes, trying to suppress his fear. Please forgive me. Master Deech, have mercy. Do not hold this against us. Captain Duan stepped off the boat, arms crossed, laughing loudly. Old Jew. He raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, Don't you think you should be begging for mercy first? Zhu Ying trembled, forcing a smile and replied, Captain Duan, let us not make a big deal out of this. We should keep the peace. If you want something from this port, take it. Take it. Captain Duan smirked. Stepping closer. You think I will let you off so easily? Last time, you made me kneel. He immediately dropped to his knees, sobbing and banging his head, begging for mercy. Please forgive me. Master Duan, I bow to you. He laughed loudly, kicking Uncle Vin in the face and barking. Get down. You scum. Have your people kneel too, with one side of his face bruised. He turned to the bodyguards behind him and shouted. Everyone. Kneel. Get down on the ground. All the bodyguards dropped to their knees. Bowing deeply, Master Duan stood tall, looking down at everyone with a wide grin. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, catching sight of Liu Sang in the distance and Manan close by. Master Duan pointed at the two and roared. You two. Why are not you kneeling? Do you want to die? Hearing this, Uncle Vin turned his head, glaring at them. This guy came here to scam money. And now, in such a critical moment, he wants to provoke this master. Manan raised two fingers calmly and suggested. Uncle Chu, if I can handle both of them, will you let me see it? Uncle Vin was stunned, immediately looking up and shouting. What did you say? Liu Sang heard this and moved closer, whispering to him. Manan, are you really capable of that? Master Duan smirked, looking at him as if to say, you little brat. You think you can handle me? Manan looked at Uncle Vin, who was still kneeling, and asked. Uncle Chu, are you in or out? If you agree, these two will obediently kneel before you. Jia rushed towards him, shouting. Good. That is awesome. Show your authority in front of this master. He leaped high, preparing to deliver a powerful kick aimed straight at him, threatening to end his life. Manan raised his fist, gathering energy and aiming it forward. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending Jie flying backward. He soared straight into the ocean, crashing down into the water. The onlookers, including Liu Sang, were left wide-eyed and speechless at the sight. He could not believe his eyes, stammering in disbelief. What? What just happened? The young master was helped by his disciple, thinking to himself, how can this kid send Jai flying with just one punch? Jie shattered the calm surface of the sea, quickly shooting up into the sky. Soaked to the bone, he landed on the shore of Kamkai, shocked to find a hidden rival here. Jie clenched his fists, roaring to shake off the water from his clothes. Master Duan immediately rushed towards the sea, shouting, Master Ji, finish them off. He glared at Manan, calmly declaring, Kid, you are strong, but you are not my match. You embarrassed me in Jiangdu, and I will kill you for my reputation. Manan, calm and unfazed, replied, Is it just embarrassment? Jia raised an eyebrow, surprised and confused. He noticed the golden energy continuously absorbing the sand beneath his feet. Wondering, sand. Manan raised his hand, gripping a long spear made of sand. Jia gasped, unable to believe it. Thinking, sculpting a shield from sand. Manan, calm and collected, charged forward with the spear in hand. Then, with all his might, he hurled the spear ahead. It flew straight and pierced through his chest effortlessly. The onlookers, including Uncle Vin, were left wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Liu stood far from the grand stage, in disbelief, thinking, this is way too extravagant. Uncle Vin's eyes widened as he gazed at the man, exclaiming, Oh my, what realm is this? The master, astonished, exclaimed loudly, I can't believe I get to witness a true powerhouse in my lifetime. This is definitely the presence of a real immortal. You radiate a golden aura of spiritual energy, and you still want to kill me for fame. Hearing this, the man felt threatened, saying, Real strength is not to be taken lightly. My line of the half-dragon sect is not some joke. Even leveling Jiangdu would just be a warm-up. The man smiled back, asking, Do you really think you will get a chance to report back to your master? His face turned pale, clutching his wound as he shouted, I can tee, but others can. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Uncle Vin's mind. He turned and pointed at the distant yacht, shouting, Master Mang, stop him. We absolutely can't let him escape. Master Mang looked at him, asking, You still have not answered my question from earlier. Are those two worth 20 million each? Uncle Vin, visibly excited, raised his voice. Definitely worth it. Just stop that scumbag, and I will pay each of you 20 million. The scumbag stood proudly on the yacht, declaring, Just wait. I will call for help, and you will all be fish bait. Master Mang calmly used telepathy to say, You really think you can run? Seeing him use telepathy, the scumbag's eyes widened in shock. Unable to close his mouth, he grinded his teeth, raised his middle finger, and yelled, I will remember you, you little brat. You messed with the half-dragon sect. I will chop off your hands and feet and wipe your whole family out. Master Mang smiled faintly, gathering his energy, saying, fine. Then I will just capture you. He raised his hands and used the dragon grip technique, aimed at the scumbag on the distant yak. A surge of golden spiritual energy immediately lifted him high into the air, then pulled him back to shore. The scumbag was dropped to the ground, his face filled with horror. Thinking, wait, was not I on the yak? Uncle Vin was in disbelief, muttering, this is too strong. Is he even human? The bodyguard next to him twitched his lips and whispered. From 100 meters away, he lifted a person from midair. This is insane. The scumbag kept banging his head on the ground, pleading, Master. Immortal. I can offer you my yak. My treasures just spare my life. He approached, stomping his foot down on the scumbag's head, shouting, it is your turn to suffer. On the other side, lying on the ground, seized the moment to negotiate. Immortal. Spare me, and I can share a world-shattering secret in exchange for my life. Master Mang looked at him calmly, pointing out, you might be mistaken. I am just working for young Master Chu. Abba gripped his spear tightly, pleading desperately. Immortal. Please spare my life. We came here to retrieve some valuable earth deity statues. Spare me, and I will take you along. We can all make money together. Master Mang casually snapped his fingers, responding, I am not planning to take your lives myself. The spear instantly disintegrated, scattering into pieces. Moments later, he also fell to the ground with a thud. You turn to Uncle Vin beside you and say, his cultivation has been crippled. Master, these two are on me. My mission is complete. Hearing this, he clasps his hands in respect and praises. Master Nam's actions are truly extraordinary. Please follow me inside. Let me treat you well. The master behind must be smirking, clasping his hands and adding, this kind of devilish trick has surpassed the master's realm. You should be called a true immortal. I have wronged you before. Please forgive me. True immortal. Hearing this, Nam coldly declines. No need to go in together. Mission accomplished. Uncle Vin. Settle the payment. Uncle Vin, seeing this, respectfully hands over a note and says, True immortal. Here's your payment of 20 million. The password is 688. And here's my business card. We have made a fortune in the transportation business. I can chat a bit in Jiangdu City. If anything comes up, remember to find us. Could you leave your contact number? True immortal. You raise a hand, looking away and say, I do not have a phone. Just send me a message when you get back. Not long after, Uncle Vin, smiling brightly, walks alongside Master Nam, leading the way. This is the exit. Take your time. Gentlemen. Then, right before his eyes, the car door slams shut with force. Uncle Vin stands there, watching the car fade away, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Inside the car, Nam holds 2 coins in his hand, thinking, looks like I will use these fancy tricks less in the future, but this time, I had to do it to shock the crowd. Lu Sa, driving, glances over and asks, what is it? You completed your mission and made a ton of cash, but you do not look happy. Don't worry. This is normal. I felt the same way the first time. You will get used to it after a few tries. Nam looks at the 2 coins in his hand and shakes his head. Not really. Just then, the car passes by a street playing a song. Sitting in the car, he hears the music and suddenly wonders. The pieces of the 6 Realms soul board still do not have any leads. Could it be that blending some demonic sounds into a popular song like this could help me find the pieces? Thinking this, Nam can't help but speculate. If I could play it everywhere, the coverage would increase by a ton. Lu Sa, looking through the car window, smiles and says, we have arrived. Let us get out. We will set up the next mission later. Hearing that, you furrow your brows and look at her, reminding her, did you forget something? Lu Sa frowns and asks back. Forget what? You are not expecting a farewell hug, are you? Nam extends a hand and says, you still owe me 800,000. She gasps in surprise. Wait. Uncle Vin gave you 20 million, and you are still haggling over 800,000 with me. That is a bit much. Seeing you unresponsive, Lu Sa reluctantly pulls out a card. She holds the card out teasingly. Take it. Good. It still has my scent on it. Nam calmly reaches out and takes the card. You step out of the car. Raise the card high for a goodbye. Nam looks at the quiet building in front of him and thinks, I should go say a quick hello to Grandma. Soon after, you walk up to her office. Knocking continuously, the door opens, and as you walk in, you see Grandma and Vi Zhang inside. She immediately rushes over, taking your hand with worry. You are finally back. Vying next to her looks displeased. Scolding. Where have you been these past few days? Don't you know everyone's worried about you? If you do not want to study anymore, just quit and save us the trouble. The guy softly explained he got lost in the mountains and his phone died. She crossed her arms and turned her head to the side with a cold huff. Lying through her teeth, who would believe that? Aunt Dam smiled knowingly, saying, "All right, you two are not kids anymore. Vying, isn't it because of your birthday that he came back? For tonight's party, Mom agreed you can go out together. Just do not be too late." The guy glanced at her, thinking, so today is Lam Vying's birthday. He looked at her and said, "Aunt Dam, we still have 2 classes left. I am heading to school now." Meanwhile, Dantai, sitting in the car, suddenly asked, "Is Mung Nam back at school?" Secretary Dung turned around while driving, confirming, "That is right. I just got a call from the school confirming Meng Nam is back. Nothing to worry about." She immediately exclaimed, "Then I will go home and change. Then head to school right away." Secretary Dung reluctantly agreed. "All right then." Dantai lowered her head, worried, thinking, was not his hand injured? How could he be back at school so soon? This idiot. Did he skip the hospital? He did not even call me. He must still be mad at me. The black car quickly stopped in front of Yevon Rast's place. After a long moment, Thanti finally got out with a first aid kit in hand. She walked to where the car was parked and opened the door. Secretary Dong, seeing Thanti get in, anxiously asked, "Miss, why are you sweating so much? You are not sick, are you?" She blushed and replied, "Back at school." Vying called out, "Ming Nam, I need to talk to you." Meng Nam looked over and asked, "About what?" with a serious expression. She warned, "Tonight, Tin Boy will also be there. He is pretty domineering, so do not get into it with him." Hearing that, he closed his eyes and reminded her, "Last warning, he is not a good guy. Whether you care or not is your business." Vying, crossing her arms, turned her head away and retorted, "I never said I was getting involved with him. It is just my birthday today. I do not want you two to fight." Ming Nam, looking gloomy, replied coldly, "As long as he does not mess with me, I won't touch him either." Then she took his hand and pulled him along. "Just remember that. Now get in the car." Thantai stood there, stunned, watching them leave. She stumbled but was caught by Secretary Dong, wondering to herself, "What is wrong with me? Why can't I muster any strength?" Thantai, drenched in cold sweat, asked, "Isn't he injured? Where's he going?" Hearing that, Secretary Dung reported, "Miss, I found out that Meng Nam is going to a birthday party for someone named Li Lum Va Zhang." She sighed, closing her eyes, thinking, "I imagine so many scenarios to meet him. But not this one. He actually has time to go to a birthday party. Is it that when he called me, he did not want to? Did I make him ditch me that badly?" She saw Thantai stumble and worriedly shouted, "Miss, what is wrong? You are sweating way too much." Secretary Dung reached out to stop her, gasping in shock, "It is freezing." She stared at Thantai as she slid down, hoping desperately that the remaining poison would not kick in. Secretary Dung took her hand and rushed towards the car, saying, "We need to get back fast." At the entertainment venue, a long line of supercars was parked in front. Sujan walked up and tapped on the car window, calling out, "Vying, hurry up and get out. There is a surprise waiting." Ming Nam stepped out, scanning the surroundings with wide eyes. His hand slipped into his pocket, searching. Meng Nam stared at the glittering gold card in his hand, shocked to find himself on Henji's turf. Nearby, Chutrang Thigu stood inside a heart made of roses, shouting, "Vying." He hid his hands behind his back, his face beaming as he said, "It has been a while. Last night, I dreamed you said you missed me." Vying's face turned bright red. She covered her mouth and asked, "When did you get back?" Trong Thigu looked down at her and smiled. "How could I miss my birthday? The student exchange program has been going on for quite a while now. I won't be going back. I am joining you for the exam." Vying beamed with excitement and asked, "Really?" He raised a bouquet of roses, confirming with a smile, "Of course. Here. These flowers are for you." She took the bouquet, laughing, "But we are not a couple. Why are you giving me roses? Let us just call this my birthday present. Do not expect anything too extravagant." The crowd around them instantly buzzed with excitement. Mefi Nam, amidst the crowd's noise, looked towards them and stepped closer to Trajang Thigu. He smiled gently, raising his hand to introduce himself. "Hello. I am Trying Thigu. From Hinu Trying. Who are you?" He relaxed his arms at his sides and replied coolly, "Mefi Nam. Han Vi, standing next to him, noticed Mephi Nam did not shake hands and shouted, "How rude." Trajung Thu retracted his hand, turned to Mephi Nam, and said, "It is. So you are Mephi Nam. Finally meeting you is interesting. Let us head inside." He then led Vi Zhang and the others into the venue. Hunvia looked at Vi Vang and introduced, "Do you all know that the owner of this place is Eng Jia? He is one of the top 3 figures in the underground world of Giant Gugli. I heard he invested around 600 to 700 million in this place. And every private room is fully booked every day. Luckily, I made my reservation 3 days ago." Safsan smiled brightly, praising, "You are the best." Vivine chimed in, "You have really worked hard." He held up a card in front of the staff. Grinning, "We have a reservation for room 12. Please take us there." He turned to the computer screen next to him and said, "Sorry, but room 12 is already booked by a member. Everyone will have to line up again." Hunviak slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What kind of business are you running here?" The staff immediately pulled out a radio and called for help. "Hello. Someone's causing trouble at the front desk. Get security over here." 2 security guards pushed through the door, sternly asking, "Who dares to cause a scene?" Hunviak paused for a moment and shouted, "What do you mean causing trouble? I booked this room 3 days ago and paid a deposit. You need to explain this to me." The staff calmly responded, "Do not you know that our place is a members-only club? If you are not a member, just line up like everyone else." Safsan gasped, "Wait, it seems like Mephi Nam might have a membership." The staff was taken aback and repeatedly asked, "What? You really think you can?" He scoffed, "If he can, then I must be the owner of this place." Tigam, standing behind, skeptically asked, "Come on, are you serious? Can you really do that?" Then, under the astonished gaze of the staff, Mephi Nam raised a card in response. He immediately snatched the card from Mephi Nam's hand, yelling, "Let me see that, a platinum card." The staff gripped the card tightly with both hands. Then, his face filled with fear, he looked over at Mephi Nam. In that moment, Hunvia raised the bank card and commanded, "Give me a big room, now." The staff glanced at the group and said, "Everyone, hold on a second. I will call our manager." After a moment, the manager approached with his hands clasped behind his back, asking, "Which esteemed customer has the platinum card?" The staff and Hunvik simultaneously pointed at Mephi Nam. The guy held up the platinum card for confirmation. "This card belongs to him." Hearing this, Mephi Nam calmly asked, "Is there a problem?" The manager furrowed his brows, looking at Mephi Nam, then asked again. He raised the platinum card high, exclaiming, "No way. You must be kidding. Where did you get this fake card?" The staff, Hunvi, and even Sazan were stunned, unable to believe it, shouting, "Fake card." Mephi Nam looked at the manager, insisting, "Look closely. My platinum card can't possibly be fake." The manager let out a scoff. "No way. A platinum card requires an account with at least 10 million. We only have a handful of those. Every customer. I remember them well. A kid like you can't even get one." The 3 behind him stared intently at him. Hunviav laughed mockingly, shouting, "Your card is fake. Are you trying to play us?" Xiaozan chimed in with a scoff. "This is incredibly embarrassing." Hunvia crossed his arms, mockingly saying, "Mephi Nam, are you enjoying this? If you do not want to celebrate my birthday, just do not show up." The manager laughed menacingly. "Kid, you are really bold to use a fake card here at our place. If you do not learn your lesson, you won't know what this place is about." Just then, 2 tall bodyguards appeared behind him. Suddenly, Mephi Nam turned to look when he heard the commotion, saying, "Excuse me, sorry to bother you." He held up a card, saying, "I am a gold member here. My friend was just messing around. So please get me a nice room." The manager immediately smiled and said, "So it is young Master Trung. Quick, get him a room, the big one." The classmates around him quickly gathered, buzzing with excitement. "Young Master Trung, I can't believe you have a gold card from our place. That is worth 3 million just to get in. You have got to show us who you really are, unlike some people. Pulling out a fake platinum card just to impress Hun Vy, what a joke." Hun Vy shot an angry glare at Mechas Nam. With a bright smile, she hugged young Master Trung and said, "Thank goodness for you." He smiled brightly, clapping his hands and saying, "All right, everyone cheer up. This card is just a favor from my dad. Don't forget today's theme. We are celebrating our gorgeous Hun V's birthday." Hearing this, her face turned bright red as she said, "Thank you, young Master Trung." He replied with a smile. "What do we need to thank each other for?" Inside the room, Mac Nam sat in a corner, watching Wudong as he clinked his glass. He also lifted a glass of golden liquor, giving it a gentle shake. Just then, Tuta raised her hand and called out, "Mac Nam, come outside with me for a bit." Mac Nam immediately followed her to stand by the door. Tuta glanced at him with a slight frown, asking, Did you forget to prepare a gift for Wudong? Nam was taken aback, scratching his head and admitting, I did. Hearing this, she lifted up 2 gift boxes and said, I knew you were not ready. Luckily, I prepared 2 gifts in advance. Here. This one's for you. Just give it to her later. Nam raised both hands to receive the gift box, saying, Thank you. Right after, Tuda turned around, gesturing towards the door, exclaiming, I will go in first. Nam looked at her, silently promising, if you have this much heart, I will make sure you stay safe for a lifetime. Suddenly, he was startled by a scream for help coming from behind. Help! The receptionist burst out of the room in a panic. She quickly ran over and collided into Nam's arms without looking where she was going. The manager slowly walked out of the room, yelling angrily, You little brat. Where do you think you are running off to? You have been calling me bro all day, and I am already itching for a fight. You are not getting away today. The guy's face was flushed, one hand on his waist, panting heavily and cackling wickedly. Spotting Nam next to him, the manager scowled and shouted, You little punk. The receptionist, tears welling in her eyes, trembled as she looked at him and pleaded, Help me. He wants to hurt me. He raised his hand, grabbing his jacket, and shouted angrily, You are just going to stoke the fire. You want to run away? If you do not want this job, then get out now. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. The receptionist blushed and hid behind Nam, saying, Please. I took so long to find this job. The manager scoffed, continuing to yell, You think it is easy to find a job? You have made a few grand drinking with customers. It is not like there is anything easy about it. Then, he pointed a finger at Nam in threat. And you, little brat, get lost. If you poke your nose where it does not belong, you will be crawling out of here on your hands and knees. Nam raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, Oh really? After that, he grabbed the manager's wrist and twisted it hard. The guy's hand was broken, and he let out a pained scream. Next, Nam lifted his knee high and kicked hard. The manager was sent crashing into the open door of the room. He had just come out of. The receptionist, witnessing the scene, gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Then, Nam walked over and hung a sign that read Cleaning in Progress on the door. He turned to the receptionist, calmly saying, You can go now. I will handle this. She was so scared she stuttered. But Nam calmly watched the receptionist turn and quickly flee. He took out his phone and made a call. After hanging up, Nam walked into the room and saw Susan shouting, Let us cut the cake. He walked over, holding the gift box out to Wudong, saying, Happy birthday. She reached out to accept the gift, softly responding, Thank you. Before Wudong could take it, Susan immediately snatched the gift away and handed her a letter, saying, What is so special about a gift from a poor guy? Wudong, hurry up and see what the loser got you. She opened the envelope. Gasping in shock, it was an invitation to a wedding. Nam glanced towards the door, wondering what the commotion outside was all about. It was so noisy. Nam stared at the director, who was being helped in by the bodyguards. Astonished, how the heck did this fat guy wake up so fast? He furiously pointed at Nam, yelling, It is that brat. Damn it. Beat him to a pulp. The bodyguards immediately raised their hands and charged at Nam. Tigam, not seeing him, asked in confusion, Where's my Nam? The boy next to her snickered. Who knows? He probably got all insecure after seeing what is up with Jang. Someone nearby chimed in, mocking. Guys like him think they can chase after a girl like Vi Xing. Did he even check if Zhang was okay with it? Kuta stepped out of the room, searching down the hall. As soon as she saw the scene, she gasped. Oh no. Nam's been attacked. Turning around, Teen noticed other students gathering, whispering, What is going on? This is going to be good. A crowd spilled out, staring at the bodyguards sprawled out on the ground in front of Nam. Viving shouted, What trouble did you get into this time? The director pointed at his own bandaged arm, yelling, You crazy dog. You broke my arm. None of you are leaving here today. Zhang raised his hand and said, Director, he is my roommate. If something went down, let us sort this out. He shot a glance at the receptionist behind him and said, All right, kid. I did not want to spill the beans, but you just do not seem to know when to quit. Director, this kid can control himself. He targeted one of our private room princesses, shoved her into the bathroom, and when I showed up to rescue her, he broke my arm. Tatu clenched her fists, shaking her head in disbelief. No way. Missy Nam would not do that. Ving, standing beside her, also protested. He does not have the guts. Director, You must be mistaken. The director pointed behind him, saying, "It is the young ones who have not seen life. A little drinking and they go off the rails. The princess is still here. Hey, ask her. Come on out." He slung his arm over the receptionist's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. "You tell everyone what happened." The director leaned in closer and whispered, "You know what to do. Make it convincing for me." The receptionist crossed her arms, starting to fabricate a story. "He wanted my phone number. I did not give it to him. So he got rough and tried to assault me in the bathroom." Vyong and the other students gasped, unable to believe their ears. Her face flushed with anger. She clenched her fists and yelled, "Mephi Nam. Are you even a decent person?" He calmly replied, "I saved you from that situation. You could at least thank me instead of accusing me." She was shaking like a leaf, covering her mouth and muttering. Two boys immediately walked over, pointing at the guy and criticizing him. "What are you doing? You little punk. You still want to throw a punch? We have already called the cops. So just wait to be arrested." V rushed to wrap her arms around his, crying out, "Zhang, what do we do now? If he gets caught, my mom will kill me." Zhang looked at her reassuringly. "Leave it to me." He raised a hand to negotiate. "Hold on. Everyone. No need to call the cops. How about this? I will be the middleman." Zhang smiled at the receptionist, saying, "This friend of mine had a bad breakup and had a little too much to drink. He accidentally messed up. I will apologize for him. Do not worry. Nothing serious happened. I will compensate you with 100,000 yuan. Can you forgive him?" She frowned slightly, blushing, then nodded in agreement. "Next." He turned to the guy and said, "All right, on top of that, for the medical expenses, just give me a price. We will handle this privately." "What do you think?" the guy scoffed, looking at Jiang. "Money. Do I look like I am short on cash? I want him to break an arm too." Then he turned to the bodyguard carrying 2 bowls of ice water. The guy pointed behind him and said, "There are 2 big bowls of ice water, one and the other for him to kneel down with." Zhang patted his shoulder, saying, "I can only help you up to this point. You better go over there and apologize. If not, they will keep pushing, and it will end up worse for you. You do not need to thank me. I just do not want V8 to be upset." The guy's face was cold as he waved him off, asking, "Who do you think you are?" He was shocked when his hand was shoved away, glaring angrily at the guy. With his brows furrowed, he turned to Zhang, saying loudly, "What? Didn't he catch that? Let me repeat myself. Who do you think you are to meddle in my business? Get lost." He was furious too. "Oh really? Not accepting kindness? Then go die." Seeing this from behind, yelled out, "Are you crazy? Zhang is trying to help you. And you say that?" A guy yelled out loudly. "Someone like him is beyond saving." Hun Vie reached up to stroke his chin and chuckled. "Fine. Let us not help him. Let us see how he handles this." The guy roared in anger. "You little punk. Today's your last day. Brothers, let us get him." The guy immediately threw a punch at him, sending the guy flying backward. Then, he glanced at the rushing bodyguards, taking them down one by one with ease. After that, he grabbed the guy by the head. With his other hand, he lifted the bowl of ice water and poured it down hard. He pressed the bowl of ice water hard against the guy's face, pushing down relentlessly, with veins bulging. He growled, "Eat up. Do not you love ice water? Swallow it." Just then, someone came rushing in from behind, yelling, "Move out of the way for Hung." Everyone around gasped and started murmuring, "What? Eng is here. This kid dared to mess with Angus people. He is to—" Everyone lined up, bowing their heads in respect, shouting, "Greetings to Hung." The guy beneath the ice water shouted furiously, "Kid, you are dead meat." The director came running in, all flattering and bold, just in time. "This kid does not know when to back off, causing trouble at our esteemed place." Tiu heard this and immediately stepped forward. Miss Jiang stood with both hands blocking in front of Meph Nam and said, "You can't bully him. If you break anything, I will pay for it." Seeing this, you raised your hand and placed it on Tuku Tu's shoulder to stop her. Mitsi Nam looked at Sinahung and laughed. "You showed up just in time. I just had a little conflict with your director here." Hearing this, the director raised an eyebrow and slapped him right across the face. The guy clutched his swollen face and stammered, "Did you hit me by mistake?" Xin-hung did not say much, just lifted his leg and kicked the director right in the stomach. He turned to you and admitted his mistake. "Mephi Nam. This subordinate of mine has offended you. You can handle him however you want." Mexi Nam lifted his platinum card and asked, "Then I won't need that. I just need you to clarify 2 things for me. First, is this card of mine real?" Xin-hung raised his hand toward you and replied, "Of course it is real. This platinum card from Vaija Ho was given to you by me personally. How could it be fake?" The crowd behind them gasped in shock at this revelation. Mephi Nam looked down at the guy on the ground and asked, Then I am really confused. Why did this director say my card is fake and even wanted to take action against me? Do I look like a scammer to you? Hearing this, Seaton Hang, furious, stomped hard on the guy's remaining hand, causing him to scream in pain. He looked down at him and yelled, "You little punk, I have said it before. As long as it is Zi Hao, no matter who the opponent is, if they bring our membership card here, they get special service. You can keep your hands to yourself." The director was in tears, crying out, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Seeing this, Mephinam coldly said, "Don't kill him. There is still the second thing I need him to clarify." Then, you turned to the receptionist behind and asked, "Was it him or you?" The girl was so scared that she fell to the ground, her legs trembling. The receptionist, shaking and crying, said, I really did not want this to happen. He forced me to. He said if I did not help him vent his anger, he would make things difficult for me. I did not want to lie. And Sung said seriously, "You better speak carefully. What exactly happened? If you dare hide even a little, you will face the consequences." The receptionist trembled as she recounted. "It was all Director T. He wanted to assault me. But at that moment, Maxi Nam saved me after hitting Director T. He said he wanted revenge and wanted me to frame Metafi Nam." Director T, furious, pointed at her and shouted, "You filthy little brat. You have taken my favor. And now you are putting the blame on me." Fun Sungay immediately kicked him hard in the face. He stepped on Director T and interrogated him. "Ang has not asked yet. Which one of you dared to touch him?" The crowd around stood frozen, heads down, not daring to move. The receptionist looked up at Stu Hung and continued, "Director told me to say that Mephi Nam wanted to assault me. At first, I did not agree. It was clearly him. But he threatened me, saying if I did not do it, he would send some thugs after me. I was scared. I did not want to, but I had no choice. I was wrong." She kneels before you admitting her mistakes. "Mac, I am sorry." The receptionist looks up, pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. I truly messed up. Please forgive me." The director, with a stormy expression, points at her crying in distress. The surrounding customers hear this and immediately start gossiping loudly. "Ungrateful brat. Damn it, they saved her." And she bites back. That shameless woman repays kindness with resentment. This man, with a bit of skill, could invite Hung to take a hit. If he were not already burdened with this reputation for life, Tuchel beams with joy. "I knew you were not that kind of person. You look clean. This is great." The customers here look over at the group surrounding the young master. Were not they just defending the director? Sin Hung clenches his fists tightly, fuming at the audacity of this. All the staff are startled, turning to look in this direction. Then, he kicks the director hard. The guy reaches out toward Mac, begging, "Young master, please forgive me. I would blind. Give me a chance to live." Hearing this, you step toward the director lying there. Max smirks down at him, playfully asking, "Just a moment ago you told me to kneel. Were not you all high and mighty? Why are you begging me now?" The guy's face is flushed, repeatedly bowing and crying out, I was wrong. I will pay whatever you ask." Mac looks down from above and replies, 100,000 could make me come down to your level. Lucky for you. You are not sitting on my bad side." Sim Hung raises his hand and orders, "Take these two out of here. Forever do not let me see them again." Fan Dong grabs the director, hosting the receptionist over his shoulder. "Yep. Young master." And Sin Hung watches as his subordinate walks away. Then he turns back, respectfully asking, "The way I handled it, Mac is satisfied." You still furrow your brows. Staring intently at So-sung, he notices that Mac is still silent, pondering if he is upset with his teaching methods, causing this mess. That damn brat. After a long pause, you finally smile and thank Hung for his help. Sinthung raises his hand and commands, "All right, everyone go back. Ahai. You handle things here." The crowd quickly responds. Yep. He smiles warmly and asks, "Mac, what brings you here today?" You glance back and reply, "Just here with friends to celebrate her birthday." The people around think to themselves, "If I had a friend like that, I would be on cloud 9. Maxine Hung approaches and whispers to you, "Mac, can I have a private word?" Mac looks at the clock showing 9:20 and says, "Before 10 of the clock, sure." He turns and gives orders. Their expenses are all on the house. Each person gets 10 draws. You handle the other matters. The staff bows respectfully. Understood, young Master Hung. Vi Xing sees that Mac has not turned back and follows Sin Heng as they walk away. She calls out with effort, "Mac." The staff smiles and comes over. "Please follow me this way." Inside an ancient room, Sin Feng pours tea, saying, "I have not been a good teacher." Making myrrh. Mac laughed at me. Mac raised his teacup, gazing at it, saying, "You are not just here to apologize. Are you?" Can Hung chuckled. responding with a smirk. It is hard to hide anything from you.
Mac.
He set down the teacup and leaned in. Kan-hung raised an eyebrow, asking,
Mac.
Do you know what is happening in a few days? Mac looked puzzled and asked. February 2nd. The Dragon Festival. Right. Kan-hung nodded vigorously. That is right. For ordinary folks, it is just a holiday. But for us, it is a gathering of the underground elites of Jiangdu. The people in the room erupted, shouting.
Mac.
An employee wheeled in a cart and announced. Esteemed guests. Excuse the interruption, with a beaming smile. He introduced. This is the lucky draw event that Hung instructed us to hold. Each person gets 10 chances. The crowd exchanged curious glances. Tati anxiously inquired. Where didn't Mac go? When will he be back? The employee raised a hand reassuringly. Do not worry. Mac and Hung still have matters to discuss. He will be transported back shortly. Your expenses tonight have all been waived. Plus, everyone gets 10 chances to draw. Usually, a gold room only gives you one shot. The students looked at each other in disbelief. Then, they burst out laughing together. Young Master Zhang chuckled mockingly. A lucky draw. For a cheap model. No thanks. If anyone wants to draw, go ahead. Ziziasa laughed and yelled. If I win this prize today, I will turn into a dog. She stunned rolled her eyes, saying, I do not want to draw either. Who cares? Tiguotua laughed and chimed in. If you guys are not drawing, I will. I am all about that model life. She reached in and pulled out a number 3. Ziasiv doubled over laughing, pointing at T. You just wanted to draw a Three Kingdoms novel, did not you? The employee, maintaining a calm demeanor, announced. Congratulations. Number 3. The prize is 30,000 cash. The students gasped in shock. 30,000. Inside the office, Kan-hung looked at him and said, It would be amazing if Mac could attend. Mac pondered silently. I can't repeat the mistakes of my past life. I must defeat Mu and create my own path. Without a powerful force, relying only on myself, it is tough to fight 4 foes. He poured tea for him and said, Thank you,
Mac.
For your respect, I will raise a cup in your honor. Adding a cup every 10 days. Mac's gaze fell on the wound on Kan-hung's hand, asking, Is your injury still not healed? Hearing this, he laughed heartily. Nothing to worry about. Broken bones take 100 days to heal. It is just a bit inconvenient. Kan-hung looked at the wound thoughtfully. When the moment comes, do not let others take advantage of it. Mac placed a bottle of medicine on the table, saying, This is a healing pill. It will help you. He gratefully clasped his hands. Thanking you, sir. He glanced at the clock and noticed it was already 10 of the clock. Mac stood up, knocking on his knees, and said, Kan-hung walked him to the parking area. He respectfully opened the car door for
Mac,
saying, Take care, Master Mac. Meanwhile, Zisud hugged the heavy bag of cash, shouting. Early the next morning, students were streaming toward the school. Enge-en rested her hands on the desk and calmly announced, Class dismissed. She looked down seriously and told him to go to her dorm after school. The boys in the class all turned their heads to look at him with a puzzled expression, looked over and did not understand anything. The sunset cast its glow over the entire dorm, and Enge-en raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, I knew you would not wait for me. But luckily I caught you. Mensi Nam, confused, asked, Is something wrong? She blushed, glancing left and right to check around. Then, Enge-en looked at the key to her house, which was resting by the flower bed. She quickly grabbed it and opened the front door. Enge-en turned around, her face flushed, urging him, Why are you just standing there? Get in here. We can't let anyone see us. Inside, the room was all pink, arranged neatly. MC Nam looked around, impressed. You are really organized. Not like you at all. Suddenly, he turned and spotted a black bra falling from the bed, filled with embarrassment. Enge-en laughed, explaining, That is from when it rained today. I was rushing to class, so I tossed it on the bed. Normally, I am not this messy. Do not get the wrong idea. Just then, the bra fell to the floor. She immediately bent down to pick it up. Their eyes met, and Enge-en smiled sweetly. MC Nam frowned slightly, coldly asking, What do you need me for? If there is nothing, I should head out. She grabbed his hand to stop him, saying, Last time you helped me with my illness, did not you say you had to check that area again? Enge-en's face turned bright red as she shyly replied, I need to go now. If my friend arrives, it will be awkward. Then, she dramatically flopped onto the bed, hugging the pillow tightly, urging, Hurry up, soon. A teasing sound filled the apartment, making her blush even more. Her toes were gripping the bed sheets tightly. MC Nam looked at Enge-en and reminded her, Be careful. You might give the wrong impression. I am a decent guy. She turned her head, her face flushed, saying, it feels too good. Inga effin hugged the pillow, staring intensely at MC Nam. He remained calm, showing no emotion as he gazed at her figure. Ningi Echen lifted her hips, playfully shaking them, teasing. MC Nam, if you are bold, do not stop now. He raised his hands and shrugged, replying, all done. Enga En was taken aback, incredulously asking, that was quick. The girl outside was startled, her face flushed, exclaiming, so fast. Inside the room, Enga En composed herself, her cheeks still red, muttering, little brat. She cast a glance at him, saying, by the way, I have been looking everywhere for you these past few days. You did not come to school today. I heard you were sick. Memsi Nam looked away, pretending to be uninterested. Oh really? Enga En chuckled, her long legs crossed. Yeah. After he woke up, he cried like a baby looking for you. She blushed, saying, I asked his family, and they said he was poisoned before and now he is in a bad way. MC Nam stroked his chin thoughtfully. That poison is really strong, if it is not completely eliminated. It could be life-threatening. Outside the room, a knock echoed along with a voice calling. Ingia Ann, are you back? Let us eat together. She stood up, yelling toward the door. Seriously? Didn't I tell you earlier that you do not need to me for meals anymore? The guy outside sounds deep in thought, probably doing some kind of workout. No wonder his voice feels so familiar. Hey. And, you gotta eat. I am waiting for you. Open the door so we can talk. She immediately furrows her brow, clearly annoyed. Why should I open the door? This is the female teacher's dorm. What is a guy like you doing here? He raises his voice. Is someone in your room? Seeing Anne and the guy, he yells. What are you two up to? With that, he reaches out as if to grab the guy. The guy quickly grabs his arm, ready to strike back. He grits his teeth and growls. You little punk. You have got guts? Ah. Let go. The guy raises an eyebrow, sneering. Get lost. The other one grinds his teeth, barking back. You brat. You think you can hit on girls now that you have sprouted some hair? Hearing this, the guy raises an eyebrow, intrigued, wanting to know what he meant. He warns the other guy loudly. Don't you dare cling to Miss anymore, or you will regret it. The guy is furious, glaring at him as he shouts. The other one yells back, fine. Just wait, you are gonna wish you had not, and pats her chest, exclaiming, you scared me to death. That guy's gonna make things hard for you. Be careful. And if anything happens, just tell me. The guy turns to her, reassuringly saying, don't worry. He can touch you. He raises his hand, giving her a wave as he walks away. After leaving, he checks his watch and mutters. This watch was a gift from Elder Yan. Now that Yan Kingti is seriously ill, I have not called Elder Yan in ages. I should check on him. He glances over and sees the security guard dozing off in his chair. The guy raises his hand, asking, Wait. Long. Can I borrow the phone from the security room? The guard hands over his phone with a smile, saying, this phone belongs to the school, so do not use it for anything crazy. You can borrow my mobile to make your call. The guy grins, thanking him. Thanks a lot. Elder Yan answers the phone. You. It is great that you called. Thank you for helping Kingti in the mountains. We thought you were still mad at us, and did not want to bother you. His voice comes through the phone. I heard your granddaughter is sick. He pled softly. Could you come help Kingti with the rest? Her condition is getting serious. The guy raises an eyebrow. Then send a car to pick me up. Just come to my house and wait. The guard, seeing him return the phone, asks with concern. Is everything alright at home? The guy smiles. Yeah, it is all good. Thanks for letting me borrow your phone. I will pay you back for the call. The guard sighs, shaking his head. No need for that. The guard beams, saying with a warm smile. You have not eaten yet. Have you? My granddaughter will bring food later, so eat with us. The guy scratches his head and awkwardly replies. No thanks. I have got things to do. Before leaving, he turned around and said. Oh right, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm a Thanks for your phone. Old man. Security guard Luong waved goodbye and said. Be careful on the way. The girl, the little ghost, came bouncing along with a bag of snacks, peeking through the window and asked. Grandpa. Are you starving over there? Security guard Luong reached out to take it, waving with his other hand, saying. Little ghost. You are here. Come on in. It is cold outside. The little ghost crossed her arms and turned her head away, saying, I am not coming in. Last time you got scolded by the principal because of me. I am staying right here today. Luong, smiling broadly, shouted. He has already gone home. Come in. The girl clasped her hands behind her back, humming as she walked inside. He held the phone, asking, "You have been humming that song lately. Did your Tran release a new song?" The little ghost eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "This is his new song. An upperclassman from our school blew it through a leaf." The girl clasped her hands in excitement, saying, "I was right there helping him hold the jackfruit. What a shame. I could not go back." Then, she turned and saw security guard Luong sitting at the table writing something, worriedly asking, "Grandpa, have not you eaten yet? I lined up early today. And they have your favorite dish. Hurry up and eat. What are you waiting for?" He looked at the numbers in his notebook while saying, "A student called earlier. I need to record the time of the call." The girl puffed her cheeks in protest. "Grandpa, you lent your phone to someone again. Last time, that person talked for 2 whole hours, getting charged so much for the phone bill. Do not you remember? You are way too nice. You just let anyone borrow your stuff." Security guard Long, still smiling, replied, "Being nice is a blessing. Look at Manam. He is not like that. They only called for a minute." The little ghost crossed her arms and pouted, saying, "Being nice is a blessing. What about Manam? Doesn't he know how to take advantage?" Suddenly, she gasped, "Manam, who did you say borrowed your phone just now?" Security guard Luong scratched his chin and confirmed. "He said his name is Manam." The little ghost held her cheeks in disbelief, picturing Manam in a white suit. That night, Manam stood in front of the building. Yin Lao stepped out and respectfully called, "Master Ma, you have arrived." He calmly responded, "Where's Su En Thantai? I will go take a look." He raised his hand towards the inside and said, "Okay, please come this way." Yin Lao pushed the door to Thantai's room open with force. Yin Lao led Mam into a room filled with Thantai's belongings. Seeing this, he could not help but gasp. Yin Thantai really loves music. Manam's gaze was drawn to her figure lying on the bed. Thantai's face was covered in cold sweat, with deep dark circles under her eyes. He turned to the person next to him and asked, "Has she been in a coma this whole time?" Yin Lao, looking worried, inquired, "Yep. Master Ma, could it be that Thantai has been poisoned?" Manam slightly furrowed his brow, calmly explaining, "This poison can be cured, but it will affect her body. If you trust me, I can help her." He immediately declared loudly, "Do not worry. Master Ma, I absolutely trust you." Manam then said, "All right, everyone step outside. You must ensure that no one interrupts me during the treatment." Old Yan keeps waving his hands, insisting, "Absolutely. Absolutely." Mac glances at the figure of him walking away. You close your eyes, let out a sigh, and look at Thantai on the bed. Mac places his hand on her wrist to check her pulse again. You gaze at that pale face. Just as you reach for the medicine, a voice calls out from behind. "Mac." Thantai, her face flushed, quickly says, "Mac, I misunderstood you. It is good that you are back. I think I need to go now. I have seen my mom. I am so," she whispers, her cheeks red. "I really want to lean on your back. I love that feeling." Mac frowns at this and lets out a sigh. Then, he gently inserts the silver needle into Thantai's forehead. Mac helps her sit up and adjusts her dress to expose her back. You close your eyes, your body radiating spiritual energy like a blazing fire. Thantai is drenched in cold sweat. Streams of spiritual energy from Mac rush toward her. 6 silver needles embedded in Thantai start to glow with a faint golden light. Her face turns bright red as she lies back down on the bed. Mac raises his hand to form a calming gesture and says, "Finally." It is. Thantai stirs slightly on the bed and wakes up. Mac closes his eyes and walks out of the room. Old Yan, looking worried, approaches and asks, "Mac, how's my granddaughter doing?" You immediately raise your hand, reassuring him, "Don't he worry. All the toxins have been expelled. I also helped her cleanse the impurities. She will be even stronger from now on." He clasps his hands together, his face beaming with gratitude. "Thank you so much. Mac, you must be tired too. Why do not you stay with us? Take a bath, change your clothes, and rest for the night. It is a good chance to check on Thantai." Mac shows a tired smile and replies, "Sure. Why not?" After that, he quickly follows Longthang as they leave. The next day, Thanta feels surprisingly well. Standing in the bathroom, taking a shower, she touches her body and feels the cold sweat. Wondering aloud, "What is wrong with me?" Thantai walks out, smiling brightly. "Grandpa. Good morning. Today, I want to eat 2 betel nuts." Old Yan, holding today's newspaper, says, "You really are back to normal," he joyfully exclaims. "Then hurry up and sit down to eat. Auntie has prepared your favorite dish." Thantai looks across the table and asks, "Dad, why do you have time to have breakfast at home today?" Then she is startled to see Mac's figure. Thantai's face immediately turns bright red as she stutters. Mac, why are you here? Mac smiles gently and calls out. Looks like you are recovering well. Nabi, Grandpa Ian seriously said. What are you still standing there for? Sit down and eat breakfast. Thanti, blushing, picked up a piece of bread and asked. Grandpa, why did not you tell me earlier that MC Nam was here? Grandpa Win chuckled and replied. You can call him Grandpa too. It is. MC Nam's life-saving grace to you is like a rebirth from your parents. If it were not for him, you probably would not see me again. MC Nam glanced at his watch and said, It is not that serious. Just eat. We still have to get to class. Thand immediately bowed her head and said, Right. Let us go to school together. She blushed and thought to herself. What should I say? Thank you. How have you been lately? I have been really worried about you. Is it appropriate to talk about this now? Why does it feel like I am confessing? MC Nam glanced at Thanti and asked. Did you really like my previous song? She excitedly exclaimed. Yep. I loved it, he calmly replied. Then let me teach you. Thanti blushed and quietly said. Thank you. MC Nam propped his chin up and said. But first, I need to prepare some things. He secretly decided that he could use the magic of music to find the reincarnation of the 6 realms. She blushed and leaned closer, grabbing his hand and pleading. What are we waiting for? Teach me a bit first. Secretary Degli thought to herself. Miss, you said you were aloof. MC Nam, with his chin resting on his hand, reminded her, you do not have to answer so quickly. I will give you 2 days to think it over. Once you start learning, your life won't be the same as before. You will face a lot of competition and deal with things that Jia can protect you from. Thanti listened, bowed her head in silence. Falling into deep thought, the car stopped in front of the school gate. The boys gathered around. Waiting. Yunho Kai is here. Lucky day. They got to see her early in the morning. Thanti. Just like your name. Seeing her long hair made them want to reach out and touch it. They saw Mafinam step off her car and started to whisper. Why is he riding with Yun Hok? The chatter continued. He looks pretty handsome. I wonder what his relationship is with Yen Thanti. He is from the same school as us. Which class is he in? I want to know his secret for getting in her car. Thanti stepped out of the car, gently running her fingers through her hair. The boys blushed, whispering that they had not seen Yun Ho Kai in a while. And she looked even more beautiful now. Really? Much more beautiful than before. Hasn't she had surgery before? Surgery? Your mom's the one who had surgery. Your whole family should get surgery. Get out of my way. I am trying to take a picture. MC Nam glanced at her, pondering. After the transformation, Yen Than exuded a spiritual aura, giving off a vibe of cultivation. After that, he waved goodbye to her and quickly moved forward. Thantai's face was full of loss as she waved goodbye. In the end, she had to sadly lower her hand. Meanwhile, Nam sensed his classmates looking his way with suspicion. He looked inside the classroom, confused. While Nam curiously glanced at the classmate beside him, he raised his hand and quietly asked what was wrong with everyone. Tutu was startled, glancing over at Mex Nam next to her. She slid over and whispered back. Everyone is saying you are involved with the gangsters. Did you join some kind of crew? Hearing this, he froze in place, realizing that such rumors were out there. And no wonder everyone was avoiding him. Viong stood outside the classroom, calling out. Mefi Nam, come out for a sec. Mefi Nam stood up, asking in confusion. Ving, what do you need? In the hallway, she crossed her arms and shouted. How do you feel today? Everyone's trying to set you up. Stop hanging with those gangsters. You are ruining yourself. You know. Mefi Nam's eyebrows furrowed. So the rumors were spread by him among the students. Ving continued, raising her voice. Meet is not. It is those losers. But are they wrong? You are following that thug around, acting like his little minion. Have you thought about your future? You think you are tough. But what if they come at you with 20 or 30 guys? Have you considered your family? Mexi Nam casually glanced away. Ignoring her, Ving yelled at him. Now all the students are looking down on you. And your family will too. When you want to turn things around, it will be too late. She shouted so loud that even if he did not pass college, he should not be a total loser. You are just making people look down on you more. Are you seriously planning to be someone's bodyguard? Metsi Nam's face darkened as he coldly declared. Lu Viwang, do not even think about making me a bodyguard. That is not happening. All the classmates were watching him, whispering among themselves. Tu pulled on Vim's arm from behind, saying, Okay. Ving. Stop it. So many students are watching. Let us not make it worse for him right now. We can talk later. Ving immediately turned to her, saying loudly, Why should I keep it private? He needs to wake up. No one wants to be friends with a loser. Nam snapped back coldly. Friends? I only need one or two. Not some riff-raff like you. Vivine pointed behind her, saying, Riff-raff. How dare you say that about me? Look around at these people. Who here is your friend? Call them out. Thantai stepped forward from the crowd, calling out, Nam. Thantai calmly walked through the blushing boys. Approaching him, she held out her phone towards Nam and said, My dad is looking for you. You should take this immediately. All the students standing there were stunned, thinking, Oh my, what is going on? Thantai's dad is looking for Nam. He quickly took the phone and put it to his ear. She smiled brightly and asked, What does my dad want with you? Nam replied, He wants me to help assess some things. He handed the phone back to Thantai and said, I have to go now. She smiled softly and said, You still do not have a new phone. Use mine for now. It will be convenient for me to keep in touch with you. Nam grinned at her response. Sounds good. Thantai beamed with joy, turned around to say goodbye. I am heading back to class now. You looked at her and called out, Hey. Thantai. She heard that and looked at Nam. Puzzled, he calmly asked her, We are friends. Right, she blushed, smiling brightly as she confirmed. Of course. Let us hang out again next time. All the students around were stunned, jaws dropped in disbelief. Are they really that close? Next time. We have hung out before. I really want her number. I want to see her pics. She must have so many. Oh my god. Just think about it. Nam. Her phone. Her phone. What secrets does it hold? Nam turned to see Vizing's face. Flushed with embarrassment, he turned to leave, slowly asking, Hey, are you stopping? She was so embarrassed she covered her face with her hands. At the end of the quiet hallway, no one was around the teacher's office. Ying An held a leave request paper and heard Nam's voice call out, Excuse me, miss. He looked at her and said, I need to take a day off. Ying An saw him turning to leave and shouted, Nam. Where do you think you are going? Nam gazed thoughtfully at the building in front of him. Are there any other mystical items on Earth? Suddenly, a car pulled up right in front of him. Secretary Dung stepped out of the car and walked toward Nam. She stood in front of him and introduced herself. Hello, I am Secretary Dung, working for me. Secretary Dung got in the car and explained to Nam. This is the most popular antique market in the city. Everything that comes in and out is checked here. She looked serious as she drove, while Nam remained calm. Waiting quietly, after a long pause, Secretary Dung finally shared, A couple of days ago, we received a mystical item left by a high monk. The delivery was made by the owner of Fong Nine City. They even brought along a renowned master of the arts, definitely not someone to mess with. That item is estimated to be worth millions. Which is why Yun wants to take a look within 10 days. Nam perked up, listening to her voice. This time, it is not just us and the owner. There will be several influential elders from the community as well. Secretary Dung raised her brows. Even though we have significant power, we do not want to offend them. Please follow them. Yinan's instructions. When it is time to be quiet, absolutely no talking, he calmly replied. I know what to do. In Nam's view, a distant pavilion came into sight. Secretary Dung pointed ahead. Guiding him along, she led Nam into the grand hall, saying, We have arrived. Secretary Dung looked at the people ahead and introduced. That is the head of the owner. Xin Huvo. Long Thung stood up, exclaimed excitedly. You are here. The Taoist master immediately interrupted. Yen is worth a fortune. Even I am moved. He looked at him and sarcastically added, Why do not you discuss it with me a bit? We have quite a few new apprentices around here, and one of them will definitely pull the main prize. Don't he get it twisted? Nam heard this and glanced over in that direction. The Taoist master, feeling Nam's gaze, arrogantly lifted his chine. Long Thing coldly shouted, If you find him unworthy, then just leave. Ding immediately chimed in. Calling you main prize is just out of politeness. You really think of yourself as the elder statesman here. Our Zian family is doing just fine. While you guys need to step up your game in the antique scene, let us have a serious discussion. Just then, a man approached carrying a wooden box. He spoke first. Zian Tinang. Come check this out. The auctioneer looked at Long Thung and said, Main prize. Let me introduce Ma. Tenathai shouted loudly. What good is bickering? If you have something valuable, just show it and let me see. After that, he looked seriously at everyone. Waiting, Tintinathai's disciple pointed aggressively at Nam. Good. What makes you think you can step in here? Get out. Nam calmly replied. This is someone else's home. You know, the other guy immediately retorted. Not all. But this room belongs to the Ming family. Nam shot back loudly. Then why are you blabbing so much? Wait until you become the owner of this room, before trying to kick me out. Tanathai's disciple's eyes widened, gritting his teeth as he stared at Mephi Nam. He immediately shot a glance at the other guy. Secretary Dung quickly placed a hand on Mephi Nam's shoulder and asked, Mephi Nam, have you forgotten what I told you? The Daoist master pointed over there with a laugh. This really is a showdown. The Ming family apprentice awkwardly laughed, quickly apologizing. Everyone calm down. We are all here to work for the main prize. No need to be like this. Where's the person? Give MC a chair. A girl picked up a chair and asked. We do not have enough space, so please sit behind the main prize. The Ming apprentice added nervously. This way I can easily serve you tea. Please do not make it difficult for me. Mephinam calmly agreed. Sure. That is fine. Tinathai's disciple scoffed coldly. What a thick-skinned guy, the auctioneer on stage cheerfully announced. All right. Now that everyone is here, let us quickly deal with what is behind. Everyone has busy lives. He pointed to a tray covered with a red cloth and introduced. Take a look. This is a golden saber, forged from pure gold. The auctioneer looked at the girl who unveiled the cloth and said, just hot off the press last month. This item's arrival will surely create another legendary tale. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd, and they shouted out, what a treasure. Dina Ying reached for the saber resting on the tray. He picked it up, gave it a cursory glance, and remarked, it is just average. The auctioneer raised an eyebrow, saying, Z and T9, why pretend with me? This saber is worth at least 10 million. It would not be on the shelf otherwise. Hearing that, he gave it a dismissive glance and scoffed. The guy sat down next to Master Shu, saying, this place is no different from others. It is worth at least 100,000. Master Shu approached and picked up the sword to examine it closely. Next, Tantai also came over to take a look at the sword. Manam, seeing this, shoved his hands into his pockets and quickly walked towards the sword. When he noticed Mainam approaching, the man immediately shouted, Kid, you do not have the right to be here. The general raised his hand, mockingly saying, don't he waste everyone's time. What is this junk doing here? How long do we have to wait? The crowd behind them immediately raised their fists in agreement. Right. You think this is a vegetable market? General, just let him sit over there. He does not have the privilege to step up. Tantai's disciple glared angrily, gritting his teeth as he glanced back. He raised his hand high, calmly declaring, General, if you do not trust me, let this kid Bonchen step in. My time is precious. If someone is already helping you, I will leave right away. Long Thing chuckled lightly. Master Tan, you are being too harsh. Who does not know your discerning eye? If you are checking it out, I am obviously at ease. He forced a smile, awkwardly adding, Sir, why do not you sit and watch how the seniors examine it first? Don't he worry. You will get your turn soon. Manam, seeing this, closed his eyes for a moment and calmly sat down. Tantai glanced over at him. Tantai's disciple sneered. If you do not have the skills, do not show your face. This kid is totally worthless. General Dian maintained his calm demeanor. Starting price, 3 million. Long Thing furrowed his brow and shouted, 4 million. Then, he coolly declared, 11.5 million. He heard that and slightly furrowed his brow, falling silent in thought. Tantai immediately chimed in from behind. This golden sword is among the 6th or 7th best blades I have seen. General, you can definitely offer more. It is a safe investment. General Dine remained calm. Let us start the bidding. He then glanced at Mainam in the back. Miss Mun, seeing this, smiled brightly and exclaimed, everyone, this is the last item up for bid. This is a magical artifact. Its value is immeasurable. Everyone, take a look. On the red tray sits a golden crown. Perfectly still. Long Thing's eyes widened with excitement. This is a magical artifact. Suddenly, another voice chimes in. And there is no doubt about it, this is the real deal. Let me break it down for you. Magical artifacts come in all sorts. The top tier ones can manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, and they are called superior artifacts. Then there are the middle tier artifacts that can enhance various abilities. And finally, we have the lower tier ones that can calm the mind, relieve fatigue, and nourish the body. Master Thuchi chuckles and asks if he can name the 3 types. Superior, middle, and lower. Seems like he has been around for a while. Do you know how to use this crown? Tuntho looks at the old man and confidently replies, of course. You just wear it on your head. Master Thos throws his head back and laughs, saying, you little nobody. That is all you have got. You think just looking at it determines life or death. If you are brave enough, try wearing the crown. He glares at the crown, challenging anyone to take the plunge. Timothai gazes down, lost in thought, paralyzed by doubt. Master Thike smirks and asks, "What is wrong?" Scared, unable to resist the thrill, he quickly places the crown on his head. The crown flies off Tonthali's head and into his palm. Master Thafsi laughs mockingly as Tenen's hair gets chopped off. "Little Tanyan, remember this lesson well. You will want to keep it in mind." Miss Min smiles at the crowd and asks, "Master Thets, do you know the origins of this crown? Enlighten us, so we can broaden our horizons." Everyone around is eager, their faces lit with anticipation. Master Thatch raises his hand, sighing. "Some secrets just are not meant to be shared, I can guarantee. No one else in Jiangnan knows how to use this crown. Dean, just make an offer to buy it back. I think you are the only one who can handle this crown. Others won't find it useful." Tenathai raises an eyebrow. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he glances at Long Thing, Master Thas looks at him and asks with a grin, "What is wrong? Running out of people? Yumen Young. Next time, you need 10 truly capable people. I am getting ready to spill the tea here. How about you take a look again? Nearby." Dean Hung laughs loudly. "Is not Mama's always sitting there? Let him take a peek too." Long Thing turns to the kid and asks, "Do you see anything?" Tenathai, still skeptical, retorts, "How could I tell? What would a kid understand?" Feeling challenged, repeats, "Are you sure you want me to take a look?" Hearing this, he gasps in surprise. "Could it be that Mahasi really sees something? I want to know." Nearby, Master Thake sighs. "I can't believe that Yen Jiang, known for its prestige, has come to this. We are calling in a student to take a look. In Jiang is in decline." Long Thing laughs awkwardly. "It is a rare chance. Do not hesitate to take a look." Coldly declaring, says, "No need to check. This is not any magical artifact. If it is over 1,000,000, do not buy it." Everyone here can believe their eyes and shouts, "What? This is not a magical artifact." They burst into mocking louder, saying, "She is just a clueless little girl. I told you this was a waste of time. Do you believe it now? An artifact that can make waves and chaos, how can it not be a magical item?" A man slams the table, his voice booming. "Do not underestimate what we have got just because you are not buying it." Long Thing hangs his head, letting out a sigh without saying a word. Zian, seeing this, laughs loudly. 5,000,000. I will buy it." Moments later, he pulls out a statue of a deity. Zian looks over at her with a grin. "Miss Min, remember that statue you sold me? Do you recall?" Miss Mun chuckles and replies, "I remember. That is the treasure I brought from the shrine." Zian, why are you asking like that? Is there something going on? Ming Nam raises an eyebrow, glancing over in curiosity. Zian, visibly upset, retorts, "Back then, you told me it was a treasure, but after studying it for 3 days, I found nothing. Now I want to return it and get my 20,000,000 back. I am done with this statue." Miss Min gently refuses. "That is a tricky situation. Due to free trade, the deal's done. Now you want to return it. Doesn't he quite seem right?" He slams the statue down, yelling, "You sold me a fake. I want to return it. What is wrong with that?" She leans forward, seriously stating, "This item is absolutely genuine. It is just that you have not figured out how to unlock it yet. If every customer acted like this, how would I ever do business?" Zine shoots her a sarcastic look. "So you know you are a businesswoman. Are there even other business people like you?" He points at the Taoist master Lato sitting next to him. "This Taoist master here is a top-notch expert from Jiangnan. If even he can't tell it is real, then that just proves your item is a fake. You guys really know how to pull a fast one, trying to sell me this junk." Meanwhile, Nam whispered to Long Thing, "Boss, this is a treasure. You should definitely buy it." Tantai, hearing the conversation, glanced back with suspicion. He said, "Kid, do not talk nonsense. The Sanking Master you are talking about is not some fool. That statue has no magical power, and you dare call it a good item." Tantai frowned deeply. "You really think Yen is that easygoing?" Long Thing added, "Come on. This is not our business. We should not get involved." Nam chimed in, "No more arguing. I will pay 20,000,000. I want to buy it." Both them, Dian and Master Lato, turned to look at him at the same time. Tantai, furious, exclaimed, "You little brat. Who do you think you are to set a price? You do not really grasp the hierarchy here, do you? This is not a place for you to throw around random numbers." He held the statue in his hands, questioning, "This is not a joke, is it?" "Yep. Are you really going to buy my statue for 20,000,000? Long Thing stood up, waving his hands in denial. "Sir, he is just joking." Nam laughed and said, "I am not joking. If Yin won't take it, then I will." 20 million is my offer. That statue is mine. Dine raised his eyebrows. Confirming.
Good.
You mean 20 million, not 20,000. Right. Do you even have that much? If you have 20 million, then I won't return it to Miss Mun either. I will sell it directly to you. He tightened his grip on the statue. While Nam immediately pulled out his bank card to make the payment, Miss Mun was all smiles as she took the card from him. Master Leto, seeing this, asked with curiosity.
Good.
You are spending 20 million on this statue. Can you really see the secret hidden within? He casually replied. Whether I can see it or not is my business. Are you selling it or not? Dine grinned and announced. Sold. Let us finalize the deal. Miss Mun smiled brightly, lifting the statue and saying,
Mac.
I did not expect you to be so generous. You have really helped me out. If you ever figure out the secret of the statue, be sure to let me know. Tantai scoffed. What secret could this old statue possibly have? You are just throwing money at junk. Honestly, you are still so naive. His disciple laughed loudly, saying, in our line of work, if you do not pay some tuition fees, how can you learn? But 20 million is definitely a bit steep. Master Thukdao gazed intently as Macnam suggested.
Mac.
Since you are so happy, why not reveal the secret of this statue to everyone? Let us open our eyes to something new. He gripped the statue tightly and declared. All right. Since you all hold yourselves in such high regard, today, just the two of us will show you what true heights really are. Then, Master Thukdao burst into loud laughter, so intense that tears streamed down his face. Macnam closed his eyes, stood the statue upright, and formed a hand seal. Next, he took a big step forward. Macnam immediately struck towards the statue with a swift motion. The statue instantly enlarged multiple times. Now standing as tall as an average adult, its entire body radiated a shimmering golden light. Macnam stood still, gazing at the giant statue before him. Speechless. Those around him were startled, quickly closing their eyes to avoid the blinding light. The statue suddenly opened its mouth wide, its brows knitting together. A line of golden text burst forth, glowing brilliantly in mid-air. The crowd raised their hands to shield their eyes, yet the text continued to shine captivatingly. With a mystical golden Hulongjian, the great battle, Macnam stepped closer, gently touching it, absorbing the sensation. Afterwards, he channeled his spiritual energy into the statue. Macnam raised an eyebrow, pondering deeply as he looked at it. Miss Mun covered her mouth, unable to contain her shock. Oh my, is this the mystery behind the statue? Longjian's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned. How is it possible for the text to float in mid-air like that? A new disciple was furious, exclaiming, I must be seeing things. There is a pyramid hidden inside this statue. Manager Dian, with a green face, stared intently at Macnam. The auctioneer was equally astonished, asking, oh my answers. Longjian. The great battle, does not this come straight from the scriptures of our forebears? How can it be in this statue? Master Thukdao immediately stood up, eagerly looking at Macnam. Manager Dian, still pale, tightly pressed his lips together, fixated on Macnam. The streams of golden text quickly surged toward his forehead. He shouted loudly, Macnam, stop right there. I am not selling this statue anymore. I will give you 20 million for it. Macnam turned around, asking, what? The deal was done. Now you want to back out? Manager Dian pointed at him and shouted, back out? I have not even left yet. I have the right not to sell. Get this kid out of here. No one touches our statue. Immediately after, someone rushed in from outside. He raised his fist high and charged towards Macnam. Macnam, seeing the man's arrogance, scoffed. Just a mere martial artist, daring to show off in front of me. Furious, the man roared as he punched. You think you can take me on? You are dead meat. Macnam's fist collided with the man's, causing blood to spurt from his shoulder without stopping. Master Thukdao stood up and shouted, you little brat, daring to hurt someone. Today, I will take care of you. He gripped his weapon tightly, shouting fiercely, break the soul. The master threw the soul-breaking rod with all his might towards Macnam. He dove forward, reaching out to catch the incoming rod. After that, Macnam was pushed back quite a distance. The old man looked at him and burst into loud laughter, thinking this kid really has no idea how powerful my soul-breaking rod is. Anyone struck by it will have their soul shattered. Just accept your fate. Macnam tightened his grip on the soul-breaking rod and curiously asked, oh really? Then, with a sudden twist, he snapped the weapon in half. The master recoiled in shock, muttering in disbelief, how is this possible? Didn't you get hit by my soul-breaking rod? How can you still move? How can you crush my soul-breaking rod? The corner of Macnam's mouth curled into a smirk as he replied, you really thought that could push me back? I was just playing around. I just wanted to show you what real magic looks like. The old man was stunned, shouting in disbelief, no way. No one is a match for my soul-breaking rod. Macnam slapped his chest with confidence and declared, that is just how it goes. There is always someone stronger out there. Then, Nam opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply, drawing in the energy from the pyramids around him. His throat tingled as he swallowed it down. Nam gathered golden energy in his hands, still absorbing the pyramids without releasing them. Next, he raised his fists and began to punch forward relentlessly. Nam delivered a powerful blow to the master's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, the master was sent flying back toward the screen. Nam's eyes turned red as he brought his fists up in front of the old man. Once again, he landed a strong punch, but the master still stubbornly kept his mouth shut. After a long struggle, the master finally could not take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping for air. Nam stomped on his chest. Gripping the pyramid that had just flown out, he stared at the newly acquired pyramids for a moment. Finally, Nam bowed his head and absorbed them into his body. Glowing with golden light, the auctioneer gasped in shock. Now this is a true master. The pyramids entering his body are forging his defenses. His physical body will be unbeatable from now on. The master, grasped by the collar, cried out in panic. Master Mac, please spare me. I will do anything. Nam calmly looked at him and asked. I destroyed your magic weapon. Are you willing to submit? The master's terrified voice echoed. Yep. I submit. Nam pressed his foot firmly on the old man and continued. I will destroy your hidden veins and cut off your Tao core, so you will become a mere mortal. Are you still willing to submit? The master could only cry out. I submit. I submit to Master Mac. Spare my life. Everyone in the room listened in shock as Nam's voice rang out. I have tarnished your reputation. I cut off your means of making a living, leaving you in disgrace. Are you submitting or not? The old man had no choice but to respond. I submit. I yield. Finally satisfied, Nam released the master, with both arms crossed. He proclaimed, from this day forward, wherever I go, within 100 miles, you better stay hidden, or I will take your life. Got it? The old man kept bowing his head in response, saying, yep. From now on, wherever Master Mo goes, you will absolutely not see me again. Master Shuku immediately turned and headed for the door, quickly leaving this place. The crowd around bowed their heads and shouted, Master Mo, we pay our respects. Nam's gaze flickered over to where General Chan was standing. And suddenly, both of his knees hit the ground with a thud. General Tan was banging his head so hard that it started bleeding. Pleading. Master Mo, I was wrong. Please spare me. It was I who offended you. Nam crossed his arms, angrily retorting, I paid for your goods. And as soon as I found out they were treasures, you turned on me. What crime is that? The man bowed his head close to the ground, begging for mercy. I am a worthless man. Master Mo, please spare my life. Hearing this from above, Nam looked down and commanded. All right. Earlier you said this treasure is worth at least 200 million. If you want to steal it from me, you better pay me 200 million. General Tian panicked at Nam's question. I will give you 2 months to prepare. By then, you must personally bring 200 million to me. Do you have any objections? The man bowed his head and shouted. No objections. I would not dare have any objections. Nam closed his eyes, waved his hand, and said, then get out of here. General Tan was taken away by his subordinates, and a loud smack echoed through the room. Chen slapped his own face until it swelled up. Then, he just kept hitting himself, making his cheeks turn bright red. With a sincere look, Qian pleaded. Master Mo, I hope you can forgive us. We truly are like frogs at the bottom of a well. Nam looked straight at him and said, I will let you off this time, but there won't be a next time. Donnie say I did not warn you. Qian brought gifts to thank, saying, yep. Thank you, Master Mo, for your generosity. Miss Ming turned to him and asked, Master Mo, esteemed guests, what a pleasure it is to meet you all. Everyone has been chatting for a while now, so I bet you are all tired. We have prepared a feast at the Shui Pavilion. Would you be so kind as to join us and see my little lady's skills? Nam smiled gently and softly replied. All right. She pointed toward the wedding room and said, Thank you, Master Mo, for accepting our invitation. Master Tay. Esteemed guests, it is a rare opportunity. Please come this way. Miss Ming led Nam and the others, saying, Master Mo, please. Nam and the others sat down together at the dining table. Longsheng raised his glass and said, Let us toast. General Chan chuckled. Master Mo, I have offended you earlier. I will punish myself with 3 drinks. Hearing this, Nam took a glass from the wedding table and said, In that case, let us all drink a toast together. Everyone at the table turned to him and raised their glasses. The crowd quickly relaxed and clinked their glasses together. The toasts kept coming. Drinks were downed. And then they filled up again. After a while, Nam raised his glass and curiously asked, Master Tay, about the martial arts technique you mentioned earlier. What is its background? General Tian replied, A martial arts master I once met said that physical training techniques are divided into several levels. The most common is refining the physical body, while the other is what everyone refers to as the golden bell cover and the Bayan Fu. Miss Ming gasped and exclaimed, "Does that really exist? I thought it was just a legend." He thought about that place and said, "I have only heard about it. The Buddhist realm of the dead exists. And the third type is transcending the mortal realm." Another person raised their finger and asked back, "Transcending the mortal realm. Is that the divine energy?" Tante closed his eyes and firmly replied, "That is right." The corners of his mouth slightly curled as he recounted. "When the energy reaches its peak, there will be a heavenly and earthly aura. Even a bullet could be blocked. A person like that, 20 years ago, appeared. And that was Xiao Chenju." Everyone here froze in place, still not moving. Tantai thought of that person and excitedly shouted, "Yep." The youngest commander. The general of the special forces. Juso. The crowd around them erupted in chatter. Juso. He is the powerhouse who single-handedly terrified the enemy nation. So those 8 characters that Master Ma just mentioned are, Tantai calmly explained. This is the royal protection. Master Ma. When he was young, he was just 2 lines short of the pyramid. The dragon battles the king. The strange path and the dragon's understanding. The business is unshakable. He clasped his hands and said, "If all these sentences are completed, then the royal protection is done." Manan heard this and bowed his head in silence. After the meal, Tantai immediately shouted, "Master Ma, let us see you off." He stuffed his hands in his pockets and declined. "No need." Miss Ming looked at him and asked, "Master Ma, do you want to take a stroll around?" Miss Ming smiled gently and said, "Master Ma, do you want to buy something? Then you have come to the right person. If you do not mind, let me be your guide." She pointed in one direction and asked, "Master Ma, there is an old pharmacy ahead with quite a few rare medicines. Do you want to check it out?" Manan thought to himself. Rare medicines. Maybe there is something I need. Then agreed. Okay, lead the way. He followed Miss Ming into the shop and looked around. The shopkeeper looked at the two, pondering. He had bought Lingji mushrooms for decades, and these 2 customers seemed a bit odd. He held out a bag of medicine and said, "Here. The medicine you both need is all packed. You 2 really have an eye for it. The good stuff in my little shop is almost all chosen." Suddenly, Manan's gaze was drawn to a piece of wood on the table. "Wait, these pieces of wood. This piece contains a stream of spiritual energy. If I plant it again, it might continue to grow." He pointed at that piece of wood and said, "I really like this piece of wood. I want to buy it." The shopkeeper immediately refused, saying, "That might not be possible. This was a gift from a great master to me. It is just a piece of wood, but it carries a lot of sentiment." Miss Ming remained silent, deep in thought. She placed a bank card on the table and smiled. "Money can buy a heart. 200,000. Pack it up and hand it over immediately." Shopkeeper raised his eyebrows in surprise. This, after a moment, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine then. There is a street called a shoe, which opens only once a week, with all sorts of strange items." "Does Ma want to give it a try?" Manan calmly replied. "Since I have heard of it, let us go take a look." He glanced over at a spot and gasped in surprise. Miss Ming approached and asked, "Master Ma, did you see something interesting?" Manan looked at a shop that had a sign saying it only sold 3 types of items and laughed loudly. "This shop is intriguing." Miss Mun murmured in doubt. "Only 3 types for sale. This intriguing little shop is unlike anything I have ever seen. Could it really only sell 3 items?" Macnam led the way inside, chuckling. And it seemed like he already knew the answer. Inside the store, the T blared. "Get ready. Today we are going into the ultimate showdown. Do not go anywhere." Hung Yini scratched his leg and sat back, engrossed in the show. Miss Min gave a slight smile as she knocked on the door. She glanced at Hung Yugi's back and asked, "Is the boss still selling?" He jumped in surprise, nearly tripping over his flip-flops, and responded quickly but carelessly. Coming right up, with a forced smile, he stood up and introduced himself. "Hello. I am Hung, the owner of this shop." Miss Min covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and asked, "Do you have a brother named Hung Dae?" Hung Yi chuckled back. "I am Hung Yu the bear, and my brother has not even shown up yet. Please come in." Inside the shop, several different ceramic items were displayed on the shelves. Macnam looked at Hung Nai, curious, and asked, "Boss, how much are these things selling for?" He shouted loudly, "Everything is 200 million. Every type, 200 million. But if you buy 3 sets, you have to stop there." Hung Yini's face turned dark as he quietly reminded, "These are all things dug up from the ground. Not exactly clean." Macnam walked over to the shelf. Glancing around, he reached out to touch a medium-sized item and ask, "What is the story behind this one?" Hung Ninki slapped his hand down and replied, "This medium is very special. I heard it used to belong to a character who controlled thunder, and used this to summon rain and wind." Macnam questioned, And what was that character's name? He answered with some difficulty. Thunder Lord. Thunder Master. Come on. It is just stuff I sell. How would I know that much? Do you really believe it? MacNam picked up the medium from the tray, and as he did, it emitted a golden glow. Miss Mun hugged her head, murmuring, "Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" She turned to Hung Nigi and asked, "This medium comes in sets of 7. Do you have them all?" He walked over to the shelf, turned to MacNam, and said, "Looks like you are in luck. I have them all here. Are you buying or not?" Then, Hung Ni opened a box revealing the remaining 6 mediums inside. MacNam asked in confusion, "Uncle, you said buying 3 is the limit. Does this count as 1 or 7? He raised his hand and shouted, "Of course. It is 7. That'll be 1.4 billion. Miss Men crossed her arms and asked, "Aren't you worried about reducing our lifespan?" Hung Yini chuckled, assuring them, "Don't you worry. Tonight I will pray to our ancestors, saying this is a gift for everyone. In the end, all our money will go to charity for the children in the suburbs." MacNam laughed heartily. "You are really a kind-hearted person." After that, he and she left the store. It was late, but the buildings around were still brightly lit. MacNam stared at the mediums on the table, pondering. After blowing into the spiritual flute, he activated different tones and set up a formation. As long as the cycle table broke, the spiritual flute would warn him. He closed his eyes, quickly focusing on his thoughts. Spear. Trade. Rain. Shake. A drop of fresh blood fell from MacNam's fingertips onto the body of the medium. He opened his eyes wide, made a hand sign, and shouted, "Heavenly Eye of the Void. Activate." Those orbs circled around the old man, glowing with a soft golden light. MacNam raised his hand, releasing streams of spiritual energy towards them. After finishing, he could not help but gasp, thinking, "I am still so weak, just a tiny heavenly eye draining all my energy." MacNam gazed at the orbs in the box, pondering. This spirit-gathering formation is simpler. He started carving into the orbs, thinking next he would teach the ethereal melody of the celestial tunes, and the heavenly eye would be able to shift normally. The next day, at school, the students continued to arrive as usual. MacNam stood in front of the security room, raised his hand to greet. "Luong." "Hello." "Luong." The guard smiled broadly and replied cheerfully, "Hey there, MacNam." He looked at him and asked softly, "Is there something going on today, sir?" Luong suddenly recalled, "Oh right. A gym teacher came to check the list of special students looking for you." The guard, looking worried, asked, "You did not stir up any trouble with him, did you?" "Be careful," MacNam smiled back, reassuring him, "Don't you worry. I know how to handle it." During gym class, Finsong stood with his arms crossed, glaring at the students lined up in front of him. He looked visibly annoyed, scrutinizing each person below. MacNam calmly met his gaze, showing no signs of intimidation. Their eyes locked, sparking a fiery tension between them. He was seething with anger, breathing heavily as he stared at MacNam. With one hand, he lifted a basketball, coldly declaring, "Today, we are having a basketball match. The losing team will face the consequences." Then, Finsong points at Lying, a member of the basketball team, shouting. He gestures toward the group, still busy assigning roles, and picks out the tall guy over there for the left team. MacNam thinks to himself, "How childish. Trying to target me with such tricks." His team is made up of smaller players, while the opposing team is packed with giants. Lying laughs in disbelief. "Our team is really strong," a boy from MacNam's team mutters. "How are we supposed to compete like this? We are definitely going to lose." Tentu and the other girls exchange glances, then turn to Finsong. She raises her hands and says, "Teacher, this team setup is not fair. The second team does not even know how to play." He crosses his arms defiantly, retorting loudly, "Who is born knowing everything? If they can do it, why can't we? Enough talk. Let us get this game started." Finsong then blows the whistle sharply. The two teams charge at each other on the basketball court. Just as a boy from MacNam snatches the ball and is about to shoot, Finsong suddenly yells, "Second team, you are out of bounds." He is heartbroken as the opposing team steals the ball from him, tears welling up. MacNam, his patience wearing thin as he watches. Lying keeps snatching the ball from MacNam's teammates, then hurls it into the hoop. He embraces the ball, looking at the scoreboard showing 22-4. Laughing, "You are trailing by 18 points. Come on." A boy on MacNam's team stares wide-eyed at the court. MacNam strides slowly into the game. A boy throws the ball to him, shouting, "MacNam, catch." He reaches out to receive the basketball being passed to him. The crowd erupts as they see him with the ball. "MacNam, shoot." The guy's just standing there. Are you really going to let him take you out? With a slight smile, Mangnam raises the ball high and shouts. All right. I am going to take a shot. He releases the ball gently, sending it soaring toward the hoop. The ball arcs beautifully toward the hoop. Moments later, it gracefully drops into the basket before bouncing back down. Tia and the other girls scream with excitement. Isn't so handsome? The boys on Mangnam's team are equally stunned, exclaiming, he's got some serious luck. Lying stands there, dumbfounded, staring at him. Another boy rushes over, slamming the basketball to the ground. He looks up at Mangnam and asks, are you going to do it again? Mangnam laughed. If you want to face punishment, I am all in. The boy gasps in disbelief. Oh wow. I can't believe it. Then he throws the ball toward Mangnam, shouting, here. Take it. Mangnam raises the basketball high, getting ready to shoot. Everyone around looks up as the ball gently falls through the hoop, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Another one. What a miracle. A boy can't believe his eyes, shouting, no way. Mangnam is on fire. The guys from the Lasiviam team were panting, murmuring, are we really going to lose? Fin Dovnu stepped up, voice booming, this is a competition, not a rehearsal. You know, he pointed a finger at the threatening crowd. Warning, keep this up, and you will all be in trouble. Lasiviam walked over, giving him a friendly punch on the shoulder. Nice job. Mangnam, with a huge grin, he declared, I am serious now, so pay attention. Mangnam chuckled in response. Guess I won't hold back then. Lasiviam dashed to snatch the ball from the other guys and threw it with all his might. He looked at the boy in front of him and asked, you want to stop me? Suddenly, Mangnam glided past Luxavim and effortlessly snatched the ball away. He was stunned to see Mangnam take off and shouted, wait. Luxavim looked down at his empty hands in disbelief. He turned to the hoop, exclaiming, no way. Just then, when the basketball came crashing down through the net, cheers erupted. Mangnam had just hit a three-pointer. Lasiviam stood frozen, staring at Mangnam in utter disbelief. Two other boys were equally shocked, their mouths agape. He lowered his head, puzzled. How did he steal the ball? When did he get so good? Students watched in awe as Mangnam deftly took the ball and sprinted towards the hoop, gasping, oh my, is that really Mangnam? Wasn't he terrible at basketball? Someone muttered, I thought he did not even know how to play. It was clear that he was up against four guys, yet he took on all five by himself. A Fin Dung scoffed, coldly announcing, all right, the match is over. He glanced at the score gap, adding, that was just a little test. The three guys from the Lakshvim team sagged in relief, whispering, thank goodness we are finally free from that guy. Tigam, looking astonished, said, I can't believe Mangnam is that good. Lasifim approached Mangnam and extended a hand. He smiled brightly, asking, that was eye-opening. How about we team up next time? Mangnam shook his hand back with a grin, replying, but that might just make one of us fall flat. Not enough to play. All the girls blushed and exclaimed, oh my god. You too. I am dying here. Thanks for the warm welcome. A boy walked over, grumbling, this was going great. Why do you blow the whistle? Fen Dejung looked like he would been struck by lightning. Do not listen to them. This was all Hen's idea. The test was also Hun's idea. And now we are pausing in the middle of the field. Seriously. What is wrong with you? No wonder you still do not have a girlfriend. He crossed his arms, grinning menacingly. Mephi Nam. You have got some power. Let us get you to help me carry some stuff. And the rest of you can head back to class. A Mephi Nam followed Findandro as he heard the crowd behind him yelling, come back and sign my shirt. Tuta quietly trailed behind them down the empty hallway. Finny and Dijong, noticing her, asked in confusion, why are not you going back to class? The two immediately shouted, I want to work with Mephi Nam. He must be exhausted after that game. He replied seriously, there are only 2 desks you do not need. She stood her ground, not budging, and he left her behind. MacNam glanced over with a grateful smile. Thanks for the thought. But this is a guy's issue. Just head back. Her eyes lit up instantly, and her cheeks flushed pink. Tutu immediately felt embarrassed and lowered her head. Okay then, just be careful. Findong stood in front of a room, raised his hand, and turned the doorknob. He led MacNam into a cluttered room. Findong looked around and said, all this stuff needs to be moved to room 506. Hurry it up. Hearing that, he curiously asked, what if I do not move it? With a big grin, he raised the pen in his hand threateningly. Don't want to? Well, I won't have any mercy on you then. But your class's athletic performance, not looking too hot. More than half of you won't even make it to college. He added, Fists clenched in anger. Nam felt the rage boiling inside. He looked at Fan Duong and warned. The one threatening me won't end up in a good place. Fan Duong burst out laughing. Oh come on. That is so scary. Who do you think you are? You moving or not? Just then, a knock echoed from outside the room. Luong, the security guard, entered the room. He looked at the two and advised. What is going on? No fighting. All right. Sighing. Luong asked. Nam, why are you arguing with the teacher? Then he turned to the teacher. Come on. He is still a kid. Just let it slide. If there is an issue, talk to me. Fan Dong, visibly angry, shot back. Sure. If you are being nice to him, then you can carry all this stuff up to the 5th floor. If he can't, I won't let him graduate. Nam grabbed his hand, pleading. Luong, please go. I can handle this myself. Luong pulled his hand away, saying, it is just moving a chair. Do not worry. Let me help you. He tossed a chair onto his shoulder, laughing. This will be done in no time. Nam, you go back to class. Nam squinted, coldly asking. Fan Dong, are not you going to tell him to stop? He crossed his arms and replied with a smirk. You are so sentimental. Luong's been working overtime a lot these days. If you do not want to move, fine. Head back. He will finish it anyway. It is not a big deal for a teacher to ask students to move stuff. Fan Dong grinned wickedly, saying, if you want to report this, go ahead. Let us see who is left standing. Luong. Nam pointed a finger directly at his face, an icy glare. He warned, just this once. Next time, I will make sure you regret it. After that, Nam picked up 2 chairs, calmly walking away. Fan Dong watched as Nam carried the chairs, thinking, how is he still so strong after competing? As he took the 2 chairs upstairs, he found Luong resting on the stairs. Nam worriedly said, Luong, you should take a break. I can handle the tables and chairs. He smiled and replied, no need. Just be careful. He glanced over and said, Luong, I think someone's outside. Go check it out. Hearing that, Luong jumped up. All right, I will go see. I will be right back. Nam watched Luong's back as he went downstairs. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pressed down hard on his emotions. Then, Nam lifted his head, flames swirling around him like a storm. He looked down and shouted, hey, Fan Song, get your butt up here for a beatdown. He turned his head and shot up, yelling, Fan, come over here right now. Fan Song climbed up, pointing furiously at him. Nam, do you even recognize your teacher anymore? How dare you talk to him like that? Nam narrowed his eyes, his face expressionless as he asked, is this hard for you? Instantly, Fan Song's feet left the ground. Nam had grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up, and he shouted in panic. Nam, wait. Nam dragged Fan Song toward the balcony, thinking, here we go. He was drenched in cold sweat, staring down at the ground below. Nam tightened his grip on Fan Song's collar, questioning, are you scared now? He immediately pointed at Nam, laughing coldly. What are you joking about? Am I scared of you? Nam reached out with his other hand, gently grabbing Fan Song's arm that was tightly gripping his own. Then, he turned him around and hung him off the railing. He smiled slightly, clearly enjoying himself as he asked, how do you feel now? Nam leaned closer to Fan Song, grinning, I warned you. Messing with me won't end well. Fan Song's face turned pale, and he screamed in panic. Nam, you are crazy. Let me down. Nam's hand on his collar twitched as he replied, let you down. Sure thing. Just as his voice echoed again, that hand immediately released its grip, following his command. Fan Song's eyes narrowed in sheer terror. His hands desperately reached out. Fan Song screamed in despair as he plummeted toward the ground. His body slammed hard into the ground, especially his back hitting with a thud. Fan Song's eyes filled with stars, struggling to see clearly. Just as he regained focus, a chair came crashing down from above. The legs of the chair stabbed into the ground around him. He stared wide-eyed at the chair that landed on him. Nam stood on the 2nd floor balcony, watching the chaos unfold below. He calculated something and rested his hand on the railing for support. With one swift motion, Nam effortlessly jumped over the balcony. The 2-story height posed no challenge for him. Nam skillfully landed on the chair in the courtyard. His move left the teacher below utterly stunned. Standing on the chair, he looked down and warned in a firm voice, don't touch me. Understand? Fan Song, terrified and bewildered, trembled, not daring to say a word. Got it. Got it. Got it. He stammered. Nam shot him a cold glare. Warned. Next time, it won't just be from the 2nd floor. With that, Nam casually strolled away, leaving him lying helplessly in the courtyard. Fan Song struggled to get off the chair, his face pale with fear. He lay sprawled on the tiled floor, muttering to himself. Damn it. Nam really is out to kill. He walked in nonchalantly to report to the guard in the security room. Luong. I just finished talking with Fan Song. He will handle the rest. The guard. Luong. Replied. Satisfied. All right. I will head back then. As long as you are okay. That is what matters. Nam politely waved goodbye to Mir. Luong. I am off. He waved back to you. All right then. After finishing his work, Nam slowly walked out of the school grounds. Suddenly, someone put their hand on his shoulder, making him stop and turn his head back. Just as he turned around, that person tapped him on the other shoulder, clearly trying to tease him. As Nam looked around, curious, the person quickly poked the tip of his nose with a finger. It turned out to be Than Ti, the mischievous one, playfully teasing Nam as she appeared in front of him. Not quite understanding what was happening, Nam shyly asked, "Why are you doing this?" Than Ti casually pulled him toward her car, not bothering to ask for Nam's opinion. Insisting, "Come on. Let us go to my place and you can teach me from there." He felt the curious gazes around them fixated on them, making him a bit flustered. When he hesitated to get into the car, Than Ti urged him impatiently. "Hurry up." He helplessly got pulled into the car, bumping his head. Seriously, Nam suddenly remembered the phone he had borrowed and handed it to her. "Here. Returning your phone." Than Ti took it back, her face flushed with bashfulness as she asked, "Did you check anything inside?" Buckling his seatbelt, he replied nonchalantly, "I am not into that kind of stuff." But Than Ti seemed a bit disappointed to hear that, her demeanor suddenly cooling down. Then suddenly, Than Ti brightened up, exclaiming, "Right." She grabbed a small gift box next to her, bashfully expressing her concern for Nam. "You have not bought a new phone yet. I happen to have a new one." The gift box was held out in front of him, Than Ti's voice filled with anticipation. "Take it. Consider it a thank you for teaching me." Nam was momentarily stunned by the surprise. She had already loosened up, so he could not refuse, politely accepting her gesture. He said, "Well, I guess I will graciously accept." "Thank you." Smile spread across her face as Than Ti cheerfully reminded him, "No need to thank me. My number is saved in there. So you better call me often." He could not just accept her gift without reciprocating. So Nam pulled out a small bell from his jacket pocket. He placed it in her palm, carefully explaining its significance. "Here. This little bell is for you. You should always carry it. It will bring enough energy for the lessons I teach you." Than Ti picked up the bell, gazing at it intently. Then, like a curious child, she shook it in the air. Looking beside her, she noticed he had a similar bell, both of them mesmerized by their gifts. Than Ti felt a sweetness in her heart. She beamed at the present. "Okay. I will definitely carry this every day." At that moment, Than Ti was focused on practicing the instrument under Nam's watchful eye. However, she was not satisfied with her previous attempt, sighing in frustration. She wanted to learn from his humming technique. "I still feel so far from where I used to be. You blew into leaves. Do you have any tricks?" Nam, not particularly gifted himself, replied casually, "Just practice a lot. That is all it takes." Then Nam pulled out a new song for her to practice a wider variety of melodies. "Yeah. I even added some lyrics. Check it out. This one's called Gentle Waters. 3,000. For now, just work on these 2 pages. And then we will find a place to try it out." Outside the park, a busker was singing his heart out amidst the crowd gathered around him. The other 2 strolled over, seemingly getting ready for something, making Than Ti look a bit hesitant. Seeing this, he turned to her and nodded encouragingly, which really boosted Than Ti's confidence. She proactively handed over some cash and shyly asked the singer, "Sorry to bother you. Can I borrow this spot to sing a song?" Once given the green light, Than Ti connected her phone to the speaker. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves. With her enchanting voice, Than Ti began to weave in some catchy melodies. The people around her stood entranced, captivated by her sweet singing. Passers-by and drivers alike had to halt to fully enjoy the performance Than Ti was putting on. She shed her shyness and immersed herself in every lyric. 3,000 gentle waters. The only one who drinks from it. Some even pulled out their phones to record this girl with the angelic voice. The busker was also quite impressed, praising her. "You sing beautifully." The crowd erupted with cheers, clapping and celebrating Than Ti's performance. She turned to Nam, eager to gauge his reaction. Nam stood to the side, satisfied with her performance. He praised her. "Congrats. You nailed it." But Than Ti could not feel the joy. She understood the deeper meaning of the song she just sang, and a hint of anticipation flickered across her face. What kind of experiences could lead him to write such heartfelt lyrics? In his heart, is it only her? Transitioning scenes. Nam was walking down the hallway past the classrooms. A group of boys was gathered, animatedly discussing. "This song is amazing. No wonder she is a prodigy. I heard she composed it herself." Suddenly, GM's voice called out to him. Mefi Nam. Wait a minute. He gladly turned around to respond. Greeting Gem. She approached Mefaf Nam with genuine concern. I have not seen you in a while. Not since VI's Ving's birthday. Did you two have a fight? Why was she so upset when she came back? Mexinam sadly shook his head at Jiam's words. Jiam. I did not fight with Vi Ziwang. Seeing his expression, she felt a bit guilty and tried to reassure him. I knew you would not do that. Jiam hopes you will focus on your studies. Aim for a good university. Tomorrow, on the 2nd of February, Viving invited a few classmates over. I will whip up some delicious food for everyone. Hearing this, Mefsi Nam, lost in thought. The 2nd of February. He smiled warmly and placed a grateful hand on Giaim's shoulder. Don't you worry. My grades are solid enough to get me where I want. Thanks for your concern. But I can't make it tomorrow. Upon hearing his refusal, Julium just smiled and cheered him on. All right. If there is anything, just talk to GM. After that, Mafinam turned and walked away, waving goodbye to Jizaim. Yep. Goodbye G. I am heading to class now. A long, tiring school day is finally over. As the sun set, students are spilling out of school. And Meki Nam is walking while chatting on the phone. Hello. Hey there. A middle-aged man's voice came through. Introducing himself. Mefsi I'm Xin Hung. Tomorrow is February 2nd, the day of Longzie. Do you have time to gather a bit? Mexi Nam replied casually, hands in pocket. Sure, I will swing by. The voice on the other end sounded incredibly pleased. Great. I will send a car to pick you up. No need. Just send me the address. I can get there myself? Messy Nam gradually made his way down the road behind the school. The scenery shifted to a luxurious area with tall buildings and fancy cars, each house towering and modern. Mexi Nam stepped out of the car, the sunset fading behind the skyscrapers. And nearby stood a silhouette of a girl quietly waiting. He did not say a word, gently opened the car door, and stepped down. Sporting a sharp white suit, upon seeing Mekanam, the silhouette hurried over. It turned out to be Mentiutha. Metsin-sen. You finally made it. He realized it was her and could not help but be curious. Min-hu. And Havnam and Mintayutha approached each other, smiling and greeting. You, without waiting for him to ask. She cheerfully explained. That is right. Ian and Van Hengra know you do not like formalities. So they asked me to wait for you here. Don't he worry. Get it? Hearing this, Mexi Nam did not object but simply smiled politely. Thanks for that. They then walked together down the path illuminated by the sunset, with a few people wandering around. Suddenly, Minty Yutho stopped, pointed joyfully in one direction, and said to Meki Nam, look at this scenic little spot. Over there. They have preserved quite a few ancient steps. Tourists climb up those steps from the creek, and they say the higher you go, the happier you feel. Metsin-sen. How about we give it a try? Upon hearing this, he shook his head firmly. No thanks. I have seen enough. Seeing Mefi Nam so straightforward, Minnie Yutha was a bit taken aback. Okay. She looked at him with a complex expression. Thinking, so hard to read, she led him to a rather spacious house. Metsin-sen. Your room is all set up tonight at 8 p.m. There is a cocktail party at the mansion. I hope you can spare some time to join us. I will personally come to pick you up. Maxinam smiled politely and replied. No need to go through all that trouble. I can make it there on my own. At 8, Maxinam arrived at the mansion, where a lively crowd had already gathered. He approached the gatekeeper, reading his name off the list. Mefi Nam. After confirming, the gatekeeper bowed respectfully. Metsin-sen, please come in. Maxi Nam stepped into the mansion. Surrounded by a buzz of people chatting excitedly, he noticed a figure in the distance, radiating a bright flame of energy. Just then, Min Tiyutha came over, cheerfully calling out. Metsin-sen, you are here. Please follow me. Ian Amran Hungra are waiting for you. Maxi Nam followed her into a vast room. At that moment, the three of them seen Hung, Li and Eights, and Yen happily approached him. Tiyutho chuckled and said, well, you three old gentlemen seem to have a great relationship with Meneses Tin's son. Welcoming him like this, even someone like me, the guide, is getting the good vibes. Sintong flexed his muscles and boasted. Metsi Tin's son already gifted me some amazing elixir last time. I have been training hard these past few days, and my strength is back to peak. Yu Yen seized the chance to inquire about business, saying, with such a fine treasure, Metsin-sen, we really should collaborate and explore its potential. This could be a huge business opportunity. Maxi Nam merely replied. It is too resource-intensive to refine. We need to rethink our approach. Noticing their excitement, Min Tiyuthe interjected. All right. Let us all head into the room and continue our discussion. The four of them gathered around a tea table in the room, enveloped in silence as they sat together. It was then that Lia finally spoke up, cheerfully raising his hand. I have heard a lot about Masi Tranan's skills, but seeing you in person is something else, especially at such a young age. Nam chuckled softly at this, glancing at Liao and replying, "It is nothing special. There are plenty of younger folks out there who could wipe the floor with me." But Sung sat there silently with his eyes closed, while Liko Yin interjected, getting straight to the point. "Metsin-sen, we invited you here tonight for a reason. We actually need your help." He suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious as he continued. "We have received news that the leaders from the other cities are bringing some highly skilled fighters. Even though we have brought our top-tier fighters here, if anything unexpected happens tomorrow, we hope you can lend a hand." Everyone's eyes turned hopeful toward Nam. Yin added, "Don't worry. No matter what, we won't shortchange you," knowing it would be hard to refuse. Nam smiled and replied firmly, "Since I have come this far, I will naturally step in when needed." Suddenly, Lian H pulled out a square wooden box from somewhere, holding it gently as he said, "I almost forgot to give this to you. Metsin-sen, we have prepared a little welcoming gift for you." Nam was curious about the box, as Lian H placed it on the table and slid it towards him, saying, "Please take a look." Nam quickly took the box and opened it, revealing 2 age scrolls nestled inside. "We heard that Tun-sun possesses incredible insight and the ability to uncover ancient truths. Inside here is a collection of documents from the Warring States period, dug up alongside a divine statue, detailing the entire story of the authentic teachings." Nam picked up one scroll and opened it, peering closely as he thought. "This really talks about how to merge the sacred teachings, and it is about physical training techniques I have never seen before. It seems like throughout history, this ancient civilization concealed many extraordinary talents, capable of creating a new generation of cultivation." Nam was delighted with this gift, carefully lowering the scroll and thanking them. "This is fantastic. Thank you so much." Time passed, and Nam returned to his room. He sat on his bed, opening the scroll once more to read. The golden characters glimmered as he tilted his head and began to read them. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity shot through your mind. Nam froze, his eyes wide open. He lowered the paper he was holding, a bewildered look on his face as he glanced around, feeling a rush of power stirring inside him. A mystical energy awakening. Nam raised both hands to absorb the energy, and a small fireball slowly formed, with just one chant. The 8 incantations merged together. His whole body tensed up, feeling electric currents coursing within him, the pain almost unbearable. The flames within Nam seemed to grow stronger. His teeth clenched and his eyes wide with intensity. Then, the flames erupted around him. As he leaned back, his hands clenched, letting out a powerful shout. Massive force was unleashed, akin to the winds of a raging storm, smashing into the window and shattering the glass. Nam lifted his head high, fists clenched with all his might, the intense flames swirling around him, causing glass shards to scatter everywhere. After a moment, everything came to a halt. Nam's room was now a chaotic mess, and he stood frozen in shock. A golden dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and Nam, still dazed, thought to himself, "This is the aura of the celestial dragon. How could this be?" Even in the heavenly realm, the dragon clan was wiped out. At this moment, he sensed something was off. His eyes widened in panic as he stammered, "Wait, it is absorbing my life force." Before he could react, an unseen force lifted Nam off the ground. What next? Outside, worried voices broke through. "What is going on? Where is that sound coming from?" The strong pull dragged him through the air. Glass started to fly everywhere, and people outside quickly pinpointed the source of the commotion. Muxi's room. "Are you okay?" Seeing the situation was dire, Nam's face turned pale, and he shouted back in fear, "Everyone, just go back." Suddenly, the pulling force vanished, leaving Nam powerless, his body plummeting to the ground. Miss Min and her companion stood outside in silence, exchanging worried glances. She wasted no time, turning to the servants behind her and commanding, "Everyone step back. No one is allowed to disturb the situation." The golden dragon was now comfortably nestled on a white cloud, and Nam rubbed his sore backside, glancing at the dragon and thinking to himself, "How could this be? What a lucky break. Unfortunately, all my life force has been completely drained by you. It will take days to recover. I can only hope I won't have to take action tomorrow." After a while, the two outside could not wait any longer, their voices raising in urgency. "Are you really okay? Can we come in?" Nam, drawn by their voices, peered toward the door and said, "Come in." Slowly, he stood up, clutching his aching body. The two entered Nam's room and were shocked by the mess. The man approached him cautiously, his face a mix of fear and curiosity, asking, "What happened to you?" Miss Mun stepped forward, picking up a scroll and scrutinizing it, murmuring, "Could there be something wrong with this official document?" Nam struggled to hold himself up, squinting for assistance. "Miss Min, please get me another room. You do not need to worry about me." Kan Hung was so furious he turned pale, clenching his fists and looking away, muttering to himself, "It is definitely that jerk who sold this rotten stuff." Hey, Sin is in this mess. And he is still out there drinking. Just wait until I get my hands on him. You can only smile helplessly at this situation. Days passed. And in front of an extravagant castle, a crowd gathered around a red circle in the center of the yard on February 2nd. Nam was among them, casually standing with his hands in his pockets, scanning the crowd. Thinking, it is really you guys. Suddenly, Hung sat down next to Nam. And he turned in shock to look at him, whispering, what a coincidence. Hung Yingui. In his hand was a crispy golden chicken leg. And Hung Yi glanced at Nam and said, is not that right? A few days ago, we bought it together. And it is still good, is not? The two stood side by side in the crowd. And Nam leaned in with excitement, responding, of course. At your price of 14 million. It better be good. He felt a bit sour. Are not we just making a fair trade here? At that moment, Hung Yuni lifted the chicken leg close to his mouth, taking a big bite with his eyes closed, savoring it, while the surrounding crowd began to murmur loudly. Meanwhile, Zhang Du felt the pressure mounting, wondering if Yanyi could hold up. Because if he messed up, even the front of the shop in Europe might have to shut down. That is right. The buyer this time is a big shot. I heard he is a true master from overseas. Nam listened closely, incredulous, asking him, really? Is there someone like that? Quickly, Hung Yini finished off his food, licking his lips and tossing the bone behind him. With an excited expression, he rubbed his hands together and said, come on. Let me introduce you all. With that, he pointed to a group standing not far away, saying, look over there. Those are the people from overseas. That guy is the roadmaster. The one in front is the team leader. And that old man is uncle. Then, Hung Yi turned to Shishen and Oho nearby, watching them shake hands and introduce themselves. Over there are the two big shots from the Wu Yang clan, Shishen and Oho. Their influence is massive. Looking in another direction, they spotted Mooney waving at Shishen. And he immediately guessed. And this guy, he is Feng Ning from the Mu Mai, the contemporary hero. Below the fighting stage were the judges' seats, and behind them, a throng of people gathered to watch. These poetic warriors were like oil and water, needing to mingle a bit more. The judges sat in silence, while the crowd behind them was completely different, continuously voicing their discontent. Is not that the great Master Huang? Why is he presenting himself in the midst of the chaos? Suddenly someone joyfully shouted, the great master of Wu Yang is here too. Juyan smiled lightly, closing his eyes as he sat in his chair, while the crowd below buzzed with disbelief. That Duyan is actually stepping into the spotlight. Today is definitely not ordinary. At that moment, Miss Min slowly walked in, stepping gracefully onto the platform and saying, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful Miss Min stood confidently in the center of the arena, one hand behind her back and the other raised to address the crowd. It is great to see you all again. Allow me to share some rules. Rule number 1. In the ring, what happens is your own responsibility. We are here to do business. Anything that happens in the arena does not concern what comes next. She looked down at everyone, her face a serene smile, but her voice dripped with menace. I hope everyone remembers. If you break the rules, you are underestimating us ninjas. And we won't hold back. After laying down the law, she gracefully stepped down, and everyone admired Miss Menace back, secretly lamenting. She truly is a stunning powerhouse who would dare to cross her. Master Zhang leaned back in his chair, while his partner stood up without hesitation, yelling loudly. Wait. You remember last year's incident, right? I told you I would settle the score this year. And that time has come. Finally, he stood up proudly, confidently gesturing at Master Zhang. I still want to see how impatient you will be this whole year. His gaze was filled with determination as he interlocked his fingers and stretched. Looking straight ahead, Master Zhang stood tall, rolling his neck a few times, then continuously turned his head. Suddenly, Master Zhang opened his eyes wide and shouted out. He leaped into the air, landing gracefully in the arena, covering over 10 meters effortlessly. The crowd around could not help but be amazed, whispering among themselves with praises. Is this really the legendary Master Zhang of the Five Sons? A true master? Indeed. The rumors about him are spot on. Kan Eng was right there too, momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding before him. The opponent sat directly across, eyes fixated with intensity. He stood up from his chair, slowly approaching Master Ma, hands clasped in respect. Master Ma. Looks like we need at least 10 people to handle this. Sitting back casually with his chin resting on his hand, he suddenly slammed his palm against the armrest. Master Ma leaped out of his chair, his body soaring towards the arena floor. Kan Eng followed the movement with keen eyes, clenching his fists as he shouted. Master Zhang, the old man, displeased, swung a punch to attack. His opponent had already landed on the arena, raising his hands, ready to engage as Master Zhang rushed towards him, eager for guidance. Neither of them backed down. Charging at each other with fierce determination, the old man swung at Master Ma but missed, hitting the floor instead. The shockwave from his missed punch forced him to quickly dodge away. Master Zhang then stood tall, sweeping his leg in a kick. Master Ma reacted by jumping high to avoid it. Meng Nam, sitting quietly below, observed intently, furrowing his brow as he thought. Master Zhang's training must be top-notch. If his sleeve brushes against you, you are done for. Yin sat nearby, eyes glued to the action, excitedly resting his hands on his thighs. How much cement do these two have stuffed in their pockets? Dust flew everywhere, obscuring their figures. Meng Nam, sitting in silence, gently closed his eyes and murmured, Master Mai is going to lose. Tonian, puzzled by this, turned to him and asked, Why do you say that? Meng Nam had no intention of hiding his thoughts. Glancing at the fighters, he replied, Even though they are both skilled, Master Zhang is on a whole different level. Master Zhang raised his hand high, and Meng Nam analyzed the situation. But Master Zhang is an elite fighter. His energy can be unleashed directly. Master Ma is already exhausted, struggling to breathe. And while he is just an intermediate fighter, his strength, speed, and experience can't compare to Master Zhang. Meng Nam raised his head, looking up with a thoughtful expression but hesitated as he finally said. In the heat of battle, the old man swiftly grabbed Master Ma's wrist. Master Zhang smiled at Master Ma, twisting his arm behind him and taunted. With such weak strength, you dare to challenge me? Master Ma grimaced in pain, struggling to pull his arm free, shouting, My hand, my right hand. Seizing the moment, while Master Ma was distracted, Master Zhang unleashed a powerful thrust into his abdomen, sending him flying. Master Ma gasped in horror as he tumbled off the arena, crashing down to the ground. Standing tall and satisfied, Master Zhang clasped his hands behind his back, listening to the announcement. The winner is Master Zhang of the Five Sons. The announcer leaned back in his chair, grinning widely. You won tea to meet this guy again on the road, and as for the other items, just bring them here. I will handle them myself. Of course, those fishing boats do not belong to you anymore. Any objections? Xin Hung gritted his teeth, hands clenched into fists, responding with a strained voice, not a word of protest. Hearing this, Sagad took a jab at him, closing his eyes slightly and raising his voice. What could he possibly say? The crowd watching below was treated to an amusing spectacle, stifling chuckles at his expense. He was so furious he could explode, fists tightly gripping his lap, while the nearby electric tiger hurriedly tried to calm things down, telling him to chill out. And Xin Hung's expression was one of irritation, his gaze drifting away as he thought. Just wait. Once the master regains his strength, I will make you pay for this. Sagad, gripping the armrest, lifted one hand and casually said, Speak softly, but think hard. Now that I have my own fleet, it means I can compete for the ports along the double flow route. Master Zhang returned to his seat, stretching his arms behind his head with a smile, saying, If you are thinking about those ports, they are too big for you to handle. Chua Ra was sweating bullets. He subtly cursed under his breath. The entire double flow port was the largest. It belonged to me. How could this Sagad even think about touching my territory? At this moment, he noticed Chua Ra, and Sagad, with a calm face, said, It is normal for Chua Ra to stir things up. Why do not you let me handle it? Infuriated by the mention of his name, Chua Ra steeled himself, refusing to back down. Sagad, do not you dare bully me too much. How can you treat me like this? Just as he was speaking, Chua Ra suddenly paused, his expression confused as he looked around. Savhung silently glanced away, his face still twisted in displeasure. Electric Tiger maintained his calm demeanor, wearing a broad smile that almost squinted his eyes. On the contrary, the other guy was visibly tense, his mood darkening, hands clasped tightly to his mouth as he fell silent. Sagad sat back, casually resting his foot on his knee, confidently thumping his chest and saying, That is right. Brother Chu, you guys should focus on legitimate business from now on. Do not meddle with the lives of those in my hands. Feeling helpless with no one to turn, he gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, What does your Jiangdu leader do to make a living anyway? Sagad was not done yet. He gleefully looked over at the other guy, raising his voice. And also, business has been terrible for you guys lately. A cookie this big, and you guys ate it all up without a twinge of conscience. The group that was laughing just moments ago now fell silent, fear etched on their faces, thinking, This crazy dog, he has really lost it. Sagad leaned back, grinning ear to ear, while they watched his antics with growing concern. Did he really not realize that just one loss could mean losing everything he had? In the midst of Sagad's gloating, an old man raised his hand and stroked his beard, interjecting, Who said our business was done for? Hearing this, Sagad became even more smug, raising his hand and laughing loudly, saying, Our business is just here to watch the match, and you want to take it back as your territory. Just as Sagad was finishing his sentence, the man suddenly stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Third Master, Please make your move. At that moment, Tamba gradually appeared from the distance. A massive figure standing before Master Zhang. He was so scared that sweat was pouring down his face, his eyes wide and speechless. Meanwhile, Nam sat, bright-eyed, intently watching the scene unfold. Shouting, "The god of war is done for," without a word, Luan Tam charged forward, his massive shadow looming over a corner of the arena. The god of war stared in shock. Who the hell is that? Luan Tam landed, leaving a crater in the ground, dust swirling up in a whirlwind around him. He stood with his arms crossed, arrogantly shouting, "You useless Grandmaster. Hurry up and come here to die." The Grandmaster furrowed his brow in anger, cursing, "Looks like I have been too merciful. There is someone daring enough to be disrespectful in front of me." Luan Tam remained still, but the pressure radiating from him made others hesitate. This punk thinks he can strut around after learning just 2 moves. Fine. I won't move. But if you can break through my defenses in 3 moves, I will self-destruct right here. The Grandmaster charged with a fist raised. But it was just external energy shielding, nothing too impressive. Luan Tam stood unmoved as the old man closed in. With just a breath, he conjured a shield in front of him. Nothing could breach it. The Grandmaster was completely trapped outside the shield, leaving the audience in awe. Is this real? Am I in a fantasy world? The crowd buzzed with excitement. This is definitely not just external energy. This is the energy realm. Oh my. He is broken through to the energy phase. The god of war's expression darkened as he heard the crowd's comments. No one had broken through the energy phase in over a decade. Yet here was a hidden master. The Grandmaster struggled to rise, while Luan Tam flashed 2 fingers. Grinning, "I am giving you one last chance." 2 punches left. Enraged, the old man gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He timed his jump perfectly, clenching his fist to strike. Protected by his massive shield, Luan Tam felt no impact. This is the real deal. True energy mastery, he declared. The Grandmaster clasped his hands in front of him and admitted, "I concede. May I know the esteemed name of my opponent?" Luan Tam proudly clasped his hands behind his back. "I am the heir of the half-dragon sect. The half-dragon sect from overseas." The crowd gasped in disbelief. That day, the sect leader had pressured the entire Jiangnan region to the point where they could not even lift their heads. The onlookers were left speechless, their eyes wide in shock. So he is the heir of the half-dragon sect. Ahunu was drenched in sweat, worried. Damn it. Jiangnan is in trouble. These guys are no joke. Luan Tam waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. The Grandmaster floated in midair, gliding through the astonished gazes of everyone present. The old man fell off the stage, lying helpless on the ground, spitting blood and unconscious. Luan Tam shot a glance at the judge's row, remembering that just days ago, his nephew was killed by Mafsi Cha Nan at the Chu family docks. The old man gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. Today, I am here to get revenge on Mafsi Cha Nan. Mephi Do's expression darkened when his name was mentioned, and he shouted, "Where's Mephi Cha Nan? Tell him to come out and face his death." His teeth were clenched tightly, realizing that Mephi Cha Nan was in a bit of a bind. Now, it was crucial not to push him into a corner. Atsin Hung glanced at Maf Nam outside with concern, wondering if Mephi Cha Nan's injury had healed yet. The crowd below kept murmuring, while he sat frozen, assessing the situation. Luan Tam stood in the center and took a deep breath, yelling, "Mephi Cha Nan, get your bloody self out here. You were so fierce when you killed my nephew, so now you know the fear of death. If you do not show up, I will make sure to disturb the entire city until no one gets a moment of peace." Ung Ho whispered to Mephi Nam, saying, "If I stand up now, what do you think will happen? It will definitely cause a stir." He was busy rambling when he suddenly jolted, seeing him stand up, but all he could do was imagine it. Mephi Nam, dressed in a stunning white suit, boldly declared, "Are you looking for me?" The young lady, Min Hu, sprang up in panic. "You do not have to force yourself. I can help you deal with this." Mephi Nam stood out in the crowd, catching Luan Tam's attention immediately. His eyebrows furrowed together as he shouted, "The one they want is Mephi Nun. Are you trying to stir up trouble and get yourself killed?" Mephi Nam confidently replied, "I am Mephi Chun, the one you are looking for," and she could not contain his excitement, shouting, "Mephi Chun, it is really you. We finally get to see you in person." Wei Yin kept reminding everyone, "Mephi Chun, be careful. The opponent is a master of martial arts." The worry lines on Sidana Hung's forehead deepened. "Mephi Chun, whether in glory or disgrace, everything rests on your shoulders." Seeing Mephi Nam's slender figure made those around him doubt themselves. What? He is really Mephi Cha Nan. I have heard so much about him lately, but I never expected him to be so young. The 2 young guys were so shocked they could not believe it. If it were not for Yin and Ha's face, they would not have taken him seriously. I just can't trust him. How could there be such a young master? He looks like just a schoolboy. Luan Tam looked at Mephi Nam with disdain, thinking, How could someone with no internal power possibly kill me? Is he planning to sneak up on me with a gun? Missy Nam chuckled and straightforwardly replied. As if I would need a gun. Lewin Tam pointed at Meffy Nam, shouting. I do not believe it. Mexi Nam lowered his head slightly, a smirk forming on his lips. Meffy Nam lightly bent his body and then soared into the air. While the audience below watched in awe, he leaped high, striking a pose midair like a bird taking flight. Suddenly, the man stepped down and delivered a kick right to Duan Tam's back. The crowd around them gasped in shock. What? A peak expert brought low like this? The man lightly stomped on the old man's head, making Duan Tam's body twitch uncontrollably. He kept pounding his fists on the ground, screaming, I need to kill. I must. After a moment, the ground began to glisten with sweat, the wetness spreading across the arena floor. The man stomped down again on Duan Tam's head, saying, Do I look like I am letting you stand up? The audience in the stands erupted, overwhelmed by his power. The aura of a true master. It was terrifying. The old man tried to lift his head, grumbling like a turtle. You just caught me off guard. If you have got guts, let us face off in a fair fight. His eyes widened as he forced a grin of amusement. All right. The man kicked Duan Tam hard in the cheek, making sure the defeated would be thoroughly humbled. Duan Tam was sent flying from one side of the arena to the other, crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke swept in, obscuring everything. While the man silently observed, the old man's eyes burned with rage as he shouted, Now you will see. Duan Tam's body began to swell, ripping his clothes. This was the might of the semi-dragon gate. His muscles bulged, veins popping out. Sufei was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. This was the true technique of the semi-dragon gate. He began to sink into old memories of a man who swept through the 3 Jiangnan provinces, using this very technique. If not for the suppression of his aura, Jiangnan would have fallen long ago. It has only been 3 years since he last appeared. Miss Ming clasped her hands in silent prayer. Mac, be careful. A whirlwind of energy began to swirl around Duan Tam. Pay attention. Little one. The old man clenched his fists, his veins bulging even more. Today is your last day. Duan Tam charged forward with all his strength, aiming to finish this. A green light surrounded the old man's fist, but Mac showed no intention of dodging. Miss Ming shut her eyes tight and shouted, Mac. Moments passed, and the arena remained still. Mac raised his hand to intercept the old man's punch head-on. Duan Tam stood there, drenched in sweat, dumbfounded. How is this possible? The cold expression on Mac's face only deepened the old man's confusion. How could this be? Duan Tam's massive fist trembled as it met Mac's palm. He was withstanding my technique. The old man's eyes turned white as he unleashed a flurry of punches, screaming, Just die already. Mac's gaze grew serious as his hands swiftly blocked every single blow. Kang Hu's brows knitted tightly in worry. His eyes gradually narrowed. The tension had the old man straightening his back, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Dust enveloped the arena, leaving everyone in the stands helpless and blind. Sweat poured down Hua's face. My God. Duan Tam steadied himself, raising his fist as he began to gather energy, forming a green orb. With a punch that sliced through the air, Mac simply spread his hand wide to block it. Mac's face was emotionless as he coldly stated, You are too weak. A crushing pressure weighed down on Duan Tam, making it impossible for him to even finish his sentence. You gently twist your wrist, causing the arm of Team Tam to bend awkwardly, and the old man howls in pain, unable to stop screaming. Mexi Nam casually lets go of the old man. Is that all you have got? Team Tam instinctively steps back a few paces. You are just fast. But do not even think about breaking my aura. His eyes narrow as he simply asks. Oh really? Mexi Nam expands his chest, taking a deep breath. Then he opens his mouth wide, letting out a powerful shout infused with his inner strength. The force of the shout slams into the barrier, and cracks begin to appear. In less than a second, the shield shatters into pieces, sending Team Tam crashing to the ground. He grits his teeth, trying to endure the wave of pain. Thinking he could actually defeat me, Team Tam quickly springs up and jumps back. It won't be that easy. Despite sweating profusely, he stands his ground, proving he is not just some martial arts wannabe like everyone thinks. You are just a sorcerer. It is all just an illusion. Mexi Nam scratches his face, feeling a bit sorry for him. Saying that sounds a little pathetic, does not it? He slips one hand into his pocket, while raising the other to create a flash of light. Here. Let me show you what real money looks like. 2 beams of light swirl around Mef Nam's legs, then settle on his shoes. After that, Missy Nam leaps and punches the ground while shouting, unleashing the thunderous 12 palms technique. The punch generates a massive surge of energy, pushing Team Tam backward. He soars over everyone's heads, leaving them all stunned, jaws dropping in disbelief. A few panicked people reach out, shouting, Quick! Catch him! Someone stop Team Tam. But with his hefty build, he crushes them all, leaving them in pain. Everyone in the audience jumps to their feet, all serious and synchronized. Then they all start cheering, dancing, Oh my, that is insane. A young man turns to his friend, excitedly praising. One punch sent that master flying. His friend chimes in. That is the legendary technique. Right. One hit, and he is over 10 meters away. Who even is this guy? I need to learn from him. Sintoing observes with a shrewd gaze, thinking to himself, from now on, Mechnan's name will echo throughout Jiangnan. Someone like him is definitely worth befriending. Ian, standing nearby, shares the same joyous thought. Everyone in the stands looks up at Mafi Nam, chanting, Mepsi Chunnen is no ordinary man. Mepsi Chunnen is a god. But up in the stands, Maxi Nam turns his back to the crowd, hiding the blood on his lips to appear fine. Min Hu, watching from below, feels a pang of sympathy for him. Mepsi Chunnen is hurt, and he is trying so hard to act okay. She places a hand on her chest, thinking, if he is really fine, why does he look like that? A strong man like him, standing by his side, would never feel lonely. Suddenly, a noise breaks the tension, and everyone turns to see Team Tam standing up, holding some kind of water bottle, drinking it casually. He exhales forcefully, tossing the bottle aside. Team Tam raises a hand to signal his followers and commands, all of you, get out of my way. That guy, full of bravado, pointed at his chest and declared, Mepsi Chunnen, please, I spit on that. I am the champion of the world. Loon Tam quickly stepped onto the arena, and at that moment, Mepsi Nam had turned his back to observe the guy. Everyone in the audience was in an uproar, shouting, what? This kid can still stand. Could it be that the terrifying move just now was just a flashy trick? Woon Tam pointed a finger at him menacingly. Don't pretend. You are bleeding from the corner of your mouth. That last move drained a lot of your energy. Did not it? Mepsi Nam did not even bother to glance at him, calmly replying, even if you somehow manage to use me, you will only be able to walk away limping. Want to die? Woon Tam threw his head back and laughed. Fight. We must fight. I can let the grudge against the Bin Long Moon go unpaid. But it does not have to be me who gets my hands dirty. After saying that, he gestured toward the Dark King and introduced. This is Hein, the Dark King. The Mameshi Chanan here knows our heavenly master, so he is the perfect opponent for you. What are you waiting for? Get out there. Hearing that name made him flinch, and he shot a questioning look in the direction Loon Tam was pointing. The Dark King, leaning on his staff, slowly approached, his hat obscuring half of his face. Clutched in his hand was a staff adorned with a bee symbol perhaps that was the emblem of his group. Mexi Nam raised his eyebrows, internally screaming, a dark practitioner. It is really him. He followed the Dark King's every step, speaking up. So the dark practitioner is actually here. You little turtle. If you did not show up, it would have been tough to find you. He lowered his head slightly and said, you have known me for a long time. Mexi Nam wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, come on. A little blood is not going to drop you dead. The Dark King smirked, saying, we are all the same. You are definitely no match for me. With that, he dissolved into the spiritual energy around his wooden staff, leaving behind a chilling voice. Everyone in the audience gasped in shock. Faces turned pale as they witnessed the dark magic. One person stepped forward to remind everyone. This is the spirit energy we have been nurturing. Be careful. Qiu Jiang shouted from the crowd. Damn it. The overseas group colluded with dark practitioners. I am disgusted. Vinik Soon, standing nearby, reassured everyone. Calm down. There are plenty of masters here today. This spirit energy is just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about. Suddenly, two figures flew in from different directions toward Mephi Nam. The duo of spirit warriors appeared alongside MNC Kai, calling out, Metsi Trenet, take a breather. Leave this to us. They stood in front of him and MC Kai, continuing. Right. Metsi Trenet. Leave the beach coup to us. We are the exorcists. Maxi Nam's expression turned serious, his sharp gaze fixed on them. From the Dark King's staff emerged a swarm of ghostly figures, each one flying out, creating a cacophony that was truly unpleasant to hear. The spirits swirled together, intertwining like a vortex. Masekai raised his voice. You bastard. You actually mastered the botch coup night walking dark magic. What is with the holier-than-thou act? His rage boiled over as he shouted. The 8 spirits are rampaging. Do you want everyone here to kneel? The spirit turned to the crowd, warning them not to be possessed by the evil spirits, or they would forever become soulless puppets, unable to do anything they wanted. The king of demons, on the side, kept swinging his staff and shouting, the 8 spirits are dancing wildly. Run. The people below began to panic, scattering in all directions while shouting, Master Mayax. Help, help, help. Priest. Save us. Some even tried to climb to the stands, calling out, hurry to Master Max, with him nearby. The evil spirits won't dare to approach. Defy was casting spells while complaining. There are just way too many of them. He stood to the side, smirking provocatively. What is wrong? Master Myax. At that moment, Nam began to act, swiftly moving into position. He then created a golden orb in his hand. His sharp gaze fixed ahead as he declared, "Little devil technique." Nam kicked the orb away and shouted, "Useless." The golden stone flew straight toward the Demon King, who tried to block it with his staff, but was still pushed back. The Demon King, raising his staff with a smirk, taunted, "Master Myax, is that all you have got? You are just going to cower before me." Meanwhile, Jiangdru was crying out in despair, "Master Myax, help." Miss Min was also terrified, pleading, "Master Myax, save us." The Demon King raised his staff again and declared, "No one in the entire world can rival me." Nam calmly raised his hand, holding 2 orbs, and shot back, "No one can rival you. Is there really a world like that?" He flung the orbs into the sky, and as they ascended, bolts of lightning surrounded them. A crack of thunder erupted with his shout. All laws become heavenly thunder. The lightning began to roar, intertwining like a spider's web. Nam raised his hand to the sky with an expressionless face. And when he clenched his fist, the thunderclap intensified. The lightning began to converge into a cluster, scattering smaller bolts all around. It then formed a barrier, sending the malevolent energy flying away. Everyone present was astonished, their faces reflecting pure shock. Amidst the lightning, a massive bolt formed, and Nam stood boldly at its center. He drew in the lightning and confidently proclaimed, "Just a tiny little worm dares to show off in front of me." With a lightning whip in hand, Nam snapped the Demon King's staff and shouted, "You want to die?" The Demon King shrieked in fear, "Hey you. You can control heavenly thunder." "No way. No way." Nam took a stance, saying, "If you dare to come here to challenge me, I can't let your good intentions go to waste. Time to send you flying." He then lashed out repeatedly with the lightning whip at the Demon King, forcing him to dodge in pain. Soon after, the spirit inside the Demon King emerged, horrifyingly trying to escape his body. However, even if it broke free, it could not avoid Nam's lightning and was struck, splitting in 2. After dealing with the Demon King, Nam looked toward the treasure group. "Now it is your turn." The guy was screaming, "Don't kill me. You can't kill me. I am with the Dragon Gate. My master will take you down." But it was too late for him to escape. Nam's whip struck down again. "You turned your back and walked away, leaving the group struggling with the whip. Feeling it was enough, you stepped closer and gently reached out to grab the whip." Nam twirled the whip a few times, sending the dark energy from earlier flying away from the group. Everyone fell silent, staring in awe at Nam's skill, their eyes wide in disbelief. After a fierce struggle with the whip, the center of the arena was now bald, revealing a figure standing there that made everyone gasp, "Who is it?" Zhang Duyan looked up, his jaw dropped in shock. Miss Ming was still quite scared, her worried gaze fixated on the scene. After completing his task, Nam transformed into a long-haired figure with white hair, yet he still maintained an air of nobility. Witnessing this, everyone shared a common thought. Having the ability to summon lightning was impressive enough, but to control it and launch it like a weapon. A few young people in the stands started buzzing with excitement. "I can't believe it. He can actually control lightning. This is beyond imagination. This guy is a true powerhouse." A man in the crowd pointed and shouted, "Look over there. Those 2 piles of ashes are the forms of 2 people." Everyone turned to the pit where the charred remains of the group and the evil king lay, exclaiming, "The lightning. It really wiped them out completely." All the people in the hall exchanged glances, suddenly falling silent for a moment. Kuo Yang and the duo clasped their hands before Nam and declared, "From this day forward, I vow to obey all commands of Master Mac." The people behind them also lined up, saying in unison, "I vow to obey all commands of Master Mac." After a while, everyone in the stands collectively shouted, "The 3 provinces of Jiangnan honor Master Mac. Our intentions are sincere. Please accept us." Nam's long hair began to rise with the wind, the silver strands dancing gently. The hair soared higher and higher, and he did not lower his guard. He merely glanced around. Suddenly, he transformed into another figure with orange hair, turning his back to the crowd and saying, "I will heed the wishes of the Emperor." Just after, Nam reverted to his white-haired self, bowing slightly. "No need for such formalities." Everyone responded in unison, "Thank you, Master." Du Yan, Dying Hu, and the other spirits looked on in admiration, thinking, "Master Mac is truly exceptional. It is like finding a mountain of gold and placing it right at the door of the true dragon." Miss Ming stood to the side, gazing at him with a mesmerized look, thinking, "If only I could." Nam suddenly turned and said, "Yenner, Miss Ming, you 2 will have to handle the remaining tasks here." The 2 immediately responded, Understood, master. As night began to fall, the moon was rising high above the rooftops, inside a room filled with a lavish map. Only Nam sat there when suddenly he heard an urging voice. Come on. Come on. Juyen stepped forward to introduce. Master Mac. These are my 10 brothers from Jiangnan, all admirers of yours. He gently pulled out a card and said, This is a little token of appreciation from our guild. Nam smiled softly, then turned to look outside, thanking him but insisting it was not a big deal. The young lady across from him smiled and said, You know, Maxtine's son loves martial arts classics. He is all about the knowledge, and not so much about the money. Yian leaned on her hip, curiously glancing at Nam and asked, I share the same interests as Mafi Trana and Nen. Right. Speaking of which, Metsi Trenet, with those crazy curls. At that moment, he noticed the time. Nam raised his hand to check his watch and said, No worries. In 2 hours everything will be back to normal. I really have to go. The moment he finished speaking, he casually stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked out without looking back. Everyone tried to stop him, but it was no use. What about Mexi Trennon's celebration? Yeah. Let us host you. Nam kept walking without turning around, waving his hand dismissively. I really have to go. Classes start tomorrow. Outside the building, a car was already waiting. The onlookers stood in silence, watching as the car slowly rolled away. Now seated in the car, he fastened his seatbelt and glanced down. Nam held 2 small gold coins in his hand, staring at them in boredom, thinking that he could not even use them a few times. Just as the car was cruising smoothly, it suddenly hit the brakes unexpectedly. Nam was jolted forward and looked up, worried, asking, What is going on? Ung Lo popped his head in through the open door and reported to Mafif Nam. There is a beautiful girl up ahead who says you have an appointment with her. He quickly followed Heng Lo outside, scanning the area. Who's it? The man pointed forward. There. A red car was parked. I'm not sure. She said she was paid to come find you, and mentioned she is your cousin. That is the car in front. The silhouette of Lo Ju saw, wearing fishnet stockings, stepped out, casually leaning against a luxury vehicle. Her gaze was filled with a mystical allure as Leltusa glanced ahead. She posed with her arms crossed, an excited expression playing on her lips. Cousin, he did not seem surprised to see her. On the contrary, he shot Luso a look of disdain. What are you doing here? She turned around, still wearing a cheerful smile, tilting her head slightly. Cousin, tonight might get dangerous. Sa slowly approached Anfafnam, leaning closer and looking up at him. You know, I am just a sister trying to earn some cash and take a few days off. But tonight, I heard someone's offering 100 million to take you out, so I rushed over. Nam blinked in surprise, asking, So you are here to kill me? Sa smiled, closing her eyes. She reached up to touch his cheek gently. How could your cousin ever want to hurt you? Without hesitation, she quickly walked toward the car, opened the door, and hopped inside, shutting it behind her. Lusa sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel as she looked at him outside. Commanding, You have 3 days. Get in the car now. And Lu and his men stood silently behind Nam, who still wore a smile as he turned to face them, thinking leading them could end up being more trouble than it is worth. Hearing that, Nam rushed over to the car in a flash, not forgetting to turn around and tell him. You guys head back first. She quickly started the engine and sped off, while Nam, sitting inside, called out, No need to follow me anymore. Standing behind, watched the tires roll away and softly replied, Sure. Got it. With piercing eyes that seemed to see through the world, his calm face belied a hint of sarcasm as he spoke. You really think you can escape? Nam, sitting in the passenger seat, turned on the radio and asked, Who wants me dead? As the music slowly began to play. He sighed. Prince. Forgive your little sister. Lu Du saw, focused on driving, felt a bit uneasy. She quickly turned off the radio and replied, How would I know? I have got everything sorted out. But there are always those who value money above all. They will do anything for a buck. The music continued softly in the confined space. He couldn't curse. At that moment, Lugusa noticed Nam's unusual appearance. She blushed slightly and covered her mouth, saying, I did not expect that after dyeing your hair silver, you would look this cool. I am a bit flustered. Nam glanced at Usa, then shifted his gaze back to the road and asked, Does your secret mission have a deadline? She answered calmly, Nope. Once the mission is given, it must be completed. Rewards come after success. In the distance, a flash of light caught Lusa's attention. She turned to Nam, smiling without realizing the danger. Do you have any assets left? Don't forget to share a piece with me. Just then, a bullet shot out, smashing the car window to pieces. The two inside jolted, and she glared angrily outside, shouting, Here they come. The car swerved a bit on the road. The gun barrel above aimed at the still smoking vehicle. The gun was steadied for a clean shot. And the assassin next to her smirked with one eye open, enjoying the moment. Lutu saw. Furious. Let go of the wheel. Climbed over to the passenger seat, and shoved the driving onto McNam. Yelling. Damn it. That old hag's fancy car. You drive. I need to find out who this bastard is. McNam. Scared. Glanced down at Elusa. Trying to duck down as he shouted. The car is still moving. Ilash. They swapped seats. With McNam sitting straight. Driving while she fumbled beside him. Grumbling. This is ridiculous. Luso pulled out a pistol from her bag. Holding a bullet in her hand. She looked at it and said. This bullet is from Butch Chet. He is really getting his hands dirty. Meanwhile, the assassin continued his assault. Loading the gun again and firing, the bullet flew through the air. This time slamming straight into the windshield of the car. McNam swerved to dodge it, causing Uso to flinch in fear, hugging herself tightly. She could not take it anymore. Her eyes blazing with rage. Butch Chet. You bastard. I am going to kill you. Before Eldusa could finish. Another bullet fired rapidly. McNam reacted quickly, pressing her head down and warning. Get down. He held Lusa tightly, his serious gaze scanning the surroundings. He still dares to make a move. With her face flushed, Lugusa lay still in McNam's embrace. Not moving. He was oblivious to his own actions. Deep in thought. If another shot fires, we might not make it out alive. Lugusa felt a mix of irritation and satisfaction. Her cheeks still red as she silently cursed. Damn it. I do not even have a boyfriend yet. Once again, the car was attacked by the assassin. And luckily this time the bullet shot straight through the roof. She flinched and let out a small scream, unable to keep her cool. Lusa reached out through the window and started firing nonstop. McNam remained silent, showing no reaction. At this moment, she froze, feeling awkward about her earlier actions, her eyes eagerly looking up at him. Then, Luso puffed out her cheeks in frustration, her gaze still locked on McNam, thinking to herself, whatever. I will just take this guy's selfie once. The car was still speeding down the road when it suddenly stopped, carelessly running over some rocks. Lutu saw, sitting in Nam's lap, lost her balance and grabbed his arm, shouting, do you even know how to drive? Lusa kept squirming in McNam's lap, thrashing around until she suddenly pressed her hand down on something right next to him. Nam, still calmly driving, did not seem to notice. Lusa jerked upright, her eyes wide and confused, pulling her hand back to look at him. Thinking, that annoying guy. What is he even thinking about at a time like this? It is all just too much. Right at this moment. Nam, with an innocent look, still did not understand what was happening. He was driving and casually said to her, could you sit up a bit? I need to take a call. Ludusa realized her thoughts were going off track and panicked, wanting to jump out. Here, it is the phone. Nam pulled out his phone from his leather bag, holding it up to her face. Looking puzzled, of course it is a phone. What did you think it was? She sat still on Nam's lap, feeling flustered and stammered back. I obviously know it is a phone. But my mind is racing in a different direction. I told you. It can be that loud. He opened the screen, revealing a message that was filled with hidden meanings. Saying he took something that belonged to me. Nam read it in silence, then chuckled softly, mumbling something that piqued Elzu's curiosity. Fine. If I took it, it is. She started feeling uneasy, her gaze drifting elsewhere as she hesitated to ask. It is the middle of the night. Who is calling you? Girlfriend A. Nam replied, staring wide-eyed at Lusa. She was taken aback, frustrated, and shouted, what are you looking at? I did not send it to you. At that moment, he frowned, his confusion deepening as he gently said, could you sit up? Lusa suddenly snuggled closer to Nam, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Do you want me to just die? Where's your sense of decency? He gripped the steering wheel tighter, his eyes focused ahead, reassuring her. Once we get past this stretch, I see no more danger. It is. Lusa felt shy but still would not budge from Nam's lap, declaring, I am not moving. My sitting here is my business, and you driving is yours. The sky was starting to brighten, and the car continued to zoom down the road. The sun was gradually rising behind the mountains as he steered the car slowly out of the mountain road. Soon, they arrived in front of a large villa, and Nam parked the car. Lusa had already fallen asleep beside him. He reached out to shake her awake, saying, we have arrived. Where else do you want to go? Ludusa, peacefully lying there, was suddenly jolted awake, slowly opening one eye. She then became stubborn, clutching Nam's outer jacket around herself. Shutting her eyes tightly, Lugusa still refused to get up, pulling the jacket over herself to go back to sleep comfortably. Mac steps out of the car, massaging his shoulder while glancing inside, saying, You just take your time and sleep. He quickly heads into the bathroom. Turning on the hot water, white steam begins to rise. And he stands under the shower, scrubbing his body. Then, Mac slowly reaches out and grabs a pair of scissors from a small box. Without hesitation, Mac uses the scissors to cut off his long hair, strands falling to the ground like confetti. He looks at himself in the mirror, his hair now neatly trimmed, and he raises his hand to scratch his head. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he quickly steps out of the bathroom, pulling on a fresh outfit. With his new haircut, Mac walks outside, and the girls catch sight of him. Instantly blushing and staring intently, they excitedly gaze at him, and Mac touches his hair, thinking, looks like this hairstyle is really turning heads. Suddenly, as he walks forward, a voice calls out from behind. Hey, student, stop right there. Principal Wang is fuming, pointing directly at him and shouting non-stop. Which class are you in? What is up with your hair? Students like you who can follow the rules, I am definitely going to discipline you. People around quickly gather, admiring Mac. This guy is so cool. That hair color looks awesome. They whisper excitedly. Mac nervously glances at Principal Wang, his eyes pleading as he tries to explain. My hair is not dyed. The principal's face turns red with anger as he keeps berating Mac. Do you think I am an idiot? It is not dyed. You really think you just woke up with white hair overnight? Security guard Long gently steps closer to Principal Wang, smiling softly as he tries to mediate. Principal, the student did not mean any harm. Class is about to start. Why not let him go to class first? After school, he can dye it back. Isn't he that better? The principal ignores him and continues to shout. And coincidentally, Vu passes through the crowd. She is drawn in by Principal Wang's voice. Hey Long, why is this your business? Mind your own business. Vu rushes up to him, carefully pointing towards Mac as she explains. Principal Wang, this is Mac. Yesterday, I was with him and some other students doing cosplay. His hair has not even been dyed yet. He did not deliberately break the school rules. If you expel him, is not that a bit harsh? Principal Wang fumbles with different expressions, alternating between laughing and clenching his chest in annoyance. So that is how it is. I will give you 1 day. Tomorrow. I do not want to see your hair like this again. Principal Wang then turns to security guard Long, pointing at him loudly. I am counting on you to keep an eye on him. If he shows up with white hair again tomorrow, it is on you. Then you both better not show up again. Long replies, rubbing his head in compliance. Got it. Principal Wang, I will make sure he dyes his hair back. He turns to face Vu, chatting happily. Thanks. She brushes off Mac's gratitude with a wave. Now, Vivian is fuming, pointing her finger at Mephi Nam. Seriously, you have not made even a smidge of progress. Don't you even know how bad your grades are? She is furious, berating him non-stop. It is the weekend, and instead of studying, he is off messing around at Thech Kiyu. Unbelievable. Vang spins around, leaving with one last bite. Did you do something to put to Chite and San San in an awkward spot? No denying it. San San called me after she got back. She was fuming, her voice dripping with annoyance. Warning him, when you leave school, do not act like you know the Lam family. We are not connected. After that, Ving walked away without a second thought, watching her retreating figure. Mexi Nam could only let out a tired sigh. Soon, he stepped into class, focused on jotting down notes while his mind was racing. Everyone has their own thoughts, and forcing anything won't help. Before long, the sky was painted with the colors of sunset, and the school bell echoed through the air. Students began to pour out, the post-class buzz filling the atmosphere. As he strolled with his hands in his pockets, someone suddenly called out to him. Hey. Mephi Nam Long, the security guard. Stepping up with a grin, he eyed Mekrinet, chuckling. Your hair is even whiter than mine, for crying out loud. What is up with that? Missy Nam helplessly ran a hand through his hair, trying to explain. Long. I did not dye it on purpose. Luzon was all excited, coming closer and giving Mephi Nam a pat on the shoulder. I have got you covered. Come with me. My granddaughter has tons of hair dye she won't run out. I will have her help you. And it won't cost you a dime. Missy Nam felt his cheeks heat up with embarrassment, quickly refusing. It is, I will just find a salon outside. But Lovin was not having it. He eagerly grabbed Mephi Nam's arm, pulling him away from the school gates. Come on, you little rascal. If you show up tomorrow with that white hair, I am going to lose my job. Left with no choice, Mexi Nam reluctantly replied. All right. Mephi Nam followed Long to a place he would never seen before. A modest little house with old tiles came into view. Long smiled proudly. This is it. The surroundings might be a bit shabby, but do not mind that. My granddaughter will be home from school soon, so just wait here for a bit. Now, Messy Nam started to take in his surroundings, his eyes landing on some little plants. Curious, he asked. Long. Did you grow these yourself? Lozing turned around, a sincere smile plastered on his face. Yep, I did. It is safer to eat what you grow. Take a guess at what these two patches are. The little green plants sat quietly in the dirt. After a moment of observation, Messy Nam guessed. Tobacco. Log's eyes lit up in surprise. You know this? I thought kids these days would not even recognize it. Messy Nam turned her. Long. Pointing at the plants. I have seen these before when I was little. Why do you grow them? Lozing stepped closer. Explaining. I smoke a bit myself and sell some too. It saves me a good chunk of change compared to buying it. Hearing this, you can't help but wonder. Nam looks out into the distance and asks. Why go through all this trouble? His salary is enough to buy cigarettes. Is not. He has been smiling joyfully all this time. Speaking gently. Saying that his salary has dropped a lot over the past few years. Other positions remain the same. But ours has decreased a bit. The two of them turn their eyes towards the big lake next to the house. Security guard Luong raises his hand, pointing at it while sharing his thoughts. But no worries. I am about to retire soon. And I have some retirement money. What do you think of this lake? I plan to sell fishing nets after I retire to raise some fish. Suddenly, as if sensing something rushing past, Nam's eyes widen in shock. Something feels off. An unusual chilling aura. He approaches the edge of the lake, slowly lowering his hand to test the water. Nam kneels nearby, intently observing his hand that just touched the water, thinking to himself, there is something very strange at the bottom of this lake. Just then, a voice suddenly calls out, and Nam instinctively turns towards the voice. Grandpa, why are you home so early today? Don't you have overtime? Kuu, wearing a backpack, steps in with a cheerful face. Calling out, is dinner ready? Security guard Luong peeks out from the bushes, his serene face lighting up as he asks Kuu, is that you? Kuu, did you have a tiring day at school? The girl tightly shuts her eyes, then lets out a deep sigh of exhaustion. Answering, I'm not tired. Grandpa, I told you. I had a really unlucky day. I made plans to go with Tu to study, thinking I could see that music star. But who knew he left early? He steps closer to Kuu, holding out a vegetable and asking, what music star? Your doctor. Kuu looks down sadly. She reaches out to take the vegetable from Long, replying, it is not the doctor. It is Nam from school. It's been so many days. And I still have not seen him. Kuu hugs the bunch of vegetables to her chest, turns to him, and asks, Grandpa, do you think I just do not have fate with him? Tu said his grades were not good last semester. I do not even know if he will pass the university entrance exam. Security guard Luong strolls past Kuu, playfully winking and saying, why do not you just ask him yourself? At this moment, Nam has quietly appeared behind the girl. Kuu still has not noticed anything amiss and is still lamenting with her eyes closed. Grandpa, didn't I already tell you? It has been days since I have seen him. I fear this is fate. When I finally see him, I will have to pretend I do not know him. He can't wait any longer and starts to speak. And as soon as he does, Kuu jumps in surprise. I will enroll in University of Printing. Kuu stands frozen for a moment upon hearing Nam's voice. She slowly turns her head to glance back. Kuu stands there hesitantly, staring at him, clutching the bunch of vegetables tightly and stammering. Who are you? Nam smiles back, introducing himself. I am Mam. Popping in like this has probably caused a stir. Just as he is introducing himself, he suddenly notices something's off. Kuu's face is red and she is shaking uncontrollably. Then, she throws the bunch of vegetables into the air and dashes away from there. Kuu is blushing furiously. Embarrassed to the point of steaming, she covers her face with her hands, hiding behind a corner. Thinking, I am so embarrassed. Why did he suddenly show up? Did he hear everything I said earlier? What the heck is happening? Meanwhile, Nam, confused, questions what is going on. You did not scare her too much, did you? Don't worry. The guard is gentle. Just wait a moment. I will go call her out to help you with your hair. Time passed quickly. All the hair dye tubes were neatly arranged on the table. Half an hour later, you sat up straight in the chair and glanced over at Kuu. Sorry to bother you. The girl jumped a little. Her face flushed as she replied, I was rude just now. The guy smiled so wide his eyes almost disappeared, calmly and generously complimenting her. You are really adorable. Hearing this, Kuu turned even redder. She lowered her head and softly said, actually, we have met before. I am Long Kuu. This is our second meeting. The first was at the growth camp. You tilted your head slightly, looking gently at Kuu. I remember. You are the little girl who helped me get the microphone. The girl became even happier at that, her face less red now as she said, you remember me. I am so. I thought you had forgotten about me. Then. Both of them turned to see Laudrog the guard bustling around in the kitchen. Tiku looked at him lovingly. Don't you find it strange? My grandpa treats you really well, remembering some not-so-great past. The girl sadly started to share. Actually, my older brother's name has a character for man in it too. Because of a car accident. My parents and my brother, they are all gone. You quietly listened to Tiku's story, then slowly replied. When I was very young, my dad suddenly went missing. And he still has not returned. I understand your pain. Suddenly, you were the one to shake off the mood the fastest, reaching out to ruffle her hair reassuringly. Do not be scared. Now you have got another guy around. Tiku's eyes brimmed with tears of sadness. She gently raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. I am ready to die now. Turned your head, sitting still in the chair as Tiku helped you out. Your skills are really good. You know. The girl began to gently massage your hair, replying lightly. Yeah, it is. I usually work at a salon at the intersection. And I often help my grandpa with his hair too. Tiku's eyes flickered slightly, her face carrying a hint of sadness as she shared. When I usually run the show, I often dye my hair different colors to achieve the best effect. After a while, she finished dyeing your hair back to its old color. Tiku turned to grab a towel, then reminded you, all done. Now rinse your hair out. You won't need to wash it again tonight. I'm heading out now. After finishing everything for you, she quickly dashed out of the house. You curiously called after her. It is so late. Are you really going out? Tiku waved back from inside the house, her voice bright as she answered. I am working at a bar too. It is getting late. I will see you tomorrow, soon. There were only 2 of you left in the house. Time passed for a bit, and an hour later, Long the guard called out from the kitchen. Hey. Little guy, time to eat. You quickly stepped in at his call, and the 2 of you happily grabbed bowls and sat across from each other at the dining table. Dinner went on in a familiar atmosphere, and before long, the food on the table was completely gone. The night had grown late, and after finishing the meal, you quickly took your leave. You stood by the lake, arms crossed, stroking your chin and thought. This lake truly has something strange about it. There is this uneasy feeling lurking beneath the surface of the lake. Without a second thought, the guy strips down to nothing and leaps into the dark water below. All right, let us dive in and see what is up. He swims slowly down to the lake's bottom, puffing his cheeks to hold his breath. This water is something else. Suddenly, he senses something, and his eyes widen in shock. What is that at the bottom of the lake? A strange, enormous flash of light flickers. He halts, standing at a distance, contemplating. It turns out to be the accumulation of spiritual energy. I have seen this before, so the energy here is mine. Without wasting a moment, he clenches his fists, channeling all his inner strength right into his heart, sucking in all the energy from this place. The cold energy is beneficial for him and his family. Let us absorb it. Suddenly, the hazy image of a golden dragon appears in his body, and he grimaces, cursing under his breath. Damn it. It is you again. He quickly regains his composure and unleashes a powerful burst of energy. That force shoots straight down towards the source. And when it hits the lake bed, a massive explosion erupts. A powerful shockwave hits, launching him out of the water like a rocket. Water sprays high into the air, and he finds himself flying up, playing around with gravity. Meanwhile, Lozanobovi is inside watching TV, startled by the noise. He rushes to the door, exclaiming, "What was that?" He flings the door open and rushes outside, panicking. To you, Nam. Do not you dare fall into that lake. The lake is churning violently, water shooting up as if something just crashed down. Long Brovov bolts out of the house, fear etched on his face as he races toward the lake, shouting, Taiyu Nam. Hearing the commotion, the nearby villagers also rush out. What is going on? They dash to the lake's edge, shining flashlights into the water. Someone's fallen in. Lozangubovi, worried, raises his hands and shouts desperately toward the surface. Taiyu Nam, hang in there. The villagers gather around him, holding him back, concerned he might do something reckless. Old Lozing, you can swim. Donnie jump in to save anyone. Call for help. Ignoring their warnings, he yanks his hand free and declares, Mephanam is my guest. I will save him, even if it costs me my life. Before anyone can react, Lobo Bovi leaps straight into the water. He uses every ounce of strength to swim toward Mekshi Nam, panic on his face as he struggles against the waves. Hang in there, buddy. Before long, Lobo Bovid reaches him, slowly pulling him towards the shore. The people on the bank shine their lights down, yelling, Where are you? Someone help. The crowd quickly gathers, reaching out to support the unconscious Mefki Nam. Be careful. What happened? He lies still on the grass, and Lodrung Bovid kneels beside him, assessing the situation. The onlookers form a circle, anxiously inquiring, Is he breathing? Isn't he this the student who came to visit? Longbo Bovi shakes Mike's Nam. His face a mix of shock and disbelief. This can be happening. Everyone around was panicking. And he quickly hoisted the boy onto his shoulder, saying, "Little dude, I am taking you to the hospital. Hang in there." They stood there, flashing their flashlights at the two, while Lozing, the protector, sprinted ahead, shouting, "Don't scare me like this. Little dude. Wake up." Mexi Nam remained silent, resting his head on his shoulder without any reaction. Lozing ran with worry, glancing back at him, saying, "Hang in there. We are almost at the hospital." The sky was still pitch black, but he kept carrying Mef's Nam on his shoulder, his voice soothing, "You will be okay. We are nearly there." Before long, Long had rushed him to the hospital, and the doctors looked on in confusion, asking, "What happened?" He was shaking all over, but Luldring did not give up. He supported Mekinam with one arm, propping himself against the wall, struggling to say, "Drowning. Need help." Upon hearing this, a doctor quickly took Mevafnam from him, rushing inside while saying, "Get the emergency equipment ready." A nearby male nurse quickly replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, Lozing stood frozen outside the hospital door, his feet already covered in injuries, water dripping from him, forming a small puddle. Long's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with fear as he muttered, "If I had not brought the little dude to my place, this would not have happened." Overwhelmed, he clutched his chest tightly, leaning against the door and collapsing to the ground. Mexi Nam was placed on the hospital bed for examination, and the doctors rushed to assess him, exclaiming, "His breathing is very weak. Get the oxygen tank ready." Time seemed to stretch as the doctors worked tirelessly to save Mefaf Nam. Long sat anxiously on a bench in the hospital, and a doctor stepped outside to update him. "Lu Laoziong, do not worry. He is still alive." Hearing this, Laozing hurried over to the doctor, gripping the man's hand tightly as he anxiously asked, "If he is okay, why is not he awake yet?" The doctor gently smiled, reassuring him, "Don't he worry. We are still checking." Long's face had already turned pale. He breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, "As long as he is okay." Unable to hold up any longer, Lovan collapsed to the floor, and the doctor standing nearby yelled out in panic, "Lu Laoziong, quick. Lu Long has passed out." Before long, the doctor assisted him to a nearby room to rest. After assessing the situation, the doctor reported, "He fainted from exhaustion, and he has low blood pressure. Let us get him some fluids." Meanwhile, Mexi Nam was slowly regaining consciousness, sitting up groggily in bed, his head still pounding. He rubbed his temples, mumbling, "That darn vegetable really did a number on me." Suddenly noticing something, he looked over in shock, his hands dropping from his head. Next to Meki Nam's bed lay Long, unconscious, slumped right next to the bed. Just as he was confused about what was happening, a doctor standing at the door spoke up. Young people really bounce back quickly. Mexi Nam quickly turned his attention, asking with concern, "What about Lulanung?" The doctor, hands in his pockets, calmly replied, "Lulung has low blood pressure, and he just overexerted himself. He will be fine after some rest." "Don't he worry." Mexi Nam sat back, thinking to himself, "When I get back tonight, I need to brew some medicinal pills for Lanung." You quickly approached the bed of Mar Luong, peeking your head in to say, "Thank you for saving me." At that moment, Tu Kwai was crying on the bed and suddenly sat up. Her eyes were red, with a few tears still lingering at the corners, but she smiled brightly, saying, "As long as you two are okay, that is what matters. I've already paid the hospital fees, so you do not need to worry." Mefi Nam, concerned, moved closer, gently rubbing the back of his neck and asking, "Did you suddenly quit? They did not give you a hard time at that bar, did they?" Tu Kwai wiped her tears and replied, "I will explain everything to the director tonight. It will be fine." The doctor had been standing there, watching them, and said gently, "You two have school tomorrow. Let us take care of him." Hearing this, they felt a bit relieved and quickly said goodbye to the doctor before heading home. Before they knew it, morning arrived the next day, and Meki Nam casually strolled along with his hands in his pockets, while Tu Kwai walked shyly beside him. Noticing Tu Kwai's shy glance, he tilted his head and smiled, asking, "What are you looking at?" Caught in the act, Tu Kwai jolted, her face turning crimson as she denied, "It is nothing." He strolled beside her, and she nervously looked away, hesitating to say, "I was just checking out your new hair color." The sky was a clear blue, and the hot sun shone down on their school. At the school gate, Principal Vong stood with his hands on his hips, checking the students as they entered. Mexi Nam nervously stole a glance at him. Principal Vong stood there without a care, while Tu Kwai furrowed her brows in irritation, muttering, This annoying guy is the reason my grandpa is working overtime. The girl and Mefnam approached him, and Tukwai politely bowed her head, saying, Principal Vong, my grandpa is sick. I came to ask for permission for him to take a leave. He scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm, and angrily pointed at her, saying, Request for leave? No way. He has to come to work. Tukwai was fuming. She could not hold back and retorted, My grandpa is currently in a coma in the hospital. If you do not believe me, go check for yourself. Principal Vong ignored her, squinting his eyes and dismissively waving her off, saying, Kid, I am talking to you. Get lost. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Missy Nam stepped in front of Principal Vong, towering over him and threateningly asking, Will you approve ma? Loomis leave or not? After speaking, Maxi Nam fell silent for a moment, his gaze locked onto Principal Vong's face, which showed a hint of fear. He was not ready to back down, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he clenched his teeth. Nevertheless, Principal Vong remained stubborn. He raised his head and shouted, Why do you care so much? Mephi Nam, undeterred, asked again in a sharp tone, Will you approve it or not? Unable to match Phi Nam's intensity, Principal Vong, scared, raised his hands in surrender, muttering, Fine. I agree. Satisfied with the response, Mephi Nam let it go and walked into the school, while Principal Vong glared after him, seething with anger. His face darkened, and he shouted, You little brat. Nearby, Hong Long quickly tossed aside his cigarette and rushed over, grinning as he asked, Dude, what is going on? Principal Vong, still not ready to give up, stood in front of Hong Long, gesturing and saying, Do you know ma? Luong is sick and in the hospital. Go over there and check if he is really sick or just faking it. If he is still breathing, bring him back to me. After receiving the order from Director Vong, he reluctantly stepped out from behind the girl at the school gate and replied, Sure thing. The sky had lost its harsh sunlight, and the blue mist was slowly rolling in. Security guard Luong hesitated to open the door, gently poking his head out to say, Director, you are looking for me. He stood at the front door of Luong's house, one hand on his hip, the other pointing directly at his face, yelling loudly, Is not it true that you are not dead yet? You are late for work today, so your pay will be docked. The frail, sickly hands presented a medical report. Director, I really am sick. Look, here's the diagnosis. Director Vong angrily tossed the paper aside. We are a public school. A checkup from some private clinic like yours is not trustworthy. He turned to look out the window and commanded, I do not mean to lack sympathy, but here's the deal. Go guard the back gate of the school. Security guard Luong could only bow his head and leave under Director Vong's scolding. Old Luong, you have been a guard all these years. Have not you learned to follow orders? Do you want to retire or what? His age had made him slightly hunched, and watching that figure leave tugged at the heartstrings. The sky above was tinted with a light golden hue, and the sound of the school bell rang out a few times. The students were linking arms as they headed home, while Mac Nam was rushing out through the gate. As he sprinted home, he could see smoke rising from the chimney of his house in the distance. Upon arriving, Mac Nam was breathless and leaned in to peek inside. Security guard Luong was busily feeding logs into the stove, sitting in front of the fire with a slightly mischievous look on his face. Mac Nam let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But night had started to blanket the yard. Is the little guy back from school? Mac Nam cheerfully responded. The colorful dishes were beautifully arranged. The three of them gathered around the dining table, eating and laughing happily. Zikoi was the first to leave, saying, You two eat first. I have to hit the bar tonight. Mac Nam hurriedly called out to the girl. Wait, I am going with you. She waved her hands in refusal. No need to worry about me. I can go alone. If I am late, they will dock my pay. Security guard Long reassured him. Don't he worry. The owner of that bar is a really nice person. Nothing will happen. Mac Nam frowned and thought, if he just handed them money directly, it might hurt their pride. He stood up to clear the dishes, saying, Grandpa, let me handle this. You take a break. He happily accepted. All right. Little Nam, you have worked hard while washing the dishes. Mac Nam pondered. Maybe I should go find Hung directly. Places like Hung's bar are usually pretty understanding. After thinking for a moment, he headed for the door. Old Luong, you get some rest. I am stepping out for a bit. The stars were scattered all across the sky tonight as Mac Nam quietly walked alone through the night. The neon signs flickered continuously, and this place was still lively as ever. As Mac Nam stepped inside, he remarked, Seems like business is doing well here. Lai Quine cheerfully approached him. Sir, are you here alone? Please, come this way. He did not rush to follow but pointed out, I am still waiting for a friend. They should be here soon. She pointed to a nearby chair. Then you can sit here. On her chest, there was a name tag. A silver plate engraved with the name Liquian. She handed the menu to MacNam, pointing out the cheapest seat at 588 yuan. Is that alright, sir? What would you like to order? He took it without looking, casually tossing out a couple of things. Let us start with 2 cans of beer. And when my friend arrives, I will order more. Liquian pulled out a pen to jot it down. Sure thing. But MacNam had a question. Does your place have a waitress named Luong Tu Kwai? Suddenly, Liquian's demeanor turned icy. I do not know, sir. If you are here to dig into other people's business, I suggest you take it elsewhere. She flicked the paper in her hand dismissively. Just another broke loser. What a stroke of bad luck for me. Aindai brought out 2 bottles of beer, smiling as she said, Your beer has arrived, sir. Enjoy your time. Just as she set the bottles down, MacNam asked again, I am curious. Does your place have a waitress named Luong Tu Kwai? She quickly covered her mouth in surprise. You know Tu Kwai? The way he spoke made his eyes sparkle with an irresistible charm. Yeah, I am her friend. Aindai leaned in teasingly. You are not her boyfriend. Are you? Her cheeks flushed a bright pink. Tu Kwai asked to leave early yesterday. And now she is probably getting scolded by the manager. I wonder if she has been reamed out like crazy. Upon hearing that, MacNam fell deep into thought, a worried expression flickering across his face. Aindai leaned in closer, whispering, The manager is really ruthless. Aindai held the tray tightly. Remember to take good care of her. A thought flashed through MacNam's mind as his brows furrowed slightly. MacNam closed his eyes, pondering. Didn't Luong Tu Kwai request a day off? Why is she still being punished? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, asking, If I brought you here again, would you fall in love with me all over again? Tu Kwai came out beaming, hands clasped behind her back shyly. MacNam, what brings you here? Her cheeks were flushed as she hesitantly asked, Are you here to see me? MacNam simply replied, I had plans to meet a friend and thought I would drop by to see you. He looked at Tu Kwai, concern etched on his face. You left suddenly. Is everything okay? The girl buried her face in her arms, sobbing. I lost 7 days of pay. It hurt so much. Tu Kwai suddenly sat up, venting her frustrations. That awful principal wanted to fire me. But thankfully, Sister Lan spoke up for me and kept me on. MacNam was utterly confused. Didn't you give them a heads up? Why are they still cutting your pay? The girl puffed her cheeks in anger. That principal is just waiting to dock all my pay. Tu Kwai waved her hands frantically. I need to get back to work or I will get yelled at. MacNam picked up his beer, momentarily frozen, unsure of what to do next. Tu Kwai brought him a plate of something. This is for you. Fearing that MacNam might hesitate, she added, It is a gift from the customers. So I am giving it to you. While MacNam was chewing, he heard someone angrily shout, What is wrong with you? I just asked you to bring a jug of water to young Master Lam. The principal was scolding her, saying if young Master Lam had his eye on her, why would he need to come find her personally? Hurry up and take that water over there. Tu Kwai's face turned bright red with anger. I am a waitress, not a hooker. She snapped back, angry and defiant. Does she even know who young Master Lam is? The school director threatens the girl, saying if she does not leave now, she can forget about her paycheck this month. Unable to hold back any longer, she snaps back. Weren't you just saying in front of Miss Lam that you would not fire me? The school director, with a thick skin, barks back. What does that matter now? He shoves the girl against the wall, commanding her to get over there, making it clear he wants backup tonight. Girl turns away, confused, igniting the director's fury. He shoves her from behind, yelling, Did you hear me? Get out of here. The other patrons gasp, stunned by the director's particularly short temper tonight. The girl falls to the ground, screaming, I want to see Miss Lam. He grits his teeth in frustration, his hand tightening into a fist. The director yanks her roughly. What is this about Lan? You are fired. Get out. He drags the girl toward the door, while the others can only stand by and watch. She struggles to pry his hand off, tears welling up in her eyes, almost ready to cry. Suddenly, a hand shoots out to grab the school director's wrist, saying, Let go. The director glares at the person behind him. Who the hell are you? Let go me. In an instant, the school director's face gets knocked to the side with a punch. MacNam swings his arm hard, sending something flying through the air. You really let your hand fly. And the crowd starts to gather around to watch the spectacle. The director gets slammed into the liquor shelf, bottles crashing to the floor. MacNam rushes to catch the girl, asking, Are you okay? She is so worried she barely notices his gentle gesture. MacNam, you have really stirred up a mess. MacNam holds his hand up to reassure her. Wait. Do not worry. I will handle this. As long as you are fine, that is what matters. The people around begin to murmur, surprised that someone would dare to start trouble at Bethet. That Miss Lan suddenly appears from behind, and it takes a moment for the staff to realize she is there. Liquian rushes over, grabbing her hand tightly. Miss Lan, that poor kid came into our shop and caused a ruckus. Hearing that, Miss Lan is visibly shocked. Causing trouble in the shop. She raises her hand, signaling Deji to start the music again. She steps in front of Mang Nam. Questioning. Young man. Why did you come here to cause trouble? The girl kneels beside him, raising her hands in surrender. Miss Lan. It is not like that. Mang Nam just acted carelessly. The girl clasps her hands together, indicating, we will definitely make up for any damages. Lai Quian. Standing behind. Sneers. Do you really think you can pay for this? He even dared to hit the school director. It's Miss Lanfra. Clearly irritated. I expect a reasonable explanation today. Mang Nam points at the school director sprawled on the ground. Accusing. Your director was dragging my friend around and wanted to fire her. His voice rises, gaining nods from others. Doesn't he a scumbag like that deserve a beating? He struggles to get back up, muttering, that little punk. The school director's face is flushed, but his sharp tongue is still intact. You have got guts to cause trouble on my turf. You are asking for it. Mang Nam looks at him with disdain. You still want to get hit? The school director suddenly yells. What are you bragging about? Who do you think you are? He pointed at you threateningly, saying, today, I am definitely going to teach you a lesson. Then he turned back to yell at the staff. And to the few people sneaking laughs behind me, do not think I did not see you. The next thing the principal said sent chills down their spines. You are all fired. Under the intimidating gaze of Nam. He still talked back. And as for this little punk, let me tell you, you are dead meat. ZQ jumped in front of you, declaring, I will cover everything. Just do not make it hard for him. The principal waved his hand loudly. Fine. If you do not compensate the 4 million today, you are not going anywhere. He shoved ZQ aside and moved closer to Nam. Don't think paying up solves this. If you hit me today, you are disrespecting Brother Lam, and I swear I will break your limbs. You ignored him, looking for someone else. Where's Brother Lam? I actually need to find him. A voice behind you said, you wanted to find me. The crowd started murmuring. Isn't this Lam Gulu of Hualan family? The guy with a pretty handsome face, sitting over there, instantly became the center of attention. This kid is definitely toast tonight. Nam spoke up with a cold tone. You dare to lay a hand on my friend? Are you looking for trouble? He maintained his arrogant sitting posture, asking, what? Your girlfriend. Gulu threw out some sarcastic remarks, making the crowd laugh along. I heard she is out looking for someone else. You are not suffering from erectile dysfunction. Are you? Nam pointed a warning finger at him. You better come over here and kneel down. I might let you off this time. He jumped up, cursing. Who do you think you are? I am going to make you crawl out of this bar today. You remained calm, slowly blinking and casually slipping your hand into your pocket. Nam's fingers danced across the phone screen before he dialed someone. Holding the phone to his ear, he said, where are you? In the parking lot. Okay, I am at the bar. The principal behind him smirked wickedly. Calling someone, even if you call the son of a king, it won't do you any good. He pointed at the spectacle. Turning to see Gulu laughing along, ZQ clung to Nam's arm nervously. The boss is coming. Engra. All the staff were wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Engra. As Tin Hung stepped in, everyone quickly made way. The Thet followed closely behind, still in shock. Lan approached him cautiously. Boss, you are here. The principal started putting on a show. Boss Thet, you arrived just in time. How dare someone cause trouble in our bar? Sin Hung completely ignored everyone else and walked over to Nam. Is there anything I can help you with? The Thet lowered her head respectfully towards you. I can't believe we are meeting so soon. Both the principal and Lan's faces turned pale in shock. What on earth is happening? Nam pointed at Kuflus, questioning. Do you know this guy? He was kneeling on the ground, trembling. Engra. It is an honor to meet you. Xin Hung's deep voice made everyone uneasy. Who do you serve? Kuflosi repeatedly bowed his head in desperation. I am a subordinate of Lam Hum. Engra. Sound of his forehead striking the ground echoed throughout the hall, and the onlookers watched in shock. He knelt there, utterly hopeless, sweat pouring down his body. Just as he was still bewildered, a kick landed squarely on his elbow, sending him reeling. Kuflosa screamed in agony, while Lanta turned her face away in fright. Xin Hung took a deep breath and shouted, Did you hear that? He is crushed on the ground crying like a baby. He will never step foot in the orchid again. I swear. The painful scream came from someone crouching behind Mephi Nam. Too scared to look directly, he furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes glinting with fierce energy as he glanced over. The school director froze in panic at that piercing gaze. He was caught off guard when his name was called. Visibly startled, he carefully observed Mephi Nam's expression. Metsin-sen, is there something you want to say? The boy's face was icy as he declared loudly. I want to buy this bar from you. Lo Quine and everyone around shouted in unison. What? The Thethet burst into a beaming smile. If Ma Si-tin-sun likes it, I will just hand it over to him. He turned around cheerfully to announce. All employees. Listen up, from now on. The owner of that bar is Ma Si-tin-sun. The crowd erupted in admiration. What? He really sold it? Lo Quine's face fell in shock. He is our new boss. Inside, she was constantly questioning. How could this poor kid be gifted a bar? How is that even possible? The school director kept trembling. But I am the director here. He clasped his hands and leaned in to whisper. You are joking. Right, Messi Nam smirked disdainfully. Get lost. The director was shaking so much he pointed at him, but could not muster a word. Messi Nam walked straight up and slapped him hard, causing him to stumble. The director clutched his face and cursed. Just wait. You will regret this. His eyes burned with a fierce fire. Just wait. The director was trembling in fear. What more do you want? Messi Nam forced out a twisted smile. I told you to get lost, not to leave. The director held his sore face, panic-filled and too scared to respond. He tried to make a run for it, but got hit in the head with a bottle by Mefif Nam. The director, frightened, rolled on the ground and yelled, I am rolling out. He rolled from side to side, continuously bumping into people as he made his way to the door. Koopa Lo's clothes were kicked out by someone else's foot. Both were thrown outside the bar. The director still dazed and dizzy. He clutched his injured arm and shouted to his underlings. This bastard caused us trouble. Get him. Guys, Maxinam sat down carefully and spoke up. A while back, I was targeted and nearly assassinated. I can take action for a few days and need your help to investigate. Sin Hong slammed the table. Furious. Who is the fool brave enough to mess with Ember Tin-sen? Mefi Nam, sitting across from him, asked. Please keep this under wraps for me. Without hesitation, Sin Hong nodded immediately after hearing him out. It was late into the night when Mefi Nam finally returned home. Standing in the yard, noticing the lights still on in the room, Luoxa rushed out, excitedly wearing a face mask. Where have you been for the last 2 days? You did not even come home. One of Mefi Nam's eyebrows shot up. When did you start keeping track? She cheerfully turned around, saying, I have worked hard to save you. Can I stay for a few days? Her fingers glided lightly over the piano keys, filling the quiet space with mesmerizing melodies. Maxi Nam stood with his arms crossed, reminding everyone not to mess around with anything in the villa. He slowly walked toward the door, adding that the plants outside on the porch should not be touched either. Mithlaifi Nam stood in the hallway, looking out at the garden, and it seemed his spirit-gathering array was working pretty well. He stepped into the garden, took a quick look around, then sat down to examine the grass. Just then, Maxi Nam came in with a basket full of herbs. While Elguxa was still playing the piano, he sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut. Practicing alchemy as smoke began to rise from the vessel. Suddenly, the vessel exploded with a loud bang, shards flying everywhere. Some pieces whizzed past Mef Nam, but his gaze remained steady. Unfazed, he collapsed onto the floor, groaning, thinking he could reach the third vessel. But it seemed he was still pushing his luck. Just then, Messi Nam's phone buzzed loudly, displaying the name Taiyu Ku. What could be so urgent? He pressed the phone to his ear, saying, Hello. Taiyu Ku. What is going on? The sobbing voice on the other end made him sit up straight with worry. Mefi Nam. Grandpa. Taiyu Ku's tear-streaked face stammered. Grandpa has passed away. Mefi Nam, still on the phone, dashed out the door. What? Where are you two? I am coming right now. Louis Sai, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up from the commotion. What is going on? At that moment, in the hospital right outside their house, the lights were still on, and Taeyuku's cries echoed down the hallway. The little girl buried her face in her aunt's arms until someone called her name. Taeyuku. She opened her red-rimmed eyes to see Mefi Nam standing behind her. Heartbroken, Taeyuku ran to cling tightly to him. Mefi Nam. I do not want Grandpa to leave me. How could he leave me all alone? Her body slumped as her eyes squeezed shut, and he quickly caught her. Protective uncle. Worried. Shouted. Long Tuku. Wake up. Anziam yelled. Doctor. Someone has fainted. Hurry. Maxi Nam held her close, assessing the situation. It is. She just cried too much and passed out. I guess that is a good sign. Tiuku was placed on a stretcher and taken away, while Antoine looked back with concern. Inside the cold room where the body lay, he pulled the white sheet over Laga's head. If only I could have come a little earlier. The doctor stood by the small bed, announcing. Cause of death was exhaustion leading to sudden death. The time of death was 10 p.m. last night. He began confirming the patient's cause of death, asking if they often stayed up late. Mefi Nam's face grew darker with each passing moment. Why do good people always meet such tragic ends? A younger colleague of Lawsong S sighed as he approached Tu Ku's bedside. Old Long is gone. What will his little girl do now? The security guard clenched his fists in anger. Old Long was murdered. Working night after night without a decent sleep. And the younger guard nodded in agreement. What else is there to say? It is all because of Director Ving. Doesn't he remember why he pushed us so hard? It is definitely to drive Old Long to death. The two of them kept whispering. And it was all because of that old man Lavang. An older security guard stepped in and reminded them to tone it down after all. Vice Principal Lime was still here. Aunt Zoom raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Don't you worry. I will get to the bottom of this. Let us not say such things in front of the kids. The security guard in front of her. Cam Doan, the vice principal, knew that if she truly wanted to help Old Lonning seek justice, she had to deal firmly with that scoundrel. Headmaster Ving, meanwhile, Nam clenched his fists in anger, thinking that this guy wanted to get all of us fired, just to bring in his own people as school security. Aunt Liam walked from the foot of the hospital bed to reassure everyone. Don't you worry. I will investigate this thoroughly. I have already taken care of Old Long's funeral arrangements. You all should head home and rest. Before leaving, she turned back to Nam, saying, Little Nam, you should go home and rest too. I will handle everything. On the hospital bed, Tiku was in a daze. Mumbling. Grandpa. He noticed tears welling up in the corner of the girl's eyes as she stood silently, taking a deep breath but saying nothing. As they entered the classroom hallway, Nam and Tiku heard voices coming from one of the classrooms. It sounded like the memorial ceremony had already started. They are moving fast, he thought without thinking. The girl charged inside, grabbing the shoulder of a boy who was talking, startling him into silence. Tiku held onto the boy's collar and shouted, Who organized this memorial? I am still here. The boy, panicking, stammered. I think it was Headmaster Ving who set it up. He even invited a camera crew from the TV station. Upon hearing that, the girl buried her face in her hands, crying, If it were not for him, my grandpa would still be alive. And he has got the nerve to hold a memorial. Sam turned away, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath. Damn Headmaster Ving. At the funeral home, when Headmaster Vidong entered, he was immediately stopped by a reporter for an interview. Please, do not be too heartbroken, he said. Inside the funeral home, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow as people stood by the casket, tears streaming down their faces. Everyone who came to pay their respects was weighed down by grief, and as they entered, each one dropped an envelope into the collection box. By the door, Headmaster Ving was still sobbing. I bear part of the responsibility for Old Long's passing. I should have cared for him more. And maybe this tragedy could have been avoided. A few staff members gathered around him, offering words of comfort. Sir, you have done a lot for him already, but helping people has its limits. And Old Longa's situation was beyond anyone's control. The school still needs your guidance. Do not lose hope. One staff member looked straight into the camera and declared, Headmaster Ving has never been at fault. He has always been with us, day in and day out. Another chimed in, Exactly. Everyone respects him. When Old Long was alive, he often praised Wiedering with a heavy heart. Headmaster Ving lowered his gaze and said softly, Enough. I just did what I had to do. But the staff member kept looking straight at the camera, endlessly praising him. The one with the most broken heart is our director, Vong. A leader like him deserves a promotion. It is just plain unfair that he has not received one. Even in death, he would not rest easy. He often dips in his own pocket to help students in need, sacrificing his own meals to save up for them. Over here, even the reporter can't help but get choked up by such heartfelt words. Having a leader like him is truly a pride and a blessing for our school. He does not need to worry. We will definitely fundraise to support the students in tough situations. Director Vong placed his hand over his heart and exclaimed, Whether we raise money or not, it is all good. I will always take care of Liu Ziki as if she were my own daughter. I will be her guardian, continuing her education. If I am the director, I consider the families of my subordinates as my own family. The female reporter gently wiped away a tear and praised him, saying that stories about good deeds like this need to be spread far and wide for everyone to know. However, amidst the crowd, a few people were whispering, calling him two-faced, and I even saw him bribing a reporter earlier. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside, drawing everyone's attention to the door. A thunderous kick swung the door wide open, startling everyone inside the funeral home, and they all gasped Liu Ziki had arrived. When Nam and Ziki showed up, everyone felt comforted. Ziki, hold it together, they urged. But across the room, Director Vong's eyes widened in shock, his face turning pale. The girl pointed directly at him and shouted, You hypocrite. At the same time, Nam waved for the reporters to rush in from outside. Led by reporter Lam, they stormed in, and those with cameras charged forward with determination. Standing in front of the nameplate at the funeral, he introduced himself. Hello everyone. We are the reporter team from the Frontline Legal Department. Based on the information we have gathered, Director Vong's mouth dropped in fear as reporter Lam continued. Here. We have a perpetrator who forced someone to work to death. What is the real story behind this? We are immediately gathering information to report back to everyone. He desperately tried to regain his composure and shouted, "Who are you? Who gave you permission to come in here? Get out." But those present cried out, "Oh my God. They really are reporters from the legal department. I recognize him." Reporter Lam pointed straight at Director Vuong and asserted, "Before Liu passed away, he was forced to work nonstop for months without a break, day after day. He was pushed into overtime by this Director Vuong here. He is the one who caused the man's death." A man in the crowd shouted out. He always exploited Liu's salary, never letting him rest for even a few minutes. Right then, dozens of microphones and cameras were aimed at Director Vuong, firing questions at him. According to our investigation, over half of the security personnel at this school have personal connections to you. How do you explain this? We have uncovered more evidence. The work registration sheet shows that before he passed away, Old Long worked tirelessly for 48 days straight, clocking in over 12 hours each day. He had to work overtime from dawn. So let me ask you, why was Long's salary the lowest among all the security guards at the school? Despite all that, the paycheck he received did not even cover a full month's salary, while the workload was 3 times that of others. At this moment, the headmaster felt like he was shrinking under the barrage of reporters and their relentless questions. Principal Vong has a policy for assigning housing to long-term staff at the school. Employees who work a full year get a room. So why does he have 7 rooms registered under his name? Can you explain this? Outside, the whispers grow louder. Is it true that the old guard was actually worked to death? My God. Forcing him to work overtime for 48 days straight. The reporters keep shouting his name non-stop. Principal Vong. Please answer. Principal Vong. At this point, his face is turning purple, and sweat is pouring down with every call of his name. Unable to take it anymore, he waves his arms wildly. I am getting a lawyer to sue all of you. Who told you to film me like this? Get out. Get out now. Principal Vong's face is tense. He is losing his cool, glancing around nervously. After a frantic search, he finally spots something, a fire extinguisher in the corner of the room. He grabs it and sprays it at the reporters, shouting, "Get away. I won't answer anything." As the white foam spreads, everyone scatters in all directions. Some of the reporters who were too close are coughing, while others are covering their faces. Suddenly, Principal Vong freezes, his hand shaking as he sees a young man approaching. The guy walks through the smoke, his sharp gaze locked onto him. Seeing the young man, Principal Vong's eyes widen in anger. It is that punk from the wealthy family who is ruining his reputation. He vows not to let this slide. The young man raises his voice, questioning him. So you think being wealthy can shield you from your wrongdoings? With every step the young man takes, Principal Vong's fear grows alongside his threats. What do you want? The old guard's death is on us, and I have no way to fix that. I might as well just give my niece a little support. Suddenly, one of Vong's flunky shouts from behind. Principal, do not let him provoke you. Gaining some confidence back, he straightens his tie and declares, right. Someone call that reporter and tell him not to publish anything about this. Do you hear? Or else, both you and the old guard will be dreaming of graduation. Without hesitation, the young man punches him, and his curses are drowned out by the principal's cries. Now, Principal Vong is sprawled on the ground, his head spinning. The young man grabs his tie and yanks him up, leaving one side of Vong's face swollen and red. Pulling him halfway up, the young man barks, "Get down on your knees." He quickly stumbles up, eyes squinting as he lifts his head. Principal Vong kneels before the altar, under the watchful eye of the young man. He is still fuming, shouting, "How dare you lay a hand on me? The old man is dead. Are you really going to kill me to avenge him? There is not even a reporter here. Are you brave enough? Just as I pulled the knife, you grabbed me and pressed my head down hard." The young man, suppressing his rage, thought to himself, killing someone is way too easy for you. Below him, the hands of Director Wong pressed hard into the ground, glowing with a red light. The young man transformed, his hair turning long and white, his face becoming more defined. He lifted Director Wong's head and declared, "I sentence you to lose 50 years of your life." With that, his other hand conjured an energy ball, heavenly reincarnation. The young man slammed the heavenly reincarnation into Director Wong's head, causing him to scream in agony. "Help me." He raised his hand, squinting in pain, yelling, "My hand." As Director Wong gaped, his teeth fell out. Faced with this crisis, he could not stop shouting, "My teeth." When the young man removed his hand, without any strength to resist, Director Wong collapsed to the ground with a thud. Unable to accept this reality, he struggled to get up, his body trembling, shouting, "How can this be? The two lackeys from earlier were also terrified, yelling, "This, how is it possible? It is the loss of life." Those two looked at the old photo and shrieked, stumbling backward while crying, certain that the old man's vengeful spirit had come. "This has nothing to do with me. Old man, do not come after me. I do not want any of this." Director Wong turned back, crying and kneeling at the young man's feet. But the young man looked at him with no sympathy. Reporter Lin and a few journalists outside asked, "Where's Director Wong? Did he run away? Who is that old man? Why does it feel like he is wearing Director Wong's clothes?" The young man stared at him, his expression unchanged, and hoarsely said, "Well then, enjoy the rest of your life." Director Wong looked up, tears streaming from his eyes, with a voice choked with desperation. "Please, turn me back to how I was." He ignored him and turned to take the girl's hand, saying, "Let us go home." After leaving the funeral home, the bright sunlight and fresh air greeted them. The girl lingered behind, her hands clasped together, staring blankly at the young man. The girl's eyes were filled with sadness as she softly whispered, "Grandpa has been avenged now." He led her to another place, an old, slightly worn house. They walked through a door, and inside the room, there was something that caught the girl's attention. She stopped, peering inside to observe. It was a kitchen, with an old stove neatly arranged. Perhaps due to a sudden memory, the girl burst into tears, calling out, "Grandpa." Seeing her cry, the young man gently said, "Come inside. I want to show you something." With that, he slowly turned around, his hand reaching into his green jacket pocket. After a moment of searching through his pockets, he pulled out a small coin. The young man divided the coin and performed a little spell. Suddenly, the image of the protector appeared. The girl gasped in shock upon seeing her grandpa. Exclaiming, "Grandpa." He concentrated on maintaining the spell as he urged, "Time is running out. If you have anything to say, say it now." Tears streamed down the girl's face, her voice trembling as she called out, "Grandpa." The security guard saw his granddaughter crying, and tried to suppress his heartbreak as he comforted her. "Little one, my good girl. Jia, it is not your fault. I want to be able to take care of you anymore." Tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "Grandpa, you have always taken such good care of me." He felt a lump in his throat, struggling to hold back his own tears as he gave her one last piece of advice. "From now on, you will be living alone. So remember to close the windows in the morning. If it rains, this little room will get soaked. And when you leave the house, make sure to close the gate. Otherwise, the chickens we are raising will wander into the yard and make a mess everywhere." Her cheeks were wet with tears, and she cried out hoarsely, "Grandpa." The security guard leaned closer to her and continued, "There is some money in the drawer by your bed. Take it. There is no need for a big funeral. You are just a girl and do not need to worry about all that. Just make sure to have me cremated." At that moment, the girl sat down, hugging her face and sobbing, "Grandpa, I miss you so much." He could not hold back his own tears anymore and said in a choked voice, "Do not, my sweet girl, please do not cry." Meanwhile, the man was sweating profusely, his voice almost cracking as he called out, "Luong, do not worry. I promise I will take care of her." He felt a bit awkward explaining, "There is no time left. If we keep talking, he will turn into a ghost." The next day, the sky was clear with gentle sunlight. Tiku was on her way to school, her head down, feeling downcast. At that moment, Takua was carrying a stack of books and turned to chat with Nam, saying, "I am going to pick up Tiku tonight so she can stay at my place for a few days. My parents have agreed, so you do not have to worry." After hearing this, he nodded and replied, "That is good." Suddenly, she moved closer and nudged him with her shoulder, teasing him, "What about you? Why has your hair turned white? After what happened with Director Wong, there is no one to watch over you now." Nam did not know how to explain, so he awkwardly brushed it off when his phone suddenly rang. "Hey babe." Without a second thought, he pulled out his phone, answered it, and held it close to his ear, saying, "Hello." The voice on the other end screamed, startling both to Nam. "Get back here. Something big has happened." At a large villa surrounded by lush greenery, he arrived home and immediately asked, "What is so important that you could not say it over the phone?" Lutusa, looking stunning in her bathrobe, said playfully, "You are late. What a pity. You missed seeing your sister in the bath." Nam looked at her with a judging gaze, thinking, "Is she really trying to seduce me with her beauty?" Luusa was confused by his attitude, surprised that he was not swayed by her looks. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she crossed her arms and pouted, "Wait. Can you tell me what is going on out there? Why are they all dancing around?" Just as she finished speaking and opened her eyes, she saw Nam had disappeared, and she shouted, "Why are you rushing off like that?" He walked into a small wooded area, surrounded by lush trees. Nam hid behind a tree, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, This really is something special. Then he scanned the area, calculating his next move. We need to widen the spirit gathering array. Behind him, Lucia was pointing at a branch swaying back and forth, yelling out, "Look, they are dancing again." You turned around with a sigh, explaining in surprise that this was not urgent at all. You thought something major was happening while you were tidying up the study. Suddenly, your phone rang. Manam lazily answered. "Hello, I am listening." And on the other end, Dantai sounded a bit sulky, saying, "It's been ages. Why have not you called me?" But you just casually asked, "What is it?" She replied, "I have signed a contract with an entertainment company these past few days. Are you coming to see me perform?" Manam glanced at some lyrics he was working on and replied, "I am free this Saturday. I will swing by. And I will bring the lyrics for you too." Dante perked up, exclaiming, "Really? Let us make it happen then." On the other end, she reminded him, "Remember to wear the bell I gave you while singing and performing." She reported back and then asked, "I will definitely wear it every day. By the way, do you want your name on the songwriter credits?" "Over here," Manam replied with no expression. "Just put Ken Ken Hun as the songwriter." Hearing this, Dante suddenly got excited and shouted, "Ken Ken? That name sounds pretty feminine. Is that your pseudonym?" "But honestly, I really like that name." You felt a bit embarrassed and just replied, "Let us go with that." After hanging up, Manam sat back down at his desk to work on music. But suddenly, he froze as if he was listening for something. Confused, he stood up and went to the door, wondering, "Why do I hear water running?" Curious, Manam went downstairs and heard singing coming from a room, so he paused. He walked in but saw nothing unusual. Just a quiet bathroom with no one around. In a corner of the wall, a sliver of light was shining through a small hole. Intrigued, Manam leaned in closer to see what was happening. Manam peered through, his gaze calm as he searched for the singer. Suddenly, his eyes landed on something shocking. It was Liu Shay taking a shower. He quickly turned away, covering his eyes, muttering to himself, "That small hole." At that moment, Manam felt embarrassed, recalling how Liu had smashed through the wall last time. Half an hour later, after finishing her shower, Lucia stepped out confidently. From the bathroom, she called out, "Manam, get over here." Manam walked down from the room, asking, "What is going on?" She spun around and asked with a teasing tone, "How do I look?" "Beautiful. Right." His expression was completely emotionless as he simply replied, "Beautiful." Lucia blushed and shyly asked, "Do you mean wearing nice clothes? Or should I strip completely to look good?" Startled, Manam took a step back, stammering, "What do you mean by that?" She coyly responded, "Stop playing coy, you smooth talker. You think I do not know?" Frustrated by her attitude, he pulled himself together and said, "That little hole in the wall was from the last time Liu Day went off." He kept rambling, leaving her speechless, and then continued, "There are pink holes everywhere in the house." Lucia suddenly realized how embarrassing that was and quickly changed the subject. "Okay, back to business. Last time, Bago wanted to kill us, and I have now tracked down his hideout." Lucia cracked her knuckles and declared fiercely, "Tonight we are going to his lair. That vile scumbag. I have wanted to deal with him for ages." Behind her, Mangnam agreed, saying, "Sure. I have been wanting to find him too." As she leaned with her hands on her hips, watching him walk away, she said, "It is 8 p.m. now. We will head out at midnight." "Okay," Mangnam lazily replied. "Okay." But feeling a twinge of conscience, he turned back and said, "Sorry about earlier. I will cover that little hole up when I get back." She replied casually, causing him to trip as he walked. "I do not want you to write about that hole. If you want to look, go ahead and enjoy." Mangnam stuttered, confirming, "You said you would not deal with him." She put on a feigned serious face and said, "Well, you saw everything already. Your smooth talker got a free pass from me." As night fell over the quiet sky, all the tall buildings were lit up. The car carrying Liu Sha was now pulling into the parking lot, the bright white vehicle slowly entering the empty space. Inside, she anxiously said, "I hope that scumbag shows up tonight." He shot her a glance and retorted, "Didn't you say he would definitely show up here?" Lucia quickly defended herself, "Sure, but this jerk is really crafty." As the car parked, Lucia, feeling a bit more relaxed, asked him, "By the way, did not I give you a big gold chain? Why are not you wearing it? Didn't you say you had to disguise yourself as a newly rich guy?" While they were in the middle of their debate, in the distance, Lu Dong stepped out, looking super cool with a cigarette in his mouth. Her eyes lit up like she struck gold. "The client is here." Lucia got out of the car and waved her hand, calling out, "Hey, Li Dong. Over here." He politely waved back and greeted her. "Miss, long time no see." She crossed her arms, turned slightly, and feigned innocence, saying, I can shake your hand. I saw that scandal about you in the magazines a few days ago. If I get caught by your pack of hounds now, I will be laughed at by all those pretty faces of yours. Lu Dong awkwardly scratched his head and explained, I am just a simple lady. Please let me off the hook. I swear. We are really just friends. Lusa stepped aside and pointed at the man, saying, let me introduce you guys a bit. This is Mac Nam, who in the circle is often called Master Mac. Lusa pointed back at Liu Dong and added, and this is Liu Dong, the eldest son of the Liu Corporation, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangdu. He raised an eyebrow and recounted. Master Mac. I have been hearing about a Master Mac recently with incredible powers that are hard to describe. Mac Nam politely responded. Hello. That might be me. After hearing that, Liu Dong leaned closer to him, intrigued, and said, I have heard that Master Mac has skills that are out of this world. They always say Master Mac is really young. Sure enough. As we stepped into the elevator and hit the 89th floor, the doors opened automatically. Liu Dong led the way, with Mac Nam and Liu Sa following him into a large room. Noticing that he was taking in the view for quite a while, he approached and asked, never been this high up before. Then, feeling a bit boastful, he added, not many people in Jiangdu get to stand up here and enjoy the scenery. Liu Dong walked over to the seat next to Liu Sa, holding a drink and said, Miss Tu, did not you say you had a surprise for me? I had to go through a lot of trouble to push back all my meetings to be here with you. He then turned his gaze toward Mac Nam and asked, you are not the fake kid she brought along as a special treat for me, are you? She shook the glass in her hand and shrugged, replying, what is the matter? You do not believe he is really Master Mac? I am not lying to you. Liu Dong leaned back in his seat, raising his voice. All right, stop the act. Just look at him. He is clearly just a kid still smelling like milk. Come on. Why are you playing games with me about finding Master Mac? Liu Sa cut to the chase. Someone wants to kill your sister. Liu Dong's face paled, and he shot up, firing questions rapidly. Is this for real? You can joke about something like this. She kept her cool and replied, I would never joke about something with you, Li young master. Liu Sa looked seriously at him and asked, isn't Timar Liu on a business trip right now? You should take us to see your sister right away. Liu Dong felt awkward and explained, my sister is still upstairs in a meeting with the partners from America. And this meeting is really important. But she stood up firmly and insisted, take us there. He glanced at Mac Nam and said, I can only take you there by yourself. This Master Mac should really stay here. Liu Sa frowned and insisted, the person sent is from the Underworld, and I am not sure I can handle him alone. Master Mac has to come with us. He held the doorknob and reiterated, Miss, I believe you. But bringing Master Mac along will only drag us down. Plus, I won't be paying double for 2 people. Li agreed. All right, just take me up first. Before leaving, Li Dong turned to his 2 secretaries and instructed, you 2 stay here and protect Master Mac. Miss Tu and I will head upstairs. They both nodded in unison, confirming their agreement. There. The man at the back was signaling her. Lu Zusa nodded at him and then let her go. Just like that, he walked ahead alone, leading Liu Sa out of the original room behind him. A secretary questioned, asking if anything would happen to the CO, not letting the female bodyguard respond. He yelled, who would be bold enough to kill the CO? The female bodyguard lied and reassured him, there are still more than 10 bodyguards above us. We just need to do our part. But the secretary could not shake off his unease, thinking it could go very wrong. If those guards even took half a step towards the coffin, they would be too scared to stand their ground and would just run. In the end, the 2 of them fell silent, exchanging glances before looking back at the man at the back. He was still calmly sitting in his chair, sipping his drink without a care in the world. Both of them shot sharp glares at him, silently cursing. If it were not for him blocking our way, we would have already gone up there together. Half an hour passed, and the atmosphere remained thick with discomfort. The secretary, arms crossed, was on edge, repeatedly tapping his fingers on his sleeve and sighing heavily. Both he and the female bodyguard were staring at the man at the back, unable to sit still, their impatience evident. Suddenly, the female secretary spoke up first, saying she heard that Metfasi Chanan is the strongest fighter in Jiangnan province. Impervious to swords, could that be true? The secretary scoffed in reply. What Meshi Chine? If he were that powerful, would we even be here protecting him? It is just hot air. Suddenly, they all jolted. Their room was rocked by a tremor. A massive explosion erupted right in that room, and a collective scream erupted. Oh no. Seeing Mephi Nam sprint away, the 2 secretaries shouted in surprise, "Wait," and immediately took off running, cursing. Damn it. Wait for. The stone wall by the elevator collapsed, and the air was thick with dust everywhere around them. When they reached the stairs, Mephi Nam suddenly stopped. A bodyguard lay dead on the ground. There were 2 more bodies on the stairs. and the two secretaries froze momentarily when they saw them. Suddenly, a noise echoed again, and the stone wall began to crack. 2 bullets were fired at Mafnam, but he quickly dodged to the side with lightning reflexes. The 2 secretaries, terrified, ducked into a corner and yelled, "Get down! Take cover!" Mafnam stood firm, looking up as a figure clad in black prepared to attack him. Mafnam furrowed his brows in anger, his fists already in a ready stance. He struck hard without hesitation, knocking the opponent far away. Mafnam glanced down, slowly rubbing his wrist. In his line of sight, the stairway was enveloped in a thick cloud of black smoke. He was unafraid, but the attacker flailed as they tried to strike. As he moved up, thick clouds of black smoke kept appearing, with bodies sprawled on every step. The exhibition hall appeared right in front of Mechi Nam, and he quickly sidestepped. Seriously? Even the exit is blocked? Lu Du Thigu. Are you both okay? Lu is absolutely furious because of these 2 people. She shouts so loudly. Does she have a hidden threshold or what? If we answer, won't our location be exposed? Both of them dash off in a panic, their steps erratic with fear. This is bad. We need to find a hiding spot fast. Mafnam ignores those guys, casually walking forward. Stepping down, under the watchful eyes of those 2, he cuts straight to the chase. Lucky for him, it is just a skeleton. Mafnam front. His tone turned serious. Get out here now. Fong Lam, feeling annoyed and curious, thinks to himself, is his brain malfunctioning? Following along with him, he wonders if the assassin will show up. The door swings open, and a shadowy figure steps out. Laughing heartily, the skeleton grins slyly, his sharp gaze locking on Mac. If it were not for the mission being cancelled by the client, do you really think you would still be alive right now? He remains unfazed, with that same decisive and straightforward demeanor. Who wants me dead? Hearing that, the guy smiles widely. Gun drawn. Go ahead, ask me from hell. But to his surprise, the bullets fired had no effect, just dropping to the ground like marbles bouncing off a wall. Every single bullet was useless. Clattering to the floor, the skeleton stands there, dumbfounded and confused, thinking, how is he able to stop the bullets? Seizing the moment, he charges forward recklessly, practically asking for death. Mafnam, like a standard fighter, delivers a powerful kick right to his gut. The skeleton can't withstand the blow, sent flying back to crash against the wall. Suddenly, the room falls silent, with one lying down and one standing, facing each other. He is sprawled on the floor, the kick sending the locker flying, pinning down half of the skeleton's body. Mac glances down, a look of disdain crossing his face as he scoffs. Just then, another shadow appears. This person interrupts, shouting loudly, "Everyone freeze. Stay where you are." Tamchu, tightly gripping a knife against her neck, threatens, "If anyone dares to move, I will kill her right away." Just when the tension peaks, Fong Lam walks in, gun drawn, commanding, "Drop your weapons now." Mafnam does not even look at Tamchu, coldly responding, "You are just flailing like a fish out of water." He continues to provoke, holding onto the knife tightly. "Dare take one more step and see what happens." Tamchu glances at the wall. Voice urgent. "Skeleton, you useless piece of trash. Hurry up and get Hivai as a hostage." He struggles to stand, clutching his wounds. The skeleton regains some strength, demanding, "Bring her over here." He pulls her out to the center of the room, standing directly in front of Mafnam. Mac tilts his head, looking at the clowns before him with a hint of challenge. The skeleton targets the vulnerable part of Hivai's neck, his large hand wrapped around it tightly. Li Dong, hiding safely off to the side, pokes his head up. "How much do you want? Let my sister go." His voice echoes loudly in the small room, and the skeleton is visibly annoyed by Liu Dong's interruptions. Cursing under his breath, "If anything happens to my sister, I swear I will hire a hitman to take you out." "Shut your mouth." Tamchu remains motionless, her body rigid, maintaining her threatening pose. "Now it is time for us to leave. You better stay back, or I can slice this girl's throat at any moment." The guy did not say a word, just bowed his head, his face darkening. Then, he suddenly widened his eyes in anger. His voice sharp, "No one should threaten me like that." A stream of golden light appeared, gracefully twisting around, then shooting straight ahead with deadly precision. Before he could react, something whizzed right over his head, his eyes widening in shock. The guy smiled, a knowing grin, striking a commanding pose as he quickly caught Liu Xie. Concern etched on his face. He asked her, "Seriously? You call yourself an assassin?" But Liu Xie forced a smile, trying to show she was okay. After a moment, she started to recover, assuring him he did not need to worry. Just do not let the white bone get away. He should take care of the wound on his wrist. "Don't he worry. I told you, even if he grew wings, he would not get far." Li Dong, hiding behind the chair, finally made some noise. Next, "Mac, please hurry up and save my sister. That guy's already run far away." The sky outside is pitch black, and in a high-rise building, lights are on with a racket. They must be using the service elevator on the 99th floor. From Li Dong's perspective, no one seemed to care or reply, just acting indifferent. He gritted his teeth and frowned, not accepting their dismissive attitude. It seemed this Mac was just a leech riding on others' coattails for fame. Nothing impressive. After a while, the guy with his hands in his pockets slowly approached the large glass window. He calmly raised his hand, fingers pointing upward with a cold expression. He pressed his palm against the glass. Liu Xia, puzzled, urged him, "Hurry up and chase after them." "What are you doing just standing there staring at the view?" He smirked slightly. "Aren't I chasing after them?" Just then, a large pane of glass shattered at the light touch of his hand. The broken shards fell away, creating a round hole leading to the outside. Not only that, but all the glass vanished, with some fragments flying backward. Liu Xia gasped, closing her eyes to shield herself, while Liu Dong still hesitated, hiding behind the chair. Peeking out. What was he doing? Without a second thought, he leaped outside. She did not have time to comprehend. Feeling anxious. "Mac!" she shouted, reaching out desperately. He seemed unfazed, focused solely on diving straight down. The elevator was still rushing down, numbers ticking down from 2 to 1. The white bone had a gun in one hand, the other gripping tightly onto Liu Xia. He threatened menacingly, "Don't come any closer. Get the hell away from me." The guards on the lower floor raised their weapons, surrounding them. "Let our boss go," Ivy, fearing for her life, urged. "You better let me go. I promise I won't pursue this if I die. My brother will definitely make you pay." He remained stubborn. "Don't waste your breath. Just tell them to bring the car here. Now." Feng Lan, working professionally, had his gun drawn, blocking the way. "You are not getting away." The white bone fired without hesitation, gunfire echoing. "So what?" Feng Lan quickly took cover behind the wall, losing patience, tightening his grip on Hai V's neck as she turned pale, helplessly crying out, "Don't kill me." Han's fury was palpable, his face dark with rage, silencing everyone around him. In an instant, his demeanor turned sinister as he grinned menacingly, ready to show her whether her bodyguards were more reliable than his bullets. The bodyguards, once fearless, now trembled at his every word, each of them quaking in fear. "I am going to take you down one by one," he declared. "Let us see if you still dare to stand in my way." Ivy, overwhelmed by the situation, broke down in tears, her voice barely a whisper. "Please, do not." Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed through the room like glass breaking. Bagos, his brow furrowing as he looked up. What was that? The bodyguards were equally stunned, staring wide-eyed at the source of the disturbance. Man Nam had transformed. His hair turned white as he descended from above. The loud crash shook the room, the ground trembling under the impact. The bodyguards watched the scene unfold in shock, mouths agape in disbelief. Man Nam stood calmly in the center of the room, head slightly bowed, eyes closed. He was in no rush, lazily casting a glance that radiated an intimidating pressure. Bai Go's face drained of color, his body shaking uncontrollably. Is this even a human? He thought. How can this be happening? Man Nam raised an eyebrow, speaking with contempt. I told you, even if you sprout wings, you won't escape. Seizing the moment, Bai Go raised his hands in fear. I surrender. Please do not kill me. I do not know who gave the order. But before he could finish, Bai Go was shot through the head in an instant. It was not anything dangerous, just a small round coin. He skillfully caught it, treating it like a deadly dart. He fell backward helplessly, blood gushing uncontrollably. Bai Go lay completely still on the floor, lifeless. Man Nam slowly approached, his cold gaze fixed downward. You wanted to die? Then go ahead. Liu Xia rushed down from the upper floor, urgently calling out. Man Nam. Liu Xia asked with concern. Are you okay? Man Nam cheerfully replied. He shifted focus back to the situation at hand, scanning around and analyzing. He did not spill anything. You handle this? I need some time to recover. From behind, a soft voice timidly spoke up. Man Tinshin. Ivy sincerely added. I really want to thank you for saving me earlier. Man Nam, still expressionless, reminded her, if you want to thank me, do not mention today's events to anyone outside. She happily agreed. Sure. I promise to keep it a secret. Ivy suddenly looked shy, fidgeting as she asked. Do you have some time? I would like to invite you to dinner. Tomorrow afternoon works too. I want to express my gratitude. He shrugged, turning away and waving his hand dismissively. No need. I do not have time. She awkwardly clutched the business card in her hand. What about tomorrow evening? You need to eat. Right. I can wait for you. I still have things to discuss. Hiva looked at Manam with sparkling eyes. Extending the card toward him. Defeated. He accepted it. I can spare an hour at 6 p.m. tomorrow. She joyfully reiterated from behind. Great. See you tomorrow. Manam did not bother to pay attention to the business card. The scene shifted. Night had fallen, and the skyscrapers were still lit up. As he walked back, Manam noticed Liuxia's pained expression. Clearly injured badly. Luusa struggling to endure the pain from her old injury. Mangnam sighed. This time she looked a bit like Nugait Tin. Without hesitation, he scooped Luusa into his arms. Her face flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing? Quickly, So adjusted. Her eyes narrowed as she covered Mangnam's mouth. You little perv. You are not seriously thinking of taking advantage of me while I am hurt. Are you? He showed a look of disgust, immediately tossing her onto the couch. Lugusa was still dazed, trying to pretend to resist while secretly wanting to invite him closer. No way. Mangnam was unfazed, pulling out a bottle of medicine. He held a pill up to her. Drink this. Luusa jumped in surprise, her mouth agape in disbelief. No way. You can't be serious about taking medicine. Can you? Mangnam's eyes were menacing as he moved closer. Take it. And you won't feel the pain. You will be quicker. She backed away. Okay, fine. I will take it. Just do it quickly. He locked Ultusa in place. So now what? She was anxious and shy. What did he want to do? Mangnam moved his fingers along her back, pressing down on a spot. Stay still. Do not move around. She was furious. You are pushing it. Still playful. Asked how long he planned to keep her like this. Mangnam scrutinized her, estimating that with her body, it would take at least 2 hours. Lugusa gasped. 2 hours. No way. He warned her sternly. Do not move around. She helplessly braced herself. Just ease up a bit. The morning sun had risen high. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. In the city, it was still dark outside. The silence enveloped this place. In Mangnam's room, after 2 hours had passed, she sighed in relief, wiping away sweat. All right. The bandaging is done. Just keep using my medicine. Rest for a few days, and you will be fully recovered. Lugusa was bandaged up properly, sitting there fuming. Wait. All this time just to wrap up a few wounds. Mangnam suddenly paused, as if realizing something. He pointed at her. Did not I already help you take care of your wounds upstairs? Sa sighed, glancing at her arm, remembering that night on the rooftop. I ran all the way down from the 90th floor, because I was worried about your safety. That is why my wound reopened. Mangnam's eyes widened, but he kept listening intently. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, she really is too similar. Mangnam came up with a way to confirm, suggesting she learn something. Her physique is a bit special. I can give you a set of cultivation techniques. Do you want to learn? Lugusa was super excited about the topic. Is there a tuition fee? Mangnam replied mechanically. Learn or do not learn. Her face flushed even more, her tone turning shy. I will learn. But why out of the blue do you want to teach me? Do you want to take advantage of me? Then, he buries his face in his hands and jumps around. This is not good at all. You are so young. Maybe you have not been taught properly. Finally, he can't take it anymore and yanks Ultusa's leg, saying loudly, Don't go. I want to learn. Mangnam only has eyes for work, diving right in. All right. I will write down the cultivation method for you. You will need to soak in warm water with herbs every day. And one more thing. He turns around with a dark expression and a sharp gaze, warning her, if next time I am talking to you, and you wrap your legs around my waist again, I will kick you out. He stands up to leave, adding, you really do not know your limits. Lugusa is genuinely scared now, lying back in distress. What is the big deal about a kiss? Seriously. The scene shifts, and the clear blue sky is dotted with white clouds. In front of a luxurious white apartment building, a group of people gathers. A car drives by, and at the same time, voices can be heard. Sister Vivi, I thought you came here especially to find us. V having is chatting and laughing inside the car with friends, realizing they are waiting for someone else. Who are you waiting for? Chimes in the playful voice of the little clam. The person who could make the beautiful COVV come here in person is definitely someone extraordinary. Ainla gleefully checks her watch. The meeting time is 6 of the clock. You will find out who soon. She quickly turned around. Ainla had perfect timing for the meetup. He is here, by the roadside. He is intently checking the time. And the girls in the car are buzzing with excitement. No way. Vivi. The person you are waiting for is him. She turned a bit surprised and asked everyone. Do you all know him? So San crossed her arms, looking unimpressed, and said, know him. It is more like, oh, just forget it. Wudong also played it coy, scratching his head awkwardly. Actually, there is nothing special. He is just a troublemaker. I have hung out with him a few times, and he can genuinely connect with anyone. She picked up on the confusion in the air. So you guys have hung out a few times. Wudong jumped in, explaining. His mom is a close friend of my mom from college. Sometimes I just invite him out. Mangnam was focused on his watch, feeling a bit anxious. Wasn't it supposed to be 6 of the clock at the school gate? Where is he? Frustrated, he turned on his heel to leave. Forget it. I am not waiting anymore. Peeking outside, someone giggled teasingly. Vivi. It looks like you do not need to wait for him anymore. He is already gone. Ainda glanced at the clock and panicked, shouting, "It is all your fault. We agreed on 6 of the clock, and now it is already 6:02. She awkwardly opened the car door and rushed out, not looking back. I am getting out. Nobody's allowed to leave. As she walked through the campus, she heard a voice call out. Mangnam. Wait for me. Ainthai appeared, looking youthful with her hair pulled back. What is it? You do not recognize me. He maintained his composure. Nodding politely, she did not hold back at all, winking at him. Calling me Ms. Lu sounds so formal. Just call me Hi Vidi. Or Vivi is fine too. It is hard to unwind after work. I do not want to feel like I am still at the office. Ainda glanced at the car parked behind her. Sorry. My ride is parked across the street. The waiting car belonged to Wudong and Zhang Zhunboi. Mangnam was taken aback, thinking to himself, Lum Wudong and his crew. He curiously asked while walking, Are you really close to Zhang Zhunboi? Ainda did not hide it and smiled, replying, You could say that. We are not blood relatives, but we have known each other since we were kids. Suddenly recalling something, her expression darkened. What is wrong? I heard you did not have a good time with them. I can say this much. Well, I am not related by blood to him. We have known each other since childhood. Suddenly recalling something, her face darkened. What is wrong? I heard things did not go well when you mingled with them. Messi Nam started to piece together the issue. He sighed, trying to shake off the feeling that the name Liu Haivai sounded oddly familiar. In his past life, Lumum Vxan had a brief connection with Trang Tun Bia. But then Trang Tun Bai married someone else named Liu Haivai. Though he had never met her, he heard their wedding was quite extravagant, a few images flashing in his mind. Back then, what hurt Lam Vive Zhang so much that she fell ill? If they had met, maybe he could help her with something. Mexi Nam quickly deflected, avoiding that painful reality. I just really do not want to hang out with them. Ainda wiped her forehead and forced a smile, pointing ahead. Would you mind sitting with them? My spot is all set up. It is near. He nodded gently. Sure, I have no objections. She beamed. That is wonderful. I did not mention there would be someone else coming along this time. So awkward. This meal does not count. Next time, it will just be the two of us. The scene shifts. A sign for a restaurant pops up. Everyone in the car has gotten out and is gathered around a table. The 3 friends, Wudong, So-san, and Trung Thiu, each lost in their own worlds, hardly paying attention. Ainda sits beside Mangnam, watching the awkward scene unfold, struggling to find the right words. Wudong, concerned for her, breaks the silence, saying, Hey Vivi, how do you know Mangnam? The other classmates are not missing out on the gossip, leaning in to listen. Thinking, right. Look at that pitiful expression on Mangnam's face, with the high and mighty Seoli Hivi. They are from completely different worlds. How could they even know each other? Ainta reaches out to introduce. Last time I ran into some trouble. It was Mangnam who saved me. She gasps, her eyes wide. So Vivi, are you okay? She responds calmly. You should ask Mangnam if he is okay. Glancing over at Mangnam, Wudong quickly changes his tune, saying, that troublemaker is usually no match for him, so he must be fine. Ainda feels helpless, just choosing to play it safe. No matter what, she still has to sincerely thank him. Watching the unfolding drama, So-san chimes, Vivi, do not rush to thank him like that. The whole hero saving the damsel in distress thing is not unheard of. She gives him a teasing look. What is wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Ainda, flustered, quickly changes the subject. The food is here. Let us dig in. Feeling restless inside, she never expected their relationship had come this far. Ainda picks up on some interesting gossip. I heard that a famous Mac master has recently appeared in Jiangnan. Is he really that impressive? So-san seems to have a scheme up her sleeve. Excitedly declaring, even more impressive than that. Vivi, they say the Mac master has soul powers, strong enough to make everyone in Jiangnan listen to him. She remembers a figure dressed in white, unable to see any distinct features, saying, there are so many rumors about the Mac master at our school. Everyone wants to meet him. A classmate nearby chimes in. I heard that a family got wiped out for offending him, just completely erased. Then Wudong gently adds, if only I could meet that Mac master. That'd be awesome. So-san picks up on the excitement, leaning in closer. Do you want to marry him or train under him? She explains helplessly. What are you talking about? The Mac Master is all gray-haired. He has got to be over 100 years old. So San is not done yet. Continuing to poke fun. So you must want to be his disciple then. Knowing you. You are probably getting way too close to the classmate. Wudong glances over at MacNam, who looks completely unfazed. Calmly eating his meal, she sternly corrected. Stop talking nonsense. I still have a college entrance exam ahead of me. I am not like you. Just waiting to get married. Jang. Not really interested in the conversation. Remembered a friend who once met him. He said Mepasi Chan-nan was actually quite young. Sen-san's face flushed. She was feeling a bit out of it. If he is not that old. Does that mean we still have a shot? V exclaimed excitedly. What do you mean? Sitting quietly. He was startled when his name was mentioned. T-Trech is still sitting right across from you. Aren't you worried he might hear you? She stared at him, munching and evaluating. If T-Trech had the power to command half the city, I would not even be thinking about this. Mephi Nam, who had been silent, finally wiped his mouth and spoke up. It is getting late. Thanks for the hospitality. He stood up, smiled at everyone at the table. I will head out now. Ainla looked up, politely saying, Wait, let me drive you home. Metsi Nam shook his head, declining politely. No need. My place is nearby. Just a few steps away. Asi-san covered her mouth, giggling. Maxinam already has his own place. We should check it out. She added, annoyed. What is there to see? I am not going. Sem-san did not give up, continuing to whisper. Come on. It will make it easier to talk to your mom. Don't you think? Her teasing tone was obvious, and everyone seemed eager to visit Mephinam's house. Why not wait until he gets a house gift from his sister before we drop by? After all, he did save her life once. Ainla confessed without holding back. I am planning to pick a place close to school for him. The others were shocked. As if struck by lightning, Maxinam did not hesitate any longer, waving goodbye as he turned to leave. Thanks. But I already have a home. No need for another. Goodbye. V jumped up excitedly, calling out. Mephi Nam. Wait for me. V grabbed Mechnam's hand, looking determined as she pulled him forward. Come with me. The sky was a clear blue. Peaceful, with fluffy white clouds drifting by. Outside on the balcony, voices rang out in succession. Mephi Nam. What is going on with you? What do you mean? She angrily questioned. Are you out of your mind? Why would not you want a house gift? Sister Vivi is a wealthy CEO. She is nothing like those punks you hang out with, Maxinam replied straightforwardly. I already have a house. What would I need another one for? I do not want to have too many connections with her. V would not accept any excuses, her hand waving dismissively. Do you know how hard it is to rent a place? You have no idea how many years it takes. You are so broke you can't even afford a meal. And you are still acting all high and mighty. It is infuriating. Manam is too lazy to explain, turning away with his hands in his pockets. I have already said it. I do not want to owe her anything. Let us just drop this. Okay. She grits her teeth, clearly not satisfied. I seriously look down on you. You are trying to chase after Vivi. Your taste is really something else. Wudong stubbornly pushes back, annoyed. You should just give up. How could a big-time CEO like her ever look at a punk like you? Manam raises an eyebrow, sliding away. I have no other thoughts about Liu Hai. You do not hold back, shrugging it off. And honestly, there is a good chance she will end up with Zhang Junboy. So maybe you should worry about yourself first. She can't say anything more. Left feeling frustrated and speechless because of him, Wudong follows Manam, wiping her tears and trying to calm down. Susan jumps up, angrily shouting, Manam, you have gone too far. Are you even a man? Picking on Wudong. What kind of skill is that? Wudong does not care about anything else, supporting her plan. Come on. Let's go check out Manam's place and see just how big it is. Susan excitedly smiles. Come on. Manam. You are not that stingy. Right. He did not care much, leaving a casual remark. Do whatever you want. MacNam strolled ahead, the group trailing closely behind him. Ainthi lagged a bit, feeling uneasy, while the others wore eager expressions, anticipating some fun. After a while, a stunning white villa complex came into view. With gasps of disbelief, a row of villas appeared, each with a massive yard. Z was stunned, and so now pale. Thought, this can be the place. Right. Ainthi struggled to maintain her composure, utterly shocked. No way. You can buy this with money. MacNam remained unfazed, gesturing towards the entrance. This is it. Come on in. The group was completely taken aback. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. Junjun pointed ahead, asking, Wait, this is really yours? You are leading us to your home. The one in the middle, as they took in the scenery. Exclamations of awe filled the air. Oh my, this is definitely a luxurious villa. In autumn, You must look breathtaking with all the falling leaves. So San, gazing admiringly, turned to Unthai and asked, Vivi, how much does a villa like this cost? She wiped the sweat from her brow and tentatively held up a finger. I would say around this number. Shocked, she threw out a figure she found hard to believe. 10 million. Is it really that expensive? Lugi Vivi piped up, her words leaving everyone speechless. Don't even think about 10 million, it is at least 100 million. What? Macnam glanced to one side, his face remaining icy and expressionless. Lam Wudong stared back at him, feeling helpless. Seriously? Can't you just admit you are out of your league? Aren't you embarrassed enough already? In front of a grand house, a voice rang out. This is it. Z stared ahead in disbelief, exclaiming, no way. This villa is actually his. So San seemed hesitant, quickly predicting, I bet he will say he lost the key and ask us to come back another time. Macnam focused on his bag, rummaging through it. Wudong watched him intently, feeling exasperated. Well, good luck cleaning up this mess. Hope you realize who really cares about you. Macnam turned to the door, casually saying, sorry, I forgot the key. So San burst out laughing, clearly satisfied. I told you he would try to play us. Zhang Xiao stood with his arms crossed, calmly stating, all right. Everyone knows you are just pretending. Stop wasting our time. Zhu chimed in. Is this a joke? You trying to make us laugh? Macnam raised his hand to the keypad, pressing each button as he said, all right, let us unlock it. Zhang Xiao and Z suddenly gasped as the door slowly creaked open before them. They were huddled outside the door, and the guy casually raised his hand and said, weren't you all here for a visit? Come on in and take a look. Everyone's faces showed shock, and in unison, they exclaimed, here we go. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and he turned to look. Hey, you are back. Luik slowly descended the stairs, speaking softly. You have brought a lot of guests. Why not invite them inside to relax? Lin Wu's face darkened as she stormed off, and Xiao Shan was taken aback. Watching her leave, her expression turned grim, and she awkwardly said, we want to stay. We are heading back now. Goodbye. The whole group awkwardly turned their backs, all leaving in a hurry. Lu Wei stepped up to the guy, quietly saying, I am heading out too. I will drop by next time. Seeing this, Lucia looked flustered and quickly spoke up. What is going on? Why is everyone leaving? The guy glanced at her, puzzled, and asked, you really do not know. Luxia gently touched her face, confidently declaring, is it because my stunning looks scared them off? That can't be it. Right. She placed her hands on her hips in front of him, reminding him in a teasing tone. Did you say you wanted me to soak in that herbal bath or something? But I do not see you doing it. The guy replied slowly while closing the door. It is evening. Who soaks in herbal baths at night? Suddenly, Lucia's face flushed red, and she playfully said, evening. Is this pervy guy wanting to soak together? The guy pointed in one direction, looking puzzled. What is up with this dog? The dog looked up at him, wagging its tail happily. Lucia picked up the dog, proudly boasting, I saw a stray golden retriever this morning, so I decided to take it home. The guy stared at the dog, squinting as he asked, what makes you think it is a golden retriever? Lucia held the dog high, bouncing with excitement as she explained, I saw this little girl chasing butterflies and leaving it behind, so I just had to bring it home. The guy smacked his forehead in exasperation, quickly suggesting, you should return it to its owner. From outside the room, a voice called out. Li Dong stood right at the door, and the guy asked, Li Dong, what brings you here? Lu Dong carefully placed his hand on his chest, smiling brightly as he said, I came here specially to visit you today. The guy hurriedly shut the door, hiding inside and saying, got it, now go home. Lu Dong quickly peeked inside, raising his voice, I am not just here to say thanks. I have something very important to discuss with you. From a distance, a voice casually asked, what is so important? Lu Dong then placed his hand on his chest, nervously assuring him, I guarantee you will love it. Can I take up 10 minutes of your time? Can we talk inside? The guy turned around, commanding in a low voice, let us talk by the pond. Lu Dong quickly replied, obediently following, okay. The two stood by the railing of the bridge, and Li Dong softly advised, you are wasting a chance to become a billionaire. The guy frowned tightly, skeptically asking, what do you mean? Li Dong spread his arms wide, speaking with deep respect, you are now the #1 person in Jiangnan province. No one has ever been able to dominate the entire province like you. Lu Dong was sweating, continuously flattering, Even the legendary figures from 20 years ago only had influence over a few families. His voice echoed continuously. And Mao Nan lowered his head with a quiet chuckle. If he were to dominate Jiangnan now, he could easily rake in cash from them. Otherwise, it would be such a waste of his talent. He turned around, leaning against the railing, choosing not to respond. Lu Dong kept waving his hands, persistently persuading. We are practically fated to meet. How about this? I will sacrifice myself to help you. Just give me the position of the Jiangnan leader, and you will still be the real boss. I will just be your representative. Lu Dong's eyes sparkled with determination as he said, all you have to do is sit back at home and let the money roll in. I can guarantee you will make 10 million a day. Li Dong circled behind Mao Nan, continuing to persuade him. We will split the earnings 9-1. What do you think? I will help you manage everything. The costs are significant, so I will take 90% of the profit. You just lend me your name. It is a fair deal. Right. Ma did not answer, quietly walking away as Lu Dong's voice echoed. Fine. I can give you an extra 0.2, so you would get 1.2. Lu Dong clasped his hands, forcing a smile. You have got the better end of the deal. But what can I say? I am just that kind-hearted. Mao Nan's expression darkened, tears brimming with anger as he ordered. You better start using your head. Got it. Lu Dong was immediately taken aback by his words, frozen in place. Lu Dong was sweating, trying to continue. How about this? If you are really worried, we could become partners. That should ease your mind. He watched Mao Nan's back, suddenly asking, you have met my sister? Lu Ya. Right. Lu Dong stood behind Mao Nan, rambling on. Tonight, I am taking my sister out. She does not drink. One sip and she is tipsy. He clenched his fists, grinning greedily. You probably do not need me to teach you what to do next. Right. Just keep it in mind. Ma's face darkened, and he swung his hand hard at Liu Dong. He clutched his face, startled, stammering. Why did you hit me? Mao Nan furrowed his brow tightly, raising his hand again. This slap is for thinking you are clever. He swung his fist, landing a direct hit on Li Dong's face. Mao Nan's eyes were fierce, filled with anger. This punch is for being greedy over things that do not belong to you. He flung his hand, sending Lu Dong crashing to the ground. Lu Dong fell into the water, splashing everywhere. Mao Nan cracked his knuckles, coldly stating, this punch is for being heartless and even betraying your own sister. He surfaced, coughing violently. Li Dong's face was bruised, fear evident as he lifted his head. Mao kicked him hard in the head, pushing Liu Dong deeper. Mao Nan glared at him, threateningly saying, if you pull any more tricks in front of me, I will make sure your entire family pays the price. Got it. Lu Dong clasped his hands, panicking. Please, spare me. Mao frowned, his face icy as he looked at Liu Dong. Mao finally lifted his foot, angrily commanding, get lost. He coughed violently, trembling as he crawled up the stairs. Li Dong, exhausted and breathless, staggered, leaning against the railing as he collapsed. He is seriously injured, coughing up a mouthful of blood and a few teeth. Li Dong's face is all bruised, holding back his anger. Just wait for me, you old dog. Just wait. I am coming for you and your miserable life. He is peering around, pretending to be all high and mighty in front of me. Just wait for it. I am not done. The sky is clear. Somewhere in this city, in front of a dry tree waiting to be chopped down. Thoughts echo in my mind. This tree's roots just need a little spring nurturing to revitalize it. With this spirit-gathering formation, it can evolve into a life-nurturing tree. Meanwhile, Nan is happily forming a sphere in his hand, thinking to himself, this is what the spirit cultivators do in the celestial realm. I can believe I have to do it myself today. Just then, a halo of light bursts from beneath the grass. Surrounding him, the nearly withered tree is slowly pushing its roots deeper into the ground. It is changing. New leaves are sprouting up high. Lucia steps outside, curious, asking, what are you doing? You seem in such a hurry. Do not come over here. She rubs her chin, quietly analyzing. I have noticed you have been taking extra care of this tree lately, besides its leaves. Is there something special about it? Nan smirks confidently, declaring loudly, take a good look. This withered trunk is slowly regaining its vitality, transforming into a spirit tree, sprouting fresh leaves. A loud noise erupts as the small trunk blossoms into a lush tree. Lucia's eyes widen in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Nearby, Nan is on the phone. Wait. Are you free at 6 p.m. tonight? Bring a few others to the villa. We need to discuss something important. And make sure everyone brings an outfit. The voice on the other end quickly replies. Got it. We will be there on time, Lucia gasped, exclaiming, wait, Are you really asking people to stay over? And what is with the outfits? She breaks into a sweat, pointing in disbelief. Sure. I might have flirted with you, but you do not have to go this far. Last time. I was just trying to tease the old lady. Nan raises an eyebrow, cutting through the nonsense. You disguised yourself as a secretary last time. Who would even recognize you? Lucia, feeling bold, retorts, well, not many in the city can match my long legs. Fed up. Turns away. Enough already. Go deal with your herbs. Will you? She pouts behind him. After a moment, he picks up some papers. Nan focuses on the information. Analyzing. She has been trained in the assassin arts since childhood. Mastering this divine skill may suit her. But this technique requires her to face the great tribulation in the end. Will she be able to handle it? He sets the papers down and takes out his phone, thinking maybe he is overestimating her. How could Lucia reach that level? Elsewhere, the door to a room swings open. Hot air flooding out. Lucia just stepped out of the bathroom, looking incredibly relaxed. Nan remains focused on the papers, and approaches Lucia to announce. This technique. I am only passing it on to you. I hope you will cherish it. With a serious face. You instruct. First, I will open the spiritual gate for her. Time passes, as one focuses on teaching while the other listens intently. Taking notes, they both study tirelessly, and as the night fades, dawn breaks on the horizon. Mephinam seems unfazed, confidently shouldering his backpack, practicing slowly like he did back in school. A new day outside the school gates. Students chatter energetically, lining up to enter. You stand there, wide-eyed, taking in the scene, wondering why so many people are wearing headphones today. Mephinam looks up. A sign catches his eye, the security room. He smirks to himself, thinking, this is kinda interesting. Suddenly, a loud group appears in front, shouting, Kimochi, Goddess Yenthanti sings so well. No wonder she is my girl. With every few steps, you spot different groups cheering about the same thing. The song next Si Thikli Tamthen is already on the charts. It is so good. Mephinam realizes what is happening, slowly sits down, unzipping his backpack, thinking Yenthanti has shot to fame overnight. Out of nowhere, a classmate hands him one of their headphones, leaving Mephinam a bit stunned. Two beamed, waving hello. Mephinam. Have you heard Nuchi Sithwi Tamthathan yet? It is amazing. It is the hottest track right now. He smiles back, having heard it a couple of times before, and chats animatedly about how unexpectedly talented Yenthanti is. Guy nearby can contain his excitement, closing his eyes and exclaiming, right. I never knew our school's beauty was this talented. I'm slowly becoming a fan of Ian Hoko. He leans closer to Mephinam, whispering, aren't you friends with Yan Ho? I am super envious of your connection. If I could just get a photo with her, I would die happy. Mephinam chuckles softly, then turns his head slightly to respond. If the chance comes, I will introduce you guys. On a bright, clear morning, the air is fresh and calm. You are waiting in line at the school cafeteria when T. Kavadu joyfully runs up and exclaims, Mephinam, you are actually here to eat. That is a rare sight. She walks up to Mephinam, pointing behind him. By the way, I was thinking of inviting T. Ku to join us. Want to sit with us? Mephinam glances back to see T. Ku, looking downcast, resting her chin on her plate. Unresponsive, he stares at her for a moment, then gives a slight nod. Sure. Mephinam places his lunch tray in front of her and asks gently, aren't you going to eat? Don't you worry about making your grandpa anxious. He sits directly across from T. Ku, who stammers, unable to find her words. Mephinam. At that moment, Tuta walks over with her food, smiling warmly as she stands beside T. Ku. Look at you. Mephinam. It has been forever since I have seen T. Ku smile like this. She looks up shyly but quickly returns to her previous demeanor, her head hanging low, staring off into space. Mephinam quietly observed T. Ku's expression as he picked up a piece of food and listened to her talk. The card you gave me is enough for my expenses. If I still want to work at the cafe, I can keep it for when I need it. T. Ku's mood was down, but she forced a smile and said, I have not been to the cafe in days. They probably found someone to replace me. Mephinam lowered his arm, furrowing his brow, and asked gently, did you forget that I am the owner of that cafe? T. Ku jumped slightly, then hesitated, remembering, right. As long as you agree to take me back, I will definitely work. Mephinam's expression grew more serious. He looked at her and reassured, being busy is good. It keeps your mind from wandering. Of course. My cafe always welcomes you. He continued, if you have any classmates who want to earn some extra cash, you can bring them along. But make sure it does not affect your studies. The atmosphere had calmed down significantly, but he kept worrying. Also, there are too many memories of your grandpa at home. Maybe you should consider moving. I paused, her eyes wide, and she glared at Mekfi Nam, exclaiming, Mekfi Nam. He turned to her, his tone serious as he replied, what is done is done. You have got to keep living your best life. Seeing you like this is something nobody wants. Especially not your grandpa, Mekfi Nam said calmly. Looking at Tiku, his gaze steady, he added, if you do not have a place to stay for now, you can move in with me. I have plenty of rooms. Tiku was startled by Mekfi Nam's words, her face turning bright red as she stammered. With you. T could not contain her surprise and jumped up, gripping her chopsticks tightly. You can be serious about that. Mekfi Nam remained unfazed, picking up food with his chopsticks and said, it is up to you. I promised your grandpa I would take good care of you, and I always see you as my little sister. Tigam, still fixated on Mekfi Nam, raised her finger at him and said to Tiku, sister. So you will be calling him Mekfi Nam Big Bro from now on. Right. Tiku looked up, a little flustered. Mekfi Nam chuckled lightly and replied, come on, give it a try. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly bowed her head and quietly called, Mekfi Nam bit. Hearing Tiku's sweet call, Mekfi Nam could not help but smile with satisfaction, thinking to himself, I promise. I will take great care of Tiku. Just then, the wooden door of the house creaked shut. And suddenly, a knock sounded from outside. Moments later, the door slowly opened, and Ansang from outside seized the opportunity to step in. As soon as the door opened, they saw Sinesun and Zi Kulyun standing respectfully with their hands clasped, while Chevra and Liachev peeked in excitedly, shouting, Mekfi Nam opened the door to welcome everyone, and as he sensed the mood, he said, no need to be formal, come on in. Quickly, Mekfi Nam led everyone into the house, where they gathered around the sofa to chat, while he took a seat in his armchair and spoke up. Originally, it would be better to find your son this time, but seeing that you are getting up there in age, I wanted you to personally come here and try my excellent goods. Yu Yen was over the moon, grinning from ear to ear and shouting, Master Myax, calling this old Foji over here must mean something big is going on. Right. Mekfi Nam turned to the two of them, extending his hand towards them, saying, you have fought all your life. You must have taken your share of injuries. And Heng here has quite a few battle scars himself over the years. He then pulled out a handful of fresh leaves, holding them up high and wide, saying, I have a type of spirit-nurturing leaf here. Just one leaf and you will see the effects right away. Give it a try. Everyone, Yi En and Sin Hunzen curiously picked up a leaf to examine it. He gently rubbed his chin, quietly pondering, can eating a leaf really have any effect? Mekfi Nam's eyes sparkled with confidence as he looked at him and replied, just give it a go, and you will find out. Chuara held the leaf in his hand, sweat already pouring down his face as he hesitated and said, so I just eat it like this. Right. Efsing, sitting next to Chuara, did not hesitate and popped it straight into his mouth. Chuara's jaw dropped in shock. Did he really just eat it? He chewed on the leaf for a while before swallowing it down. After a long moment, Miss Fi seemed to sense something, sweat dripping down his face, his eyes going wide. Miss Fi was utterly amazed, raising both hands near his stomach, asking, what on earth is this leaf? Mekfi Nam slightly bowed his head and said, the effects have not fully kicked in yet. He continued explaining, this leaf holds a value comparable to elixirs in the world. In this realm, elixirs are what every cultivator uses to refine their bodies, and we all know it has many other benefits. The three of them, upon hearing this, took the leaf and ate it, each showing a hint of doubt about its effectiveness. After finishing, Ansina and Lu Tun were left speechless, their eyes going from wide open to pure astonishment for a few seconds. Lu Tun quickly asked him, is this the marrow-cleansing leaf? Mekfi Nam nodded, saying, pretty much. Ansina got up and said, this stuff is too powerful. I need to go take a shower. I feel like I am on fire all over. Lu Tun and Tigo Lai chimed in. I want to go too. Me too. An hour later, Lu Tun felt his muscles and asked, Metsi Trenet, what kind of fairy leaf is this? He excitedly described, I have shed a ton of impurities. I feel like I have turned back the clock a few years. My long-standing ailments have vanished, and even my vision has improved significantly. It is truly miraculous. Sinfeng raised his hand and said, I feel like I am back in my prime, ready to charge into battle. Chuara patted his stomach and nodded, saying, I think I have slimmed down quite a bit. Yue rubbed his head and chuckled. I feel a bit of itchiness on my scalp. I checked the mirror earlier, and it seems like my hair is starting to grow back. Xin Hung excitedly asked him, you are the biggest winner here. You have spent a fortune on hair over the past 2 years, have not you? Chuara chimed in with compliments. Yes indeed. I can see a few black hairs now. Congratulations. Atia Lini. Mimsefli shook his arms and said, Metsi Trenet. Who would have thought this magical leaf also has restorative powers? This is incredible. The folks outside are asking, how much of this herb do you have left? We are willing to pay top dollar to buy it. And the guy confidently points out that it is not just about boosting physical strength. The most important thing is restoring the essential nutrients that are lacking. Consuming one leaf of this miraculous herb will completely replenish your body in every way. A curious voice pipes up, but, wise one, forgive my boldness, how long does this herb's effect last? You lean back in your chair, assuring him, don't worry, your hair is not going anywhere. This herb can restore everyone to their peak condition. For instance, your eyesight has improved, but if you overdo it, you might just end up needing glasses. Suddenly, the old master leans in more seriously and asks, how much of this herb do you currently have? You smile and reveal, of course I still have plenty. I can harvest 1,000 leaves every day. Uncle and the old master's eyes sparkled like stars, exclaiming, 1,000. That is a staggering amount. That means over 365,000 leaves a year. If we can sell this herb, we will make a fortune. Master Ma confirmed. Even if we sell each leaf for 50,000, there will be plenty of buyers. The old master interrupts him, saying, 50,000. That is a joke. You would need at least 200,000 to even think about buying one. Hearing this, he spins around and shouts, can it really sell for that much? He explains, that is just the starting price. If more people learn about it, it could sell for 500,000 or even 1,000,000 in some wealthy households. There will be plenty of buyers. The old master gets lost in his daydreams, rambling on. I used to be an old man with poor eyesight. Now I can see everything clearly. I would spend a few million just to buy this. It is a no-brainer for the wealthy. If it helps them regain their peak condition, they would pay 1 million or even 10 million without batting an eye. Dai Hu and Kenningshang are left speechless, imagining the massive profits if we sell a leaf for 100,000. That is over 36 billion a year, and this is just the preliminary plan. Uncle can hardly believe it as he counts on his fingers. Holy cow, that number is insane. Meanwhile, you silently observe them, thinking about the future, already making waves among these big players. Once this herb is sold, it will surely shake the whole Jiangnan province, then the entire country, and eventually the whole world. You grip the armrest, stand up slowly, and declare, this is a huge business opportunity. First, I will give each of you 100 leaves to take back and promote. But remember, you must use this herb continuously for 3 days. Otherwise, its potency will diminish. Dine Hu and the old master gasp. 100 leaves. You calmly walk towards the glass door, thinking you need to make a splash in Jiangnan first. Everything else will fall into place. For now, this is how we will proceed. Lao Tun watches as you gaze at the distant mountains. A warning bell rings in his heart. The celestial leaves have appeared. Senzo is about to transform, and Manam sends the electric tiger and Chu away. Inside his room, Manam stares intently at the 2 cracked coins, leaning against the bed. He thinks Senza needs to find some materials to forge a new magical weapon. Manam sits up straight, entering a meditative state. He is currently at the realm of practicing magic. He is very close to a breakthrough. But because of that dragon embryo, his cultivation has taken a hit. He thinks hard. His cultivation now not only needs to satisfy himself, but also has to provide for this dragon embryo. Is this a blessing or a curse? The next morning, Manam is already close to the school gate. A girl's voice suddenly calls out, stopping him in his tracks. Manam. Wait. He halts and turns back. Manam looks straight at Wudong, who stands confidently, and asks, what is it? She quickly grabs his wrist, pulling him along. Come with me. I need to talk to you. In the garden behind the teaching building, Wudong pushes Manam against a tree, surprising him. Then she just goes silent, the air thick with tension as their eyes meet. Manam furrows his brow, confused. Moving houses. The place I am living now is already very close to school. No need to move. Wudong shoots back. Your current place belongs to someone else. You are just squatting there, living under someone else's thumb, always looking at other people's faces. Can you really be happy living like this? He brushes her hand away, meeting her serious gaze. Since when did I have to live like a beggar? Furious, Wudong pointed at Nam's face and said, isn't it obvious? I have talked it over with Zhang Xiao and San San. And now I have a question for you. Did you buy that villa by the lake? Nam replied flatly. I saved someone's life, and they gifted me that villa. He thought to himself, this is Tai Tianjia's reputation. I can't just blurt anything out. She lost it and shouted in his face. Saved someone. And you still think you can fool me? They gave you a villa worth billions. You are really disappointing me. Nam did not care about Wudong and turned to walk away. Believe it or not, it is up to you. She would not let up, still yelling from behind. If you claim that villa's yours, should not your name be on the deed? Why are not you saying it right? You think living in that villa makes you special. You are young and do not even value yourself. How will you deal with people in the future? The people around see you as just a toy. Do you really think that gives you a ticket to the high society? Wake up, man. Nam frowned, annoyed by her nagging. Linvu, you do not need to worry about my business. She rushed over, tugging at his sleeve, acting like she is the best person in the world while trying to put him down. I am looking out for you. Do you realize that what you are doing is just self-sabotage? I know you always want to compare yourself to the elite, even to that Zhang Xiao. But have you thought about who they really are? You can compare yourself to them. You are just hanging on to others. Do not you feel tired living like this? Nam forcefully yanked his arm away from Wudong's grip. Zhang Xiao and the others are not even in my league. The air around him dropped, a chilling aura enveloping his whole being. And out of respect for Da Man, I am still holding back. But if they dare spread any false rumors, I will make sure they vanish for good. With that, he walked off powerfully, leaving Wudong shouting after him. You have gotten used to being a rogue, have not you? What is the point of those threats? Can you mature a little? Those words made Nam halt in his tracks. He spoke in a deadpan voice. You have said a lot, and finally got one thing right. Nam looked at Wudong with tears in his eyes. In the end, we are from two different worlds. She stared at him in shock. When the school bell rang, students gathered in the hallway, chattering away. Thantai's here. The beauty queen has arrived. Thantai, as stunning as a flower, drew everyone's attention. Nguyen looked at her with a smile. Thantai, who are you looking for? I have heard your song Hai Thicky Tam Thin. It is pretty good. Thanti politely replied. Thank you, teacher. I am here looking for Nam. Nguyen grinned, her eyes squinting with mischief. Looks like Nam has been getting a lot of love lately. Even the beauty queen is here for him. You two take your time chatting. Nam stood up from his desk and said, a superstar is here to see me. This is truly an honor. Thantai blushed a little, crossing her arms and replied, if you are not looking for me, then I have to come find you. This time, it is important. Let us talk on the rooftop. Once they reached the rooftop, Thanti said, the song you wrote is amazing. Golden hair flowed in the wind as she continued. The company wants to buy your song for 50 million. It might even be hotter later on. 50 million to buy the song outright. That seems a bit low. Do not you think? Mephnam softly replied, it is up to you. I just have one request. The song I write must be sung by you. Thanti stood across from Mufsinam. Her cheeks lightly flushed as she shyly said, got it. As long as it is your song, I will definitely sing it. Suddenly, the small device in his pocket began to vibrate, quickly grabbing Mfsnam's attention as he bent down to look. This little thing is ringing. It is the magic sound of the subtle water's 3,000 interactions with the fragments of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Excitedly, he rushed to grab Thantai's hand, his face lighting up with joy and eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Thantai, you really are my lucky star. While he appeared cheerful on the outside, Nam was already plotting in his mind. Looks like leveraging the mystical eye, and the magic sound is going to work. She smiled gently, her gaze shyly drifting up to him as she teasingly remarked, you are so pumped up, are not you? Nam stepped closer, grinning as he turned to Thantai. This is definitely worth celebrating. So I will head out first. She quickly turned away, glancing elsewhere, potting slightly as she mumbled, whenever it is about serious business, you just want to leave. If you want to go, then go. I will just stay here by myself. Afterwards, Thantai lowered her head, reaching up to lightly touch the small bell on her collar. Lost in thought about Nam. It has been so many days since we last met. Do not you have anything to say to me? I have so much to share with you. She picked up the small bell, continuously fiddling with it as she earnestly reminded. Remember to study hard, into a music school, and then show off your talent in music composition. Thantai was so nervous that she tightened her grip on the object in her hand, her voice trembling as she stuttered. I am serious. I have already signed a contract with the company, so you need to put in some effort. Okay. My dad, grandpa, and even grandma all really like you. She lost her composure, looking down with an anxious expression, and urgently stated, in short, you absolutely must not be lazy. You need to work hard. Got it. But after talking for a bit and still not getting a response from the guy, Thantai turned around, annoyed, saying, "Fake wooden head. Are you even listening?" As she turned, she only saw Lily standing there frozen, shocked. Thantai looked around. Where's that guy? Where did he go? Lily hesitated, her eyes on Thantai, clenching her fists and softly murmuring, he has been gone for a while. Why are you standing here talking to yourself? Thantai felt a lump in her throat. Her face flushed with anger, puffing her cheeks up to the sky. That guy. Seriously. I am done caring about him. Meanwhile, in a small room at school, a serious voice echoed from inside the teacher's office. Mefi Nam. You have not been to school in a few days. Are you caught up in something? Nguyen sat up straight, legs crossed, staring at him, and raised her hand. Do you still want to apply for college? Is there something stopping you from doing it tomorrow? Tomorrow's the weekend. So you are really planning to skip out this afternoon too? Maxinam stood still not far away, hands clasped, rubbing them gently as he said, Teacher, I really have something urgent. It has to be this afternoon. Can't you see my recent grades have improved? Nguyen lightly closed her eyes, coolly responding, improved a little. So what is the big deal? Her gaze shifted slightly with worry, remembering Mefe Nam's exam papers and thinking, this guy's grades are a far cry from a real improvement, so it is more like a miracle. Hitting the cutoff score every time. Not 1 point more. Not 1 point less. Frustrated with his stubbornness, Nguyen did not dare say much more. She sighed softly and said, if you promise to get a perfect score on the next exam, I might let you off this afternoon. But remember, this is about college. Before Nguyen could finish her instructions, Maxi Nam quickly replied and bolted out of the room. Yeah, sure. As she watched his figure dash away like a rocket, she shouted in irritation, you little brat. I was not done talking. Maxi Nam soon returned to his empty, quiet room, sat upright on the couch, fingers intertwined, his expression strained as he murmured, Heavenly Eye. Void lost. Suddenly, a tiny figure and a golden bell appeared right before Mefi Nam, and he froze, a bead of sweat trickling down as he stared in silence. Without hesitation, Mefi Nam reached out and lightly flicked the bell hovering in the air. He concentrated hard, images slowly forming in his mind, biting his lip and counting silently, to the EC, 200 steps, 300 steps. Yet it feels so far away. Finally found the image he was looking for. Nam slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy and struggling to think. But no matter how far it was, he had to get it. But who was that familiar face out on the sea? As he pondered, the vibrant image of Hung Ni flashed in his mind, and he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, that is right. Hung Yingui. The next morning came quickly, and he drove to pick up Nam. Hung Yuni cheerfully glanced over at him and said, Boss Mac, I am not just saying this, but you have really picked the right person this time. Just bring me along, and you won't need to worry about a thing. I have got everything sorted out. Nam smiled back politely, saying, thank you. The car sped along the road, and on the other side, the blue sea gradually came into view. At this moment, his face showed a hint of worry. He looked straight ahead while driving and asked, Boss, how much cash are you carrying? Hung Yini answered, about 10,000 yuan. Well, it turned out that behind their car, a strange vehicle had been tailing them. He glanced in the rearview mirror and thought, you only brought 10,000 yuan. So why are people following us? The white car continued to pursue them relentlessly. After observing it for a while, Eng said, there are 2 white bumos following us since we left the villa. They probably want to trail us to the port. Nam did not react much. He silently turned to look back. The sky was crystal clear, and a large yacht lay anchored on the surface of the sea. With many cars parked nearby on the ground, the 2 quickly got out of the car. He cheerfully guided Nam, saying, Boss, we have arrived. Nam scanned the surroundings and then took out a small golden bell from his pocket, holding it up to his ear and shaking it gently, thinking, the direction is definitely right. Suddenly, Hung Yini stood in front of Nam, pointing behind him, his face slightly flushed with excitement as he shouted, Boss, the person following us is actually a beautiful girl. She does not look half bad. Lang Hoen stepped out of the car, standing in front of the vehicle, holding a stack of documents, her sunglasses perched high on her nose. Hung Yin leaned closer to him, whispering conspiratorially, with looks like that, she can't be some kind of spy. Right. Nam shot him a confused glance, cutting him off. What kind of logic is that? Just then, the loudspeaker on the ship blared. Attention. Passengers. You may board the ship now. He walked onto the ship at a leisurely pace, glancing back outside as he said. Yoongi stood at the bottom of the gangway, extending his hand and saying gently, all right then, boss. You go ahead. I will follow. Under the clear blue sky, with wispy clouds drifting by, the pristine white ship was quietly anchored at the tranquil port. Nam and Hung Yi walked up onto the ship, with him cheerfully introducing everything to Nam. This magnificent ship is one of the overseas vessels of Old Man Yu. On the surface, it serves to cater to tourists. But inside, it is actually meant for transporting goods. There are also some stars on board. Suddenly, Hung Yi stopped, leaned closer to him, and whispered, he used to be a pirate. He has some connections and can get us some treasures. Boss, if we have time, Should we go check it out? What do you think? Nam shoved his hands in his pockets, casually responding as he walked behind. That is fine. It seems like the train will take a while to arrive. He hurriedly pointed in one direction, urging the boss to lead the way over here. Moments later, the two stepped inside the grand ship, Nun walking beside Nam as he enthusiastically pointed out everything. This Hyokwang ship has 4 levels in total. The top level is the observation deck, the second level is the dining area, and the 4th level is where the cargo is stored. We are currently on the 3rd level. Over here is the casino, and on the other side is the shopping area. You can't believe it. There is even a casino. Nam scanned the area, and suddenly it was as if he spotted someone, causing him to freeze. It is her. Not far from his sight, Long Hyen sat with her legs crossed, exuding charm, as he quickly responded to Nam's question. That is right. The casino is one of the lucrative businesses for the old man. Boss, are we here to play, or are we going straight to get the treasure? Without hesitation, Nam and Hung Nof quickly turned and left. Nam coolly replied in a disinterested tone, I am not interested in the gambling tables. Seeing this, hurriedly led Nam to another area, bringing him to a door and saying, Boss, this is the treasure sales area. Outside the door stood a guard, keeping watch. He pointed inside, announcing that to enter, you need to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan for an entry card. Then, Unhono reached into his pants, trying to find something. Just a moment. I remember, it is in here. Quickly pulled out a stack of cash he had hidden, and the guard could not help but gawk. Eyes wide in disbelief found it. The guard was sweating, staring intently at the smelly stack of cash as Nun proudly presented the money. Here it is, no matter what. The guard had to accept the money. He begrudgingly took it with 2 fingers, waving it angrily at the two of them. Well, it is not that bad here. Right. Inside, an ancient space unfolded. A quiet atmosphere with only a few tourists lingering. Nam slowly stepped inside, his brow furrowing as he took in the surroundings. His gaze landed on 3 terracotta statues, and he excitedly said, these carvings are not half bad. The man standing there nervously rubbed the back of his head, glancing over and reminding him, Boss, do you like warrior statues? Buying these will take a lot of effort to haul back. The statue shop owner, not far away, waved at them, calling out, Hey you. Come here. How much for those 3 junky statues? The owner turned at the call, then cheerfully clasped his hands together, exclaiming, You two really have an eye for goods. These 3 statues are from a wealthy family that just sent them for sale yesterday. However, you have to buy all 3. I want to sell them separately. Nam stood before the statue shop owner and asked seriously, What is the deal? Without hesitation, the owner held up 3 fingers, his face calm as he smiled and said effortlessly, I feel a connection with you guys. Normally, each statue is 1.2 million, but since I am willing to take a loss, each statue is now 1.1 million. So for all 3, it is 3.3 million. Hearing this, Nam could not help but exclaim loudly, 3.3 million. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Nam casually reached into his pocket, light as a feather. All right, I will buy them. But help me find 2 guys to carry them to my room. The statue shop owner could not hide his satisfied grin as his cheeks flushed with joy, saying, No problem. No problem. I will personally deliver the goods to your room. Meanwhile, Nam pulled out a card from his pocket and swiped it confidently at the register. Just as the 3 were finalizing the transaction, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Boss. Tiu hurriedly rushed inside with his subordinate, panting heavily as he struggled to speak. Lucky us, we are still here, boss. We can't sell those 3 statues anymore. The statue shop owner pointed at the 3 statues with a confused look, turning to Tiu and saying, What do you mean you can't sell them anymore? I have already sold these statues. Hearing this, Tiu could not contain his anger, clenching his fists and shouting, I have had these on display for over a month. You can't just sell them now. If I say I do not want to sell them anymore, you casually claim they have been sold. What are you playing at? Are you joking with me? He gestured towards Nam anxiously, saying, I really did sell them. Just sold them to these 2 customers. And I have already received full payment. You ignored the 2 and turned away, arrogantly pointing at himself. Then give me back my money, and we will take our stuff. Tonyan, standing behind, was getting annoyed with how Tiu talked, unable to hold back his fury as he shouted, Damn it, my boss already paid for these, so they belong to us. Taiyu was not backing down either, clenching his fists and shouting, That fat jerk must be asking for trouble. I said I am not selling, so I am not selling. I am the rightful owner of those 3 statues. Do you really want to see what happens when you keep running your mouth? With neither side willing to back down, the tension heated up. Seeing things getting out of hand, the statue shop owner rushed to stand between them, trying to mediate. Hey Tiu. Hey fatty. Calm down. This is my shop. If you fight, no one will come out of this unscathed. He quickly approached Taiyu, trying to calm him down with a restrained expression. Look, Taiyu. We are in the business together. We have to follow the rules. I've already sold this stuff. As I said from the start, I will give you your money. Is that okay? Taiyu's face darkened upon hearing that. He rolled up his sleeves, his expression fierce as he threatened the shop owner. So you think I do not know the rules? Do you want me to teach you what the real rules are? The shop owner, trembling in fear, quickly replied. Taiyu, I will add an extra 50,000 for each statue. Will that work? Taiyu was furious, shouting at the statue shop owner. Who cares about your 1.2 million? I just want my stuff back. Missy Nam and Hung Nine, standing nearby, squinted at him, thinking, so those 3 statues sold for 1.2 million. And this owner is selling each for 1 million. What a scam. By now, the statue shop owner was done being accommodating, gritting his teeth and saying, Taiyu, if you keep this up, I won't be nice anymore. You figure it out. I can't just return the money. Hearing that, Taiyu glanced back with a chilling tone that made both of them shiver. If you do not want to return the money, fine. I will just take out these 2 guys. If you dare mess with my business, I will take care of it right here, and throw their bodies in the sea for the fish. You tilted your head slightly, your calm yet intense gaze fixed straight ahead as you spoke. Boss, you have already got your money. If I do not get my stuff, well, I will just have to wreck this place. Frustrated, he jumped right at the man, Taiyun raising his hand, ready to strike, exclaiming, you little punk, who do you think you are? But before he could act, the man's arm shot out, grabbing him. Nung Hei's face darkened as Taiyu Fian was tightly held by the wrist, being relentlessly insulted. You fat bastard. Let go. Before he could finish his rant, Nun countered, driving his fist into Taiyu face, sending him flying, with a fierce scowl and a menacing glare. He declared, Kid, today this fat man is going to teach you a lesson about respect. Taiyu landed awkwardly, but he quickly pointed at Eving Nin, barking orders to his lackeys. What are you standing around for? Go on, take him down. Nun stood still, watching as the trio charged at him to attack. Nun was not backing down against those guys. He clenched his fists together and charged straight at them, sending them flying like ragdolls. The 2 sides kept clashing, with the shop owner nervously shouting, Stop fighting. Please. Do not destroy my store. Taiyu Seiyan, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and lunged forward. You fat bastard. Taste my fist. As he came at Hung Nine, the man gracefully dodged with a smirk, leaving Taiyu swinging at air in disbelief. What the hell is this? Taiyu froze for a moment. But it was the perfect chance for Hung Nun to throw a powerful punch, sending him staggering back with a mocking, haven't even had your dinner yet. Ah. Blood began to trickle from Taiyu nose as he clutched it, straightening up while cursing under his breath. Suddenly, Taiyu expression darkened, his eyes wide as he pulled out an electric taser. Roaring, you made me do this. Now Hung Yan felt a chill run down his spine, panicking and looking around, stuttering. Kid, do not do anything stupid, boss. They have got some serious firepower. It is time for you to step up. Mephi Nam, who had been silent behind the scenes, finally spoke up, holding a small gem and stepping forward, asking, do you know about the intent fist? Yin looked at him, confused, replying, nope. Hearing this, Mephi Nam was taken aback and then pointed the taser directly at him, saying, if you do not know, let me show you. Mephi Nam closed his eyes for a moment, lowering his head and mumbling just loud enough to hear. No need. It is better if I teach him myself. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his serious gaze fixed on the glowing gem he held up high. Taiyu charged toward the 2 with fervor, and Mephi Nam wasted no time, throwing the gem straight at him. The force was tremendous, smashing the gem against the wall, causing it to shatter. Taiyu stopped in shock, staring wide-eyed. Without his weapon, he started to look desperate, fear creeping into his eyes as he gazed up at the towering shadow before him. Clenching his fists, he prepared to attack, lunging at Taiyu and calmly stating, the intent fist is about channeling your will into your strikes, adjusting them as you see fit. Taiyu had no chance to counter. His body could not evade Mephi Nam's relentless punches, leaving him badly hurt. Acting as quickly as he could, Mephi Nam firmly grabbed Haisun Fin's wrist, yanking it back. Next, Nam used a powerful force to slam him down, causing Taiyu to cry out in pain. Despite his innocent appearance, he held tightly onto the guy's wrist, looking over at Hung Nai who was watching and asked, is this what you meant by the art of combat? Have you learned it yet? The guy gently raised his hand to stroke his chin, clearly focused, but replied, not yet. The boss is just too fast. Hearing this, Nam continued to lift Tucan's arm, his voice soft and caring as he said, "Then let us do it one more time." Tucan's face turned pale, trembling with fear as he stammered, "Hurry. Get me out of here." Ignoring his pleas, Nam unleashed a flurry of blows on him. Tucan was beaten to the point of confusion. Lying unconscious on the ground with a swollen face, Nam let him go, clapped his hands together, and looked over at Hung Hai, asking, "Did you get it this time?" Tucan kept getting back up to fight. He threw Tucan away with force. The guy looked battered and bruised, floating in the air, terrified and unresponsive.
Bro.
Tucan was thrown so far he crashed into a door. Nam calmly turned to Hung Hai and asked, "Did you learn it this time?" He took out a pen and paper to jot down notes, then paused to rub his chin and replied, "Not yet. Let us go again." Right after that, Hung Hai shot a sly grin at the guy, and he, fuming, could not hold back his anger. "You fat bastard. I am almost done learning. And you still have not learned a thing." He clenched his fists, eyes blazing with determination, saying, "Learning is great. Let us do it one more time." Guy, terrified, crawled back to Nam's feet, hugging them and pleading through tears,
"Bro.
Please stop. I was wrong." Nam ignored Tucan's words and continued to torment him, while people outside could hear the terrifying sounds coming from within and quickly backed away. After a long while, Tucan lay there, motionless and heavily injured. Hung Hai stood next to Nam, hands on his hips, cheerfully saying, "Boss, I think I am learning pretty well." Nam stood upright with his hands in his pockets, his intense gaze piercing through the group of subordinates nearby. "Why are you still here? Get lost." The subordinates, frightened by his aura, hurriedly dragged Tucan out. The shop owner at that moment clasped his hands together, rushing to Nam with a panicked voice. "Your skills are extraordinary. The statues are here. We need to call some workers to bring them to the back room." Suddenly, Toon moved in close to the shop owner, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder, causing the owner to jump in surprise. Hung Hai's face was all scrunched up, his hand squeezing tightly on the guy's shoulder. "Then I will be a bother." "Boss," the statue shop owner shouted in pain. "Please. Let go." He pulled the guy back, bringing up the earlier conversation, suggesting, "You owe us over $1 million. How do we settle this?" The shop owner's mood darkened. The guy, struggling to breathe, quickly replied, "I have got 30,000 coins here for the casino. I hope you win big. A little while from now, you will take home winnings over 3 million. Nam did not pay much mind as he walked ahead, and Hung Ni quickly followed suit. Before leaving, he could not help but glance back in warning. "Today I will let you off. But make sure to get those 3 statues back to our room." The deeper they ventured inside, the more crowded it became, and he walked calmly, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, a little boy was hiding behind a painting, peeking at the two. As the moment approached when Nam was coming closer, the boy suddenly darted out and crashed right into him, causing Hung Hai beside him to shout,
"Hey, kid.
Watch out." Seizing the opportunity to brush against him, the boy stealthily reached into Nam's jacket pocket. Though he moved as quickly as he could, he did not manage to pull his hand back in time. Nam had a tight grip on the boy's hand. Nam lifted the little boy's hand. Staring intensely, the boy trembled in fear at the sight of Nam's expression. Unable to hold back his tears, he cried out, "Come save me." Hearing the boy's cries, Tukwai rushed out from the crowd, yelling, "Little boy." The child wriggled his hand free from Nam and dashed towards her, hugging Tukwai around the waist while sobbing. Seeing her child like this, Tukwai could not help but glare at Nam, her voice dripping with scorn. "Kids running around is normal. Don't you know to give them some space? What if my little boy gets hurt? Don't you have any shame?" Nam calmly looked back at Tukwai, his tone steady but restrained. "From what I hear, he bumped into me and tried to swipe my phone. Am I supposed to be at fault here?" Hung Hai, standing beside him, exploded in anger. "So he is a little thief. How dare he try to steal from my boss? Is he looking to get himself killed?" Tukwai quickly hugged her child closer, unafraid, and shouted, "Are you even men? How can you just blame a child? He is just a kid who does not know any better. Are you trying to trick me?" Not a chance. Not giving them a chance to respond, Tukwai hurriedly took the boy by the hand and melted back into the crowd. Still grumbling, "Running into people like you is seriously bad luck. Come on, little one. Stay away from people like this. They will drag you down." He stood there, unable to contain the boiling anger within him, clenching his fists. Teeth gritted, this woman really has no shame, refusing to admit her child's mistake and flipping the script. "People like her should just disappear from my life." He sighed, thinking, in this world, there really are all kinds of people. They did not want to linger longer, quickly heading back to their room. Before long, The 3 statues were brought in, with the staff carefully carrying them inside. Boss, your items have arrived, Hung Hai directed. Get them all inside. Carefully. After a little while, the statues were set down in the room, gleaming and magnificent. Standing side by side, his curious gaze fell on the 3 statues, pointing as he asked, Boss, did you buy these to study ancient artifacts or to explore the art of the human body? He sat with his arms crossed on the chair, his eyes fixed intently on the objects on the table. Replying, these statues contain something very powerful. His eyes lit up like headlights as he bent down to take a closer look, exclaiming, there is something inside. Should I smash it open with a hammer? The man stood up straight, looked him in the eye, and said, no need. After staring for a long time, the boy's expression darkened as he raised his hand, his gaze menacing, ready to strike. The scene shifted to the same spot on the ship, but with a different turn of events. Xiao Kan stumbled back into the room, battered and bruised, struggling to find the right words.
Me.
Hong Yu, I wanted to bring you those 3 statues, but some punk snatched them away. Now he has taken all 3 to another room. What should we do? Hong Yu lounged back on the sofa, arms crossed and legs crossed, looking bored as he commanded. What? Where are they? Let us go find him. Xiao Kan quickly moved aside, pointing to guide him. I have already got the room number for that brat. Follow me. Hong Yu. Without hesitation, Hong Yu shot up and followed Xiao Kan, who walked closely beside him and asked, aren't you bringing any bodyguards with you? Hong Yu looked down his nose at him, confidently popping a bubble with his gum as he replied, I just want to see how much the other side is flaunting. It is not like I am going to kill anyone. Hearing this, Xiao Kan felt a chill run down his spine, stealing a glance back nervously, thinking to himself, Hong Yu thrived on the thrill of hunting his prey, even using people as game before. He hoped that nothing would go wrong in a bit. Before long, Xiao Kan led Hong Yu to the door of Monan's room. Excitedly gesturing, here it is. Hong Yu, without hesitation, he kicked the door open, still blowing bubbles with an air of arrogance. Hong Yu's temper flared, his keen gaze piercing into the room. Just then, as Xiao Kan lowered his hand, he accidentally smashed a stone statue. The statue shattered, sending pieces flying, leaving him stunned. The 2 people inside the room finally noticed Hong Yu's presence. The huge stone statue, which looked delicate, lay in shattered pieces strewn all over the floor. He stood there frozen, his mouth agape as if a balloon had popped. Xiao Kan's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The 2 of them eyed them warily, and Hang Nun, furious at being interrupted, shouted, what is going on? Are you here to cause trouble? Hong Yu, drenched in sweat from anxiety, wrapped his arm around Xiao Kan's neck and said, you sure know how to joke, with our status? How could we possibly be here to stir up trouble? He put on a forced grin, trying to play along. Yeah. We just wanted to ask a little about today's special, the caviar platter for only 888 yuan. You guys interested? Hung Hai was momentarily stunned by their offer, drool escaping his mouth as he exclaimed, I want to taste that too, but 888 yuan is way too expensive. If you could sell it for 88.8 yuan, maybe a buy one get one deal would work. But they slowly backed away from the door, and Hong Yu hesitated to respond. Xiao Kan immediately waved his hand dismissively. This is made by Michelin chefs at a 5-star restaurant. 88.8 yuan would not even cover the ingredients. If that is the case, we won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. The 2 of them scurried away, desperately trying to maintain their composure as they hurried off like a gust of wind. The 2 of them quickly found themselves at the door, struggling to catch their breath. His face turned pale, and his mood sank as he muttered, this is too dangerous. I can't believe just one strike shattered that stone statue. This is the power of a true martial artist. Right after that, Ong Vu, furious, turned around with a fiery glare, nearly losing it because of that little punk. Today, he felt utterly humiliated. The kid was sweating bullets. Nervously stammering, I had no idea he was that strong. Luckily, that fat guy believed what we said. After calming him down, he spoke up, his expression more composed and curious. That is right. Why do not we let those 12 guys do the dirty work for us? With a skilled fighter on guard, it will be way safer. Hong Vu recalled the 2 figures and thought carefully.
Yep.
We have invited 2 masters wholeheartedly, but adding 1 more means more strength. That is not a bad idea. After some analysis, Hong Vu came to a conclusion, grinning as he raised his fist to the sky, shouting, all right then, let us go invite him to join us on this hunt for wild beasts. Meanwhile, the guy on the side was still smashing those stone statues, bits and pieces scattering all over the floor. Ung Yin stared in disbelief at an intact statue, gesturing with his hand as he exclaimed, dude, these 3 statues you smashed are completely wrecked. If there is no diamond inside, we are in big trouble. Before he could say more, The guy slammed his hand down on the statue, shattering it, making Hung Nuff quickly retract his hand in shock. The statue broke apart, revealing something inside, and both of them peered in with wide eyes. Ahone jumped back slightly, gasping. There is another statue and they're radiating a purple energy.
Hey.
Look at that. What is it? Excitement lit up his face as the guy picked it up for a closer look. Explaining. These 3 stone statues must be ancient, crafted by artisans using clay. The strange statue was firmly in his hands as he imagined it nestled inside another statue, absorbing power and spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. The clay inside had transformed into this mysterious figure, much like those legendary beings who gradually take human form. The presence inside this stone statue proved it had absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up, unable to hold back his excitement, drooling as he asked, "So how much can we sell this for?" The guy scrutinized it closely, gently stroking his chin and replying, "Even if we tried selling it, no one would buy it. Even if I wanted to use it, you would need to carefully carve it out." Suddenly, from outside the door, Titiyunan walked in carrying a tray of food. Hongvu poked his head in, forcing a smile as he said, "Hey there, friends. Nice to see you again." They slowly approached, Hongvu rubbing his hands together, trying to appear friendly despite his worry. "We just brought some food for you too. Can we chat for a bit?" He placed the tray of food in front of Mving Yun, who glanced inside and then looked up, saying, "Are you trying to poison us?" Hearing this, Hongvu felt a pang of guilt, quickly raising his hands to deny it. "Come on, buddy. We would never. Helping someone is not a crime." Ainun Yet stood up straight, rubbing his chin with one hand while pointing at the other two. Squinting in thought, "It is not poison. Right? Could it be expired food? They want us to get stomach hatches, then sneak off with the toilet paper." At that moment, Nam stepped in front of Hungvian, pushing him back cautiously while furrowing his brow, bluntly stating the intentions of those people. Hungvei hurriedly searched for a reason to explain, imagining a giant monster and nervously saying, "We are setting sail this time. The truth is, we want to hunt a massive sea beast. This creature is incredibly powerful, and I am afraid the people I have chosen to join us might not be enough." Hung Vi, scared he might get exposed, kept sweating, rubbing his hands together and saying, "I want to invite you two to be part of my team. I will pay handsomely for your assistance." Ung Tonyan, standing there with his hand out, casually asked, "How much? Let us hear your offer first, so we can consider." Hearing this, he quickly raised 3 fingers, a delighted expression on his face, and exclaimed, "As long as you follow my orders and keep me safe for just a few days, each of you will get 300,000 yuan. Mephi Nam, silently listening from the side, then glanced away, thinking, money is not a big deal for me, but this hunt is something I need to take seriously. Mexi Nam did not want to overthink it. He pushed against Hung Vi and firmly replied, "We are not interested, so please leave." Hung Vi immediately sensed something was off, desperately trying to persuade Mexi Nam. "The price is not right. I can offer more an extra 50,000 yuan each day." Without waiting for Hung Vi to go on, Mexi Nam calmly turned away and stated, "It is not about the money. We just do not have the time." At that moment, Hung Vi lost his initial smile, beads of sweat forming as he hurriedly said, "Think it over a bit more. No need to rush into a refusal." Hung Vi replied, slowly motioning for the other two to leave the room. "I have already said we are not interested. We are really not interested. Are you still here waiting for an invitation to dinner or something?" Hung Vi, unable to hold back anymore, scowled and snapped, "I have revealed the significant reason behind this voyage. Am I being polite to you? You think I am scared of you? You either join us or else." He stepped closer to Hung Vi, his demeanor intimidating as he asked, "You are trying to force us to join your crew?" Hung Vi flinched at Mephi Nam's presence, quickly bolting towards the door, but not before poking his head back in, shouting, "You better watch out, I know your secret. Those who do not join are my enemies. Think carefully about that before boarding. I hope you can give me an answer that satisfies me." Ungwon gently raised his hand to his mouth, then leaned in closer to Mex Nam, whispering, "Boss, the Kun family in Hongbai is not to be underestimated, just like Inza. They plan their hunts carefully. This puts us at a disadvantage." Mepsi Nam paused for a moment, his gaze steady and reassuring as he said, "It is," but deep down, he was worried. Calculating, Leko. All these big families are not worth mentioning in front of me. After a moment of deep thought, Mac Nam pulled out his gear, melting it down and staring at it while mumbling to himself. But there is something even more important now. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he carefully lifted the statue, itching something onto it. Outside, the ship was still gliding slowly over the ocean, the dark sky enveloping everything. Time flew by quickly, and the night gradually faded away, revealing the first rays of a new day. Mac Nam maintained his focused demeanor, sitting quietly on the bed, doing something with the statue in his hands. Hung Guy had just woken up from a good sleep. It was the second day. 5 m. Van stretched his shoulders and looked over at him, saying, "Boss, it is tough being out at sea for the first time. Let us go up on deck and watch the sunrise. They say watching the sunrise over the ocean is breathtaking." Upon hearing this, Mac Nam nodded enthusiastically in agreement with Hung Yi's suggestion. Sure. Early morning. There is more spiritual energy over the sea. Meanwhile, Lang Hoyan was still wearing her sunglasses. But something caught her attention. Lang Hoyan quickly held up a bag of snacks, looking down at the little boy and asking, "What are you doing?" The boy, annoyed, reached out and shouted, "Give it to me." Not getting his way, he threw himself on the ground, rolling around and throwing a tantrum. "I want sweet potato chips." Tukwai stood behind the boy, hands on her hips, raising her voice. "If you want to eat, go ask your sister yourself." She ignored the two of them and leaned against the ship's railing, pulling out a piece of food from the bag and starting to eat. The boy tightly grasped Tukwai's hand, pointing at Lang Hoyan, demanding, "I want to eat sweet potato chips." Hearing this, she could not help but bend down, scolding him. "What are you eating this early? Sweet potato chips are not good for you." The deck was not exactly empty either. Many people were up early to catch a breeze. Mac Nam had already made his way up, his gaze fixated on her. She leaned against the railing, excitedly pointing out into the distance, exclaiming, "The sun is rising." It is. The sun was indeed starting to peek over the horizon, and everyone turned their attention to the sight, showering it with praises. Lang Hoyan blushed with joy at the scene, quickly pulling out her phone to capture the moment. The boy in the distance continued to stare at Lang Hoyan, but when Tukwai was not looking, he dashed off. The boy grinned mischievously, and then pushed her from behind with all his might. Lang Hoyan, caught off guard, had no time to react and fell straight into the ocean. Lang Hoyan raised her hand as if to grasp something, her small body plummeting rapidly downwards. Her glasses flew off, revealing her terrified eyes, thinking to herself, "Am I really gonna die like this?" Lang Hoyan looked around but could not see Mac Nam anywhere. "What should I do, boss?" Without hesitation, he jumped off the ship, letting his body fall freely. Mac Nam quickly closed the distance between them, and upon seeing him, Lang Hoyan felt a glimmer of hope. He reached out and firmly grasped one of her hands. He sat close to her, holding her hand tightly, urging, "Grab my hand. We are getting out of here." Mac Nam was right there with her, gripping her hand firmly. "One foot of mine is anchored somewhere on the ship. The two people below are hanging precariously, and Meki Nam is trying to hold on tight to her." Nanti T, terrified, clings tightly as she looks down, shouting loudly for everyone around to notice.
Hey.
"Someone help. Someone's fallen into the sea." No matter what, he has enough strength to pull Long Hein up in an instant. Mef Nam swiftly adjusted his position, one hand gripping the ship's railing while the other gently held her, whispering, "Got you." With a surge of strength, he hoisted Long Haven and began leaping upward, climbing higher and higher. Before long, he made it to the top, soaring up amidst the disbelief and amazement of onlookers. Then, he jumped over the railing, still cradling her tightly in his arms. Mfc Nam gently set Long Haven down on the ground, and everyone around swarmed in, showering him with praise. "Incredible. This young man is something else. A hero saving a damsel." He remained calm, furrowing his brow as he turned to Hung Under and asked, "Where are that mother and child?" He erupted in anger, fists clenched, grinding his teeth with a fierce glare. Those despicable scoundrels. Seeing the situation turn against them, they ran off. He vowed, "Just wait until I find their room. They will get a lesson they will never forget." Long Hauen continuously nodded, saying, "Thank you for saving me. My name is H. Lang Hein. If it were not for you, I would have been done for." Mevmev Nam softly introduced himself, pointing to the side. "I'm Ah Nam, and this is my friend, Ong No Hiu." He waved cheerfully. "Hey there. Beautiful. I ain't Nen." He turned coldly. "If there is nothing else, I am leaving. Just be more careful next time." "Wait," she called out urgently. Long Hyven twirled her hands, saying in a pitiful tone, "Can I come to your room to rest a bit? I am still really scared." Maxi Nam frowned, his tone serious. "No way. I can't let a stranger disrupt my training." She sweated and tried to come up with various excuses. "We really met before, right? You were in that villa by the lake. The first time we crossed paths back then. You were chasing a thief who got hit by a bamboo. The second time we met was at the entrance of that villa. We are neighbors." Mefnam was extremely cautious. "What a coincidence.
Ah.
What is your purpose for being on this ship?" Lung Hyman scratched her head, worried. "My job. I can't reveal too much. I am just here to invite someone back. That is all." Unhar rubbed his chin, showing his laziness, Recruitment is tough nowadays. The competition is fierce. Life is hard. Nam felt disgusted, thinking, this guy is hopeless. The sky today is crystal clear, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. Around 3 p.m. Their ship gradually approached the rocky shore. Nam's group stood close to the ship's edge, gazing out into the distance. They were heading toward an island, where they needed to switch to a small canoe. The boat kept rocking, making Nam ponder. The turbulence was too strong, revealing clues scattered around this island. Without hesitation, he declared, let us get on the boat. Anhanu trusted him completely. All right then, Hongvu walked ahead, leading the 2 masters as they made their way to the canoe. He pointed to the side with a smile, and the first master, with unwavering focus, invited them over. Lang Hoyan suddenly recognized something and exclaimed, Nam. Those 2 are exactly who our company wants to invite. I need to follow them. He furrowed his brow, trying to piece together the situation, realizing the 2 masters were here to eliminate sea beasts. Could there really be sea beasts here? Panic flickered in her eyes. She had to think of a way to get on the same ship with them. Nam made a request. They invited me before. Let us go together. Lang Hoyan's spirits soared. This is fantastic. Thank you. The figures of these 2 masters gave him an uneasy feeling. Their powers felt shrouded in mystery and even exuded a chilling aura. Yet, they were the strongest among those present. Tianyun stood there, arms folded, acting all high and mighty.
Good.
Looks like you are smart enough to get it. No need for us to lead you up the boat. Hurry up. His canoe had already started, urging Nam. Faster. Faster. Get on the boat. The island was not very big, but it was enveloped in vibrant greenery. The large ship was anchored not far from the island, with canoes lining up to head ashore. Someone presented a box before Thong Via, saying, Young master, your treasure has arrived. Inside was a gun along with ammunition and other gear, and he could not help but laugh heartily. The man next to him grinned widely. Flattering. I have heard our young master is one of the most renowned marksmen among the elite in Jiangbei province. Looks like we are in for a show of your shooting skills today. Titium Fen chimed in excitedly. We are heading out to hunt sea beasts. Without the shooting skills of our young master here, it is going to be incredibly tough. Of course. The 2 masters would also play a huge role in this operation. Netium scoffed, tears of laughter in his eyes. This toy of yours is just a bit faster than regular weapons. It might work on ordinary people, but it is nothing against us. Ong Vu, sweating, quickly clarified.
Yep.
Both masters are highly respected figures in Jiangbei province. Not many from Jiangnan and Jiangxi combined can stand up to them. Just a few words from him left Hongvu speechless. The world is vast, with talents rising up everywhere. Didn't Jiangnan recently have a famous figure known as Master Ma? The 2 of us are getting old and barely holding on to the top 3 spots in our provinces. Feigned enthusiasm. How could a Master Ma be a match for these seasoned veterans? This time, Lang Hoyan started calculating in his mind. There really is a Master Ma in Jiangnan. I need to report this to the organization. Maybe we can recruit him. The canoes gradually approached the sandy beach. This island was very close to international waters. There were a few families living on the island. First, we will land and stabilize our forces, then discuss the specific plan. The pristine white shoes gently touched the golden sand. Even a light touch carried significant inner strength. Nam lifted the bell, closed his eyes, and listened intently. It seemed they had arrived at the right place. You need to remember that the guys in the group are asking, "Hey, what about those 2? Hongvu scowls and yells. What is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? We have got 2 top-tier masters right here. Why would we need them tagging along? Nane intertwines his fingers and gently reminds. Hey, even without us, you could not invite those 2 losers to join. Seriously, I write. Nat Tam chimes in. We are here to face sea beasts, not to enjoy the scenic views. 2 suddenly strides over, raising 3 fingers dramatically. Hey, you 2. Each of you cough up $3,000 if you want to follow our brother here. If not, get lost. Hung Yini's face darkens.
Good.
Watch your mouth. Are you looking to get yourself into trouble? He crosses his arms smugly. 3 stone statues of mine. I have not even settled things with you yet. You think you can just defy me? This time, I have got way more people with me. Let us see if you dare to act tough in front of me. Hung Yini's eyes bulge with rage as he lunges forward to throw a punch. But I, Nam, quickly intervene. No need to say anything more. We are leaving. Uncle Ni and Zhang scoffs.
Good.
They are definitely not worth your time. Luckily, we do not have high hopes for them. You turn to walk away. Let us head into the village first. You suddenly ask a question that catches Lang Hyan off guard, and as she sees the crowd growing distant, confusion washes over her. She runs straight toward Nam. I am going with you too. The sky over the sea is always so blue. But a scream cuts through the tranquility. What? Staying at your place for a night costs $2,000. An uncle standing at the door shouts at Jiang. $2,000 per person. Pay if you are staying. Or scram. That is the going rate around here. And it gets even pricier the deeper you go into the village. Hung Yingui, fuming, yells from outside. $2,000. I could get a better place in the city for that. $6,000. I would rather throw my money into the sea than give it to you guys. Nam places a hand on the uncle's shoulder. Let us just check things out first. Suddenly, someone yells at them. You damn outsiders. You have trampled all over our vegetable patch. The woman screaming is Lei Thukwai, the village matriarch. Hung Noongi suddenly remembers something and shouts back. You. Lang Hoyan points at her, starting to criticize. Well, I was hoping to run into you. Didn't expect to see you here. I will settle the score with you later. Thukwai points at the ground beneath her, declaring, settle the score. Do I know you? It is you who should be settling things with me. At that moment, she realizes she has stepped into her vegetable garden. You have trampled my veggies, so get moving. Thukwai's eyes blaze with fury, preparing to unleash her wrath. You dare mess with me. You are young but have a heart as black as coal. I swear you are just a reincarnated devil, born to torment your parents. An uncle carrying a hoe steps. Maybe tone it down a bit. They did not mean to trample your vegetables. Demanding $2,000 from them, do not you think that is a bit much? Thukwai glares back, furious. How dare you defend those outsiders? After all the hardship I have endured, you do not feel any sympathy. So many have already died. Why do not you just go join them? The crowd was buzzing with chatter, speculating about that guy's sister-in-law. What a joke. She was gaping like a monster ready to swallow everyone whole, as if to say, do you all want to die today? Well then. Tonight I will tell my plants to stop watering. Let the ungrateful ones drown. The man did not want to cause a scene and quietly said, Evan Hai. Just give that lady 10,000 in compensation. On Hai pulled out a stack of cash, looking all high and mighty as she handed it to Tiu Kwao. Take it. She happily waved the money around, thinking this was decent enough to let everyone off the hook for today. Old Lao, eager to impress with his wine, enthusiastically spoke up. Hey folks, if you do not mind, why not come over to my place? Sound good? He started laying down the terms. Sure. I will still charge you, but it's just $100 each. Though, no hot water. Anyone interested in renting? The man did not hesitate and accepted right away. All right. It is scorching hot, so old Lo is just wearing a sleeveless shirt. Sure. You guys lost $10,000. But think of it as an investment for some peace and quiet. This whole family, from parents to kids, are the village's bullies. Her husband and wife duo control the clean water supply for our whole village. Whether we have water depends on their moods. He recounted the tale of that man who faced off against Long Haiyan. There was once a tourist here who clashed with her. And in the dead of night, they slipped poison into his room. While setting traps outside, that tourist nearly lost a leg. Mephi Nam noticed she was feeling off and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. What goes around comes around. The next day on the island, the weather was perfect, and the sky was crystal clear. Mephi Nam and his group headed to the beach, gazing out at the ocean's vastness. The boat was still making noise, but it bothered him strangely. Trung had always led them toward that island ahead. Spotting two speedboats zooming by, Mephi Nam grew curious. Are they heading to the opposite island? He quickly ordered, go find a boat. We need to get to that island. Hanai excitedly jumped to it. Got it. Let us row. A long-haired guy laughed wickedly. Don't worry. We have already set them up. When their boat sinks, all their stuff will belong to us. They will be so distracted. They won't even see it coming. Tourists can drop 2 million in a heartbeat. They must be loaded. The white-haired guy chimed in. You are right. Too smart. When the time comes, we will trap them. They are cowardly. Just show them a knife, and they will hand over their cash without a fight. She led the way to the speedboat. Follow them. The people on the speedboat suddenly panicked, screaming, our boat's leaking. What? Tu pulled up the silver sheet to see water rushing in. They were stunned. There was a hole that could only be drilled with an electric drill. At this moment, they realized they had been played. Oh no. Our boat has been drilled. Tu started frantically scooping water out. We have been set up. Hurry. Bail out the water. The boat's going down. While the people on the boat were struggling to scoop out water, another speedboat zipped by. Ung-ha waved at Hung Vi, grinning smugly, and said, Hey comrades. Looks like you are having a tough time. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Hung Vi, gun in hand, aimed at the south and shouted threateningly, That boat of yours, it is mine now. Jump into the water. Hurry up. Upon hearing this, the guy on the other side shot back. If you dare step on this boat, Even just a half step. You will be 6 feet under with nowhere to bury your body. Hung Via smirked confidently and said,
Good.
You are pretty cocky. Why did not you head over to Jiangbai and see for yourself? To cross me. Hung Via is to court your own demise. The old Taoist stood up to calm the situation. Don't panic. It is just a minor leak. He then pulled out a talisman and continued. It is too late to fix things when the boat's halfway down the river. That is advice for the average Joe. Step back a bit. Let me handle this. Men on the boat thought to themselves. This talisman really has some serious power. The old Taoist pinched the talisman between his fingers. Murmuring. Borrowing the power of the rain master. Seal the flow of water. And instantly, spiritual energy radiated from the talisman. He quickly pressed the talisman against the spot that was leaking. Immediately, the water there froze solid, preventing the seawater from flooding in any further. Everyone watched in awe, exclaiming, Oh my, he is freezing it too. Master, you truly are a master. Hung Vei laughed triumphantly. Thank goodness we have 2 masters on board. There is no way we can mess this up now. When it counts, we can always rely on these 2 masters. Tune chimed in. This kind of divine magic can only be performed by 2 immortals. I am genuinely impressed. Nani Tunium, leaning back with one hand raised, said loudly, There is no need to be surprised. This is just a simple trick of mine. He furrowed his brow, urging, All right, let us move to the shore quickly. We do not want any more weird incidents. Hung Vi, filled with excitement, yelled,
Yep.
As Mefji Nam's boat docked. The 3 of them hurriedly moved to survey the area. All 3 held their breath, listening intently. While Mefaf Nam brought a bell close to his ear to hear better, Hung Vei raised his gun high, aiming at the crowd, and shouted, Brothers, let the hunt begin. His expression had darkened, and he added, Go wild hunting. No need to hold back, even if you have to fly to the sky. Drop it on the ground or swim in the water. If you see it, shoot. We have more than enough ammo. The crew, fully equipped with guns, cheered along. Don't worry, boss. This is not our first rodeo. We are all pros here. The group swaggered into the forest, while Long Haiwen watched, feeling a bit uneasy. Her eyebrows knitted together. She thought, Oh no. Master Nut Tem and I lore. They are leaving. Wont looked at Long Haiwen suspiciously. Don't. Wait. Long Hein. Do you want to go with them? She casually replied. I just want to talk to those 2 masters. He pointed toward the south, boasting. Well, you could talk to my boss as well. My boss is Mafsi Chanan. My boss is way more formidable than those 2 old geezers. I bet you have heard of his legendary status. Long Haiyan frowned in confusion. Mafsi Chanan, an old man with white hair. How could he possibly be a high school student? Looking for those 2 old geezers was a huge mistake. Long Haiyan coldly turned away, saying, Got it. Got it. Her expression screamed disgust. That guy Hang Nun is in deep trouble. Comparing Meki Nam to those 2 masters. The group led by Tukwa had arrived, their faces revealing sly grins. From afar, Unlongyan recognized them as that scheming womanist crew. The tension was palpable. Those crafty folks from this area were up to no good. Judging by their looks, it was clear they were plotting to rob the 2 masters. Long Haiyan raised her voice in frustration, reminding them that with 2 masters here, those petty schemes were doomed to fail. Mephi Nam, distracted by other thoughts, urged, Come on, let us check it out. The 2 men flanked Lang Hain, and together, they ventured deeper into the woods. Mephi Nam's white shoes were already soaked as they stepped forward. In front of them lay a small pond, surrounded by mist and bubbles rising from the water. Long Hain hugged her shoulders, shivering. It is freezing. Ahun frowned and exclaimed, Boss, look over there. What is that? In the depths of the forest, a vast area of trees lay broken, their stumps still deeply rooted in the ground. Missy Nam surveyed the scene, and it looked like something enormous had crashed down. Lung Haiyan stood next to him, panic creeping in. It can really be a sea monster? Can it? Suddenly, a loud noise made them all jump. She clung to Mafaf Nam's arm, suggesting, Maybe we should head back. Leaves swirled around them, causing Long Haiyan to grip Mafaf Nam's arm tightly. The crowd was frantically running toward them, shouting, Help, run. Behind them, a thunderous sound grew louder, sending chills down their spines. Mepsi Nam's eyes darted toward the noise. Fragments of the Loxiao line Hai Bunen were dangerously close. Among the panicked crowd, it seemed a sea monster was chasing them. Suddenly, a flash whizzed past Mephi Nam's head. Could the fragments be on that sea beast? As they dashed through the forest, they glanced around in fear, yelling, Help, this is terrifying. Wait for me. What are you doing just standing there? Run. I have never seen a monster this huge. It is terrifying. Ung Hai was sweating, worriedly saying, Boss, this is not good. If everyone is running away, we have got trouble. Let us get out of here. Long Haiwen chimed in.
Yeah.
Let us find somewhere to hide first. Tatianan was helping Hung V Ava move step by step, urging, we need to go. A few people tried to stand their ground, continuously firing their guns without a clear target. Ni Ham was blazing ahead, shouting, get ready, burn it down. Neti Ho suddenly tripped and fell right under a giant foot. A colossal bird appeared, spreading its wings to assert dominance. Was massive, striking fear into everyone. It locked its gaze on those standing below. A Hung cowered behind Mafnam, gasping, oh my god, that thing is huge. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Methafinam could not believe that the so-called sea monster was just a giant bird. Hung Vi, undeterred by fear, readied her gun and aimed at the creature, shouting, move it. Tienan cried out, what the heck? Those bullets aimed at it are like mere mosquito bites. Even with them, they can't scratch its surface. Being hit only fuels its rage, and its eyes blaze red as it charges forward, mouth wide open to peck. The avian beast strikes down hard on the ground, sending shockwaves that knock people over in all directions. It relentlessly attacks, leaving everyone terrified and scrambling to escape. Nat Tam flies in with his sword drawn, but as it lunges, he deftly dodges upward. He pulls out a talisman from his robe, pinching a palm leaf between his fingers while muttering an incantation. Nat Tam places 2 fingers on the sword, drawing it down, and flames engulf the blade. He leaps high, ready to strike down. This creature is going to meet its end with just a flick of its wings. The beast sends Nat Tam's weapon flying away. Seeing Nat Tam crash against the tree leaves the crowd hopeless. Oh my. Even the master can't take on this monster. This guy is downright ruthless. Hung Nai turns to make a run for it. Boss, this guy is too strong. We really should retreat. Lang Hoyan urges in a panic. Mac Nam, run. You can see a glowing shard embedded in the beast's chest. The piece of the puzzle is stuck inside it. Lang Hoyan grabs your hand, ready to pull you away. But suddenly Mac Nam yanks his hand back hard. She freezes in place, too scared to move. Mac Nam, what are you doing? It is too dangerous. Hung Hai calls out from the sidelines. Boss, you are standing boldly in front of the beast, declaring, I am going to take it down. Nat Tam supports the weary body of Nadia, who is already overexerted. Even with so many of them, they are still struggling. You are walking straight into a death trap. Mac Nam turns to coldly scold him. Your skills are not refined enough. Of course, you can T-win. Both Taoists chime in, scolding him. You are asking for trouble. What we have been through is still just the tip of the iceberg. You say we can do it. Hong Vu also needs someone to support him to move. Masters, let us pull back for now. He grins wickedly. Isn't he the one calling himself Mac Chenton Nenen or something? He is about to meet his end. What a fraud. Mac Nam steps closer to the beast. His body begins to glow intensely. Mac Nam's hair has turned completely white. His entire being is enveloped in a green aura. The others stop fleeing and watch in awe. His hair, it is all turned white. Lang Hoyan stares in shock at that proud silhouette. Could it be him? The beast lowers its head, staring intently at Mac Nam in confusion. He looks up, warning it, I sense a connection between us. Just spit out the shard from your belly, and I might spare your life. It opens its sharp beak, a grin on its face as it emits strange, eerie cries. It suddenly lunged down, but he quickly leaped back, causing its beak to slam into the ground. Mac Nam spread his legs wide, raising one hand high, shouting, come at me. From above, a bolt of lightning struck the creature, jolting it so hard its beak twisted. Nat Tam stood there, mouth agape, unable to believe it. Could he really summon heavenly lightning? What a powerhouse. It was so furious smoke billowed from its head, and before attacking, it let out a massive roar. The creature swiftly soared higher, spreading its wings wide and flapping furiously. A gust of wind swept everyone away, and now all the creature's focus was solely on Mac Nam. We need to seize this chance to scatter and run. Whatever you do, do not get caught up in this mess. Nat Tam concentrated his inner strength to stay grounded. I told you, it is terrifying. Not everyone can handle it. What a classic case of a grasshopper trying to take on a truck. Throwing eggs against rocks. Nat Tam squinted, reproaching him. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen. Now look what you have done. It is furious and dragging us along for the ride. Mac Nam kept his icy expression, responding coolly. In front of me, even the heavens and earth bow down. A mere creature like you thinks you can act tough. It suddenly landed, its heavy feet pounding on the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The ground was stamped with the creature's footprints, smoke rising from where it stood, but did not faze him at all. Mac Nam raised 2 fingers and began to chant. Heavenly laws, heed my command. With my soul and blood, become my warrior. He bit the tip of his finger, letting blood flow, then marked the forehead of a figure forming. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the ground began to tremble, the forest floor breaking apart from the relentless stomping. Blocks of stone began to rise, stacking up like a game of Tetris. It was starting to form a head, A towering visage with eyes glowing like gold, a colossal stone figure was gradually taking shape, immense and imposing. Those below stared in shock, some even gasping in disbelief. How could this be happening? The creature, baring its fangs and claws, charged straight for the head of the stone giant. Manhwa moved his fingers with grace, his eyes radiating an unshakable determination. Immediately, the stone figure raised a hand, gripping the creature's neck, causing it to jerk in surprise. Manhwa narrowed his eyes, murmuring a spell. Bound by spirit, obey. The stone giant held the creature firmly, while the other hand ripped at its wings. The creature was hurled down to the ground, completely immobilized. Its eyes rolled back, blood oozing from its body. The stone figure moved in sync with Manhwa, sunlight shining down, making them both look even more formidable. The crowd was stunned, mouths agape, completely shaken. Lang Hoin clutched his cheeks, trembling in disbelief. This was unreal. Manhwa gazed back with tears in his eyes, an aura of pressure radiating from him. Nat Tam repeatedly bowed his head. Master, I see my mistakes. I was blind to the mountain ahead. Please forgive me. With utmost sincerity. You baby. Master Mac. Oh great and magnanimous one. Please forgive us. I promise. Next time we won't dare to do it again. Manhwa sternly questioned them. You say that? Yet I am the willingly walking into my own doom. Both of them slapped their own faces in apology. I was wrong. It was my big mouth that got us into this mess. I really believed it would work out. I truly believed it. With a tearful plea, they reached out to Master Mac, hoping he would spare their lives. From now on, whatever you ask, we will jump into a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. We won't back down. They divided the offering towards him, saying, Master Mac, we promise to be good people from now on. Please accept this gift. Manhwa fell silent, slowly raising his hand. Then, he clenched his fist decisively, and a monstrous figure made of stone began to take shape. The two old men cried out in panic. Master Mac, spare us. I was wrong. I was wrong. As Manhwa advanced with deadly intent, Hongvu's face turned pale with fear. Step by step, he moved closer. Unfazed, Hongvu backed away, pleading, Master Mac, do not kill me. I can pay you. I have plenty of money. Please, just do not kill me. At that moment, Manhwa roared, his voice wild and terrifying. You think you still have a chance to live? His sheer fright made him faint, causing his companion to shout in a frenzy. Master, he has fainted. He is out cold. From a distance, Hung Hai rushed over, exclaiming, Really? You are driving me nuts. You think pretending to faint will save you? How did you treat me before? Tell me. Should I cut off your hands or chop off your feet? Suddenly, he spotted something and turned around. Manhwa's eyes lit up, fixating on it. It was a gem stuck in the mouth of the eagle. He quietly rejoiced. Finally, I have found it. Without missing a beat, Manhwa leaped up and snatched the gem from the eagle's mouth. As he landed, he slowly opened his palm, gazing intently at the gem for a long moment. Meanwhile, the man held Hongvu by the collar, continuously smacking and scolding him. Don't play dead. Weren't you acting all tough before? Go on, keep it up. His day. He kept begging Manhwa. Master, please spare me. I never intended to harm you. I came here to deal with this pest because I had no choice, he said. With that, Ixin stepped in to help. Master, this kid may be a bit rough around the edges, but he is a filial son. He has a vision problem. He needs the eagle's eye to see again. Could you forgive him this time? Hongvu kept mumbling. Master, I have 200 million in my card. I will give it all to you. Please spare my life. Hung Nai still held on to him. Look at you, beaten to a pulp. And you are still out cold. Take your 200 million and shove it in the coffin. But Hongvu ignored him, continuing. Yep. Master, just tell me how much you want. Without hesitation, Manhwa coldly declared, 5 billion for the head of this pest. Everyone present was taken aback by the amount. You proposed 5 billion, even for seasoned pros. That is no small change. Without a second thought, Hongvu closed his eyes and agreed. Fine, 5 billion it is. But can Trun Nunan give me a 3-month grace period to pay it back slowly? This card currently holds 200 million, which I am handing over to Trajan Nuvan up front, and you can withdraw at any time. With a completely blank expression, replied. All right, 3 months it is. But just so you know, if you do not uphold your end of the deal, your family will pay 10 times the price. He turned to Night Tam and said, Master Naturam, go collect the treasures from this creature. The man immediately accepted the urgent task and exclaimed, Yep. No problem. Ongnu trailed behind and announced, Boss, I am coming too. Nitu Mem and the head of the clan both leaned in to take a look, their expressions unreadable. Then Night Tem reached down, slowly lifted the eye of the Kain Khan, which still had some blood on it. He held it up to his eye, observing closely while saying, This is the eye of the kind, capable of curing all eye ailments. Ong Nutter beside him gasped, thinking to himself, looks like it is pretty impressive. Ming Nam stared at the piece he held in his palm. Contemplating. The shattered fragment of the reincarnation disc was no joke. Just holding it required all his strength, or it would slip away. He glanced at the two working nearby and thought, I need to pour every ounce of energy into refining this fragment. This is also why he temporarily chose not to kill Hong Vu. In the distance, Yin Huam and Hung Hav were celebrating, saying, this is the eye of the kind so great. After getting the eye from the kind, Hong Vu approached Meng Nam to thank him, saying, thank you. Metsi Trinet. Suddenly, a precious beast among the villagers shouted, stop. Taking advantage of the moment, a little boy pointed at the Kan's eye in his hand and said,
Me.
I want that golden eye. Saying that, the boy grabbed his bow and arrow, pulled the trigger, and yelled, shoot to kill. Ong Vu swiftly dodged to the side, allowing the arrow to strike the tree behind him. He hesitated for a moment, then reached behind his belt without a second thought, pulling out a gun. He aimed it straight at the boy's head and shouted, you dare. Before the boy could react, he fired multiple shots at him. Ong Vu's brows furrowed, all his strength concentrated as he squeezed the trigger and cursed. You dare act tough in front of me. The gunfire ceased, and smoke wafted from the barrel, leaving the villagers around in stunned silence. The boy's precious beast had lost control. Eyes wide, and shouted, I am going to kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Vu kicked her in the face and shouted, get lost. Tiutu and Kli grabbed Hong Vu from behind to hold him back, saying, enough already. We need to leave now. He is still furious. Shouting, he used all his strength to restrain him while trying to persuade. Are you trying to get yourself killed by shooting here? We need to go. Ong Vu, unfazed, retorted, I am not afraid. You commoners, come here. Let us see if I can beat you to a pulp. Being dragged away, he still shouted, let me. I am going to wipe them all out, once they reached a safe distance. Titiunan anxiously asked, what is next? Kun Thu, we have killed someone. And the most important thing now is how to borrow 5 billion from your clan. Hong Vu snapped back. 5 billion. That is nothing. The whole of Bakjiang is our turf. How dare a brat from Jiangnan come to our Jiangbei and stir up trouble? He worriedly added, but can't you see he has the power to summon a giant? What if he comes to the capital and causes chaos? Here on this island. He is just playing with tricks we bought from outsiders. If he dares to step into Jiangbi, I will make sure he leaves without a return ticket. In the distance, Hung Hai rushed over with news. Boss, we have got a ton of treasure from that big bird. You want anything else? Nam ordered. Bring my broken stuff here. I need to refine pills in it. He lowered his head and pondered. That giant bird is considered a rare beast on Earth. Refining its body into pills will bring huge benefits. Nam reached out to take the box and said, whether he gives it back or not does not matter. As long as the capital is still standing, I will get what is mine. Ong Haiyan, coming from behind, raised her hand to call him, but then a piercing scream shocked her. You all, pointing at them. She shouted, you filthy beast, are the one who killed my son. Nam slowly opened the box and replied, if you keep spitting blood, you will end up dead too. Hung Hai, now furious, shouted, you crazy woman, are you looking to die? What does that little beast's life or death have to do with our boss? She pointed to the injured little boy lying motionless in a man's arms and said, you killed my son. I witnessed everything. If you had not taken the eye of that giant bird and given it to that bastard, my son would not have gotten into trouble with him. Poor kid, beaten to death. Anger surged through her. Tiquo tightened her grip on the small knife and shouted, the source of this disaster is you. You killed my son, you filthy beast. I will kill you to avenge my son. Nam casually glanced over, his voice steady. If you commit a crime, you must pay for it. With a mother like you, no wonder you raised such a rebellious child. As Ti Kuho turned to leave, she jumped up with the knife shouting, you damn hybrid. Pay for my son's life. Just then, she got slapped by Nam so hard it twisted her face. Caught off guard, Ti Kwai lost her balance and stumbled with her bony face. After being knocked down, she gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with rage. She pointed at the young men from the village, shouting, you all just stand there and watch. Hurry up and help me kill that beast. He is the one who killed my son. Hung Hai shouted back. What does this have to do with our boss? You crazy woman. If your son died, it is your fault. Lung Haiyan tried to reason with her. Your son is just a mini version of you. You spoiled him. So this is what you get, instead of understanding. She retorted. What are you scared of? Weaklings. Go ahead. Fight. You do not want to use water anymore. Right, all right. I will head back and immediately cut off your water supply, so you all can die just like my son. And as the man turns away, he suggests, are not you deeply saddened by your son's death? Let me help you reunite with him. What do you say? After saying that, he raised his hand to cast a spell and recited the incantation, summoning a spirit. A purple demon enveloped the body of the boy, igniting to call forth his soul. Seeing this, the man panicked and said, no way. That is a ghostly ritual. From the boy's lifeless body, a soul emerged, its eyes pitch black, steadily moving forward. The man saw his son and joyfully exclaimed, my son. However, that soul showed no sign of joy. Instead, it seemed to be fixated on a target. The boy's spirit lunged at her, gripping her throat and accusing, it is all your fault. You caused my death. You should die too. The man, witnessing his son's attitude, shouted repeatedly, this is your mother. Look closely. This is your mother. Deep down, he was astonished, yet trying to comfort himself. No way. This is my beloved son. He would not harm me. The boy's spirit continued to scream. It is all your fault. Why did not you pull that bullet out? Why did not you die instead of making me die? Fixated on their struggle, he shook his head and said, you can't escape the consequences of your own actions. This is karma. You can't blame others for it. He turned to his closest brother, his eyes seemingly hinting at something. Finally, the two turned to look at the back of the man and thought, this man truly is powerful. The villagers were all terrified. Scattering after seeing the man lying motionless on the ground, he approached the man and respectfully asked for permission. Master, I told them to leave. Right. The man softly agreed, saying, you all can go now. After receiving the order, he dragged the man's body and urged the villagers to leave. But curious, one of them turned to ask, Master, why do we all have to leave? Did the boss mention something? He looked at the man beside him and explained, if I am not mistaken, this master did not directly kill the man. It is because he did not want the man's spirit to linger here. He wants to collect the soul of this boy. Both the other man and the curious one gasped. Collecting a soul, he returned to suggest to everyone, let us stay here and protect the master. On the other side, the man was glowing and raising his hands to cast a spell. He made his hand emit flames and recited, Spirit of the Fire Eagle, come forth. Just as he finished, a fireball shot up, and with one hand, he grabbed a feather he had prepared. Then, he carefully placed the fireball into the feather, temporarily keeping it safe and observing if it would have any effect. A small ball materialized into the shape of the boy, now snugly contained within a large glowing feather. I praise you wholeheartedly. It seems my life has not been in vain. Who knew such powerful magic existed in this world? Those soul-binding techniques are nothing compared to this. This is the true essence of yin and yang energy. If I could train alongside a true master for a while, I would gladly welcome death without regrets. Meanwhile, the guy is still observing the bird and mumbling to himself. These herbs are not half bad. I need to take them back and mix them with some other materials to unleash their full potential. For now, let us focus on crafting the Blood Eagle pill. He uses both hands to create a small incision on its corpse, drawing out the spiritual energy from its skin. Thinking, this blood is a treasure. If I can refine it into a pill, it will rival the minor essence and minor solidifying pills. I must seize this opportunity. 2 days later, under a clear blue sky, a sudden noise erupts. Oh my god. Everyone stares at the pile of elixirs next to him and exclaims, Boss, in just 2 days, you managed to produce this many pills. What do they do? He chuckles lightly and asks, you look pretty eager there, honest as ever. Namhan replies, Boss, can we get a sample to taste? Lang Hyan, equally curious, chimes in, what kind of ailments do these pills cure? It is incredible that such a small pill can be refined into this. Mexinam smiles and hands each of them a pill, saying, if you are lucky enough, give it a try. The 4 of them take their share, each focused and eager to savor the experience. After consuming the pill, Netim exclaims, this pill, oh my god, could it really enhance our internal strength? Netho ignores his question and urges, hurry, sit down and absorb its energy. Anhar wipes blood from his nose and exclaims in surprise, Boss, I am bleeding. What kind of medicine is this? This is way too powerful. Lang Hon shouts, already feeling overwhelmed. I can't believe there is such a miraculous elixir. Mepsi Nam approaches An and commands, Ang no hiu. Later, help me collect the claws, fur, and the remaining eye of this bird. He replies with a smile, got it. Niuham looks at his hands in awe, exclaiming, oh wow, this batch of pills can at least boost our cultivation power for 15 days. He stands up, approaches Mekinam, and bows in gratitude. Thank you, Master Mayax, for the elixir. If you are not dissatisfied, we at Hoendiha are willing to serve you. Mekinam humbly replies, I am used to working alone. You should return to your sect. Hearing this, he looks confused, but suddenly Henhun rushes over with news. Boss, I have contacted the boat. In 3 hours, we will board the vessel. There is a ship docked by the shore, with 2 crew members lifting a trunk onto the boat. A Hun hunter follows along, supervising and instructing. Handle it carefully. Once everything is secured, the ship starts its engines and sails away from the island. Maxi Nam leans against the railing, deep in thought, relieved to have finally collected the fragments. In a bit, he will speak with Nunju for over an hour to avoid hearing any complaints when he returns home. Suddenly, Hung Hai rushed out, speaking in a panic. Boss, this is bad. I heard customs is coming to check. But will they really confiscate your stuff? He was a bit worried, so he asked where this information came from. Lang Hoin stepped forward, pretending to cough, and said, Actually, there is a way to get around this inspection. But you have to come with me to meet someone. Manam scoffed, exposing her intentions. So this is fake news you are throwing out there. Feeling a bit shy, Lang Hoin switched to a softer tone. Come on, just go meet this person with me. It won't take much of your time. I promise. The boss, standing nearby, burst out angrily. Oh no. Beautiful women really know how to deceive people. Manam facepalmed in frustration. Fine. Whatever. She smirked to herself, thinking, you old man. This time I am bringing my Zenrin and 2 masters along with me. Let us see if you still look down on me. From this side, they could see a large ship slowly approaching theirs. Manam instructed Hung Hai. You take the stuff back first. Hung Hai stood at attention and replied. No problem, boss. Just be careful. After saying that, both turned to look at Lang Haiyan, who walked ahead to a door guarded by 2 security personnel. The door swung open, and Lang Hoin pointed behind her, saying, Here we are. This is our secret base. Hurry up and come inside. Everyone followed Lang Hoin into the base, with Nat Tam and Nat Y trailing closely behind. Nat Tam, eager to take it all in, remarked, These organizations really love to act all mysterious, do not they? From inside the base, Uncle Dong stepped out to greet them. Miss Hoyan, you are finally back. Were you really that eager to take charge of the operation? Lang Hoin quickly asked. Uncle Dong, tell me where my fake dad is. I need to find him. He forced a smile and replied. Commander Gong is currently in a meeting with Miss Day. Don't he disturb him? Suddenly, Uncle Dong waved his hand and pointed. Miss Hoyan, how many days has it been since you last showered? What is that smell? Furious, she raised her hand at him and shouted. What smell? Smell again. What smell? But Uncle Dong just pinched his nose and advised. All right. Miss Hoyan, maybe you should not meet anyone else right now. You should probably go take a shower first. Lung M shouted from inside. Hoyan, what is all this noise? Have you lost all sense of decorum? That was Echilongin M, Lang Hoyan's older sister. Scared by her sister's shout, Lang Hoyan shrank back, lowering her head and cried. Sister. She stepped closer to Lang Hoyan and demanded. Where have you been for these past few days? Even if it is hot, you can just run out alone. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? She slightly raised her arm in defense. Sister, I promise I won't do it again. This time I even brought a master back with me. After that, Lang Hoyan confidently extended her hand. Let me introduce everyone. She walked over to Nat Tam and Nat Y. Introducing. These 2 are the masters Nat Tam and Nat Wyatt has always wanted to invite. Then she turned to Mai Nam and continued. And this one is Ma Zenrin Manam, who has been quite famous lately in Jiangnan. Lang Mai greeted him warmly. But inside, she looked down on him, thinking, how could the famed Master Mac be just a poor student? His sister must have been tricked by some thug from the underworld. She walked past him, her gaze fixed ahead, completely ignoring Macnam's presence. Lang Mai stepped forward with genuine enthusiasm, warmly welcoming the 2 esteemed masters, saying, It is such an honor for our family that you have come all this way to be with us. After the warm welcome, the 2 masters turned to Macnam and said, Master Mac, please. He smiled lightly and replied, No worries. You all go ahead. Hearing him say that, the 2 turned away with Lang Mai, leaving Lang Hoyan awkwardly behind with Macnam. She forced a smile and said, Macnam, my sister definitely did not mean to brush you off. Let us go inside. He did not care about others' attitudes and cut straight to the point, saying, Now that I am here, you still have not told me what is going on. Lang Hoyan pointed inside and asked, Do you know about the 4 most mysterious special forces teams in our military? Without waiting for his reply, she quickly explained. These 4 teams are named Green Dragon, White Tiger, Yellow Viper, and Vermilion Bird. They are the elite forces protecting our nation, and their power and influence come directly from the top brass. She continued, This is where we showcase our support for these special teams and scout for talented reserve candidates. Nam started to feel a bit wary. It turned out this girl had quite a complicated background. He frowned slightly and asked, "You brought me here to meet your dad?" The military commander, with a spark of realization, Lang Hoen puffed up with pride, patted his shoulder, and said, "That is right. My dad has no idea that not only did I invite 2 esteemed masters, but I also managed to bring in Master Mac." Nam, feeling a bit annoyed, replied, "All right. Let us hurry up and meet him. Once that is done, I can leave." "Right." Leaving her to fume behind him. "Do you even know how hard it is to get an opportunity like this? I am doing you a favor here," she exclaimed. "Come on. Let me take you to clean up and change into some fresh clothes." Nam kept walking, not looking back, which made Lang Huyen snap. "Do you have any idea how many people are trying to join this team? Joining this elite force would be a matter of pride and honor. If you get in, your future will be bright." After a shower and changing clothes, he slowly opened the dressing room door, and the sight of him made her eyes light up with admiration. "Nam, you look amazing in those clothes." Noticing Nam staring at her, she shyly asked, "What are you staring at?" He casually replied, "Did you feel any better after taking the medicine I gave you? Or do you still feel a bit off?" "Sometimes my body feels hot and cold," Lang Hoen replied, startled. "How did you know that?" Nam looked down and explained, "The blood replenishing pill I gave you is quite extraordinary. After you get back, you can try taking 2 more. It might have effects that even you did not expect." Lang Hoen seemed a bit anxious and said, "Really? Then I will give it a try later. Right now, I just feel really uncomfortable all over." From the back, someone approached Han, asking, "Is that really you? You are back?" With an air of confidence, Vaku stepped forward, saying, "I have been trying to reach you for days. Your phone's been off, and I was seriously worried about you." Lang Hai sighed. "Vaku, you." He reached out to touch her face, asking, "Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell?" Annoyed, Lang Hyman turned her head and replied, "My sister is really busy right now. Go help her out. I want to take my friend out for a meal." Vaku stepped aside, grabbing Nam's hand and pulling him along. Lang Hyman forcefully yanked him out, leaving Vaku standing there all alone. Fuming, witnessing this scene, he could not help but scowl. His teeth clenched tightly. Once they were far enough away, Lang Hyman looked back at Nam, saying, "Sorry, I am just using you as a human shield." Noticing he had not said anything, she continued, "VTU has been chasing my sister. And lately, he has started throwing flirty comments at me. I can't believe my sister thought he was a good guy. He is clearly a total jerk." Just then, some acquaintances came to pick up Lang Hyven, so Nam took the chance to slip away, saying, "If you are busy, I will head out first." Lang Hyven called out regretfully after him. As he turned to leave, he unexpectedly bumped into VTU, who shot him a cold glare. As Nam passed by, Vaku threatened him.
Good.
"Let me warn you. Stay away from my girl." Nam turned slightly, asking, "Are you talking about H. Lang M or H. Lang Hyven?" Without hesitation, VTU shot back, "Let me make this clear. Both of those sisters are mine. My sister wants them, and so do I. Here's a tip for you. If you want to be a backup player, you better get the old man's approval first." Got it. But in his mind, it was all about self-serving plans. As long as he held on to these 2 women, whether he got into the special forces would be entirely up to him. Nam narrowed his eyes, warning Viwa, "If that is the case, I sincerely suggest you keep your distance from me." Hearing this, Vitagu raised an eyebrow, his face showing clear anger, his teeth grinding together. Vitagu clenched his jaw and exclaimed, "Now this is getting interesting. Really interesting." Suddenly, a young man from behind called out to him, "Tvika, so it is you here. Today's challenge is the final match, so go easy on it. I still want to become a reserve member." The young man noticed Nam and asked, "Tvika, who is this guy?" Vtu scoffed, "Just a rival. Nothing more." Then he turned and led the group away, saying, "It is almost time. Today's the final match, so you all better give it your all. Just hold your spot in the top 50. Nam stood behind, watching their backs leave, his face clearly showing disdain for VITU. At the arena, everyone was seated, filling every spot around the ring. Nam was also there, choosing a safe spot in the stands. On the other side, VIU spotted Nam thanks to his striking white hair. The announcer took the mic and clearly introduced, "Tu Tondezen, commander of the troops, is entering." Tu Tondezen, leaning on his cane, swaggered in, flanked by Long Han and Long Im following closely behind. He walked to the front and announced, "Team members, today is the final match to select the reserve team. All the members stood in a straight line, listening intently to his orders. Everyone knew the rules. The top 50 had already been selected, and they had to give it their all in this fight. Tiaojing raised his hand and spoke loudly. Today, we are also very honored to have Professor Dong Vin here to guide us. Let us give him a warm welcome. After that introduction, Dong Vin entered, his gaze stern as he walked toward the audience. The people around MacNam were buzzing with chatter. Professor Dong Vin, the very same instructor from the Silver Tiger team. Our base is honored to have such a prestigious figure here. He is not here to challenge the team, is he? Tiaojing looked down at the audience and continued. I know what you are all plotting, but this time, Professor Dong Vin is just here for a visit. All right. Let us kick off the match. Lang Mai clasped her hands behind her back and stepped forward. Is anyone here looking to challenge the top 50? You can start now. Suddenly, Lang Huan shouted. Wait, what is going on? She turned in surprise and asked, what is it? He turned to scold Lang Mai.
Me.
Did you forget? I brought 3 people here, and they have not even had a chance to qualify for the competition. You should let them try first. Annoyed, she warned Lang Huan. Tiao, stop making a fuss. We already have the final selection ranking, and the competition is about to start. What are you thinking? Lang Huan put on a pitiful expression and pleaded with Lang Mai. Sister, were not you in the same position before? Plus, Dad agreed with me, so I am not breaking any rules. She reluctantly urged Lang. Fine. Where are your people? Hurry and bring them out. Lang Huan turned and shouted. Master? Master? Come out here now. Tiaojing suddenly realized. Anxinie, I can't even invite them. How did this girl manage to bring them here? Below, the team members were amused, while the 2 masters were happily stepping forward. One member stepped forward and introduced. Masters, please hit this power meter with all your might. If you reach a score of 1,000, you qualify for the competition. And Tiaojing quickly interjected. No need. These 2 masters are renowned. I have had the chance to meet them once or twice. If they agree, I will recruit them directly. Everyone around was astonished, murmuring about how there was no need for a test. They could be recruited right away. Lang Huan proudly declared. Dad, I told you I could bring back someone powerful. You did not believe me. Dong Vin stepped forward and said. I have heard of the reputation of these 2 masters before. They are exceptional talents. If we can have their guidance, it would be a tremendous help for the newcomers, especially with the wealth of experience they bring. One of them chuckled. Whether we go or not really depends on Mevasi Chananan's opinion. If he gets selected, the 2 of us will definitely go no matter what. Another one chimed in. Right. We are all following Meksa Chanan's lead. If he isn't. 2. Tiu Tun suddenly brightened up, exclaiming. Is Maisi Chanan the one who has been super famous lately? Is he coming here too? Lang Huan called out to Mex Nam. Hurry up. It is your turn for the test. She rushed over to him and pulled his arm to get moving. Everyone present watched the 2 of them leave, exclaiming. Is this really Mexi Chanan? Isn't he just a high school kid? Tiu Tunton furrowed his brow, mumbling in confusion. Isn't Time Vase Chen Nan supposed to be an old man with gray hair? Nian placed a hand on his back and exclaimed. The chief is right. He really is Masi Chanen. We have both been defeated by him. The guy next to me chimed in. The 2 of us came here following Master Mac. After all, Vu Tiu nudged you as he spoke. That kid is Master Mac. No way he looks like someone who has reached the mastery level. He is definitely some punk trying to sneak in here. He raised his hand provocatively, saying, I have heard Master Mac has some serious skills. How about showing off a bit? If there is no opponent, I am happy to step up and ask for your guidance. Lang Huan, watching from the side, could not help but tease. Vu Tiu, you want to challenge Mac Nan? You are really looking forward to getting embarrassed, are not you? Lang Mai, not really interested. Just threw in a jab. Siz's little sister. You have got that wrong. Vu Tiu is the #1 warrior. Mac Nan should be the one challenging Vu Tiu, because Vu Tiu is the one here to teach him a lesson. Vu Tiu continued, pointing at the strength testing machine. I do not have much to teach. Let him test his strength first. If he can't hit 1,000 kilograms, he is not worthy of being my opponent. Tiu Tai nodded in agreement, analyzing the situation before concluding. I have heard of Master Mac's reputation, but I have not had the chance to meet him. Out of respect for you 2 masters, I will give you a chance to test your skills. Go ahead. Mac Nan had not said a word until now. He just sighed and resigned himself to it. Slowly, he walked up to the strength testing machine. He unleashed a powerful punch, striking the red pad in front of him. The scoreboard spun endlessly, lights flashing in a chaotic rhythm. Finally, the score appeared, and Mac Nan's total was a perfect 200. Everyone watching was left dumbfounded, with some even gaping in disbelief. Then came the chorus of disbelief. What the heck? We thought he was some hotshot or something. Just 200. Couldn't you add another 50 points? Was that just a lucky hit? A kid still smelling like baby formula thinks he can challenge Tug. Lang Hoyan. Did you seriously bring back a fraud? Vu Tiu took the opportunity to gloat. Unfortunately, I can step in. Everyone in Jiangnan will say I am bullying the weak. That would not be cool. Lang Hoyan was the most shocked, her face darkening in disbelief. How could this happen? Tiu Tine glanced back at his followers. All right, everyone back off. We have seen enough of this. Let the match begin. Dong Vin remained silent, his gaze following Mac Nan as he walked away. Lang Hoyan blushed and chased after him. Mac Nan. How could you do this? This is ridiculous. How can you just show up like this and benefit from it? He turned back. Irritated. You thought of a way to trick me into coming here, did not you? Isn't that a bit much? Besides, you only told me to meet one person. Well, I have met him now, so our deal is done. Lang Hoyan was genuinely stunned, questioning in disbelief. How can you refuse to join the special operations team? This would only benefit you, not harm you. Mac Nan, with clear goals, replied directly. Because everything I want, I already have, and what I want, they can give me. He stepped closer to her, offering advice. Miss Xia, stop wasting your thoughts. Given Master Mac's abilities, the special operations team would never recruit someone like him. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where a soldier in uniform steps forward to introduce himself. Lu Baowen, challenge the #1 warrior. Vu Tiu. The others watch eagerly, not wanting to miss the action. The second-ranked fighter wants to take on the champion. And there is a show to behold. That is right. Both of these guys are true powerhouses, unlike some fakes lurking around here. Some of these jokers do not even stand a chance against him. On the sidelines, Tu's expression darkens as he thinks to himself. Vu Tiu has been the best among the reserve team members for years. He is destined to become an official member of the elite special forces. The stands are packed with spectators, and on the arena, two figures appear as the referee calls out. All right, let the games begin. Vu Tiu gathers his energy and charges at his opponent with a fierce attack, while Lu Baowen refuses to back down and counters at the same time. The two fists collide, their opposing powers clashing relentlessly. Lang Hoyan turns to Mephi Nam and asks, who do you think is stronger? With an intense gaze, he can easily see through it all. Lu Baowen, though slightly stronger in the second position, has decent talent, but Vu Tiu will win. She is stunned and excited. Why is that? Mephi Nam explains slowly. Lu Baowen is still inexperienced, and his training style does not suit him. But at that moment, Lang Hoyan's focus shifts to something else, feeling flustered and thinking. So close. He notices her reaction and gives her a puzzled look, causing her to awkwardly look away. The battle is intense. Vu Tiu lands a powerful punch on Baowen's face, sending him stumbling back before he can react. Lang M, as the witness, raises her hand and shouts. The match is over. Vu Tiu Baowen lies on the ground, clutching his stomach, as Vu Tiu approaches him. Despite exerting a lot of strength, sweat pouring down his face, he still manages to smirk and say, sorry, Baowen. I accidentally used about 50% of my strength. You're okay? Right. Baowen instantly recognizes the truth and feels a surge of frustration. Thinking, you clearly used all your strength and still act innocent. What a joke. Cheers of admiration erupt from the crowd as Vu Tiu smiles and waves, soaking in the glory. The martial arts legend truly deserves to be #1. Congrats. You are incredible. I told you this year would be yours to win. TES teammate observes everything closely, silently analyzing the situation. Today's challenges come to a close. The top 50 competitors are retained for further training, while the others must leave tomorrow morning. They can come back next year to compete again. He steps forward, clasping his hands respectfully, and greets. Instructor. I have wanted to join the White Tiger squad since I was a kid. Is there any chance I could earn a spot as a reserve member? I swear I will be the most hardworking among them. The instructor smiles politely but with a hint of refusal. I told you. I am just here to observe. A talent like you should stay in the elite squad. Otherwise, the elders will think I am stealing their best. Suddenly, Lang Hoyan rushes in from behind, not giving up. Instructor. Just look at Mephi Nam. He is really impressive. You should just invite him to join the White Tiger Special Forces. Tired of holding back. Tiu snap. Have you caused enough chaos yet? Hoyan. With a final warning, he turned to leave, adding, today, you have really let me down. Stand here and think about your choices until you realize your mistakes. The chatter in the military camp buzzed non-stop. Rumor had it that the commander had two daughters. One was brilliant and skilled, while the other was a constant source of worry for her father. The gap between them was huge. Could it be that during pregnancy, their mother passed all her smarts to the older sister, leaving the younger one a bit clueless? Lang Hoyan felt the room darken, her gaze sharp as she warned him with a look. Nam could only sigh in resignation. He wanted to wrap this up quickly and get out of this family drama. This was their business, not his. He would head back home early tomorrow. She did not look back, gripping her bag tightly, stepping forward as if she were walking alone in the world. Long Hyen furrowed her brow, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hoyen, are you still confused? Tiu Tine had not left yet. He stepped closer, firmly reminding her. You are 23 now, but you act like a child who never grows up. I will have to find someone to keep an eye on you. He continued. Long Hyen frowned, refusing to accept it. What do you mean by that, Dad? Tiu Tine did not beat around the bush. Last night, Vu Tiu came to see me. He promised he would take good care of you before he enlists in the special forces. We are having an engagement ceremony for you too. Long Hyen felt like she would just been struck by lightning. What, Dad? You can be serious. She slammed her hand on her chest. You can do this. Vu Tiu is the guy who used to chase my sister, and now he is turning to propose to me. How can you even think of marrying me off to someone like him? I refuse. He cut her off. One way or another. This is happening. You are my daughter. Your decisions have to align with mine. If you do not agree, you will still be getting married. Tiu Ten left her with those final words. Not wanting to delve deeper, based on Vu Tiu's track record, he would definitely become a full member of the team. If you marry him, you won't have to worry about your future anymore. Do you get it? Long Hyen felt incredibly wronged, desperately trying to voice her doubts. This is not about my happiness. It is about yours, she pointed out. As long as Vu Tiu makes it into the special forces, a military commander like you will rise through the ranks. Right, furrowed his brow in anger, raising his voice. You are being stubborn. If you had the ability, I would not interfere in your life. But look at yourself. Without marrying Vu Tiu, who else could you possibly marry? Or do you want to get hitched to that loser you brought home? Long Hyen struggled to hold back tears, fighting for herself. Maxi Nam is 100 times better than Vu Tiu. If I could, I would definitely agree to marry him. Tiu Ten shook his head. You do not even realize how useless you are becoming. Comparing that guy to Vu Tiu, to a person I can't even see clearly. If you had just a fraction of the power your sister has, would I still have to worry about you like this? She lowered her head, tears streaming down her face ever since childhood. Dad always thought I could never measure up to her. Whatever she does is perfect, no matter how hard I try. Dad still thinks I am a disgrace. Lang Hoing clenched her fists, sparks flying as her voice turned icy. Commanding the storm to rise, she unleashed her power. The rage she had bottled up igniting into a whirlwind of flames. Is this what Dad meant by strength? The scene shifted, and Lang Hoen appeared at the training grounds. Dead serious as she practiced, she kicked hard. And the wooden plank in front of her was instantly punctured, right in the middle. One more hit, and it snapped in half, crashing against the wall and leaving a crack. Tiu Tine watched in shock, mouth agape. How is this even possible? Teen examined the piece of wood, thinking to himself that even a pro would not manage to pull that off with just one leg. Tiu Tine's attitude shifted immediately, his face bright with joy as he called out affectionately. Dad's girl. You truly have not let me down. How could you do something like this? Tell me how. Lang Hoyen replied coldly, her words laced with sarcasm. Dad. You are getting more clueless by the day, can't even see what is right in front of you. She frowned, pointing at herself and declared. The one who gave me this power is none other than Mac Nam. He could not believe his ears. Mac Nam. How could that be? Lang Hoyen crossed her arms, shooting back. What is so hard to believe? He is the legendary Mac Chen Ren from Jiangnan. The elixir he gave me the strength you see now. She turned her head away, seemingly uninterested in Tiu Tine, who was just there. Yet Dad did not even bother to look. He was not focused, barely paying attention to the details. Tiu Tine furrowed his brow and asked, where is Mac Nam right now? Lang Hoyen coldly reprimanded him, asking me where he is now. Isn't that a bit late? She frowned, feeling dejected as she continued. I tricked him into coming here, and I already feel guilty about it. I hope you won't go searching for him. If you make him angry, even you won't be able to handle the consequences. Hearing this, he got even more excited, thinking, what consequences? Our special forces team is here for all of Huaxia. We are ready to give everything we consider it an honor. Time passed, and the next day at 6:30 am, Mac Nam sat dazed in his room, staring blankly at the door. Suddenly, Tiu Tine and Lang Hoyen walked in, and Mac Nam asked in confusion, what is going on? Long Lan tightened his gaze, recalling yesterday's events. Mac Nam, Lang Hoyen kept praising you to me, saying that after taking your elixir, her cultivation improved immediately. He glanced at the culprit, feeling helpless as he thought. I clearly told her to keep it a secret. Tiu Tine could not hide his excitement, grinning widely. Even though you did not perform well yesterday, if you could bring me a certain amount of elixirs, I guarantee you could join my precious daughter in the special forces. I might even make you my son-in-law. Maxi Nam wanted no part of this. He stood up decisively and headed for the door. There are not many potions to give. I won't join your elite combat team. Nor will I take your daughter. Goodbye. But he would not let it go, shifting from this topic to hitting him where it hurts. Mephi Nam. Stop right there. Everything we do is for Hook's eye. You are just using potion sales to line your own pockets. Do you even have a conscience left? In the military district. Your words echo all the way out here. Do you still have a sense of right and wrong? Tu Tunthan clung to your tail, analyzing every detail. Mephi Nam. If you still have any sense of justice left, hand over the potions. I will give you a commendation. And medals for your parents. How noble and glorious would that be? You turn back, feeling annoyed. Agiaquan. Do not you think it is shameless to say such things? Just then, Vitigu appeared, his brows furrowed with fury. Mephi Nam. You are a piece of trash. Why are you still here? Vitigu took long strides towards you, ready to hurl insults. What potions do you even have? Did you steal them? Hand them over now. And now. They have caught on to the gossip. This kid is really full of himself, and yet, you dare to talk like that to Tayuka. You are digging your own grave. Here, if Tyu wants, he can beat you to a pulp or leave you crippled. And no one would care. He cracked his knuckles, striding forward with confidence. This is not a place for punks like you to act tough. I suspect you are carrying poison. Raise your hands and kneel down to surrender. If you resist, I will make sure you are left crippled. No more word. Va2 charged at you, fist swinging with a thunderous sound. Mexi Nam took a stance. Not looking too pleased, it was all too loud. A hand shot out from your right, faster than lightning. And before he could react, he was still charging into attack. In an instant, that hand slapped Vigai Tayo right on the face. He was taken aback, his cheek swelling up. You casually backhanded him. And he could not withstand that one blow. Crashing to the ground, the power was overwhelming, sending V2 reeling backward. So fast that he was barely visible. He lay there, motionless and utterly defeated. A crowd of witnesses stood there, mouths agape in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they just saw. What just happened? Tu and Lung Yin could not hide their stunned expressions either. Mephi Nam turned serious, his voice sharp as he reiterated, I will say this once. Stop trying to act smart in front of me. You are nothing to me. Vieko's underlings rushed to him, collapsing and crying. Agiaquan. Tu's entire body was shattered. We have to seek justice for him. Tu Tun shows no mercy, pointing his finger while maintaining the stern demeanor of a leader. Mac Nam. You are such a punk. You think just knowing a few moves makes you untouchable. Today, I am taking you down under the command of the military. Mac Nam strides forward calmly, his voice light yet heavy with pressure, clearly ignoring my words. His reaction gives him away, and Tu Tun sweats and steps back. The other members of Vu Tu are fired up, rolling up their sleeves and shouting. You really think no one can take you on? Brothers, get ready to charge in and avenge Tu. Suddenly, a loud shout from somewhere catches everyone off guard, and they all freeze in place. He appears like a hero. Followed by the excited cheers of the crowd. It is the honored instructor. The kid's about to get a reality check. Tu Tun is sweating profusely, clasping his hands respectfully. The instructor shows up just in time to deal with this troublemaker. Mac Nam. Let us hope he teaches this kid a lesson. Bullets of gazes fly towards Mac Nam, laced with mockery. This kid's done for. Dongvin moves forward slowly, his expression unreadable. The two exchange hostile glances, and the atmosphere grows cold and tense. Suddenly, he smiles and speaks up. So you are Mac Nam. I would like to invite you to join the White Tiger Special Forces as a squad leader. What do you say? The three members of the Ha family gasp in shock. Tu Tine exclaims loudly. What? Dong grinned, laying out the amazing perks. Join the White Tiger. And you will be the youngest squad leader we have ever had. Tremendous power and freedom. And in terms of rank, it is even higher than your little command here. Tu Tine, sweating, leans in and whispers. Instructor. This does not really seem to follow the rules. He is just a student. And besides, Dongvin frowns and turns to scold. What is not within the rules? I am a respected instructor. I can promote anyone I want without needing permission from a lowly deputy like you. He truly does not dare to retort, his voice shrinking. I do not dare. My subordinates do not dare. Tu Tin looks at Mac Nam awkwardly, forcing a smile. Mac Nam. I got a bit carried away earlier. Do not take it to heart. The king of Tu is no match for you. He is not worthy of being number one. Dongvin continues. Get ready. We will return to the team in the afternoon. Hearing the good news, Mac Nam can help but smile. And Lung Havan by his side is equally thrilled. You are definitely going to be the most promising squad leader in the White Tiger Special Forces. He keeps hyping up Mac Nam's talent. Once he joins the White Tiger, he will realize he has plenty of rivals. Lung Yim, witnessing that epic scene, starts to blush in admiration. Being able to take down Vu Tiu like that, Maybe this is not such a bad choice after all. Cutting through the joyful atmosphere, Nam's calm voice rings out. Sorry. Without hesitation, his face turns serious as he delivers his answer. I won't be joining the White Tiger Special Forces. Those words leave Dong Vin and the others stunned. What? One guy freezes, thinking, is this kid crazy? The others begin to murmur loudly. Just joining the White Tiger Special Forces means a lifetime of glory and wealth. He had not quite recovered yet, trying to list off some major benefits. Mephi Nam. You might not fully grasp the power of being a team leader, but he did not care at all. Turning coldly and walking away whatever the benefits were, he was not interested. I get your good intentions, but I am not joining. Wang Vin awkwardly followed. Team Da. Mephi Nam. Why do not you at least check it out? Or maybe be an advisor for the Special Forces. Just let me know what you need. Seemingly losing patience, Mephi Nam bluntly stated. Your Special Forces can't afford me. The back and forth was clear. He had no more business here, and walked straight ahead without looking back. Tun felt a prickling sensation as he followed, stumbling over his words as he watched Mephi leave just like that. Ying Vin stood there, lost, sighing under his breath. It is tough to recruit talent like this. Long M stood in the corner, her eyes glinting with an understanding of life as she assessed Mephi Nam. No matter how strong you are still just a man. And men, they only crave power, wealth, and women. You do not seem interested in the first two. So where does that leave us? The scene shifted to a clear blue sky in a quiet, remote area. Mephi Nam had made it to the main road, propping himself up and looking around. This military camp was way too isolated. After waiting for a bus, he calmly approached the door. Inside, a crowd of people stood packed together. As the door opened, he stepped in. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Aren't you tired of being cramped on this bus? Lung M suddenly appeared, arms crossed, stepping in with a smirk. She got straight to the point. I know about the multi-drug situation. If we team up, I guarantee you will make a fortune enough to spend for a lifetime. A few passengers were clearly enchanted by her beauty. Mephi Nam did not give her an inch. I have already got my own plans for the multi-drug. I do not need your input. Lung M pointed at the students nearby, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Just look at this bunch scrambling through college for a few years and then off to work, competing daily, getting yelled at by bosses and schemed against by coworkers. Is this what you want? Long M moved closer. With all those multi-drugs you are sitting on, what good is it? I can offer you 500,000 per pill. How many do you have? I will buy them all. Mephi Nam still showed no interest. Have you said enough? If so, you can get off the bus. Lung M raised an eyebrow, catching the hint. Not happy with my offer. Fine. I can give you 600,000. Even 700,000. Isn't it just about the money? The other female students could not hold back. Speaking up. Sister, this is really strange. This guy clearly does not want to talk to you. Lung M snapped back. Shut up. What do you know? She pointed at Mephi Nam, berating him. Who do you think you are? Xing Vin only invited you into his team because he saw you had multi-drugs. A guy like you deserves to be poor for life. Passenger shot her annoyed looks. They thought. What a loudmouth. They quickly turned away, all sharing the same thought. What a loser. Showing up early and spouting nonsense. Up ahead on the highway, distant shadows seemed to be rushing toward them. A crowd of passengers leaned in, all eyes glued to the window. Leading the pack was a sleek red sports car, followed closely by three more. All four cars were luxury rides surrounding a humble little beat-up car. The passengers could not help but gawk, exclaiming, "Look at these rich kids. Out for a joyride this early. Ferrari, Bugatti, Veyron." These cars sped up right behind the beat-up car, suddenly slamming their brakes. The driver of the beat-up car panicked, slamming the brakes himself. What on earth did these rich kids want? Luckily, the tires of the beat-up car screeched to a halt, just inches away from those supercars. From each car emerged sharply dressed men. One of them rushed to knock on the window. Eager to open the door, the driver furrowed his brow, asking what was going on. He put on a friendly demeanor, trying to calm the situation. No need to panic. We are here to find someone. Lang M felt pretty smug, thinking to herself, I barely show up and already someone's looking for me. The pursuit tactics of these rich kids were truly varied. She spoke calmly. You see those luxury cars outside? If you want one, all you need to do is sell me some potions. I could buy you one right now. If not, you might never get another chance like this in your life. Confused, staring at Lang M, unsure of what she meant, Genevieve stepped closer, maintaining polite etiquette. Bowing slightly, he turned to the man behind Lang M. Sir, you are really here. I came to pick you up. The guys behind him chimed in, welcoming him as well. She turned around, surprised. Her voice tinged with disbelief. What? I am here to pick him up, Chanvi explained.
Sir.
You want to head back to the city? Right. I called my buddy Hang Nai. I knew you were here. So I did not call you first but came straight to pick you up. Memsnam shrugged it off lightly. That is fine. But next time, do not do this again. He cleared the way, smiling as he led Msinam forward. Honestly, I am not one for extravagance. It is just that Misian sign is so modest. Knowing I was coming to pick him up, I cut the number of cars in half, and Shinavai glanced back. Noticing Lang M, who had just been chatting with him. Memsin, what about her? Memsinam stepped out of the car, his tone cold. I am not on the same path as her. The supercars had found their target and sped off. The passengers in the car were still trying to process it all. Oh man. Is that the young master here to experience the common life? The rich kids are getting way too humble these days. The girls from before shot glances at Lang Mai, whispering to each other, look at her. How embarrassing. She felt her face flush, trying to act indifferent, but deep down, it stung. You think you are so clever? Making me look bad in front of everyone. Just wait. I am going to make you pay for this. Amidst the convoy of luxury cars, the yellow sports car sped down the road, and Vu sat in the car, glancing at the gentleman beside him. Sir, the 100 spirit leaves you gave us last time. They have all been sold. He happily delivered the good news. Now, every elite in Jiangnan province knows about the spirit leaves. The market is so hot right now. There is not enough supply to meet the demand. Some rich folks in Vietnam even spent over 10 million just to get a spirit leaf. Tranvu smiled. Genuinely pleased. Our business is really on the right track. Elder Yen is preparing to gather the wealthy in the province. And everyone wants to see you make an appearance. What do you think? He turned his face to respond. I can keep hiding behind everyone forever. Let us schedule it for this Thursday. Tranvu quickly replied. Got it. I will arrange the schedule. And I will personally come to pick you up. The gentleman encouraged him. Well, it looks like you will be doing some heavy lifting. Just a simple, peaceful chat between the two of you. He replied warmly. Not a burden at all. It is my honor to work for you. The gentleman gazed out the window, his mind wandering. He wondered what the reincarnation fragment would be like after it was refined. Finally, he returned home. The moment he stepped to the door, he was greeted by Hung Nahai. Boss, you are back. Every item you asked me to bring is here. Not a single thing missing. Don't he worry. The gentleman smiled brightly. Great job. Suddenly, both of them noticed something and turned their heads at the same time. Surprise etched on their faces. A lush green tree, the umtun tree, was starting to shed leaves in the wind. He thought to himself, what a stroke of luck. To see this giant tree absorbing the condensed spiritual energy inside. Truly a rare opportunity. As soon as he got home, he got to work. I need to keep refining my elixirs. Hung Hai laughed. Go ahead. I will entertain myself. The gentleman entered his familiar room. The refining pot ready right in front of him with ingredients prepped. He glanced at the horn fragments beside him, thinking, these horn pieces are top-notch. I can refine them into a defensive artifact. Let us turn these claws into a bracelet. He got to work, channeling spiritual energy to move the horn pieces. This bracelet will protect my loved ones, so I can finally breathe a little easier. He sweated as he held the bracelet made from the horn fragments, thinking, this bracelet can unleash tremendous power to protect the wearer in times of peril. He muttered to himself. Analyzing. It took me half a day to craft just 8 horn fragments. He could make 8 bracelets. Looks like I will need a few more days of training. Holding the bracelet in his palm, he thought of his grandpa and little sister. Each should have one, keeping one for himself, and another for his wife. As Manam contemplated gliding over to the wooden bowl containing the marbles, he realized that refining the 6 paths of rebirth absolutely could not be rushed. It had to be cultivated slowly and steadily. The scene shifted to the bathroom, where he stood in front of the mirror, contemplating. Tomorrow's the day he heads back to school. Should he act all aloof and haughty, or switch things up a bit? The sky had turned to dusk, just before nightfall. In front of a white villa, Manam adjusted his outfit as he walked in, and the elder gentlemen here were taken aback and bowed. Master, we are sorry to bother you again. Miss Ming made her appearance, shy and hesitant. Excuse me, I came uninvited. I hope it is not too bothersome. He quickly took a seat, shifting to a businesslike demeanor. No need for pleasantries. Just sit down. Let us get straight to the point. The progress on the fairy leaves is moving along quite smoothly. In a few days, Master Me will have a meeting with wealthy families, and by then we can discuss things in more detail and possibly kickstart the operation. Miss Ming looked at my Nam and said, I heard there is a plan to set the selling price directly. Regarding the pricing, honestly, I am not too keen on it, so I would like to ask for your opinion. Miss Ming, if you have any thoughts, please share. She shared her insights, From what I know, even if the fairy leaves are used for brewing tea, they still hold significant value. Entering the tea market will likely yield more profit than just selling the fairy leaves short. Miss Ming excitedly proposed creating a black card, and also suggested a point system, making it a membership that could generate a lot of accompanying products. Following that, it would tie into tea sales, where customers could only redeem large quantities of fairy leaves after accumulating a certain amount of points. Nam stroked his chin, pondering, because this Miss Ming was indeed no simpleton. She had a solid grasp of customer psychology. The most crucial part was that she could tackle the issue of having insufficient fairy leaves. Finally, he concluded, "You and I will collaborate on this. Miss Ming, your ideas are solid. Looks like I need to give you a cut in this business venture." Then, Miss Ming, feeling a bit flustered, stood up and said, "I should thank Master Ma." She sat back down, shifting to another business topic. Master Ma. What about the detailed terms? Time flew, and it was now early morning the next day. Manam had returned home and was now heading out with his backpack. Suddenly, a red car appeared, blocking his way. Lucia was driving, playfully winking. "Hey handsome, wanna try a little thrill?" Manam looked at Lucia in the car, thinking, what an alien. Why is not she focusing on her training? Why is she here so early? She leaned out of the driver's seat, squinting her eyes and teasingly sticking out her tongue.
Oh.
"It is annoying. You made me look so silly." He quickly moved to the passenger seat, glancing over impatiently. "Spit it out already. If there is something to discuss. I am running late for school." Lucia turned around, licking her lips playfully. "I am giving you a ride to school. Is not that good enough? What do you think of me today? Did it awaken the manly instincts in you?" Manam smirked and lightly tapped her forehead, urging, "Just get to the point already." Lucia puffed her cheeks, feigning annoyance, and jumped straight to the main issue. "It is pretty boring. But someone's willing to pay for your little life, 150 million. I am kinda tempted." He raised an eyebrow, asking eagerly, "Can we find out who that is?" She denies it, and right now, no one knows. "But if you could take me to the meeting of the wealthy folks in Jiangnan province, I might be able to help you investigate a bit." Maxinam instantly shot down the idea. "Do not even dream about it. You still want to kill someone at my party. If you have time, focus on your training. With just a bit of skill, running around taking random missions." Lucia bit her lip in protest. "If I do not take missions, how can I make money? Are you going to support me?" "You shut your eyes tight." Firmly refusing, "Remember not to follow me to the party." She playfully put her finger on her lips, pouting. "You are cutting off my income, so you have to take responsibility. How about giving me a chance to have you sponsor me for life? Besides what you see, I can do anything." The response was a splash of cold water from Mexinam. "Uninterested. Hurry up and drive me to school," Lucia confidently declared. "I am definitely going to make you take me to that party." Not long after, at school, you were wandering around when you spotted Inju Hen standing by the entrance. You forced a smile, a bead of sweat rolling down your cheek, awkwardly saying, "Teacher, it is me this time." She slightly lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness, reminding you, "Back again. Make sure to study hard." Mephi Nam watched Inkayan's back as she walked away, a question bubbling in his mind. What is wrong with her? Moments later, she stood alone on the vast rooftop of the school. Ingayan had a sullen expression, hiding all her thoughts deep inside. Suddenly, she recalled her mother's call. "Enani Hen, your dad's condition is getting worse. The doctor said he needs surgery in a few days. You have to know, your dad is in danger." "Now?" Ingayan anxiously asked. "How much money do we need?" Her mother, heartbroken, raised a hand to cover her mouth and replied, "I have borrowed half already, but we still need 200 million. Enani Hen, what do we do now?" That amount was quite staggering, causing her to pause for a few seconds, feeling the weight of despair. Still, Inghen reassured her mother, "Do not worry. I will definitely gather enough money in a few days." Back to reality, she quietly looked down, wondering, where on earth can I gather 200 million? Scene shifts to Mephi Nam, walking down the street when V Fine, arms crossed, blocked his way and shouted, "Mephi Nam, what is taking you so long? My mom told me to bring you over for dinner. You turned away to decline." "No thanks." But she immediately grabbed Mephi Nam's arm and insisted, "You are going, so let us go. You have not been to school for 2 days. My mom has some questions for you." After saying that, V Iving stood her ground, sulking. Why does my mom care so much about him? Not wanting to argue anymore, you agreed right away. Fine. The two quickly left, with V Zhang walking ahead, glancing back curiously. It seems like he has grown taller and even more handsome in just a few days. She turned around, internally cursing. It must be that rich lady supporting him who has been giving him all the fancy cosmetics. What a shameless guy. Soon, the two arrived at V Vang's house. And before entering, you called out loudly, Chunhring Thu and to Checher here. Once I'm inside, keep your mouth shut. As the door swung open, Sufsan inside saw her and immediately spoke up. VIVing. Why are you back so late? We were just talking about you. Then she spotted Mephinam behind her, crossing her arms and changing her tone. Why did you call him here? I am not eating anymore. Let us just go. Viving quickly explained.
Wait.
Do not look at me like that. I did not call him here. It was my mom who did. Just sit down. Will you? Sufsan pointed at him, her irritation spilling over as she retorted. Didn't you say he was not from our world? Was it possible that just because he wore a fancy suit he thought he was a prince, even in a luxurious villa? He was still just a bumpkin. And it made her think of Vizang. Right. He stood aside, laughing out loud. Teasing. Donnie, tell me you are doing chores for the rich lady in that mansion. Changfring Thu jumped in. All right. Since Mephnam is here, let him stay. You guys should not make things more awkward for our Vizing. Hearing that, Viving's cheeks flushed as she interjected. What are you talking about? Who belongs to you guys? Meanwhile, she is thinking about someone else. Tone Thin is just too handsome. She then turned to Mephinam, who was sitting down, comparing him to someone else. Feeling her patience wearing thin as she silently wondered. When will he even get here? Safsan suddenly grabbed her phone excitedly. Oh right. Ian Thanti just dropped her second song. I have heard a snippet. And it is definitely not me. Have you guys heard it? I will send it to you. Vivine eagerly said. Hurry up and send it. I want to see if it is still that genius Kun Ken Hun. Her best friend cupped her cheek and laughed. Of course it is still that songwriter. Kin Kun Hun is just too talented. How can she keep writing so many great songs? Viving's eyes sparkled with admiration. If I ever meet Kun Kun Hun, I would love to ask her to write me a song. Chushing Thu sat down on the sofa, pointing at his own chest as if he knew the celebrity, saying, well, I will have to go find Evenai Entai in a few days. She will definitely know where Kun Kun Hun is then. We should go meet her. We could probably ask her to write us a song. She picked up her phone, smiling innocently. Really? You better not be lying to me, or I won't pay attention to you anymore. Secretly thinking, Tun is the best. Viving sat down and turned to chat with him. Mephi Nam. You have not heard it yet. Right. Let me play Yan Thantai's new song for you. Mephi Nam declined with a sigh. No need. I will wait until Vaku Fong officially releases it. Safsan crossed her arms, shaking her head vigorously as if scolding him. What a waste of someone's good intentions. Some people just do not deserve sympathy. But Viavzine was focused on another detail. How did he know the new song was called V Ko Fong? The scene shifted to a long staircase, where two people were happily chatting as they walked. The brown-haired guy in a brown tie was Lum Vwang's father. Lumikim, the other person, wearing glasses and looking bookish, was a member of the four young masters from Jiangjia. Trong Tu Thivan. Tradong Thigu suddenly appeared before them, asking, what were you talking about with Uncle Lum for so long? Tone Lian replied, slightly taken aback. Isn't it about me? T stood up and called out loudly. Uncle Lum. Brother Thin. Sufsan also raised her hand politely. Greeting. Hello. Uncle Lum. Hello. Brother Thin. Kim Min beams like a sunflower, raises her hand, and says politely. Come on, have a seat. Just as he is about to walk over, a voice calls out from Manam. Uncle Lam makes Kim Min turn around. He then points towards Wudong and says, call your mom. Ask her when she will be back. We have a special guest. Tell her to hurry up and buy some stuff. She is taking forever. She innocently puts her hand on her chin and guesses. Mom is probably stuck with some school stuff. She will be back in a bit. Kim Min turns to Junshan looking for a reasonable excuse. Wudong's mom is just like that. The salary of a vice principal is not much. And she is busy with a million things every day. I advised her before, but she insisted on it. Making you wait so long. It is really rude. He responds with a friendly tone. Why should we be polite between our families? Right. I brought something nice this time. Once Wudong's mom gets back, I will share it with everyone. Just then, someone walks in carrying two big bags, and a voice calls out from inside. Brother Qian, do not keep us in suspense like that. Instantly recognizing the familiar face, Aunt Dam is back. Zai Dais immediately chimes in. The vice principal Dam is really back. Manam walks over, extending his hand to help. Aunt Dam. Let me carry that for you. It is so heavy. What did you buy? Aunt Dam hands him the bags, saying, it is just some snacks. Still warm. Wudong also steps forward, grabbing one of the bags. Curious. Why is Mom taking so long tonight? She smiles and explains. It is just because teacher and wanted to discuss a maternity leave. I was talking with her. Hearing this, Manam furrows his brow. Thinking. And Yu Hoon wants to take maternity leave. She seemed off all day. Could something have happened? Not long after. A table full of delicious food is served. Xiaodai sits next to Jun Qian and quickly strikes up a conversation. Brother Qian, the vice principal dam is back. Can you reveal what you brought now? He picks up a piece of food to start the conversation. Everyone probably knows that recently in Jiangnan, a figure named Ma Chen Ren has emerged. The crowd quickly confirms. Of course. How could we not know about such a big shot? Jun Qian gives a modest smile, introducing the item like a multi-level marketing pitch. These past few days, among the wealthy families, there has been buzz about a special item, the spirit water crafted by Ma Chen Ren. Just one sip of it can boost your spirits, detox your body, restore vision, relieve fatigue, and so much more. Wudong exclaims in surprise. There is such a miraculous liquid. Zhang Xiao, sitting beside her, chimes in. My brother brought some spirit water today. You will find out when you drink it later. I specifically asked him to save some for you. He then places a huge box on the table. Junshin picks up a white bottle and reassures everyone. Do not worry. There is enough for everyone. Anyone who has ever used this magical item will find their mind sharper than ever. With exams coming up, it is the perfect time to use it. Auntie is puzzled and says, is not this stuff really expensive? He grins and assures her, not all. It is only about 20,000. In 2 days, Master Mo will host a gathering of the wealthy in Jiangnan. And there will be even more available by then. Kim Bing chimes in. I know about this too. It is the biggest gathering in Jiangnan. Too bad I do not qualify to attend. I heard that to get an invite, you need at least 300 million. This Master Mao is indeed a big shot. Hearing this, Shuo Shan feels a pang of regret. Oh man. We wanted to check it out. But it looks like that chance is gone. Junshin gives a thumbs up to suggest. The gathering is happening at a beautiful spot called Shui Shang Mei by Lake Nan. It is hosted by a friend of mine. So maybe you kids can swing by and take a peek. She cheers in excitement. Really? That is amazing. He laughs awkwardly and emphasizes. It is just a possibility. Your invitation only allows you to bring one person. So we will see when the time comes. Outside, the sun is shining through the trees, casting shadows on the ground. Inside, Junqian picks up a white jar and tells Zhang Xiao and Junbu, "Wait. I will share the spirit water with everyone." He reaches out to take the white jar. Zhang Xiao quickly pours some into an empty cup while Nan, sitting next to him, watches each drop fall into the cup with anticipation. The last drop finally trickles down. Zhang Xiao sighs in frustration as he approaches him, saying, "Sorry, it is all gone." Junqian adds, I brought a lot when I came, but I did not expect guests to show up. I was not ready. And you are not upset about this. Right. Tucci glances over and teases. Your spirit water is precious. Not everyone gets to drink it. While Xiaoshang covers her mouth and chuckles, but Auntie lifts her glass and says, well, go ahead and drink it. Leaving Wudong a bit stunned, she raises her hand to stop her, saying, Dear, your health is not great. You should save it for yourself. Auntie hesitates and replies, but Nan does not want anyone to feel awkward, so he makes an excuse to leave. Auntie, you go ahead. I have had mine already. I have something to take care of, so I will head out first. Dong glances to the side, thinking to herself, this is supposed to be a happy moment, but because of him, everyone seems uncomfortable. When Ming sees him leaving, she silently criticizes. This guy Nan thinks he can actually pursue our Wudong. He really does not know his place. With a rich kid like that sitting here, he should realize how far he is from our daughter. As Nan steps outside, he hears a cheer from inside. If it is spirit water, let us all toast together. Cheers. Auntie looks displeased, beads of sweat rolling down her cheek. She decides to rush outside to catch up with him, waving her hand and calling out, Little Nan. Wait. Nan turns around, puzzled. Auntie, why are you out here? She raises a finger to signal for silence. Auntie presents her glass and says, Little Nan, you should drink this spirit water. You can pull your hand away now. I appreciate it. Auntie, but I have already had some. This elixir would do you more good. She is feeling down, and it is easy to share feelings like this. Xiao Nam, I truly see you as my own child. I promised your mother I would take good care of you. Besides getting you into Thuk Duk High School, there is really nothing more I can do for you. Auntie blames herself, wishing she had 200,000 vend. Then she could have bought you a bottle of elixir. If what they say is true, I hope this elixir can help you get into a good university. That would put my mind at ease. Manam gently holds her hand, feeling grateful. Auntie, I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Just as the moment becomes emotional, Wudong barges in, shouting loudly to disrupt. Manam, What are you doing? Manam steps back a few paces while she strides forward with confidence. Wudong, not knowing the whole story, snatches the glass back and scolds him. Manam, you know my mom's health is fragile, yet you still try to steal her elixir. Auntie quickly explains. Wudong, you are misunderstanding. This is a gift from your mother to Manam. Give it back to her. She responds defiantly. Why are you still covering for him? Wudong shoots him a disapproving glance. Manam, I can't believe you are this kind of person. My mom treats you so well. And you still have the nerve to act like this. Manam immediately retorts, demanding respect in the conversation. I would never steal anything from Auntie. She can't help but get angry, raising her hand to shout. Enough. This is the elixir that was gifted to your mother. If she wants to give it to someone, that is her choice. Return it to her. Tears stream down her face as she insists. How can you still believe him? You have been fooled. I know exactly what kind of person he is. He won't get to drink that elixir today. Wudong grips the glass tightly, her expression darkening, hinting, if Mom is this confused, do not even think about drinking that elixir. Auntie's eyes widen in confusion. Wudong, what are you planning to do? She immediately throws the glass to the ground, yelling, I would rather waste the elixir than let Manam drink it. The three of them stare at the shattered glass on the ground, the elixir spilling out. She gasps, shocked that her daughter would do something like this. Manam, fed up with the argument, directly slaps Wudong hard. She can't believe what just happened, clutching her red cheek while holding back tears. Staring at him in disbelief, Nam points a finger at her, scolding. That slap was for Auntie. She is not foolish. She understands the true nature of things better than you do. Then he quietly pulls out a box with green leaves and a bracelet inside. Manam presents the glowing box to Auntie, saying, Auntie, inside are 3 spirit leaves. Far better than that elixir 10 times better. Actually, take them. He raises the bracelet and continues. This bracelet is a gift for you. It can protect you. So remember to wear it every day. Manam reassures her. Auntie, do not worry. I am doing fine. I am not picking up any bad habits. I will definitely get into a good university. He smiles and adds, I am always grateful for your care and support. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to me. I will do my best to help you. Nam placed the box in her hands and said his goodbyes. It was getting late, so he was heading home first. He turned and walked away, leaving Aunt Dam in surprise with a farewell. Nam closed his eyes and walked forward, despite her calls pulling him back. Little Nam. Meanwhile, Wudong silently held onto his mother's hand, stopping her from following. Time flies like a dog chasing its tail. Before you know it, it is Friday, at a distant mansion. The phone rang incessantly with calls from the two. Nam quickly answered, wondering what was up. But the voice on the other end was already loud and grating. Nam, what kind of big brother are you? Do you not know today is the Reaper's birthday? She woke up feeling off right from the start. Hearing this, his face suddenly went blank. He thought, wait, today is the Reaper's birthday. Why did not she tell me? Then Nam cheerfully replied, got it. Tell her I will come pick her up to hang out. After hanging up, he got up and left the house. Nam's reminded of something today was the gathering of the wealthy families, and he could take her to the banquet for a bit. Suddenly, Luxia pulled up in his luxury car and waved, causing Nam to squint and think, this guy looks familiar. She leaned over the window, mischievously winking. Hey handsome. Going out. I bet you are missing a pretty girl by your side. Nam coldly declined. I already told you. I am not bringing you along. Luxia saw him starting to walk away and poked his head out, calling loudly, just get in the car. I will take you there. I have some hot news from the shadow board. Want to hear it? This juicy bit of news definitely caught Nam's attention, and he turned back to grab the car door. As soon as he sat inside, Nam immediately asked about the shadow board's situation and how many people were on this mission. She turned around, confirming, for tonight is fake banquet. You are taking someone along. Right. I want to be there. Those assassins are sure to mess up your plans. Hearing that, he was at a loss. Even if he did not agree, she would definitely find a way to get there anyway. Fine. Let us see how she performs, he said. Lucia perked up immediately, throwing out a few compliments. Thanks. You are the best. Dear host. Not long after, the car approached a grand house, and it came to a screeching halt in front of it. Nam opened the car door and stepped out forcefully. She sat in the driver's seat and reminded him, you go ahead. Do not forget our meeting time. See you tonight. Before he could respond, a familiar voice caught his attention. Nam. You are here. Nam saw the Reaper in a beautiful pink dress and complimented. You look stunning today. The girl blushed and shyly replied. Not really. He stepped closer to ask. Tutu is not coming with you. The Reaper explained. She said she had to study. Did I make you late for your study time? Nam reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Denying. Nope. I am taking you out. Tonight. I will show you a really fun place. The Reaper happily exclaimed.
Yeah.
Before long, they found themselves at an amusement park, with the Ferris wheel towering in front of them, each holding an ice cream cone. They enjoyed their outing together. Suddenly, the girl turned to him and asked, So where exactly is this fun place you mentioned? He chuckled, playfully teasing her. Just wait and see. Today is my birthday. How can I not eat longevity noodles? Tonight, I will head to the kitchen and whip up some for you. Hearing that, her eyes sparkled like stars, and she shouted, Thank you. Handsome. Scene shifts to the American restaurant by the lake, as a white car speeds into the grand entrance. The sky has turned dark. Both Bai Chong and Zhang are entering with their close friend. Zhang is already boasting, making her sound like Pinocchio. But she is just trying to ensure the banquet at Jiangnan goes smoothly. They have even cordoned off this area. Only those with invitations can enter. It seems that the young master from Jiangdu is indeed just as impressive as rumored. He can score multiple invitations with ease. Zhang crosses her arms and mentions casually that luckily her brother has some connections with the young master. Or else without that 300 million worth, they would never step foot into this fancy place. However, Bei notices that Monan is leading Zia Gai inside the American restaurant at the lakeside. Sensing her friend as silence, she turns to ask, What do you see? Spotting someone familiar. She groans. Monan. No way. That unlucky guy again. Zi Chut retorts with a frown. Everyone here is dripping with wealth. How could someone like him blend in? Bai is now fuming. Recalling the time Monan slapped her out of nowhere, she clenches her fists, mumbling as she walks ahead. This is so unfair. Doesn't he know where he is? Bei quickly rushes after the two, shouting, Monan, stop right there. Monan turns around. Puzzled. What is it? She points ahead, snapping. What are you doing here? Do you even know where this is? He casually replies. What is it to you? She puts her hands on her hips, glaring. You do not belong here. Zigai quickly hides behind him. Monan boldly retorts. If I can be here, then no one can. With a sneer, he says, Such thick skin. I figured you were only here for the free food. Teases? Look at you clinging to a girl's leg. Even Zigai is getting dragged into this mess, not wanting to argue with them. He grabs the girl's hand. Monan, let us go inside. Do not mind them. With that, he pulls Ziga, her face flushed, into the restaurant, leaving Bai speechless. Zhang can help but think, this Monan, always hanging around Bai and now pulling this stunt, grinding his teeth in frustration. He mutters, My brother is one of the 4 young masters of Jiangdu. Taking you down here would be a piece of cake.
Bai chimes.
Everyone here is a big shot. Let us see what happens when he ticks them off. What about Vin Vao? San remarks, Let us see how he gets in without an invitation right now. Monan is sticking his hands in his pockets like he is about to pull something out. He pulls out an invitation and shows it to the bouncer, who quickly extends his hand and says respectfully, Please come in. Zigai is a bit taken aback, asking quietly, This place is so upscale. Are you sure it is okay for me to come in with you? Monan reassures her, With me here, you have got nothing to worry about. Wudong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He had an invitation. Even San, with her mouth agape, whispered curiously, Isn't he this invitation only for those with 300 million? How on earth does he have one? A person behind pulled out their phone and opened their Gmail app. It turned out to be young Master Zhang holding it, turning to Wudong and confidently saying he was sure he was tailing that rich lady,